Chapter 101 Lu Ran Complaint. Mu Qingshan expressed his opinions on relevant issues at the regular meeting of the Institute, and finally concluded, although Professor Chung made some mistakes, his original intention was for scientific research, and there is no need to mention the past. The participants nodded silently. In the past 6 months, the Institute has experienced too many twists and turns, and everyone feels anxious. The Institute is currently in a leaderless state. After consultation with the superiors, it was decided to hire Professor Qin to take over Professor Chung's job. Mu Qingshan looked around. He was the founder of this place, and his return is also a good thing for both of us. After the meeting, Ran hurriedly followed and asked, Director Mu, have you found Li Zifeng? Can he see his mother for the last time? Li Hui's condition was getting worse. She had been in a coma for many days. Her physical condition was similar to that of Professor Chung. Although her physical function had improved, her nervous system was seriously damaged. There is no way to wake up. Ran visits her every day, always feeling that she is on the verge of life and death, and may die at any time, but she seems to have a strong will to survive, and keeps persisting. She guessed that maybe Li Hui subconsciously still hopes to meet Li Zifeng. Mu Qingshan shook his head. I sent people to his former school, classmates' homes, and places he often went to, but he was not found. As long as his chip is identified, we can find him. Ran was thoughtful, racking her brains to think about where Li Zifeng might go. The previous contact reminded her of something, but she couldn't remember it for a while. While she was thinking, Mu Qingshan suddenly asked, Where is Shaolin now? I don't know. Ran answered reflexively. I still have things to do. I go back to the pathology hospital first. Goodbye. Director Mu. Mu Qingshan was watching her from behind, knowing that this girl was pretending to be ignorant. But he did not call her, just silently watched her walk away. In fact, during this period, he also found many valuable clues. According to the information left by Professor Chung, the research on Shili Ma Ding 1 is indeed of great significance. Professor Chung envisioned the direction of controlling through brain nerves. If it is developed according to his ideas, it may improve the reaction speed and learning ability of the human brain, and even turn the experimental subjects into terrible revenge machines. In short, it is to turn humans into so-called superhumans, even more threatening than robots. This research direction has been explicitly prohibited by the superiors, but another direction can still be explored, also through the brain nerves to solve Alzheimer's disease and other neurological diseases. The efficacy of Shili Ma Ding 1 in repairing body functions has been relatively stable. If the problem of neurological diseases can be solved, wouldn't it be even more powerful? The superiors issued a strict order, indicating that before there is a better solution, the Institute is not allowed to conduct in-depth research on Shili Ma Ding 1. However, we can always find a safe and reliable solution. Right? Mu Qingshan thought about this and prepared to discuss it with Professor Qin. But he was skeptical about this topic and did not want to mention it again because of the psychological shadow of the past. I am tired and fed up, and I don't want anyone to be hurt again. In desperation, Mu Qingshan could only put the matter aside. But he carefully kept Professor Chung's core information and kept it in the safe. On the way back to the office, Lu Ran came over and asked softly, Director Mu, do I need to keep an eye on her? As usual. Mu Qingshan paused. She has a good relationship with Li Zifeng. Right? Lu Ran nodded and replied, yes. Li Zifeng also gave her 2 paintings. I see. Mu Qingshan said expressionlessly, you go back to work, and we will keep in touch through text messages in the future. Mu Qingshan left after he finished speaking. Lu Ran looked at his back with resentment. Feeling wronged? She thought. After all, she was a colleague in the Institute. Was there no chance for a normal conversation? Director Mu's attitude towards Ran and towards herself was completely different. Thinking of this, Lu Ran felt unhappy. When she returned to the office and saw Ran, she didn't want to pay attention to him and started to organize the documents on the table. Unexpectedly, Ran came over and said with a smile on his face, do you want to eat the pig intestine noodles at the entrance of the unit at noon? I just heard Director Luo say that it tastes good. I don't want to go, I have no appetite. Lu Ran didn't even raise her head. Ran reached out to touch her forehead. Do you have a cold? I think your face doesn't look very. Lu Ran dodged backwards, letting her hand stop in midair. For a moment, the two seemed a little awkward. Finally, Lu Ran lowered her head and hurriedly said, I'm fine, I'm a little busy at work, don't worry about me. Ran thought she was a little strange, and asked, Lu Ran, did anything happen? Lu Ran suddenly lost control of her emotions. Ran, can you stop pretending to care? Are you sympathizing with me, or looking down on me? Ran. Lu Ran realized that he was losing control of his emotions, quickly grabbed the documents on the table, and ran out of the office. Director Luo, who was watching coldly, said softly, "This is probably because rabbits will bite when they are angry, and the ones they bite are their own people. Maybe everyone is bad mood sometimes." Ran disagreed. "I am like this sometimes." At noon, Ran went out to have lunch alone, sitting alone in the noodle shop. She ate the noodles in the bowl. She suddenly thought that she hadn't heard from Sha Rilin for several days. Should she ask for leave to see her? However, the institute was in a mess recently, and she didn't know if she could ask for leave. She ate a few mouthfuls with a heavy heart, and habitually sent a message to Sha Rilin, and finally packed up and went back to the institute. Unexpectedly, all of this was witnessed by someone hiding in the dark in the kitchen. He was always spying on Ran, from the time she entered the noodle shop to the time she left. His eyes never left her. Seeing Ran leave, he followed her calmly, keeping a distance from her. Ran had a habit of walking around the institute twice after meals to help digestion. She liked the quiet environment here very much. Whether it was the desolate grassland or the spreading old trees, they could help her relax and clear her negative energy. But today, she felt that something was wrong with the atmosphere. Perhaps it was the creaking sound behind her. Or perhaps it was the feeling of being stared at. Ran was sensitive to the fact that there seemed to be someone following her. Chapter 102. Li Hui goes crazy. Her first reaction was Mu Qing-shan. But then she thought that he was very busy now, and he probably didn't have time to investigate Sha Rilin matter immediately. Besides, who else could it be? Ran tried to keep a normal pace, walked to an old tree, quietly touched her trouser pocket. There was a fountain pen in it. If I remember correctly, the top of the fountain pen is a metal plane, which can reflect the stalker behind her, if there is one. She carefully took out the pen, and then measured it again, and was stunned for a moment. Not far behind her, there was indeed a person, dressed in black, with a hat covering half of his face, and it was impossible to tell who he was. Ran turned around suddenly, and the person was also stunned. When he was about to run away habitually, Ran shouted, "Li Zifeng?" The person stopped and said in a hoarse voice, "How do you know it me?" "Your figure." Ran glanced at him. "And you always clench your fists habitually, this action betrays you." Li Zifeng stood there dejectedly, thinking to himself, "I have been hiding for so many days, and finally became a joke." He asked weakly, "Where is that woman? Shouldn't you call her mom?" Ran looked at him. "You little boy are too rebellious." Li Zifeng said impatiently, "What the point of saying these things? Where is she? What did you do to her?" Ran took 2 steps towards him, and stretched out a hand. "Come with me to see her. I guess she has been waiting for you." "What do you mean?" Li Zifeng asked vigilantly. Ran looked at him sympathetically. "She is not in good condition now. She has been in a deep coma for many days, and the doctor said that it is unlikely that she will wake up." Li Zifeng was stunned after hearing this, and forgot to react, and let Ran pull up his hand. After walking a few steps, he suddenly reacted and shouted in a low voice, "What did you do to her? What did they do to her? I saw that old expert spraying medicine on her." "I'm sorry, Professor Chung is no longer here." Ran whispered, "Don't worry, you are safe now. I just want to take you back to see your mother." After hearing this, Li Zifeng struggled to break free from her hand and ran away. After seeing that scene, he couldn't believe what they said. If he went back, he might be used as an experimental subject like that woman. He ran very fast. Ran tried her best but still couldn't catch up after a long time. The figure in front of her had turned into a small black dot. Ran stood there panting, wondering if he would come back. But time was running out. She didn't know if she could see Li Hui for the last time. When she returned to the institute, she saw Director Luo running in a hurry. Then Ran was sweating and making a phone call. He seemed to be calling the security guard outside the door to come for support. What happened? Ran became nervous. The institute had just experienced an incident, and it couldn't stand it any longer. Ran said hurriedly, "Something happened in the pathology hospital, and the woman woke up." "Li Hui?" Ran frowned, thinking that waking up should be a good thing. She wanted to ask Ran again, but he had already run out to find someone. Ran felt strange, and quickly ran to the pathology hospital. When she got there, She found that the security guards at the gate were standing fully armed, holding laser guns in their hands. When they saw her coming, he quickly reminded, "You can't go in. The patient is going crazy." Li Hui had been in a coma for a long time, and was about to die. How could she go crazy? Ran in 2 steps. "No. I want to go and see." When Ran rushed to the 4th floor, she found that there were many security guards on the 4th floor. In the crowd, she saw Director Luo pacing back and forth in a hurry, with beads of sweat on his head. Seeing Ran coming, Director Luo seemed to have found a savior. "Have you seen Director Mu? Did he say what to do?" "No, what happened inside?" Ran frowned and asked. Director Luo pointed to the isolation room. The patient suddenly woke up, yelling and breaking free from the rope. The security guard just injected her with a sedative. Now she is in a coma again. Ran couldn't believe it, and quickly walked to the door of the isolation room to check inside. Sure enough, he saw Li Hui lying on the ground in a hospital gown. What was puzzling was that her trouser legs looked normal. Li Hui had suffered from bone disease for many years. Her lower limbs had long been swollen and deformed. When the condition was good, she could walk a few steps with a walker, but when the condition was bad, she could only lie paralyzed in bed. She couldn't wear her pants normally, and the hospital specially customized them with wide-leg pants. But now, those pants looked like a skirt on her, and there was nothing inside. Ran asked the security guard next to her, "Please open the door, so I can go in and take a look." "Ms. Gu, she is in danger now. Although she was given a sedative, it may not be effective." "It okay. I go in and check," Ran insisted. So, she walked into the isolation room under everyone's gaze, squatted down to check on Li Hui. And surprisingly, her temperature and pulse were normal. She lifted up Li Hui's trouser legs to see. And sure enough, her legs had returned to normal. The high concentration of Shili Ma Ding pills worked. Ran quickly ran out of the isolation room, picked up the bracelet, and called Professor Qin. Professor Chung medicine worked on her. "Should we test her nerve cells immediately?" Professor Qin said hurriedly. "Xiao Gu, Qi Shan and I are coming here. Don't worry." As he was speaking, a scream came from the side, and then the glass isolation door behind him shook. Ran looked back and was shocked. Li Hui, who had just collapsed on the ground, pounced on the glass door like a gorilla, and screamed. The security guards immediately rushed up and held the door tightly. Several people shouted, "Hurry up, continue to inject sedatives. Call someone." Li Hui was still knocking on the glass door frantically. There was no doubt that, with her strength, she would shake the door down in a few minutes at most. Ran stood outside the door, looking at her face that had become extremely unfamiliar. The more he looked, the more frightened he felt. Shili Ma Ding one can destroy and reorganize the human nervous system. Although he had only heard this from Professor Qin, but seeing such a scene with his own eyes, still shocking. Li Hui in front of him had completely become a strange and terrifying aggressive creature. Ran turned around to look for help, but after running a few steps, he saw Mu Qingshan rushing over, holding a syringe in his hand, and there was no helper beside him. He just stood alone at the door, and ordered the people around him to open the isolation door. Chapter 103 Leaving this world. Although everyone was afraid, they still had to obey the director order. A security guard quickly took the bracelet and swiped open the isolation door. When the door opened, Li Hui jumped out like a beast, opening her mouth and showing her sharp teeth. In a flash, Mu Qingshan's syringe had quickly pierced her arm, and the medicine was fully injected in less than a second. As soon as Li Hui jumped out, the medicine took effect immediately. She suddenly closed her eyes and fell heavily to the ground. "Quick! Tie her up. Use level 1 protection." Mu Qingshan took 2 steps back and directed the security guard next to him. "Also notify the city emergency response organization immediately." They said an emergency occurred in the institute. Generally, major events are divided into 3 categories. The third category is urgent but controllable events, such as infectious diseases. The second category is urgent and uncontrollable accidents, such as the previous incidents of patients dying one after another. The first category is extremely risky and can threaten the public. Ran looked at the tied-up Li Hui with caution and asked, "Director Mu, can she recover?" "I don't know. She must be sent to a higher-level hospital to check all the conditions," Mu Qingshan whispered. "I'm afraid it's irreversible." Soon after, the city sent a strictly closed transport vehicle, and the accompanying personnel were all special police. They sent Li Hui to the car, go straight to the capital hospital. escorted by special police the whole way, and should be able to control her. Professor Qin sighed. Everyone thought Li Hui could not withstand the six-fold concentration of Shili Ma Dingwan. But she actually survived. Professor Qin. Be careful of Wells. Mu Qingshan said. If he knew about this, he would make a big fuss. Don't worry. I have explained it clearly to the staff of the Ministry of Health. And I will definitely not let her fall into the hands of those people. Professor Qin replied. By the way, Li Zifeng just appeared. Ran repeated what happened just now. I guess he will come again. Mu Qingshan said calmly. It is our institute that has let them down. If we find him, we will make it up to him. At this time, Ran's view of Mu Qingshan has changed a lot. She used to think he was cold and ruthless, but now she finds that he is cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Although he looks tough on the outside, he actually has a righteous outlook on life. Professor Qin also nodded in agreement. Recently, he was busy with Professor Cheng's funeral and the affairs of the institute, and his face was obviously haggard. However, things in the world often go against one's wishes. They all hoped to see Li Zifeng again, but there was no news of him. Instead, the capital city received news about Li Hui. Li Hui has been strictly controlled, in a completely closed state, except for the staff. No one can see her. Her physical examination report was also released, and the results surprised them. Her physical condition has returned to the level of a young and strong person. Not only has her serious bone disease healed, but her minor ailments, stones, cysts and inflammation have also disappeared. In addition, her jumping ability, reaction ability and strength have increased several times, as if she had been injected with a long-lasting stimulant. It can be said that if she participates in the Olympics today, she will definitely be a strong contender for the top 3. Due to the collapse of her nervous system, she has no pain, anxiety, sadness and other emotions. She even had no reaction to her family mention of it. In short, as long as she continues to be stimulated, she can complete various instructions. Experts in the capital contacted Professor Qin, attempting to repair her collapsed nervous system, but this is obviously an almost impossible task. The damage to the nervous system caused by excessive doses of Shili Ma Ding pills is irreversible. At least it cannot be done at the current medical level. Li Hui will have to stay in the capital as a research subject for a period of time. Professor Qin also promised them that he would go there in due time. Just when Ran thought everything would be settled, Sha Roland suddenly sent a message, the content of which was chilling. As if she was leaving a last will. Ran, when you see this message, I may no longer be in this world. But you don't need to be sad. I am not from this world. I left something for you. It all in that cave. You will understand when you come to find it. Ran was shocked when he saw it. Immediately send her a message and call her. Although it was their communication time, the number showed that it could not be connected. Ran decided to go to her immediately. Just as she was driving there, Mu Qingshan called her. Ran said irritably, Director Mu, I have an urgent matter now. I am not in the institute for the time being. Please find other colleagues. After that, she quickly hung up the phone. She wanted to get to Nanhui Bay as soon as possible. That was the secret base discovered by her grandfather. There was a natural protective barrier there. The deep-seated rocks with special materials can block all electromagnetic radiation, isolating signals and pollution. It is indeed a pure land. Ran didn't know if that place was really as magical as her grandfather said, but every time she went there, she could always feel the impetuousness and haze in her heart swept away. The primitive landforms of the wilderness can really purify the soul. It just that today, she was in a particularly urgent mood. She knew Sha Roland as well as herself, and knew that she never made threats. Usually when she made threats, she had already taken action. I have left this world. This sentence undoubtedly implies two meanings. One is that she returned to the world through the wormhole, the other is that she chose to commit suicide. Ran hoped it was the former. No matter where she went, she just hoped that Sha Roland would be safe. She drove all the way, praying eagerly in her heart, gradually getting so nervous that her palms sweated. Ran was so nervous that she didn't even notice that there was a black car behind her, which had been following her for more than half an hour. It was obvious that he was following her. Nanhui Bay is located on the west bank of Wenjiang River, close to the south peak of Yuping Mountain, and can be climbed easily. As usual, Ran parked the car at the foot of the south peak, then opened the door, and ran up the mountain. Her physical strength has always been good. Usually she can reach the inclined trail in half an hour, and she can find the abandoned slide after walking for a while. Today she was a little faster, and rushed to the trail in 20 minutes, focusing on moving forward, and once again ignored the footsteps behind her. Chapter 104 Sha Rulin Suicide Note. Ran was worried about Sha Rulin. She saw a scooter was launched next to the slide, so she sat on it and slid down. After a period of rapid travel, she went around an unknown valley, and finally came to the forest park that had been abandoned for many years. She stood by the artificial lake, frowning and staring for a long time, and a terrible thought flashed through her mind. Will Sha Rulin jump into the lake? But she can obviously swim. If a person who can swim has suicidal thoughts in mind, they often leave obvious traces, because the fear of dying will stimulate their swimming instinct. It is not easy to die. The lake is calm and covered with dead leaves, with no signs of breaking or floating. Ran turned and walked towards the cave. The narrow entrance that can only accommodate one person seemed deep and dark. The closer she got, the heavier her mood became. An uncontrollable tension surged in her heart. As soon as she walked into the cave, she shouted, "Sha Rulin! Sha Rulin!" She only got an ethereal echo in response. Ran turned on the flashlight on her bracelet and looked around, but found that she was not in any of the caves. Just as Ran was about to go out to look for her, she suddenly heard clear footsteps behind her. She turned around excitedly, thinking that it was Sha Rulin, but it turned out to be a tall man's shadow. Ran took a step back in fear, but soon recognized that the man was Mu Qingshan. "You followed me?" she asked unkindly. Mu Qingshan shook his head. She turned on the chip, "So I received the location information. I just happened to run into you when I came." "What a coincidence." Mu Qingshan frowned. "Of course, I called you before to tell you about this, but you obviously don't care." Ran hesitated for a moment, decided to grab this life-saving straw. "Since he is here, I have to make good use of it," she whispered. "Since he is here, just help look for her." She sent a message saying that she is no longer in this world. It is really disturbing. So, Mu Qingshan began to look for her with her. They searched inside and outside the cave, but still could not find any trace of Sha Rulin. However, her message showed that Sha Rulin did leave something in the cave, the diary hidden in the wooden box. Ran opened it, and saw that it was full, almost filling up the whole book. She only took one thing with her when she left. Ran said softly, "The chip contains the memory of XT009. Where would she go? It must be written in the diary." Mu Qingshan reminded, "How about you take a look?" Under normal circumstances, Ran would never let Mu Qingshan know Sha Rulin's secret, but at this moment she understood that concealment would only make things worse, so she opened the diary in front of him. The first page of the diary contained a folded letter, and after opening it, it was written by Sha Rulin. "Ran, you finally came? I actually missed you very much. I really wanted to see you before I left, but my body seemed to not be able to hold on until that moment. The first day I came here, I realized that I didn't have much time left. You may not have noticed that. I have lost my sense of taste and smell. I was sleeping most of the time, my body was getting tired quickly, it was difficult to stay awake for a long time, I always couldn't help wanting to fall asleep. In my dreams, I can recall more and more fragments, some of them are very familiar, it seems to be a real thing I have experienced. Some of them, maybe they are hallucinations. I wrote them down, and leave it to you to judge. This diary mostly records the things I can remember about Rockstar, some of which make me feel horrified. I hope you can find it helpful after reading it. Some of them are about my feelings, of course, including the part about XT009. Yes, you are right, I have been hiding my feelings. I have never dared to admit that I have fallen in love with a product of high-tech civilization. In the eyes of people of this era, I am so stupid. Right? But Ran, I believe you can understand me. After learning that he would be destroyed, I couldn't control my tears. When you asked me if I was willing to see him again, I refused. Because I know that if we meet, both sides are likely to lose control, and do terrible things, and then it will definitely destroy countless things. The more I thought about it, the more unpredictable it seemed. So I refused. And I knew that XT009 had no attachment to the world. He was forced to have human emotions. And this was the beginning of his tragedy. He might have thought that I was a heartless and ungrateful bad woman in the last moment before he lost consciousness. Later, you sent me the chip. I didn't dare to open it, because I was afraid that if I looked at it again, I would collapse. I must. While I am still alive, recording all the memories is my last token of my love for you and the people on Earth. Now, I have fulfilled my promise and recorded everything I can remember. In the past few days, I can hardly remember anything new. and my body is getting more and more exhausted. Now, it is indeed time to say goodbye. Ran. Goodbye. In addition, thank Chiou for me. I know her teasing is actually an encouragement. And thank Director Mu for me. Thank him for taking care of XT009. This may be the only warmth XT009 felt before he disappeared. Next is the signature and time. The 3-word Sha Rilin were written in a sloppy manner. It was obvious that she was in a complicated mood when she wrote it. It seemed that she could not control the strength. Some places were too strong, and the paper was punctured. And that time? A day has passed from here. I guess she has left far away. Ran stared at the letter again, and a wave of sadness settled in his heart. Mu Qingshan, I don't think we can find her this time. Mu Qingshan frowned. Not necessarily. I added a program to the chip. As long as she carries the chip, I can get her location. The two walked out of the cave with the notebook. Mu Qingshan activated the bracelet and searched for Sha Rilin trace. Disappointingly, her location information was the same as before. And her last location was still in this cave. This small program does not require the internet. There are 2 reasons why there is no trace now. Either the system is delayed, or Sha Rilin used some method to remove it. After observing for a while, Mu Qingshan said, why not wait a little longer? Have you ever thought about whether there are other clues in the cave? No. Ran replied, there are only some daily necessities. I checked. Except for the chip, she didn't take anything with her. Even the bracelet was left in the cave. Chapter 105 Sha Rilin Diary. Mu Qingshan pondered for a moment and said, you don't have to worry too much. I will try to retrieve the surveillance of all exits of Nanhui Bay, so that I can roughly confirm where she went. As for the chip, I will monitor it at any time to see if there are any new developments. At this moment, there is no other way. Ran nodded weakly. Okay. Please. They walked a long way and took a boat to leave this place. While on the boat, both of them were silent. Ran held a notebook, staring at the river, glancing at Mu Qingshan from time to time, trying to discern the latest movements from his expression, but in the end, he could only withdraw his gaze in disappointment. In the next 2 days, Mu Qingshan still did not receive any information about Sha Rilin. She just disappeared mysteriously. Ran knew in her heart that this disappearance was different from the previous ones. She was really determined not to come back again. She took 2 days off and calmed down to read the diary carefully. She thought to herself, if the content of the diary was only Sha Rilin private affairs, she would not make the secrets public. The first page of the diary recorded Sha Rilin childhood experience. When I was a child, I was obsessed with fantasy things. My neighbor's sister was an astronomy enthusiast and often pointed to the stars in the sky and told me about them. I was influenced by her and also looked forward to riding a spaceship. Go and find out what's going on in the starry sky. One day, my neighbor told me that a UFO was spotted in a suburban cemetery, and the light ring had been there for several days. She asked me if I was interested in going to explore. I was only 8 years old at the time, and I agreed with great interest. At night, while our parents were asleep, we got up from the bed secretly, picked up our prepared backpacks, and quietly slipped out of the house. We had no money to take the bus, so we quietly climbed onto a truck that was transporting goods. We jumped out of the car after arriving in the suburbs, walked a long way in the dark, and finally arrived at Yan'an Cemetery. It was eerie there, surrounded by towering tombstones. It was creepy to bump into them and sometimes look at the portraits. However, we were not afraid and began to look for the so-called flying machine. The neighbor's sister even shouted, although I didn't understand what she shouted, but I understood the last sentence. She was asking aliens to pick us up. I turned around and asked her, what are you going to do with us? She answered seriously, let go play. I don't want to do my homework anymore. I didn't want to do my homework either. So I followed her and shouted loudly, and walked around the cemetery 5 or 6 times. Of course, we didn't find any aircraft until the early morning. A faint light suddenly flashed in front of us, and the light was getting closer and closer, as if something was calling us. My neighbor's sister and I ran towards the light source excitedly, expecting that aliens would really come to pick us up. However, after arriving, we were stunned. In front of us was just an old man who was watching the night with an old-fashioned pipe. He frowned, glared at us, and asked why we were not sleeping in the middle of the night, and went to the cemetery to make trouble. We stammered and couldn't say a complete sentence. He pressed us, And I finally shouted, "Grandpa, there are aliens here." He shouted angrily, "The ghosts are aliens." He grabbed us, cursed, and finally sent us to the police station. When it was almost dawn, my parents arrived and took us home. I don't know what happened to my neighbor's sister, but I was definitely beaten up. Except for going to school. I couldn't go out to play for a whole week. These are all my childhood memories of aliens on other planets. In my heart, they are mysterious and elusive. And they seem to be full of curiosity and kindness towards Earthlings. After that, I was successfully admitted to medical school and embarked on a difficult and rigorous path. One day, I read an article in a magazine telling the story of Lansong County in Yunnan. There is a strange mountain there. There used to be a private factory halfway up the mountain. It was very prosperous 20 years ago and attracted many workers. However, for some reason, the workers in the factory were killed by wild dogs one after another, leaving only a little girl. Many years later, the little girl returned home and found that the dogs had already mutated into more terrifying creatures. After her exploration, I learned that there was a golden halo on the top of the mountain, which was the root cause of biological mutation. I will not go into detail about the subsequent story, but the general idea is that the girl entered an alien planet through the halo. This was the first time I heard of the concept of wormholes. At that time, an idea came to my mind. I also want to go to another planet to take a look. After reading this diary, Ran felt a surge of emotion in her heart. Rather than calling it a diary, it is better to call it Sha Rulin Memoirs. She remembered what Sha Rulin said before. I want to put what I think, or dream about it, write it all down. Ran stared at the rows of beautiful handwriting on the notebook. As if through the words, she saw Sha Rulin writing furiously in the cave. She stroked the words on the page gently, and continued to turn to the second page. Yesterday I had another dream. I dreamed that I was lying in a dark place. The black fog around me was unpredictable, and I was motionless. But gradually, I felt that I was flying forward, as if there was an invisible force driving me forward. This feeling is like being controlled by magic. I can't help myself. During the flight, I saw countless flashing points of light. Their light was as bright as the halo of a wormhole. I suddenly remembered that. It seemed that I had just entered the half-moon lake. Am I going to set foot on another time and space? Could it be another planet I dreamed of? I was extremely excited, and tried desperately to wave my hands and feet, but they seemed to be fixed, and I couldn't move at all. My speed was getting faster and faster. The entire light spot gradually focused into a plane. Then, I suddenly lost consciousness. When I woke up, I found myself lying on a wet, muddy ground, surrounded by various black shadows. The air was filled with a pungent smell of blood, and even mixed with an indescribable stench of decay. As a doctor, I am very familiar with this smell. It is the smell of rotting corpses, so there must be many corpses around me. Chapter 106 Strange Signals. I longed to escape, but after running for a long time, except for endless corpses and bones, there were only abandoned vehicles scattered everywhere. The wreckage was piled up on the ground in a disorderly manner. With the help of the dim light from an unknown source, I was able to recognize their true appearance: airplanes, cars, yachts, even a few farm carts. Looking up and looking around, I found myself in a bottomless pit. The pit wall was almost vertical, and there was no way to climb up. Am I the only one left alive at the bottom of the pit? Just as I was filled with fear, a woman's weak voice suddenly came from the darkness. Help! Help! The diary ended here. But Ran immediately realized that this was the bottom of the valley that Sha Rulin had mentioned. She had also drawn the scene of this place before. However, the description at that time was much more rough than this text. Ran thought to himself, this must be Sha Rulin's personal experience, not a dream, because it was all too real. Continuing to flip down, she found that the diary at the back mentioned the identity of the woman. She was an American and a survivor who came here through the wormhole. In addition to her, there were other humans at the bottom of the valley, but the food here was limited, and it was destined to be a survival of the fittest. After discussing, the two decided to cooperate and jointly seek a way to escape. Sha Rulin wrote in her diary, I remember it very clearly. We didn't know where we were at that time. We guessed that it might be somewhere on the earth, or perhaps we were imprisoned by a mysterious organization. We only wanted to save ourselves and return home. Then, they experienced all kinds of hardships and dangers, set up traps, killed 2 people who plotted to harm them, and finally found the equipment at the bottom of the valley, worked together to build a machine, started digging a ladder, and gradually approached success. But when they were about to climb out of the valley, the golden light appeared again. When Shaolin woke up again, she found herself lying on a winding and uneven sand dune, and the girl had disappeared. Shaolin noted at the end, "I didn't dream about this place specifically, but I described this place in detail in my previous paintings." When Ran saw this, some memories flashed through her mind. She remembered that Shaolin had drawn a twisted little man, and a strange well of water. At that time, they discussed, "I think this is a kind of selection of Earthlings by Planet R. Physical fitness, intelligence and willpower are all indispensable. After all, among so many villains, only one can survive. That well should be a natural selection of Planet R. Only those who are safe and sound after drinking can really enter this place. This is more difficult than thousands of troops crossing a single plank bridge." Although Shaolin cannot recall the situation of the dunes, there is no doubt that she must be a king with outstanding intelligence, physical strength and luck. Otherwise, it would be impossible to survive to the end. When Ran was about to continue reading, Mu Qingshan called her via video. "There is a new situation." "What wrong?" Ran was excited. "Have you found Shaolin?" Mu Qingshan shook his head and showed her his bracelet. "I just turned it on, and found that the signal appeared in a valley thousands of kilometers away from here. I am going to go over and take a look now." "Take me with you." "It's too late. The signal is very weak. If it later, I'm afraid I won't be able to find her again." Mu Qingshan said slowly, "I'm on the plane now." Ran hurriedly reminded, "Please keep her safe. She has no relatives in this world." After hanging up the phone, Ran paced anxiously in the room. She couldn't imagine how Shaolin, who didn't have a chip on her, could reach such a distant valley in just 2 days? Without a chip, it means that she can't take any means of transportation. Moreover, she was alone, penniless, and it was impossible for her to arrive there on foot. This was undoubtedly a difficult mystery. Ran lost the mood to read the diary, and stayed at the table, staring at the bracelet, waiting for Mu Qingshan to call again. She wanted to call him several times, but she was worried about affecting Mu Qingshan's actions, so she never did it. In this way, she waited from day to night. And finally, Mu Qingshan's name sounded on the bracelet, and she quickly picked up the phone. "What going on? Did you find her?" In the video, Mu Qingshan was in a dark valley, and his voice sounded tired. "No, the signal was interrupted here. I walked for a long time, and tested it with a life detector. Shaolin is not here. However, I just found a strange plant." Ran was a little helpless. "I am not interested in plants at this time." Mu Qingshan turned up the light, showing the strange-shaped grass in his hand. "This grass is not a plant of this era. I have seen it in ancient plant books. This is a plant from hundreds of years ago. It has long been extinct in the world. It is a new discovery. The grass in the camera is bright red, the edges are serrated, and the special thing is that the leaves are covered with fine hairs." Ran had never seen this kind of grass before, and couldn't help but take a screenshot and searched on the internet, and instantly a noun entry appeared. Cyathula. Twigs are slender and drooping, the whole body is blood red, the edges are serrated, the root fibers are arranged in a spiral shape, the cross-section of the branch is triangular or quadrangular, with poor lines on the surface. The leaf hairs are highly toxic and corrosive upon contact. The leaves fall in winter, and small dark red flowers bloom. The last time this grass was found was in 1904. At Wuzongking in the central mountain range in the middle of Taiwan province, Xiaogua, at an altitude of 2,500 meters. It has been declared extinct. Ran was very excited. This is not a new discovery, but a reversion phenomenon. Check around to see if there are other things from ancient times. Ran. Who is Shaolin? Mu Qingshan suddenly asked. She repeatedly emphasized the difference from this era in her letter. Is she related to the aliens? Ran was a little surprised. Director Mu. Do you know the aliens? I know a little bit. Mu Qingshan said. At first, I thought she was your gene clone. But I checked for a long time, and there is no record of her in this world. At the same time, in XT009 memory, she mentioned the things of planet R. So I guess she may be related to the legend of the aliens 200 years ago. Ran took a deep breath. Director Mu. You are really very smart. I feel it is difficult to hide anything from you. Chapter 107 Humans are the biggest destroyers of the earth. Mu Qingshan said expressionlessly. Then I will take it as a compliment from you. Tell me what you know about atavism and wormholes. There seems to be no relevant information in this era. Yes, when the wormhole phenomenon occurs, the surrounding plants and organisms are susceptible to radiation, thus producing atavism. Ran replied, "We have also investigated, and we have indeed not heard of anything similar in this era. However, not having heard of it doesn't mean it doesn't exist, otherwise how could you find the spinulosa? Do you mean Shah Rukh left through the wormhole?" Ran was silent for a moment. "I hope so. I would rather she went to another time and space, rather than the so-called our star. Perhaps she went back 200 years ago, which is also unknown." "Are there any new discoveries in the diary?" Mu Qingshan suddenly asked. Ran was silent for a while. "I tell you after I finish reading it." "But Director Mu, do you really believe me? Do you believe in the existence of wormholes? Do you believe in Planet R?" "I can't say I completely believe it. I hope there will be facts to prove everything." Mu Qingshan replied, "Okay, I'm leaving. I feel like there are strange creatures around." When he said that, Ran seemed to hear a humming sound coming from afar, sounding like the wind, and also like some kind of animal roaring, making people feel creepy in the middle of the night. She whispered, "Leave quickly, remember to send a message when you get to a safe place." Fortunately, nothing happened later. Half an hour later, Mu Qingshan sent a message that he had arrived safely, and Ran finally put down her worries. At this time, Xiaoyu was having a heated debate with a group of trolls on the science fiction forum. The cause of the incident was that some time ago, someone named DY1 published an article about a bold experiment conducted by the U&M countries more than 200 years ago. After the end of World War II, the two superpowers have formed a hegemony situation. Not only is the military competition fierce, but also in scientific research, medicine, industry and other aspects. Therefore, the United States proposed a plan to dig through the Earth. As we all know, the internal structure of the Earth is similar to that of an egg. From the outside to the inside, there are 3 layers: the crust, the mantle, and the core. The thickness of the mantle accounts for 80% of the total volume of the Earth. The interface between the crust and the mantle is called the Moho surface. The ocean is shallower, and the continent is deeper. In the 1960s, 2 centuries ago, the United States used a drill to penetrate the crust from the offshore area of Mexico, attempting to achieve a scientific breakthrough. The biggest advantage of seaside drilling is that seawater can cool the drilling well. Therefore, they were successful in the initial stage. But due to the difficulty and high cost of subsequent projects, they could not get the support of the House of Representatives and were forced to shelve. The United States adopted a more radical strategy and decided to start drilling from a land island. They invested a huge amount of money and gathered thousands of top geologists and drillers in the 1970s 2 centuries ago and launched a crazy drilling plan. It sounds simple to drill on land, but it is actually very difficult. For every 100 meters of drilling, the temperature will rise by 3 degrees, and the geological structure will become stronger. Therefore, they frequently changed the drill bit, which was time-consuming and laborious. Finally, after 24 years, they dug to a super depth of 12,262 meters. It surpassed the United States. The reason for stopping is that it is rumored that when the depth reached 12,262 meters, the drillers heard the sound of hell. The microphone transmitted the wailing and cry of millions of people, which made people feel terrified, so they dared not continue to explore. But they also made important discoveries. Researchers found multicellular organisms more than 3,000 meters underground, microbial fossils at 6,700 meters, and strata rich in gold and diamonds at 9,500 meters. The gold content there is amazing. Unfortunately, human technology is simply unable to mine it. However, this deep pit deep into the center of the Earth has caused many hidden dangers. First, it has caused changes in the surrounding crust. 200 years ago, earthquakes frequently occurred in areas that were not part of the earthquake zone, and the largest tremor reached magnitude 8. There was also magma backflow. If it were not for emergency prevention and control, the consequences would be disastrous. DY1 said at the end of the article, humans are the biggest destroyers of the Earth. The so-called scientific research competition is actually digging a grave for mankind. As soon as this article was published, it immediately attracted a crazy counterattack from countless trolls. They argued that which scientific research is risk-free? If we stagnate because of fear of risks, how can mankind progress? They also think that DY1's sense of crisis is groundless. Some people even regret that they don't have the opportunity to go to the United States. If they have the opportunity, they must experience the feeling of falling into the depths of the Earth, which may be more exciting than going to a disco. Some people even said they wanted to go there to pan for gold. If they could find gold and diamonds, they would never have to worry about food and drink. As a loyal supporter of scientific research, Xiaoyu felt increasingly helpless. She agreed with DY1's view and retorted, scientific research should be reflected in valuable things. The move would only lead to self-destruction, and would be of no benefit. It was just a publicity stunt. Xiaoyu's sharp remarks attracted a collective attack from trolls. And their attacks became more and more intense, even involving her family. She fought against a group of keyboard warriors alone. But in the end, she was no match for the overwhelming force of numbers. Amid the influx of insults in private messages, Xiaoyu had no choice but to close the private messages. She was so angry that she finally cried on the table. A ginger cat named Kai Kai at home was circling around her, looking very worried. After crying for a long time, the notification sounded in the mailbox, and a new message came like a tide. Xiaoyu took a look and saw that the sender was DY1. He said a sentence. These are people who have been in a rebellious period for a long time. Whatever you say, they will refute it. Why bother? Xiaoyu wiped away her tears and quickly replied, these people are scientific research enthusiasts on the surface, but they are idiots who destroy everything in their hearts. Their little brains are not mature at all. DY1 was amused by her question and replied with a haha expression, because I am old. I don't care about this kind of thing anymore. Otherwise, I would not be more courageous and publish popular science stories for a long time. Xiaoyu saw this sentence. I couldn't help but imagine the image of an old scholar who was over 70 years old and bald in my mind. Maybe just like the professors in the Ran Institute. She thought for a moment, and typed, Grandpa. Let at each other as friends. I like to read your stories. Just like that. Xiaoyu and DY1 added each other as friends. And they talked about the scientific research competition between you and M for a whole hour. The final conclusion is, healthy competition can promote progress, while vicious competition will only lead to everyone's destruction. Chapter 108 The Terrible Secret in the Diary. Xiaoyu curiously asked DY1 about his occupation. DY1 replied that he was a freelancer, who often wandered around the world and his whereabouts were uncertain. This made Xiaoyu admire him, because she had dreamed of traveling the world with a sword since she was a child. However, when she grew up, she was oppressed by the burden of life. At a young age, she had to bear the responsibility of the family. Even going out of the city became a luxury. When the two were talking, suddenly, there was a bang on the door. It was Chiyo's mother's voice. Xiaoyu, why aren't you sleeping yet? How much electricity will it cost to keep the lights on? Our family must learn to save money. Xiaoyu was already familiar with this, and replied with a little impatience, I know. I go to bed now. Xiaoyu quickly said good night and lay back on the bed, but couldn't fall asleep for a long time. His mind was full of the conversation with DY1. In life, Xiaoyu is an administrator of a library, dealing with all kinds of books every day, storing and organizing. She often doesn't say a few words all day. Besides Ran, due to her family situation, she has almost no friends. Therefore, she feels very lucky to have made a friend with profound knowledge and positive values online. 3 days later, Ran called and asked Xiaoyu to meet at her home. Seriously, come quickly, it's quite urgent. Xiaoyu hurried over and found Mu Qingshan was there too. Ran motioned them to sit on the sofa. I called you here because I found some secrets in Xiaorulan's diary. She recorded some terrible things, I'm not sure. What terrible things? Xiaoyu unconsciously became excited. Tell me about it. Mu Qingshan was silent for a moment. Is it about Star R? But what she mentioned in her suicide note, is it an illusion or reality? She herself doesn't know. Ran shook her head. I don't think it can be such a real illusion, and the text content is indeed somewhat related to reality. You should know that. Xiaorulan entered the cave after the XT009 incident. She couldn't have known about the Research Institute, but her diary mentioned a lot of relevant content. Ran didn't keep the secret, and slowly began to tell the story, first describing the first half of the diary, from Xiaorulan entering the wormhole to the valley, and then to the sand dunes. She survived a near-death experience, and finally qualified to enter the next level. At that time, she had fantasies in her heart. I think this is not necessarily a so-called wormhole, but an unknown game created by someone in this way. And outsiders watched their struggle to get the corresponding pleasure. But after completing this level, she entered a mysterious area and met the guide, who was a gentle and kind earthling. From him, she finally understood that she had indeed stepped into a strange planet R. Ran sat cross-legged on a chair by the window, and told the story slowly. There was a cup of hot tea beside her. Steam was rising in the air. Her face was covered by the hazy mist, Mu Qingshan and Qiu Yu were sitting beside her, as if listening to a story. The atmosphere was particularly quiet. It turned out that the area Sha Rulan arrived at was called the mine, where there were many creatures with strange costumes and strange shapes busy. These creatures were nearly 3 meters tall, and some were as strong as bears, which were incomparable to the Earthlings. Of course, there were also some creatures in the group that seemed to be Earthlings. They were similar in stature to Sha Rulan, wearing heavy armor and working in the mine. They used various strange machines to dig out the black ores that reflected dim light, and then sent them to a huge pit. The guide was a blond and blue-eyed young man, who spoke in a gentle and polite manner. He patiently explained the work process to Sha Rulan, and took her to the accommodation area of the mine. They lived in round containers shaped like eggs. There was no furniture inside. It looks like a mold that is formed as a whole. But the temperature and air are quite pleasant. And there are also places to sleep and wash. Every day at mealtime, a window will be quietly opened, and simple food will be delivered. They are all food from the earth, but the taste is very light. This place is much more comfortable than the environment at the bottom of the valley and the sand dunes. But it feels depressing after staying for a long time, because there are no windows here, and there are no entertainment facilities. Sha Rulan stayed for 2 hours. I felt depressed, and finally could only meditate and take a nap. Fortunately, the next day, there is no concept of time here. The valleys and sand dunes before always remain the same. After a few days, Sha Rulan never saw the sun, the moon and the stars. Therefore, she could only guess that this should be the second day. The blond and blue-eyed man appeared again and took her to work in the mine. Her job was to stay in a round container and command the robot arm to transport the excavated ore into the inner bucket piece by piece, then transported to the pit for unified storage. Then the blond man told her that a certain amount of points would be given every day based on the quality of her work, and if she had enough points, she could enter the immigrant village. It sounds like Sha Rulan was involved in a black coal mine. Qiu Yu frowned and said, "What the hell are the points? And what the hell is the immigrant village? It does sound like an evil organization." Mu Qingshan expressed a different opinion. "I think if it is really an alien planet, every place they go seems to be simulating the Earthlings. However, it is undeniable that their civilization is far beyond our imagination, especially the ability to create things, which is simply unheard of." Ran nodded. "I also feel extremely surprised. This is far more bizarre than the science fiction movies I have seen. I firmly believe that this is what Sha Rulan experienced personally. I guarantee it with my genes." Using genes to guarantee is a very serious statement for Ran, because she and Sha Rulan have the same genes, so their personalities and ways of thinking have many similarities. She firmly believed in the contents of the diary. Mu Qingshan did not comment. "Go on, tell me what happened next." Ran took a sip of the lukewarm tea. Later, Sha Rulan learned that the so-called mine was actually a place to eliminate Earthlings with weak minds. And those people with strange and tall figures are called Ant-Men. They are ugly in appearance, but strong in body. As the name suggests, although their labor force is amazing, their intelligence is very low. They are the main labor force of Planet R. Chapter 109 Life in the Immigrant Village. In the mine, there are many Earthlings like Sha Rulan who wear heavy work clothes. Although some people can distinguish men and women from their figures, Sha Rulan never found the woman she was looking for at the bottom of the valley. She couldn't help wondering if she had died in the sand dunes. Sha Rulan life in the mine was extremely difficult. Out of strong curiosity, she took many risks to explore the secrets here, and was deducted a lot of points for this. If it weren't for the secret help of the blonde man, she would probably be sent to a terrible place called Rongqing, like other low-scoring Earthlings. The legendary Rongqing has extremely high temperatures, frequent lightning, and volcanic eruptions at any time. The chance of survival for those who enter is even less than 1 in 10,000. Later, Sha Rulan made up her mind and began to work hard. She had only one goal: to accumulate enough points and go to the immigrant village to find out. At the same time, among the other Earthlings who came to the mine with her, some successfully accumulated enough points, but on the day when the end was near, half of them suddenly disappeared. It is said that the Homo sapiens, the leader of Planet R, would eliminate those Earthlings they don't like. Although these people met the points requirement, they were still sent to Rongqing and could never return. After going through 81 trials, Sha Rulan finally qualified to enter the immigrant village, just like the 4 masters and apprentices in Journey to the West. The immigrant village she imagined might be a place full of mysteries, but in reality, it surprised her immensely. The facilities of the immigrant village are laid out like a large community, with all kinds of public facilities on earth, such as libraries, schools, hospitals, squares, etc. The living environment is very superior, and everyone is assigned an independent villa. The residents of the immigrant village have their own jobs, with various types of occupations, including doctors, teachers, cleaners and gardeners. But there will be no difference in salary and social status here. Everyone has enough food and drink, and their faces are filled with happy smiles. There are also people who can choose you for marriage. Here, language communication will not be an obstacle. Everyone can communicate through thoughts just by looking at each other, without any obstacles. Shah Rukh also met many people here, including the loving couple from Southeast Asia who lived in the villa next to her, the South African sister-in-law who was in charge of cleaning, and the plump European woman who had many boyfriends. She inadvertently inquired about their past. Without exception, these people all came to this planet through the wormhole somehow, and also experienced everything in the dune mine at the bottom of the valley. Their hands were stained with blood, but they were lucky enough to live to this day. They told everything in a plain way, with a smile on their faces, saying that all this was in the past, and now they cherished the happy life that they could not get for a long time. However, Shah Rukh was confused. Although she lived a low-key life, her strong self-awareness made her feel repulsive to all this. Later, she found a man who also had a strong sense of self. His last name was Chen, and he was a dark and strong man. On the first day, he arrived at the immigrant village. He tried to rush out many times, but was always blocked by an unknown force. Every time he was bounced back. He had a terrible scar on his body. He roared and tried again and again. Soon he was covered in blood, like a blood gourd. Not long after, the man was dragged into a remote villa by the villagers and locked up. Shah Rukh was overjoyed. She felt that this man must know the secret of the immigrant village. Perhaps he had a way to leave here. Therefore, she approached him quietly during her spare time. She was assigned to follow the South African cleaning lady to do landscaping work. The scope of work was wide, which allowed her to get close to the villa. Finally, Shah Rukh met the man named Chen. He did not know her purpose at first and cursed her, saying that she was pedantic and incompetent, and that she was corrupted by aliens. Will eventually meet an unpredictable end. Shah Rukh waited for him to finish scolding, and whispered to him that it was useless, and that he had to hide here if he wanted to achieve his goal. The man was stunned, and stared at her blankly. Shah Rukh asked him what he knew, and just as she was about to answer, someone suddenly appeared outside the house, and she had to leave in a hurry. Later, Shah Rukh found another opportunity to go there, and found that the man surnamed Chen was gone, and after several inquiries, she learned that he was sent to Rongqing, and could never come back. Shah Rukh was sad, knowing that he had almost no chance of survival. But the other people in the immigrant village didn't care. They all thought that he was blessed, but didn't know how to appreciate it, and chose to rebel. And now he has lost his life. Shah Rukh whispered to the people around her, "Do you really feel happy?" Everyone nodded affirmatively. Of course. It's so good here. Just like on Earth. There is no terrible class division. No contempt and prejudice, everyone is equal. Marriage constraints do not exist. You can be with anyone. It doesn't matter if you don't love each other tomorrow. This is the most perfect life. They even persuaded her to accept one of the men who pursued her. The plump European woman whispered to her, "If you can't choose yourself, then your marriage can only be designated, which will be even more inappropriate at that time." Shah Rukh thought it was ridiculous. "I don't want to fall in love on Earth. Can you be forced to come here?" The woman smiled and shook her head. "You are really too naive. I was the same before." But later, she did not continue, as if she did not want to tell Shah Rukh what happened next. Not long after, Shah Rukh learned the answer, because she was also arranged to be paired. The European named Jack had sharp eyes and a secret smile on his lips, which made people shudder. Later, Shah Rukh learned from others that Jack is cynical and extremely philandering. Before her, he had been matched with several reproductive partners, and often parted ways with them unhappily. Shah Rukh tried her best to oppose, but it was futile. The residents of the immigrant village had no control over their own destiny. There were invisible protective nets for entering and leaving, and there were also people in charge of work and marriage arrangements. They could only obey. However, Shah Rukh was unwilling to accept it. She endured it silently, and later one night, when Jack came in, she set a trap and tied him up. Chapter 110 The Baby Taken Away. Ran said this, and took a breath nervously. It turns out that Shah Rulin didn't want to kill him, but Jack said many terrible things in anger. Jack, who was tied up with ropes, shook his head slightly. Obviously, he had not yet woken up from the effect of the drug. He vaguely remembered that he only drank a glass of wine, which was persuaded by the Asian woman in front of him to drink in the name of livening up the mood. It was this glass of wine that made him fall down drowsily when he woke up again. He was in this situation. Let me go! Okay. Shah Rulin threatened coldly. Let's make a deal. What the condition? Jack tried to struggle, but it was useless. The rope was so tight that it was unbearable. Shah Rulin frowned and said, "It's ridiculous to designate a marriage partner. We can pretend to be a cohabiting couple on the surface, but in fact, you have to keep your distance from me and go back to your own villa to live." That impossible. Mississippi Jack laughed contemptuously. Are you kidding? Do you think you can choose freely? Shah Rulin looked at him. Can't you? Of course not. Jack smiled. Our mission is to live and have children according to the model of the earth. Because of my extraordinary talent, I can always complete the task quickly. I have been assigned 7 or 8 times. Why don't you try? Wait. Children? Shah Rulin interrupted him. I have never seen children in the immigrant village. I did see a few pregnant women. Jack was stunned for a moment. The children were sent to a foster home when they were born, and they didn't need to take care of them themselves. So of course I couldn't see them. Then, Shah Rulin was puzzled. Will they be sent back in the future? I don't know. Jack curled his lips at her. Who cares? It's most important to enjoy life while we can. We have finally survived, and we should cherish the days ahead. Shah Rulin was thoughtful. Since coming here, she knew there was no such thing as a free lunch. So, the our planet people's goal might be the babies of the Earthlings? Just as she was thinking, the tied-up Jack suddenly stood up from the bed. Shah Rulin was stunned for a moment, and couldn't figure out how he could break free from the ropes. Without time to think, Jack moved quickly, pressed her against the wall, grabbed her neck with one hand, and cursed, "You bitch, how dare you to trick me? I'll kill you today." Before he finished speaking, his eyes widened. The next second, blood spurted out, and his body fell to the ground. He twitched for a long time before he died completely. Shah Rulin looked at the knife stuck in his heart indifferently, wiped the blood off his face, and threw the tissue on him in disgust. Late at night, Shah Rulin felt more and more that something was wrong. How to deal with Jack's body? She remembered the dark lake deep in the villa. So she dissected his body overnight. It was carried again and again, and finally tied with stones and thrown into the lake. Strangely, the lake was dark, flashing with strange light, but there were no aquatic plants or fish, just like a pool of stagnant water. However, it did not have any peculiar smell, and it was estimated that there were no microorganisms. In the following days, Shah Rulin was flustered, fearing that someone would find out about Jack's disappearance. After all, there were only a few hundred people in the immigrant village, and it would definitely not be kept secret for long. However, to her surprise, no one asked. Even the people who managed them, like the blonde men before, didn't ask a single question. It was as if everyone had forgotten Jack's existence, which made Shah Rulin feel creepy. At this time, her neighbor, a South African librarian, was experiencing labor pains. Shah Rulin immediately sent her to the hospital. This was her 3rd childbirth, so the progress was very fast. From the beginning of labor pains to the rupture of amniotic fluid, it took only half an hour for the cervix to fully dilate. When they arrived at the hospital, the neighbors began to shout, "It out! It out!" 2 doctors rushed out quickly and sent her to the operating room. Bored by waiting outside, Shah Rulin stood by the window and suddenly saw a doctor in the operating room holding a swaddle and walking in the corridor on the 1st floor. She felt strange. Wasn't the doctor going to deliver a baby? Was the swaddle in his arms the neighbor child? Where should he be sent? Combined with Jack's words, Shah Rulin decided to find out. When Ran talked about this, she suddenly felt a chill on her back, and goosebumps appeared. You can't imagine how terrible what she encountered was. Although I have seen it, I still feel nervous when I describe it again. Ran, don't keep me in suspense. Tell me. Chiou urged anxiously. I am listening very attentively. Ran glanced at Muqi Shan, who was still sitting there, as steady as a rock. His eyes cast over her, making her feel an inexplicable sense of security. She was immersed in this feeling. After a long pause, he continued, She followed the man down to the corridor on the first floor and found that the doctor was handing the baby to the orphanage. So she followed quietly, wanting to investigate the situation in the orphanage. The orphanage in the immigrant village is located in a hidden corner of the village, close to the lake, and ordinary people have no chance to enter. The two-story building has never heard the cry of a baby or the noise of children. It is very mysterious. The villagers have never wanted to explore that place. Except for Ran Ran. She had always wanted to find out. And today she finally had the chance. She followed all the way, and quickly recognized that the man was different from the people in the immigrant village. Those blonde male administrators always wore a pure black bracelet on their hands. When the man entered the nursery, 2 faint cries came from the swaddling clothes at his arms. Shah Rulin was very excited. It was indeed the cry of a baby. It was most likely the baby that the neighbor had just given birth to. He carried the baby into the first room on the left. He stayed for a long time. About an hour later, he finally came out, still holding the swaddling cloth in his hand, but this time he seemed to treat it as some kind of object, and went directly into the rightmost room, and threw the swaddling cloth in. Shockingly, there was no cry from the baby. Shah Rulin felt uneasy, wondering if he had killed the baby. She could not find a chance to go in, so she could only go back the same way and find another way. On the same day, the neighbor was discharged from the hospital. It is said that women in the immigrant village are not used to hospitalizing for childbirth, and they are sent back to the villa for recuperation after giving birth. However, they will assign doctors to come every day to check and change the medicine. Chapter 111 The Strange Baby. Shah Rulin stood by the window, and saw a woman struggling to enter the house with the help of a nurse. She frowned and thought to herself, if that woman knew her child was dead, I wonder how devastated she would be. That night, Shah Rulin quietly slipped out of the door, and walked along the path towards the orphanage. But she found someone on duty outside the orphanage on the path, and could not sneak in at all. She suddenly had an idea and thought of the lake. If she swam from the lake to the wall behind the orphanage, maybe I can get in. Shah Rulin jumped into the lake without hesitation. The lake water exuded a strange smell, which seemed to be fermented by something, or synthetic chemicals. After swimming a short distance, she caught a glimpse of several bags tied with stones, which were the evidence of the bodies dumped a few days ago. However, what shocked her was that she found several bodies in the lake. Those bodies looked alive, as if they were sleeping, but there were obvious signs of injury on their bodies. Judging from the freshness of the body, it was obviously thrown away in the past few days. Shah Rulin knew it was impossible, because recently, there was only one Jack missing in the immigrant village. She suddenly realized how many secrets and blood were hidden in this seemingly peaceful immigrant village. Summoning up her courage, Shah Rulin swam to the back of the nursery, quietly climbed up the wall, and climbed in. There was no one around at this time, and the lights were off. She walked straight into the first room on the left. The room was not big. There were a few metal cabinets in the corner, an empty gurney in the middle, and no place to hide the child. Shah Rulin was sure that the baby that the man took out should be the neighbor baby. She walked to the room on the right, and found that it was locked, and could not be opened. Just as she was getting anxious, a staff member happened to come over for inspection. Shah Rulin had an idea, and picked up a small stone, and threw it at the door. As expected, the sound attracted the staff to come closer. After checking for a while, he checked the bracelet, and the door opened immediately. At this moment, Shah Rulin quietly appeared behind him, knocked him out with a palm, and dragged him into the house, after avoiding being discovered. The swaddling clothes in the room were obviously not packed up, and were thrown there roughly. Shah Rulin was panting, and finally had the strength to look up and observe the surroundings. This look, she was also scared beyond words. The cold air in the house was overwhelming. There were rows of small coffins, stacked so densely, there were probably hundreds of them. Shah Rulin, filled with fear, walked to a coffin, opened it, and saw a strange baby with a dark face and 3 eyes. The third eye on the forehead was just an outline, looking extremely scary. Looking at the next one, the baby in that coffin seemed to be no different from a normal baby, but the body was abnormally deformed. She gently fiddled with it. I found a huge lump on my back, which looked like a heart. How could this be possible? Looking at the third one, it was actually a soft and weak baby. All the bones were broken, the bones on the face were deformed, the whole face was sunken. It was horrifying. Why did these children become like this? Are these all newborn babies? Shah Rulin's eyes fell on the swaddling clothes on the ground, quietly approached, crouched down, gently lifted the swaddling clothes. Finally, I could see the baby face clearly. The child was swollen and purple. Blood was flowing from all 7 orifices. And something that looked like an arm had grown out of the heart. To her horror, the baby suddenly moved. Sha Rulin took a step back in fear. And then she found that the baby had no reaction again. As if everything just now was just an illusion. However, the next second, the baby actually twitched slightly, cried faintly, and convulsed violently. It was not dead at all. Sha Rulin mustered up the courage to step forward and patted him gently. After 2 pats, the baby stopped twitching, closed his eyes, and remained motionless. She waited for a long time, and then touched him again. There was no pulse or breathing. He was completely dead. Fear came like a tide. Sha Rulin realized the strangeness of the matter. There were only 2 possibilities. First, there was something wrong with the genes of the people in the immigrant village. Perhaps related to the radiation along the way. So all the babies born were monsters. This is the unknown truth about the babies. Second, all these babies were artificially influenced to be like this. The staff may be using them for terrible experiments. Looking around the room full of more than 100 small coffins, Sha Rulin's heart was filled with suppressed grief. Even though the coffin lid was closed, the appearance of the deformed baby still lingered in her mind, which was disturbing. She wanted to expose it, but who could she talk to? Should she find those confused immigrants in the village? Just as she was hesitating, a strange whirring sound suddenly came from above. Looking down, it turned out to be the sound made by the man who had been knocked unconscious before. He made a whirring sound in his throat, and shook his head in pain, and his eyeballs were moving under his eyelids, and it seemed that he was about to wake up. Sha Rulin didn't have time to think about it, and quickly retreated the same way, climbed over the wall, plucked up the courage to jump into the lake, and swam desperately towards the shore. When she returned to the villa, it was already 3 o'clock in the morning. Sha Rulin thought that this matter could be kept secret, unexpectedly. The next day, news of a thorough investigation spread from the immigrant village. The management staff began to search villas one by one, and soon found Sha Rulin residence. At this time, she was sitting at the dining table ordering food. The food delivery technology in the immigrant village is extremely advanced. The dining table is equipped with an electronic ordering screen. Food from all over the world can be ordered. If it is really difficult to choose, you can directly choose the recommended set meal. In at most 10 minutes, the food delivery robot can deliver it to your door, which is extremely convenient. The staff wearing black bracelets began to search the room as soon as they entered, especially in shoes and clothes. Sha Rulin pretended to be calm, and did not even look up to pay attention to them. She stood up only after the order was placed. "What are you looking for?" "A baby disappeared from the orphanage yesterday," one of the women in a cloak said. Sha Rulin frowned. "How is it possible to get in? I heard that the orphanage is the most heavily guarded place in the immigrant village." The woman shrugged. "Maybe." Chapter 112. Keep the original intention. They searched for a while, but failed and left. Sha Rulin also returned to the living room with a plate to eat. She just felt ridiculous in her heart, thinking that maybe the water stains on the ground and the inexplicable fainting of the gatekeeper yesterday made them more vigilant. In fact, the immigrant village is not necessarily heavily guarded. The people who came here have experienced countless hardships, and have long been exhausted physically and mentally, and barely live a comfortable life. Probably few people will go to explore anything. Except for herself. Sha Rulin looked at the exquisite meal on the table, feeling depressed and having no appetite. She changed her clothes, and went to work as usual. As soon as she walked downstairs, she saw her female neighbor who had just given birth standing at the intersection in a daze. She was only wearing a thin nightgown, and her breasts looked swollen, as if she was about to produce milk. "What wrong?" Sha Rulin walked up to her and helped her up. "Where is the person who takes care of you?" The female neighbor was stunned. "Did you hear those people say that there is no one? A baby is missing from the orphanage. Do you think it could be my child? I only saw it once when it was born." Sha Rulin was speechless for a moment. She did see the child with her own eyes yesterday, and she should know that the child was deformed. However, she could never tell her that the child was dead. The female neighbor lowered her head. "They said it was a boy. I took a look. He was so cute, with red skin, and his hands and feet kept moving." "Hands and feet." Sha Rulin frowned slightly. "When you saw him, was he wearing clothes?" The neighbor shook her head. "How could it be possible? He was just born. How could he have clothes to wear?" The child was naked. Sha Rulin was shocked. If he was not wearing clothes, he would have been exposed. How could he not see the strange hand growing out of his heart? She asked again, was the child in good condition at that time? The neighbor gave her a reproachful look. Very cute. Very healthy. I have given birth to 4 children. Every one of them is fine. Shahrulin felt a little anxious. She originally guessed that the cause of the deformity might be interstellar radiation. But now it seems that the real reason can only be the influence of the Arstar people? Then, when they carried the baby into the room on the left, the child must be normal. She recalled that room. In addition to the stretcher in the middle, there were only a few locked metal cabinets. It seems that there must be secrets hidden in those cabinets. She was thinking. The female neighbor shook her head and walked towards the villa. My child must be fine. I'm going back. Wait. Shahrulin called her. Have you ever thought about seeing your children in these years? After hearing this, the female neighbor actually laughed. No. Isn't it good to have someone to take care of them? When they grow up, they will come back naturally. Shahrulin was speechless. She felt that these people were muddle-headed and unwilling to face reality. Human greed and blind self-confidence let them become numb and degenerate. Normal values and outlook on life have become a joke. Shahrulin watched her walk into the villa and continued to work along the path. Little did she know, while the mantis stalks the cicada, the oriole is behind, there was also a pair of eyes watching her quietly from behind. It was the woman in the cloak before. The woman wore a black bracelet. As the manager of the immigrant village, she had been following Shahrulin silently until she walked into the workplace. She picked up the broom and began to sweep the floor subconsciously. In fact, there was no dust or garbage on the ground in the immigrant village. The so-called sweeping the floor was just a simulated action. Shahrulin didn't care about it. She regarded it as an alternative exercise and casually thought about the current situation. When she noticed the woman, she had been peeping for a long time. Shahrulin stood up. Is there something wrong? The woman came over. What do you think of Chushin? This? Shahrulin did not hesitate. It is extremely important to keep your original intention. Just like having a firm will. The woman looked disappointed. Really? Do you really think so? Shahrulin frowned and looked at her. What do you want to tell me? I'm still working. The woman turned coldly. Nothing. Just a casual chat. At that time, Shahrulin just felt that she was inexplicable. Thinking that she was corrupted by the rock stars and became stupid. So she didn't think much about it. Continued sweeping the floor. However, that night, she finally understood what the woman meant. Just after dark, a group of managers in cloaks rushed into her bedroom, tied her up, and stopped her into the delivery vehicle downstairs without any reason. Shahrulin curled up inside, only to hear them explain to the people around her that she was the culprit who stole the baby. The people around her sneered at this, especially the female neighbor who had just given birth, who even cursed across the delivery vehicle, but Shahrulin could not refute or resist. Because she could not move at this time, let alone express any ideas. The air in the transport vehicle was thin, and Shahrulin felt severe pain in her chest and lungs. Although she tried to control it, she closed her eyes involuntarily after a while, and fainted. When Ranran talked about this, she felt very thirsty, and her legs seemed to be numb. She stood up and got a glass of water. Xiaoyu kept staring at her. Every time you talk about the critical moment, you're going to keep me in suspense. Ranran turned around and forced a smile. I'm dying of thirst. Just like the days Shahrulin spent on the sand dunes. I can even have hallucinations. She can't remember that experience. Is it because it was too bloody? Xiaoyu guessed. Look at the diary. She killed Jack with such agility. I guess she must have killed many people on the sand dunes. I guess she was thirsty and hungry. And she ate human blood and human flesh. Mu Qingshan coughed. Psychologically, some people will subconsciously seal up painful memories. But I think Shahrulin is very strong. She may have recalled it, but she doesn't want to tell us one by one. Maybe she is afraid that we will have a psychological trauma on her. Ranran hummed. I think so too. But if it were us, in order to survive, we might make a similar choice. Who knows? She filled a glass of water and gulped it down. Then she took another glass and sat back in the chair. Just now we talked about Shahrulin being stuffed into the transport vehicle. When she woke up again in a daze, she found herself tied to a stretcher. And next to her was the female manager in a cloak. Shahrulin seemed to have been drugged, and her whole body was limp and powerless. Unable to move at all. She opened her mouth to say something, but no sound came out. The woman watched her struggle expressionlessly, and finally said coldly, Don't struggle. You are just like those people before. Your self-awareness is too strong. People like this, Either they will be conquered by our star, or they will be no different from those corpses. Chapter 113 The Secret of Our Star. She opened the metal cabinet, took out a bottle of transparent liquid, sucked the liquid into it with a syringe, and then walked towards Shah Rulin. Shah Rulin suddenly realized something. It was by injecting this liquid that the Arstar people turn those healthy babies into monsters. As long as this thing enters her body, she will become like that. Woo-woo. Shah Rulin tried hard to stay awake. Ran tone became hurried. She knew she couldn't move anymore at this time, otherwise it would be really over. Xiaoyu clenched his fists. Did they drug her? Did she succeed? She should have succeeded. Right? Because she finally returned to Earth smoothly. Ran shook her head. No, they didn't drug her, but there was a lack of oxygen in the transporter. The immigration village on planet R was simulated in a specific environment, so her body functions were in a sluggish state. What happened next? Xiaoyu stared at her nervously. Later. Ran sighed. And said slowly. Just as the needle was about to pierce Shah Rulin's arm, two loud noises suddenly sounded outside the door. As if something heavy was hitting the door. The cloaked woman looked back and saw a man in black with abscesses all over his body rushing in, waving his fist at her. Shah Rulin widened her eyes and recognized the man. He was the burly man named Chun, who had escaped many times and was sent to Rongqing. At this time, he was naked, swollen all over, and there was a fist-sized hole in his lower back. A furry thing protruded from the hole, which was creepy. He had also mutated. He must have been injected with this potion. Shah Rulin's teeth were crackling. At this time, the two men had already started fighting. But soon more managers came and quickly subdued the man surnamed Chen and dragged him away. When they returned to the room, only then did they realize that Shah Rulin, who was lying on the stretcher bed before, had disappeared. They searched frantically for a long time, but still couldn't find her. At this time, Shah Rulin had already hidden in the lake. The lake water was icy cold, piercing her internal organs like a needle tip, but she didn't dare to move, let alone exhale a bubble. Until everyone on the shore left, she slowly poked her head out. It was pitch black outside, and there was a faint sound of whistling wind, and the nursery building not far away was brightly lit. She crawled weakly to the edge of the grass and sat down. The water on her body dripped down her clothes, and soon soaked the soil. She knew that she could not go back this time, and she could no longer hide in the immigrant village. The mastermind behind the scenes would eventually surface. She took a deep breath and decided to be brave. Rush out of the barrier of the immigrant village and uncover the secret of our star. Shah Rulin walked towards the barrier line nervously, looking back from time to time, fearing that someone would catch up with her. However, outside the wilderness, there were very few people keeping watch. She successfully reached the barrier line. She tried to pass through the gap, but was bounced back before she touched it, and felt a huge pain in her body, leaving a painful scar. Shah Rulin wanted to try again, but suddenly saw the four-story building not far away. The building was all black, as if it was painted with special paint, and it was pitch black inside, as if it was an abandoned building or looked gloomy because it had no windows. Shah Rulin thought for a moment, and walked towards the building. She remembered that her neighbor had mentioned this building, she said, that where the managers hold meetings. And it also the area we're not allowed to approach. When can we become managers? Then we have more privileges. Shah Rulin was sensitive to the fact that there must be a secret hidden inside. She walked closer step by step. Incredibly, there was no lock there. It opened quietly with a slight push, revealing a dark doorway. Shah Rulin walked in slowly. Just after taking 2 steps, the door behind her closed silently. The room lit up instantly. It turned out that this was a huge exhibition hall. Shah Rulin looked at the glass display cabinets, feeling a little dazed, as if she was in a museum on Earth. She slowly approached as if attracted, until she saw the items on the counter. It was black or not much different from the ones mined in the mine before, with a row of strange symbols on the surface. These were the characters of the Arstar people. What was strange was that, since entering the immigrant village, people from all over the world are proficient in using the communication method of Rockstar. They can understand telepathic conversations or unique texts instantly. Therefore, Shah Rulin understood the instructions effortlessly. Rockstar people regard these black minerals as Wali, the most precious gift given to them by the gods they believe in. With these minerals, they can obtain energy continuously to support 4 million years of development. 4 million years? Shah Rulin suddenly remembered that the Earth has been rotating in the universe for 4.6 billion years. Biological history is at least 3.3 billion years old, and human history can be traced back to the ancient ape period, which is about 3 million years. It can be seen that the people of Star are developing much faster than the people on Earth. This is not difficult to understand. The technological civilization here is far beyond the reach of the people on Earth. It's just that I have been here for so long, and I have seen the low-intelligence Ant-Man. But I still don't know what the real people of Star look like, Shah Rulin thought silently. Then, the pictures displayed showed the uses of black ore one by one. The ore is not a single function as the iron or coal mine on Earth. It is a substance that can be decomposed and released, which can be used for temperature control, and can also extract a substance called naphthalene acid, which disrupts the visual nerves of organisms. It sounds very special. Shah Rulin continued to watch and saw our star introduction to the Earth. The Earth is the third planet from the inside to the outside of the solar system, and it is also the largest terrestrial planet in the solar system in terms of diameter, mass and density, and is about 149.6 million kilometers away from the Sun. These are all knowledge that Earthlings are familiar with. Shah Rulin did not feel strange, but continued to read, and the shocking content appeared in front of her. The back of the original text said, "The Earth is rich in resources, but it has entered a period of drastic changes in the Earth crust. The magnetic pole reversal, supervolcanoes, and crustal vibrations have made it extremely unstable. Even more terrifying is the upcoming solar disaster and planetary collision. As the Sun expands rapidly, the heat release becomes more and more concentrated. In order to counteract this heat, the Earth itself has also made subtle adjustments. But this adjustment does not last long." Chapter 114. The R-Star people appear. According to their observations, for tens of thousands of years, countless meteorite impacts have been resisted by Jupiter, the planet closest to the Earth. This means that Jupiter has saved the Earth many times. However, the last time, a planet named Nibiru suddenly appeared and slowly approached the Earth in an unstable orbit. Then, it crashed into Jupiter with such force that Jupiter was seriously injured and its orbit was forced to deviate. Without the protection of Jupiter, the Earth has encountered frequent meteorite impacts and spreading disasters. Although these destructions have dealt a heavy blow to the Earth, there are greater threats from humans themselves: frequent nuclear wars, large-scale terrorist attacks, virus warfare, the impact of bacterial warfare, and the gradual emergence of civilization diseases such as environmental pollution and ecological destruction. According to the simulation of the Rockstar people, this seemingly beautiful planet will not survive within 1,000,000 years. After reading this, Shah Rulin's heart began to beat fast, and she was filled with anxiety. Will the Earth really be destroyed? She was in a state of anxiety, when suddenly there was a noise behind her. She ran to the exhibition hall, which was full of worries. There was a long and narrow passage in the exhibition hall. She ran quickly to the small hall in front of her. The small hall was empty, bright as day, and comfortable, as if it had the most suitable central air conditioning on Earth. Shah Rulin looked around. Except for herself, no other creatures were found. Strangely, since arriving at the lake, she had not encountered any pursuers, which was really abnormal. Could it be that they deliberately led her here, setting a trap? Just as Shah Rulin was thinking this, a black hole suddenly opened up in the wall beside her, and a familiar person walked out, the female manager wearing a cloak and a bracelet. She stared at Shah Rulin with an ambiguous look, and said slowly, "You are finally here, a little later than I expected." "What do you mean?" Shah Rulin shook her head, thinking that she was too slow to react. It was obviously a trap. She smiled slightly, and said nothing. Then, several managers who looked like her walked out of the cave. They stood by the cave in an orderly manner. But the cave didn't seem to be closed. It seemed to be welcoming some important person. Shah Rulin stared at the black hole intently, extremely nervous. Then she heard a rustling sound. Although the sound was not loud, it was particularly harsh in this silent room. Then, a strange creature slowly walked into the room, sitting on a machine. The appearance of this creature was extremely strange. Although it looked a bit like a human, most of the places were completely different. Its limbs shrank into fleshy balls the size of fingers, while its torso and head were huge, with bulging eyes, a tiny mouth, and dense hair all over its head, making it look extremely strange. This monster-like existence made the manager show great respect for it. As soon as they entered the venue, they all touched their chests and worshipped it. Shah Rulin knew in her heart that this was the real owner of Rockstar, the mastermind behind Ant-Man and the managers. She quickly became nervous. because the monster kept staring at her with bulging eyes, as if she would be in danger if she looked at it again. The upset Shah Rulin decided to take the initiative and pointed at the managers and asked, "These people are so obedient, have they all been transformed by you? There are no people on your planet R, so why do you have to attack us Earthlings?" Her words immediately angered both parties, but the manager remained indifferent. The monster had no expression on his face, and his eyes were still as bright as torches. A few seconds later, it drove the machine, moved forward a few steps, without opening or closing its mouth, but sent a piece of information directly into Shah Rulin's mind. "We have released multiple wormholes on Earth. The purpose is to attract people of various characteristics to enter planet R, after going through many tests. You are one of them. You should feel lucky." Shah Rulin shook her head. In the past, she was full of yearning for the exploration of science fiction. But now she feels despair and pain tormenting herself every day. At this moment, her biggest wish is to return to Earth safely and be with her parents. The Rockstar people seem to see her thoughts and soon sent a series of messages, as mentioned in the exhibition hall before. Everything on Rockstar depends on black ore. They used this mineral to simulate the living environment of the Earth and built a so-called immigrant village. Everything in that immigrant village was a fake construction. The temperature and humidity were specially adjusted. The sky was a transparent cover. Daily necessities, plants, animals and food were also virtual creations, all relying on the output of energy mines. This was done just to create a comfortable and safe environment for the Earthlings who were absorbed. Shah Rulin was shocked. "What do you want? Are you testing us?" The Rockstar people shook their heads and responded calmly. "The energy mines on Rockstar are almost exhausted. In order to find new resources, they have turned their attention to the Earth in the Milky Way solar system, deliberately absorbing Earthlings, simulating the Earth environment, also to better understand this planet and its class system." Shah Rulin was somewhat helpless. "I saw in your exhibition, the fate of the Earth is not optimistic. It will be destroyed in 1,000,000 years at most. What is there to study?" The Rockstar man shook his head again and said slowly, "We won't wait that long. If the Earthlings continue to destroy artificially, the process of destruction will be accelerated, much faster than the demise of Rockstar. So this action is actually a way to save each other. If the Earthlings don't raise their guard again, the Rockstars will also take action through the wormhole." Shah Rulin understood instantly. They absorb the Earthlings through the wormhole for research, and can also release viruses to control the Earth. After all, our planet-owned energy is running out, and they regard the Earth as a colony planet. This is not a mutual rescue at all, but a self-anesthetization of the invaders. "Have you transformed those people?" Shah Rulin pointed to the manager again. The Rockstar people nodded, with a look of pleasure and pain, and then conveyed a series of thoughts. "Of course, we choose Earthlings like you, who have self-awareness and do not easily compromise. In our opinion, such Earthlings have stronger wills and are easier to transform successfully. The potion injected into your body is the gene of our intelligent life. The perfect transformed people are born after fusion, just like the ones in front of you." Chapter 115 Gene Fusion. Shah Rulin thought of those weird baby corpses, ancient corpse, and said angrily, "You actually let those lives that failed to fuse be killed by you. It really outrageous." The R-Star slowly responded, "No matter which planet, human development always needs to be optimized and improved. Isn't this the experiment you Earthlings are doing? Aren't you also doing IVF, embryo screening and gene improvement? What's so scary about this?" This statement completely overturned Shah Rulin's cognition. She took a deep breath and stared at the monster in front of her. "I understand now. It is because you are doing these terrible things that your energy is exhausted, and you have become what you are today. And our Earth. At least there is still hope for now. But you are hopeless, and can only live by plundering." The R-Star tiny lips suddenly opened a crack. Then, there was a sharp clucking sound, which sounded like a hen laying eggs. To the managers, this sound seemed to be an instruction. They immediately pricked up their ears. After listening for a while, a manager waved his hand in the air, and a stretcher suddenly appeared in the empty hall. Shah Rulin was startled and immediately turned around to run away. But after running a few steps, she realized that there was no way to escape. This place was like a sealed eggshell. The black hole that the Rockstar man entered had already been closed. At this moment, she was like an ant desperately spinning in an iron pot. No matter how she ran, it was an endless loop. There was nowhere to escape. The Rockstar man said slowly, "Before every adult on Earth undergoes transformation, they are as emotional as you are. This emotion is of no benefit to you. When you succeed in the transformation, You will understand the meaning of it." While speaking, the managers had gathered around and easily caught her and placed her on the stretcher. Strangely, this stretcher was exactly the same as the one in the nursery before. As long as you lie on it, the body seems to become unable to move, and no matter how hard you try, there is no response. The woman in the cloak took out a needle from her wide sleeves and approached Shahrulin with empty eyes, and the needle quickly pierced her skin. When Ran said this, she slightly closed her eyes, and Chiou asked anxiously, "Did the needle go in? Was Shahrulin really transformed? Is this the reason why she didn't explode and die?" Ran shook her head. She didn't say. She only said that at that moment she fainted, but you can guess it yourself. Mu Qingshan said, "The possibility that Chiou mentioned is 9 out of 10. She couldn't be so lucky to escape twice." Ran responded, "I think so too. It really makes me sad. I thought she could survive in this world before. She could have changed her identity or hidden herself and lived in peace. But after seeing this scene, I realized that it was impossible, and she could not survive." Ran continued, and in her diary, she also clearly mentioned this matter. At first, when Shahrulin pretended to be Ran and tried to rescue her companions in the research institute, she suddenly said, "I should have been infected with that virus in the mine. And you don't feel anything in your body, right?" Shahrulin, who didn't know the truth at the time, replied, "Nothing unusual." The companion said, "Maybe you have already developed antibodies, or you have been transformed by them." Shahrulin didn't understand this, but the man said sadly, "It's a good thing to forget this matter." So, Shahrulin must have been transformed? Then what happened? Chiou asked. After she fell into a coma, how did she wake up again? How did she return to Earth? Ran didn't hide it, and continued, "She was in a coma for a long time. She didn't know the exact time at that time. It was probably a long time later that she suddenly felt pain in her body. When she opened her eyes, she saw her companion." "Is that the man who exploded and died?" Mu Qingshan asked. Ran nodded. "His name is mentioned in the diary. His name is Zhang Maosen. He is a mechanical engineer from the southwestern border. He was sucked into the vent while testing the machine. After many obstacles, he finally arrived at the mine. But because of his overly intense reaction, he was quickly deducted to 0 points. The mine stipulates that once you reach 0 points, you will be sent to Rongqing." Shahrulin of Rongqing also described it as a terrible purgatory-like place, with extremely high temperatures, thunder and lightning, volcanic eruptions at any time, and magma gushing out. It is like a person thrown into a few planets other than Mars, with no chance of survival. But Zhang Maosen was lucky. When he was dragged away, there was a riot in the Ant-Man tribe, and the managers went to support them. He mixed in the crowd and witnessed everything. Finally, he escaped here in the chaos. When Zhang Maosen found Shahrulin, she was the only one in the hall. He lowered his head and looked at her. Shahrulin just opened her eyes. In the moment of the camera, the two understood each other's position through eye contact and brief communication, and realized that this was a companion. Zhang Maosen grabbed Shahrulin's hand and said, "Let go, let leave here quickly. Where are those managers and rockstar people?" Zhang Maosen curled his lips in disdain. "Something happened to the Ant-Man tribe. They can't take care of themselves." Later, Shahrulin learned that the monsters that appeared before were the so-called Homo sapiens on planet R. Their status was much higher than that of the Ant-Man, who was weak in intelligence but strong in body. The Homo sapiens treated the Ant-Man as slaves and used them at will. They did heavy physical work every day, but could only get a meager amount of energy mines, and could not enter areas other than the mines and the Ant-Man tribe. Even so, they were still humiliated. Whether it was the Homo sapiens or the managers who served as thugs, they will be beaten, and even sent to the fusion city. In their eyes, Ant-Man is just a low-intelligence robot, and is not worthy of normal rights. A few days ago, a Homo sapiens elder inspected the Ant-Man tribe and accidentally found an Ant-Man girl with fair and smooth skin. Although most Ant-Man are tall and ugly, there are still cases of genetic mutations, such as this girl, whose face is actually quite beautiful. Therefore, the elder decided to use her as a subject for genetic fusion. Not long after, the Ant-Man girl, who was in a trance and had dull eyes, was sent back. At this time, she had lost her mind and was covered with scars. Her parents and brothers did not dare to ask, and could only let her recover first. Chapter 116: The End of the Last Civilization. Soon after, they noticed something unusual about the girl's abdomen. As time went on, Her abdomen gradually bulged, and the fetal movements became frequent and violent, and it seemed that her skin could be torn at any time. Every time the fragile girl experienced this kind of painful attack, she could not help but struggle in pain and sweat profusely. In the next month, her belly became bigger and bigger, and the blue blood vessels on it could even be clearly seen. The whole person became pale, haggard, and lost weight due to excessive fatigue. When asked about everything she had experienced before, she had no memory at all. Just 1 month later, she finally had labor pains. But because the fetus was huge, the administrator rushed to her and decisively cut open her abdomen and took out a giant baby. The appearance of this baby was very strange, with a body with the characteristics of Ant-Man, but a swollen Homo sapiens head. It turned out that she gave birth to a hybrid of Homo sapiens and Ant-Man. Due to the severe trauma of the operation, the girl did not survive the night and died, and the baby was taken away by the manager. The people of the Ant-Man tribe once thought that the Homo sapiens would treat this hybrid well. But unexpectedly, the baby was sent to the laboratory for dissection by the Homo sapiens that day, and the body was made into a specimen and displayed in front of people. This practice completely angered the Ant-Man. As the ancients said, where there is oppression, there is resistance. Ant-Man, who was oppressed to the point of being unbearable, the anger in his heart surged like magma. Under the call of the leader, the Ant-Man tribe launched a resistance action. They rushed out of the tribe, destroyed all the equipment in the mine, kidnapped several managers, and attacked the base camp of Homo sapiens. Although Homo sapiens mastered high technology to resist Ant-Man, they could not help but feel fear in their hearts when facing the fearless rebels. The closed laser net slaughtered the Ant-Man, but soon a large number of Ant-Man came one after another. They stepped on the bodies of their companions, bravely upward, even climbing over the isolation net. Zhang Mousen speculated, "I guess, maybe when they were transforming you, Ant-Man suddenly rushed in, so Homo sapiens was forced to retreat, which allowed you to be free." Sha Rulin speculated, "When I was working in the mine, I had contact with Ant-Man many times, and I intuitively felt that although they looked ugly, they were kind-hearted and honest races." Afterwards, Zhang Mousen and Sha Rulin found several surviving fugitives. Those people are elites from all walks of life on Earth, including aerospace experts and scholars engaged in human geography research. After a lot of hard work, they finally found the entrance to the wormhole. It turned out that the wormhole on planet R was in the basement of that building. There was a huge ventilation duct there, with golden light flashing around it, and the inside was dark and deep. There was a machine next to it, which could adjust the coordinates of the wormhole and connect it to any place on Earth. Zhang Mousen checked the device and shook his head helplessly. The mysterious symbols on the machine were beyond the scope of what Earthlings could understand, and the complexity was tens of millions of times that of the code. Seeing that time was running out, they decided not to hesitate and entered the wormhole first. When everyone slowly approached the wormhole, they were instantly attracted in. The power of the wormhole was like countless arms tearing their bodies apart. After a few seconds, they fell into a coma. "Where are the people?" Mu Qingshan asked after a moment of silence. "What happened to the others?" Ran shook her head. Sha Rulin diary mentioned that when she woke up, she only saw Zhang Mousen, but both of them had lost their memories. Zhang Mousen said that they were going to the Capital Research Institute to find Zhang Yucai. "I think everyone knows what happened next." "Wait, you mean?" Zhang Mousen's memory is not completely lost, so he still remembers Zhang Yucai? Ran himself was a little uncertain. "I guess so, the specific reason. I am afraid only he knows it best." Everyone fell silent, because they all knew that Zhang Mousen had died not long ago, and it was impossible for a dead person to speak again. Xiaoyu said faintly, "Then, how did they come to our time?" "It's been 200 years. Mu Qingshan speculated. "I guess our star is a star near the Milky Way. Because of the long distance, it may take 200 years to go back and forth." Ran added, "It is also possible that our star is 1 day, 1 year on Earth, just like what is described in the novel. The specific situation still needs to be verified by scientific research. The current scientific exploration seems unable to investigate the planets outside the Milky Way." Mu Qingshan pondered for a moment. "What I am most worried about now is the situation of the wormhole. If Sha Rulin can get here, it means that the wormhole is still connected, which may lead to more terrible things, such as the release of viruses mentioned by Homo sapiens. This is far more terrible than the virus war between countries on Earth." Ran looked at Mu Qingshan. "It would be great if we could find a way to investigate." Mu Qingshan nodded. I happen to have a few friends in the aerospace field. I will try my best to understand this issue. Xiaoyu yawned, looked out the window. Why is it so late? We have been chatting for hours without realizing it. Mu Qingshan stood up. It's time to go. Wait! Ran suddenly remembered something, and hurriedly turned to the second to last page of the diary. Sha Rulin mentioned in her diary, if I finish reading the diary and believe her, I can open the last page. Xiaoyu suddenly sat up straight and looked at the diary. The last page is sealed with glue. Right? There must be a big secret inside. I believe her words. Although I have not known Sha Rulin for a long time, I firmly believe that she will never tell lies. Mu Qingshan also said, although there may be errors in her dreams and hallucinations, I believe at least half of them are reliable. Ran nodded. Okay, I believe it too. Then let open the last page now, and see what she wants to convey. Ran found a utility knife, and carefully opened the last page. Then, she saw the line of text, and read it in a low voice. I saw a terrible scene in the wormhole. Pollution is getting worse, and digitalization is becoming more and more popular on the Earth. Depression and autism in humans are beginning to spread on a large scale. In a few thousand years, humans will become unable to walk, unable to communicate normally, can only rely on mind shields and walkers to live, cannot be called a normal person, just like a pool of meat paste. Add to that the nuclear war, the continuous erosion of genes and viruses, the destruction of the Earth will accelerate. The Earth will be like other planetary civilizations, gradually destroyed by its own stupidity. Often the first appearance of life we see is actually just the end of the previous civilization. Ran, please convey this message to everyone. This is the last thing I can do. Chapter 117, The Final End of Humankind. After Ran finished reading, her face had turned pale. She shook her head slowly and said, I suddenly thought of bone diseases and fertility diseases. Professor Chung once mentioned that they are modern civilization diseases. When Sha Rulin mentioned Homo sapiens, I couldn't help but think of patients with bone diseases. Their hands and feet will also gradually shrink and disappear, right? Mu Qingshan looked at her. Sha Rulin believes that the current situation of Homo sapiens is the future of mankind. Her point is not without reason. Xiaoyu clenched his fists. Bone diseases also suddenly appeared in the past 100 years. Which is enough to show that if humans continue like this, they will really become like that. Especially those office workers who don't like to exercise. Their organs are used to not moving, and they will degenerate if they don't get exercise for a long time. Ran closed the diary. Then how should we deal with it now? Xiaoyu said excitedly. Publish this diary quickly. Hold a press conference. Calm down. Mu Qingshan said slowly. This is just a diary. It is entirely possible that it can be regarded as fiction, and it is no different from the delusion of a mental patient. What we need to do is to find evidence related to the diary. Only in this way can people believe its authenticity. I agree with Director Mu's point of view. We need to find evidence. For example, Ran thought, we need to find the so-called star. Mu Qingshan nodded. I will go and inquire about the relevant matters of the wormhole first. There are always some unknown science fiction secrets in the country, which may not be disclosed to the public. Regarding the situation of Planet R, we should also make progress in parallel. Xiaoyu nodded vigorously. Okay. Let's do it according to Director Mu's plan. I have a mentor and friend in the science fiction world. You can ask him. The mentor and friend she mentioned was DY1, whom she met online before. Among the people Xiaoyu knew, he had the most profound science fiction knowledge. Through his narration, Xiaoyu learned about many strange events in the past and present. For example, he could analyze the deep hole that probed the center of the Earth and the aircraft incident that occurred in Xinjiang some time ago from a scientific perspective, which made people suddenly realize the truth from confusion. Therefore, Xiaoyu always admired him. After Xiaoyu returned home, he immediately contacted DY1. Grandpa, are you there? Do you know such a planet? Xiaoyu described the star mentioned in Sha Rulin diary, including the high-tech civilization and the signals projected to the Earth. As usual, after waiting for a long time, the other party still did not reply. He had explained before that he would check the information only when he was free because of his busy work. Therefore, Xiaoyu was not in a hurry, and did her own thing at ease. At night, DY1 finally replied, Where did you see this information? Is there a link? Xiaoyu immediately said, No. I heard from my friend. She mentioned that Planet R might be a planet outside the Milky Way. DY1 replied, If it is just her imagination, that doesn't matter. But if she has ever received a signal from this planet, please tell her. Never respond. Why? Xiaoyu asked puzzledly. Is it not easy to communicate with them? Hasn't mankind been looking for clues of aliens? DY1 said slowly. Let me tell you a story. 10,000 years ago, a high-energy gamma photon was emitted from the star-forming region of the Cygnus constellation in the Milky Way. 10,000 years later, this photon arrived on Earth, after colliding with the atmosphere. It was transformed into a particle shower, which was captured by the Lasseso Observatory in Daocheng, Sichuan 200 years ago. Xiaoyu eyes lit up. I remember seeing this news in the news. But my country did not seem to respond. Yes, when the particle shower appeared, it shocked scientists all over the world and overturned our understanding of cosmic civilization. Because the largest accelerator on Earth at that time could only accelerate particles to 0.01 picovolts, the 1.4 Pa electron volt gamma rays captured this time, even after a long journey of 10,000 years, still have an energy intensity 140 times that of what humans can create, which makes scientists very excited, because they have been looking for signals from aliens. Xiaoyu asked, then what? Then, there was a heated discussion among scientists and between countries. Some people advocated responding to the signal, but more people believed that it should never be responded to. They were mainly based on 2 points. One is that Hawking once warned humans not to try to contact or get in touch with any advanced alien civilization, because this may bring us disaster. The other is the dark forest principle proposed by Liu Cixin, a famous Chinese science fiction writer. In his book The Three-Body Problem 2 centuries ago, the book says that the universe is a dark forest, and all civilizations are hunters with weapons, sneaking in the forest like ghosts. Once someone reveals his position first, he will be invaded by other civilizations, or even exterminated. So everyone thinks that we can't respond to such a signal. Right? Xiaoyu said in a low voice. DY1 replied, yes. A civilization that can send such a signal must have a much higher level of technology than us. Once we respond, we will be dead. The Earth will become their colony, and our beautiful home will disappear completely. Xiaoyu was shocked after hearing this, and thought that this sentence was indeed correct. For example, the Earth is exposed under the eyes of the R-Star people. They sent us countless wormhole signals, but people like Sha Rulin caught them. R-Star absorbed so many Earthlings through wormholes, but no one was alert. DY1 asked Chiuchiu, can I meet your friend? I want to ask her exactly what signal she received. Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment. Well, I'm not sure if she wants to see you. Let me ask her first, and then contact you. After the two finished their conversation, Xiaoyu was stunned for a long time. If it were her, she would definitely tell the whole story without hesitation. But Director Mu said that if there was no solid evidence, it would be regarded as fantasy, and people would only think that Sha Rulin was just a mental patient. Therefore, after thinking it over and over again, she sent a message to Ran Ran. My knowledgeable friend said he wanted to meet you. Are you willing to meet? Ran Ran did not reply for a long time, and sent a message about an hour later. I am on the way to the Space Administration with Director Mu. I tell you later. Xiaoyu breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that no matter what, she had to wait for Ran Ran to make her own decision. She was busy with her work while waiting. At about 6 o'clock in the evening, Ran Ran called, Xiaoyu, let's go out for dinner. At 7 o'clock, Mu Qingshan will invite his friends. You can also call your friends, and we will discuss the matter together. Chapter 118 Ion Decomposition Technique. Xiaoyu was excited, and quickly sent a message to DY1. DY1 replied, I have arrived at the airport in City A. What a coincidence. Xiaoyu then remembered that he had mentioned that he was not a local. Do you need me to pick you up? No, I rented a car and am heading to the restaurant you recommended. Xiaoyu heartbeat quickened. Okay, I will be there soon. At this moment, she was full of excitement, because this was her first time meeting an online friend, especially the big man in the science fiction field whom she had admired for a long time. She felt a little uneasy, and didn't know what to say. She opened the closet, chose from several clothes, and finally found a long dress that was both conservative and ladylike, guessing that older people might prefer this kind of steady dress. She, who always had no makeup, put on a little powder to look formal, and then walked out quickly. She kept reminding herself to be low-key and steady, not to be as casual as usual, but when she saw Ran Ran table in the restaurant, she suddenly stopped, because besides Ran Ran and Mu Qingshan, there was also a young man at that table, and DY1 did not show up. Ran Ran stood up and waved to her, with a trace of fatigue on his face, and a little excitement. Come on, Chiyo-yu. We have found out some news. Chiyo-yu nodded, and on the way, quietly sent a message to DY1. Unexpectedly, the bracelet of the person next to Mu Qingshan suddenly vibrated. He looked down, then smiled and greeted, "Hi, Chiyo-chiyo." Chiyo-yu was stunned, staring at the short-haired man, a little surprised and at a loss. DY1? Impossible. You are so young. Yes, every time you call me Grandpa, I always want to refuse, but I don't have the chance to say it. DY1 smiled, and two fine lines appeared at the corners of his eyes. Looking closely, he is not particularly young, at least not like a boy in his early 20s. He exudes a warm aura in casual clothes, making people feel close to him naturally. Chiyo-yu lowered his head. Then aren't you taking advantage of me? Sorry, Chiyo-chiyo, I drank 3 cups of wine today, as an apology. Okay? DY1's face was full of sincerity. Ran Ran coughed, and tried to smooth things over. 3 cups are too few. 9 cups. Mu Qingshan glanced at DY1. When you enjoy being called by others, you should have this awareness. DY1 smiled bitterly. Okay, to make Chiyo-chiyo happy, I accept this punishment. The atmosphere gradually eased, and Mu Qingshan began to introduce. This is my friend for many years, Duanyeni. He is a reporter exploring science, working all year round in the world and space stations, and just returned to China a few days ago. DY1. No. Duanyeni smiled at Ran Ran and Chiyo-yu. Yes. I returned to China for vacation, so I had time to publish articles online. And that's how I met Chiyo-chiyo. This is fate. Ran Ran concluded. No matter how we met, we finally got together. At this moment, the dishes were all served. This restaurant specializes in Sichuan cuisine. The layout is relatively secretive. The soundproof tables are separated by bamboo forests and soundproof nets. But the air is still filled with the aroma of peppers and Sichuan peppers, and a strong sense of fireworks. The dishes are all special. The small fried chicken in front of Chiyo-yu is her favorite. The aroma of spiral peppers and millet peppers blends together, and the slightly burnt chicken nuggets are added. She couldn't help swallowing her saliva. While no one was paying attention, she quietly picked up a piece and put it in her mouth. Unexpectedly, the spiciness was beyond her expectations. She wanted to vomit but couldn't. Her cheeks quickly turned red. She quickly swallowed it down, and it was a little relieved. When Duanyan saw this, he immediately handed her a glass of water. You should rarely eat spicy food, right? Chiyo-yu shook her head. I often eat it, but I didn't expect it to be so spicy. While the two were talking, Mu Qingshan was discussing with Ran Ran. After a while, he raised his glass and gestured to everyone. Speaking of which, we are here for the same purpose. Cheers. I hope the following conversation will go smoothly. Although the glass contained beer, it was also a challenge for Chiyo-yu, who had a poor alcohol tolerance. She raised the glass and drank it in one gulp, like taking medicine. Fortunately, after drinking a glass, the burning sensation just now was much relieved. Mu Qingshan put down the glass. Regarding the contents of the diary, with the consent of Ran Ran, I have told Duanyei. As a journalist who has been dealing with the science fiction world for a long time, he is more qualified to conduct the investigation. Chiyo-yu said softly. Well, I feel that he is knowledgeable. Duanyei looked at everyone. Thank you for your trust in me. I will stick to my original intention and conduct an in-depth investigation of the things in this diary. This is not only for ourselves, but also to find answers for the whole world. Qishan, today you and Ran Ran went to explore the wormhole. Have you made any progress? Yes. Mu Qingshan said. In fact, since the incident of the alien, the country, and even the world have launched a systematic investigation of wormholes. In the past 200 years, they have also come up with a method to close the wormhole, which is to first calculate the time difference between the world outside the wormhole and the Earth, then adjust the transition interval through precise calculations, and finally come up with the correct ion decomposition method, and close the ablation wormholes one by one. The method is there, but it is very difficult to implement. The biggest challenge is that you can't detect the world on the other side of the wormhole at all. Even if someone ventured in, they could not pass the message back. So the plan could not be established, and could only be deadlocked. That right. Ran Ran added, at that time. Chiyo-yu, and I looked up a lot of information. Since the incident of the alien, there has been almost no news of wormholes in the country. In fact, it is not that the wormholes have disappeared. but that the country has taken measures to block those areas, making them restricted areas, which outsiders cannot explore. And naturally no accidents will happen. Then the question is, Duan Yini asked, since the wormhole still exists, why didn't the R-Star people mentioned in Sha Roland Diary achieve their goals through the wormhole? After all, they have high technology, can release viruses, and even send troops to attack the Earth. Ran Ran and Mu Qingshan fell silent. Just as Qiu Yu was putting a piece of fish into her mouth, she blurted out, I guess, it may be that the Ant-Man conquered the Homo sapiens, leading to the Ant-Man dominance, or the whole army was annihilated. Chapter 119 Kepler 22b. Mu Qingshan nodded in agreement. I agree with Qiu Yu's opinion. Ran Ran and I thought the same thing. But the specific truth is still a mystery. Ran Ran turned to Duan Yini. What we want to do most now is to find the R-Star mentioned in the diary. If this planet really exists, then it can prove the authenticity of the diary, so that the matter can be made public. Duan Yini responded. After Qingshan and Qiu explained the situation, I also looked up some information. And I think the R-Star you mentioned may be somewhat similar to Kepler 22b discovered by the United States through the Kepler Space Telescope 200 years ago. However, it is not outside the Milky Way, but is within the habitable zone of sun-like stars. As he spoke, he called up all the information about Kepler 22b through the bracelet. Its diameter is 2.4 times that of the Earth, and it is about 600 light-years away from the Earth. Despite its larger diameter, but its orbital period is 290 days, not much different from that of the Earth. The sun-like star it orbits is also very similar to the Sun, a G-type yellow dwarf, but with a slightly smaller mass and a relatively lower temperature. I carefully read the relevant content in Sha Roland Diary. She mentioned that the Sun and Moon cannot be seen on Star R. Although there is dawn and dusk every day, the sky is always covered with a layer of misty yellow sand at dawn. I guess this should be the visual effect brought by the sun-like star, Duan Yini said. He continued, through remote observation, we found that Star R has an environment suitable for life, such as liquid water and a suitable gas layer. The surface temperature is about 22 degrees, and the climate is similar to the spring on Earth most of the time. Therefore, we have always believed that Kepler 22b is a habitable planet, and it is also the first habitable planet discovered by humans. Mu Qingshan whispered, 600 light-years. Then what we observed, in fact, it is just what Kepler 22b looked like 600 years ago. We know nothing about the changes during this period. Ran Ran raised a question, since it was discovered 200 years ago. What is the extent of human exploration over the years? This, Duan Yini said frankly, it is not as rich as we imagined. After all, the distance is 600 light-years, and the level of human technology cannot reach the level of Star R. We have launched countless exploration satellites. All of them go, but never return. Only one received an extremely weak signal, which is still stored in the universe database. We can compare it with the dusty wormhole signal. Ran Ran eyes lit up. Does that mean we only need to go back to the wormhole restricted area once? In principle, as long as the wormhole can still receive the signal from Star R, it will be fine, Duan Yini answered. Mu Qingshan fell into deep thought. We just said that the wormhole event lacks knowledge of the location of the other end. The plan of ion decomposition has been stagnant. If the signal can be confirmed, this work will also usher in large-scale progress. In this case, when do we set off? Duan Yini said, my suggestion is to set off as soon as possible. We have missed too much time. I am worried about the situation of the wormhole. Mu Qingshan pondered for a moment. I have asked someone to get all the information about the wormhole, and arrange the work of the Institute tomorrow. We will set off the day after tomorrow morning. Duan Yini thought, Miss Gu, why don't you go with us? Me? Ran Ran asked in surprise. Why? Because the rumored wormhole is very mysterious. It only absorbs the legendary destined people. Sha Roland has been attracted by the wormhole before. So your breath will probably increase our success rate, Duan Yini explained. Mu Qingshan on the side looked unhappy. He felt that this trip was full of dangers, and was unwilling to drag Ran Ran into it. This girl has been through too much. However, he didn't say much in front of his friends. At this time, Qiu Yu bit her lower lip. I want to go too. I have always been interested in wormholes, and I want to see it myself. Little girl. Duan Yin looked at her. This is not a joke. You have to understand that those places have been sealed for a long time because of danger, and the atavism of animals and plants will bring many threats. If you go there, we may not be able to protect you. Qiu Yu argued for a while, but to no avail. Neither Duan Yanni nor the other two supported Xiao Yu's idea. Ran said meaningfully, Xiao Yu, I don't know what we will encounter this time. If we all leave, there will be no one to take care of us if something goes wrong. Xiao Yu stamped her feet in anger. We clearly agreed to stick together. How can you do this? Xiao Yu, listen to me. Ran said earnestly. I have heard Sha Roland talk about wormholes countless times. It is indeed a very dangerous thing. I hope you can stay safe. Xiao Yu frowned, said no more, and looked very disappointed. Since everyone had agreed, they stopped eating and drinking, and quickly paid the bill, and went back to prepare. Mu Qingshan found all the information about wormholes, and sent it to Duan Yanni. He was the best candidate for this trip, because he had done in-depth research on this. The next day, Mu Qingshan informed Director Luo about his trip with Ran. The reason was, there was an academic seminar in another city. This reason seemed far-fetched, because Ran was only an intern at present, and was not qualified to participate in such activities. However, Director Luo did not dare to ask more questions, and could only nod hurriedly, indicating that he would book a plane ticket. No need. Mu Qingshan glanced at her. We will arrange it ourselves. Oh. Director Luo left in confusion, and LV Ran, who was sitting at the desk not far away, bowed his head, and his face looked gloomy. After a while, she heard Director Mu leave. So she found an excuse and chased him out with a few documents. However, as soon as she left the house, she saw the scene she least wanted to see. Director Mu was talking to Ran in the corridor. He lowered his head and stared at her, looking very gentle, not as cold as usual. Ran turned away sadly, and walked back to his desk quickly. Just after sitting for a while, Ran came back, and put the pen in his hand on Ran's desk. Last time you mentioned the pen you wanted. I brought you two. Thank you. Ran did not look up, and said in a cold tone, Why are you in such a hurry? Didn't you say you would go to the city in 2 days? Chapter 120 Abandoned Chess Piece. Ran replied, I have a business trip, and the time may not be fixed this time. I was worried that you would be waiting anxiously, so I bought it specially this morning. LV Ran suddenly looked up at her, as if he had caught her pigtail. Who are you on a business trip with? Is it Director Mu? I just heard from Director Luo that he is going on a business trip tomorrow. Aren't you the most afraid of him? Ran was sensitive to the fact that Ran's tone was a little wrong, but she didn't have time to think about it. Yes. This is a coincidence. I still have work to hand over. I'm busy today. Let's chat online another day. After that, Ran left quickly. Ran looked at her back and felt that her words just now revealed a trace of guilt. She couldn't help but guess that maybe Ran's fear before was just a strategy. The haze in her heart became thicker and thicker, and her fists clenched unconsciously. Yes, Ran's feelings for Director Mu were indeed a little unusual. At the beginning of last year, she suddenly lost her job as a human resources manager at an accounting firm. For a liberal arts student from another place with low professional skills, unemployment is a very scary thing. It takes a lot of time to find a new job. And at the same time, she has to pay rent and living expenses. It's like walking on a very thin hairline. And she will fall into the abyss if she is not careful. Ran couldn't ask for help from her family. Her mother died early, and she only had a father who supported the family by physical work. She couldn't even ask for money. So she began to send her resume to various companies, hoping to be selected. But her education was ordinary, and her personality was ordinary. So most of these resumes fell into the sea. Occasionally, she received a reply from the account, inviting her to an online or on-site interview, which was exciting. However, the success rate in the few interviews was not high, because Ran seemed a little clumsy and slow to respond. So others always told her to wait for news. And nothing happened. Just when Ran was most disappointed, she received an invitation for a logistics interview at the Institute of Biology. She was incredibly happy. Although the salary at the Institute of Biology was not high, the benefits were excellent. I heard that every time a new project was successfully researched, everyone would receive a considerable bonus. This was almost her last hope, so she decided to go all out, chose the best outfit, put on some makeup, and rushed to the site half an hour in advance. After arriving, she couldn't help but gasp. There were more than a dozen young and beautiful girls sitting in the conference room. Everyone came for this small logistics post. Then she entered a series of interviews. When it was her turn, facing Director Luo's stern expression, she immediately hesitated, had no idea, and finally got a cold reply, go back and wait for the notice. She knew in her heart that there was no hope, especially when she went out. She saw two girls smiling brightly at the door, and she felt even more ashamed. Just at this moment, an accident happened in the institute. When a cleaning lady pushed a cleaning cart past, suddenly she fell to the ground and twitched. Her eyes widened, foaming at the mouth, looking quite scary. A few seconds later, blood began to flow from her head, and the crowd screamed, and everyone was so scared that they lost their minds. Lu Ran stood in the crowd, and suddenly remembered that the old lady next door had similar symptoms. It was always like this. She suddenly fell down. If there were sharp objects around her, she would be injured. She quickly squeezed out of the crowd, lifted up the back of the ant head, and found that there was a sharp stone under her body. It just happened to scratch her head. She hurriedly took off her scarf and tied the ant mouth to prevent her from biting her tongue. At this time, the doctor from the institute arrived, took over to support the ant, and gave her an injection in the arm. Soon, the ant stopped twitching. Her body calmed down. She slowly opened her eyes and regained consciousness. Seeing that she was fine, everyone prepared to go home. Lu Ran had just taken a few steps when she heard a female voice calling her. You, the one who used the scarf just now. Come here. Lu Ran raised his head, looked at the woman, Director Luo. Director Luo called her over. Director Mu just passed by. The admission result is out this time. You should come to work tomorrow. Lu Ran couldn't believe his ears. Really? Am I admitted? Yes. If it weren't for Director Mu, it wouldn't be your turn. You look so dull. Director Luo looked at her with disdain. You have to be more diligent after you come, otherwise you will be in trouble. In this way, LV Ran was successfully employed by the institute and became a small logistics staff. Although she was slow to react, she looked well behaved, obedient, and did not make any big mistakes. Director Luo was not very satisfied with her, but because of Director Mu, he did not dare to say much. For Lu Ran, her gratitude to Director Mu gradually sublimated into a special emotion. She often paid attention to Director Mu and watched him from a distance. If he said something to her, or nodded, she would smile happily all day. Ran was an intern who passed the exam a year ago. On the surface, she was quiet and introverted. But a series of changes happened in the institute after she arrived. Afterwards, Director Mu found her and asked her if she could do a favor. Lu Ran naturally agreed without hesitation. Not to mention one favor. She would be willing to do thousands of favors. Mu Qingshan asked her to pay more attention to Ran and report her actions to him carefully. Mu Qingshan explained that Ran might be doing something dangerous. From that day on, Lu Ran began to approach Ran, and even became friends with her. She also deliberately went to lunch with her. Lu Ran became Director Mu Insider, and learned a lot from Ran, including some clues about the gene bank and the random search of the drug library. She also felt Ran fear and vigilance towards Director Mu from her words. However, what she didn't expect was that now their relationship has become so close, and as the bond between them, have been abandoned. Yesterday, when she mentioned Ran to Director Mu again, he actually said, "You don't have to report to me in the future. Thank you for this period of time." Lu Ran felt cold in her heart, and felt that she was abandoned like a chess piece. She felt that Ran was very scheming, and she was afraid that she had been seducing Director Mu with lust, and Director Mu was undoubtedly bewitched by her. Chapter 121 Going to Luoyuan Mountain. Ran was completely unaware at this time. She was very busy. She needed to quickly hand over the work at hand to other researchers, and hurry back to pack her luggage. She was busy in the data room all day, and didn't finish until the afternoon. Afterwards, she drove back to her parents' home, because it was not peaceful during this period. She hadn't been home for a long time. When she arrived at her parents' home, her mother was the only one at home. Mom was watching TV, eating sunflower seeds. When she saw her daughter coming back, she immediately ran over and grabbed her arm tightly, looking her up and down. "Why did my Ran come back today? Why do you look thinner again? Mom will make you something delicious." Ran originally wanted to say that she would leave after a while, but seeing that her mother was so happy, she couldn't refuse. So she could only chat with her in the kitchen. "Mom, I'm going on a business trip. I have to tell you that the signal over there is not good. Maybe we won't be able to get in touch." "Don't worry then." Good mother was taking food out of the refrigerator. In this era, people rarely go to the vegetable market. They basically place orders online, and then have special robots deliver them. It very convenient. After hearing this, good mother stopped. Ran. Are you going to the deep mountains and forests? How come there is no signal? I don't know. But this situation is inevitable. Ran smiled and said, I'm afraid you won't be able to find me and worry. Mother Go was worried. Ran. You won't go to any dangerous place. Will you? No. Mom. Ran hesitated for a moment. She didn't want to make her mother worry. She couldn't speak the truth. Mother Go came over and stroked her cheek. Why do you look so bad? Did something happen? Ran smiled and shook her head. No. Mom. Isn't it winter? Since you were admitted to the graduate school. I always feel that you are weird. I seldom go home. Good mother sighed. And her attitude became firm. If you are not satisfied with your work, then quit and go home directly. It's not like I can't support you. Ran felt warm in her heart, and quickly reached out to hug her mother. Your daughter is not such a delicate person. Mom, I will work hard and try to achieve something. Good mother patted her on the back. Well, if you have any grievances, go home and tell your parents. We will support you, because we are a family. Ran nodded vigorously, feeling a little sad. In fact, since she knew her life experience, she has always felt uneasy, so she seldom went home. But at this moment, all those tangled things seemed to have disappeared. As Chiyoyu said, genes do exist, but the grace of years of raising is equally real. The mother and daughter had a happy dinner together. Although it was cooked by the food processor according to the program, because of the company of good mother, Ran had a particularly good appetite and ate 2 bowls of rice. Finally, seeing that it was getting late, Ran stood up and said goodbye, saying that she was going back to the dormitory. Good mother saw her off to the door. She watched her daughter walk out of the yard and felt a little uneasy. So she ran up to her and took off the jade pendant on her neck and insisted on wearing it for her. This is what your grandmother passed down to me. It can keep you safe. Mom, I'm just on a business trip, Ran said. Good mother immediately retorted, just listen to me, don't take it off. She waited until Ran nodded in agreement, then stood at the door and waved to her daughter as she left. Ran stroked the warm jade pendant with her fingers, wondering if her mother felt a little uneasy. But she was very determined. She believed that this mission would be completed successfully. After going through so much, wasn't she safe and sound? That night, they confirmed the destination of this trip, Anyuan. Anyuan is a small town in southwest Sichuan. It is also the last place to be discovered and sealed among all the wormholes. It was discovered about 20 years ago. A few months ago, local villagers reported that there was movement in the blockade area. Therefore, Duan Yeni speculated that the wormhole there might still exist. The next morning, at 6 o'clock in the morning, before dawn, Ran went out. Mu Qingshan and Duan Yeni were already waiting downstairs. After seeing Ran, Duan Yeni said, hurry up and get in the car. It's cold outside. Ran glanced at him and said, did Xiaoyu contact you? I sent her a message last night, but she didn't reply. Duan Yen shook his head. No. It's okay. I persuade her when the time comes. The little girl is a little willful, and she'd be fine after a little persuasion. Ran didn't respond, thinking to herself, if Chiyoyu was there, she would definitely quarrel with him, because she hated it most when people talked about age. She thought for a moment, opened the bracelet, and sent another message. But Chiyoyu still didn't respond. It seemed that she was really angry this time. I asked a friend to come with me. He was my teammate during the training camp. He should be able to help us, Director Mu suddenly said. Ran and Duan Yeni naturally had no objection. They were both checking the information. The carriage was quiet. Anyuan is several hundred kilometers away from City A. It takes about 4 hours to drive by yourself. It is not too far. However, Ran checked the map and found that the place they were going to was not in the city, but in a place called Luyuan Mountain in the suburbs. It takes a long time to climb to get there. Because she didn't sleep well last night, she felt drowsy after sitting for a while. When she woke up, she saw Duan Yeni still checking the information, with a focused expression, and making annotations while reading. Ran looked at it curiously, and he turned back to explain, I'm checking the geological conditions of this mountain. What a coincidence. It's similar to the half-moon lake in Chiangmai Mountain that Sha Rulan and the others went to. The place where Luyuan Mountain is suspected to have a wormhole also needs to climb up a rugged mountain road from the north peak to reach it. So you may need some mountaineering equipment. There are some in the trunk. Mu Qingshan responded without looking back. You will also need some oxygen, first aid medicines, and tents and sleeping bags. Duan Yeni continued. We also have these. Mu Qingshan answered quickly. Duan Yeni was helpless. There should be no food suitable for eating in the mountains. Chocolate, self-heating rice, hot coffee, hot milk, is it enough? Mu Qingshan replied. Duan Yeni praised. Qingshan, I really admire you. This considerate and caring character has really been with you for more than 20 years. Have you known each other for that long? Ran counted with her fingers. So you have known each other since you were 10 years old? Yes, at that time. We both represented our schools to participate in the citywide competition summer camp. I was confident of winning, but this guy usually kept silent, but in the end, he got all A in the last round. So I lost a precious gold medal. Duan Yin sighed faintly. Chapter 122 Sharp eloquence suits the appetite. Ran was deeply surprised after hearing this. The overall competition summer camp is the most well-known youth event in China. Its nature is different from other individual competitions. It covers the assessment of all subjects. Therefore, the contestants must develop comprehensively. From knowledge, logic to body reaction and physical fitness tests, nothing can be sloppy. The top 5 contestants in each competition can get the qualification to go directly to first-class universities. Mu Qingshan glanced at him. First and second, in fact, there is no essential difference. If you feel dissatisfied, it's just your vanity. Duan Yeni said to Ran, look at him, he always speaks so sharply. No wonder he is still single. Mu Qingshan said calmly, but you are not a traditional central air conditioner, and you haven't married yet. Duan Yeni looked hurt. I don't want to talk to you anymore, I get angry every time I talk. Ran, how do you usually tolerate him? Ran answered seriously, Director Mu is very strict. We are used to it. As a leader, he has the capital. But you, Brother Duan, have become more lively after being with our director. Mu Qingshan's mouth moved slightly. But he immediately returned to indifference. As if he didn't take it to heart. Duan Yen shook his head and added, I finally understand why Mu Qingshan treats you differently. Because you look weak? But you are very sharp. And this personality is just what Qingshan likes. Ran looked at him seriously. Brother Duan, don't make such jokes. We are not what you think, and this makes us feel embarrassed. Mu Qingshan coughed and changed the subject. Old Duan, contact Zhang Peng, see if he has arrived? Ran understood that. It might be a common phenomenon in society for a single woman to be teased and speculated. In fact, these people were joking, without any malice. But she herself would not accept this, and would not endure it for the sake of face. She has always been outspoken, and cleared herself of any involvement. When Duan Yen hit a soft nail, he immediately picked up the bracelet to contact her. After a while, he said, he is already waiting in the village at the foot of the Yuanquan mountain. We can go directly there according to the coordinates. By the way, be careful about this matter. Regarding the restricted area, local departments and local people are afraid to avoid it. And the reaction is huge. So this matter must be carried out secretly. Duan Yen nodded, I know. We have to keep a low profile. This matter must succeed and not fail. I am still waiting to write a new press release. After this is over, I have to go to the Arctic again. The glaciers there have melted on a large scale again. It is difficult to intervene artificially this time. Arctic glaciers are melting every year. This is an extremely terrible phenomenon. In just a few decades, the area of Arctic summer sea ice has decreased by 70%. And this speed is accelerating year by year. Many polar bears have lost their habitats, unable to find ice and drowned. Experts who specialize in Arctic meteorology predict that in a few years, the ice in the Arctic Ocean may disappear completely. Imagine if all the glaciers melted. The Arctic would no longer be cold. The tundra in high-latitude areas would turn green earlier. Insect eggs would mature earlier. And migratory birds would miss the opportunity to forage, leading to death. The rise in Arctic temperature will also cause atmospheric circulation to bring heat from low-latitude areas, further causing the Arctic temperature to rise. The polar regions, which originally played the role of air conditioning in regulating temperature, humidity and weather, will have disastrous consequences if they lose this function. They may face a great tragedy for mankind. Therefore, 10 years ago, the World Environment Organization allocated a special fund to intervene in the phenomenon of glacier melting. They took a variety of measures, including meteorological intervention for artificial cooling and the deployment of some kind of temperature control regulator. These measures played a great role. The status quo of the Arctic was maintained. and it did not deteriorate further. However, these measures have gradually become ineffective in the past 2 years. The temperature in the Arctic has continued to rise, reaching a high in recent years. Several forest fires have also occurred around the Arctic Circle, causing countless casualties of animals and humans. Today, the World Environment Organization is preparing to send internationally renowned experts to the Arctic for field monitoring. Duan Yini also planned to go with him, but was delayed by the wormhole issue. Therefore, he secretly hoped that the wormhole problem could be solved as soon as possible, so that everyone can be taken care of. The car drove all the way, and finally arrived at the foot of Luoyuan Mountain in Anyuan City at 10 o'clock. As expected, a taciturn strongman had been waiting there for a long time. He just nodded when he saw everyone. His name is Zhang Peng. He was my teammate during the training camp. Now he works in MSS. Mu Qingshan briefly introduced. This introduction surprised Ran Ran. She knew that MSS was the most mysterious department of the National Security Bureau. The members inside were all world-class agents, especially for the most dangerous missions. Duan Yini responded, I understand, they must be your teammates during the Special Forces training. Right? I have seen your photos at that time. When you came down from the mountain, you were all covered in blood. Zhang Peng's face suddenly sank. Mu Qingshan seemed not to want to talk about this topic anymore. Okay, we have to discuss it, and see when is the right time to go up the mountain. Several people found a tea house, took out the map of Luoyuan Mountain and compared it. Speaking of which, Luoyuan Mountain is a tourist development zone, and is one of the few well-preserved quaternary ancient glacier natural museums in China. It has a variety of glacial landscapes, among which the glacial moraine lakes are the most spectacular. These are all distributed above 3,650 meters above sea level. These glacial lakes present a variety of colors due to the color of the bedrock, the vegetation or humus on the lakeside, and the water plants in the lake. They are very gorgeous. Ran Ran participated in a study tour in high school. At that time, they did not take a cable car or a helicopter. Instead, they chose to climb. For students with heavy academic workload, this was a difficult process. Although there were stairs all the way up, the road was still rugged and steep, and it took nearly a day to reach the destination. Due to the high altitude, some students also had altitude sickness. When it was getting dark, everyone rested in a temple on the top of the mountain, and felt as if all the bones in their bodies were not their own. That night, 2 students had severe altitude sickness, shortness of breath and chest tightness, and were sent down the mountain overnight. Chapter 123 Serial Pitfalls. Ran Ran stared at the map, and then looked at Luoyuan Mountain in the distance, and couldn't help but recall the previous experience. You shouldn't have altitude sickness, right? I've been there before, and felt a little chest tightness. No, Duan Yini replied. Don't worry, your director brought. Before he finished speaking, his eyes suddenly stopped, passed through Ran Ran, and looked out the window behind her. This sight lasted for several seconds. It seems that he saw something. Ran Ran also turned back following his gaze. There was still a rugged mountain road outside the window. There were 2 children playing with stones on the roadside. There were farmlands and houses in the distance. Other than that, there was nothing special. What happened? Mu Qingshan asked curiously. Duan Yin shook his head. I might be hallucinating. I just saw a black shadow flashing behind our car, but it disappeared after 1 or 2 seconds. It must be a ghost. It was so scary during the day. Ran Ran turned his eyes back to the map without caring. Let continue studying the map. Mu Qingshan pointed to the north of Luoyuan Mountain and said, we need to go around the back mountain and follow the route discovered by our predecessors. This way, the chance of success will be higher. But everyone must be careful. It's winter now. The mountain is full of snow and ice. In addition, the terrain is steep, and there are many caves and floating pits. Everyone must keep in formation. Before this, they had studied the information about the North Peak wormhole. This was discovered 20 years ago. At that time, the back mountain was a popular place for expedition teams and rock climbing organizations. However, one summer 20 years ago, a rock climbing team had an accident in the back mountain, and the only survivor hurried back to the village for help, saying that his 4 teammates had all fallen into a pit and could not be found again. The villagers at the foot of the mountain enthusiastically organized people to search the mountain. Throughout the night, they found the bodies of 2 teammates on the cliff of the North Peak. The scene was horrific. The scattered body parts and internal organs showed obvious signs of being torn by wild beasts. The survivor turned pale, No, impossible, we all have repellents, how could wild beasts come? No one could give him an answer. After cleaning up the scene, they continued to look for the other 2 team members. After hardships, they finally found the pit mentioned by the survivors, and found that there were a series of pits, one after another, and there was no clue. After determined efforts, they rescued an unconscious teammate in a pit on the inner side. She was in a very bad condition, pale, cold, weak pulse. Everyone quickly sent her out of the pit and carried her down the mountain. After the emergency organization arrived, they gave her a series of emergency treatments, and then sent her to a nearby large hospital. The emergency organization also sent people up the mountain to collect the bodies of the victims, and search for the missing teammates. What is puzzling is that they searched the back mountain for 4 days, still no clues were found, the missing teammates seemed to have evaporated. Even more bizarrely, they found strange footprints in the back mountain, like those of an animal, but they were walking upright on 2 feet. If they were human, the footprints would have 7 toes. The area around these footprints was covered with blood and meat residue, so it can be inferred that the 2 teammates were most likely to have fallen into the mouth of some unknown creature. The villagers were also confused, saying that they had been to the back mountain. There are mainly some animals in the mountain, such as wild boars and leopards, which can be easily driven away with repellers. But I have never seen such footprints. The situation became urgent, and I had to report it to the higher-ups. I received a quick response and decided to send thermal imaging equipment by helicopter to facilitate the continued monitoring of the situation on the North Peak. The emergency organization placed advanced thermal imaging equipment on the top of the mountain. As long as the living creatures are still moving, breathing, and have body temperature, they will be found and located through the detection screen. Everyone used this equipment to observe carefully for 2 whole days, but still could not find the last teammate and the strange animal. This suggests that there are only 2 possibilities: either they do not exist at all, or they are dead. After all, dead things cannot be detected. Just when the deadlock could not be broken, the female teammate, who was found in the pit before, woke up. Her words shocked everyone. She said that as soon as she entered the pit, the compass and equipment in her hand spun wildly. It lost its function. They searched around like headless flies, and were finally attracted by a faint golden light, mistaking the end of the pit for the exit, so they went deeper and deeper. Next, she saw a platypus-like person rushing out from the front, and pounced on them. Her teammates fled in panic, and she fainted from excessive panic. Her words sounded extremely strange. The golden light and the platypus-like person both sounded like hallucinations. The hospital urgently tested her brain waves, confirmed that these were her true memories. The emergency organization immediately reported the matter, and soon received a reply ordering the investigation to be stopped, closing the back of Luoyuan Mountain, and not allowing anyone to enter. It was closed for a full 20 years. Not long ago, a rumor that seemed true or false spread on the internet, saying that a villager at the foot of Luoyuan Mountain saw a faint golden light somewhere in the North Peak from the back window in the early morning, which seemed very strange. Of course, the truth of this rumor is difficult to verify. This time they set out. They could only hope for luck, because the wormhole in Luoyuan Mountain was the longest. It seemed the most promising at the moment. Ren Ren had thought about whether to go to the place where Sha Roland disappeared, but Mu Qingshan's words made her give up the idea. He said that he had checked carefully, and there was no obstruction there, and he had confirmed the coordinates, and asked local friends to explore, and found that those strange prehistoric plants had disappeared. This also means that even if there was a wormhole in that place, now it no longer exists. After all, once the wormhole disappears, the surrounding plant life will no longer be affected, and there will be no atavism. The rock climbing organization was in trouble in December, and the incident happened in the evening. So should we choose the same time? Ren Ren asked. Chapter 124: The Mystery of the Golden Light. Mu Qingshan said firmly, but there is not enough time today. Even if we go up the mountain now, it will take until midnight at the latest to arrive. How about this? Let's find a farmer house to rest first, and then set off early tomorrow morning. Zhang Peng, who had been silent all the time, suddenly said, there is a family at the foot of the mountain. I checked it out. That the person who broke the news back then. It turned out that before they arrived, he began to inquire about the surrounding situation, and he also had a plan to find that family. So Zhang Peng led everyone to the farmhouse. Most farmers nowadays live a wealthy life. They use modern machinery for planting and harvesting, and even their livestock and poultry have professional ecological breeding systems. This family is no exception. The spacious country villa and courtyard, plus a large open farmland, are obviously a wealthy family. The male owner is about 60 years old. He stood at the gate of the yard and looked at them. When he saw them coming, he waved his hand hurriedly. It seemed like they had been waiting for a long time. Just now I mentioned that we were here for an interview, Zhang Peng explained simply. Sure enough, when they approached, the man immediately came forward and said, "You are finally here. You are all reporters from big cities. Right? Do you have your ID? I want to see it." Duan Yini happened to have his ID, so he took it out and handed it to him. "We are reporters from the Science Exploration section. We heard about your revelations on the internet." After the man confirmed his ID, he gave them back enthusiastically. "I know about the science of exploration. I have read a few articles. One of them talks about the crack people in the desert. It is really wonderful." Reporters? Is that true? Of course. That report was interviewed by reporters from our department. Duan Yini said, "You can ask me anything you want to know. But we are here today for the matter of Beifeng." "I know. I heard it from Comrade Zhang." The man nodded quickly. "Please come in, let go inside and talk slowly." He introduced himself as he walked, saying that his name was Li Yongchang, and that he was a local farmer, and that he mainly planted citrus and persimmons. If it weren't for these two things, he would have wanted to stay here a long time ago. After Luoyuan Mountain was closed, had there been any strange things in these years? Except for the golden light you mentioned? Mu Qingshan asked. Uncle Li nodded and shook his head. Not really. But I always feel creepy in my heart. The back mountain is dark all year round, and there is no sunlight. Every time I look at it, I always feel that something big is going to happen. My two daughters have gone to the city with my uncle, leaving only me and my wife here. His wife is an introverted and silent woman. When she saw someone coming, she immediately went to pour tea, then went into the kitchen, and soon brought out a few dishes. At the dinner table, Duan Yini talked to him about the crack people. In fact, those people were just poor people who were displaced in the desert. In order to survive, they found caves and underground tombs left by ancient people as their shelter. Due to long-term lack of water, the skin is cracked, and it is not a so-called monster. Uncle Li was very interested in this, and also talked about the north peak of the back mountain. I often went there when I was a child, and I am familiar with every road. When I rescued the rock climbing team, I even carried a body. His wife looked up and complained, "This kind of thing is not a good thing. It has been so many years, and you are still talking about this. Does anyone still go there now?" Ran asked. Uncle Li shook his head. "It is not allowed. It has been locked up for a long time. Last year, my family lost a sheep, and I went in." Speaking of this, he suddenly whispered, "I came out quickly to find the sheep, and I didn't go to the back mountain." Reporters, please don't mind. Can you take us there? Mu Qishan asked. "We will pay you a considerable guide fee." "Why go there? It's very dangerous there." Uncle Li showed a surprised expression. Duan Yini smiled slightly. "We are here to interview, of course. You have to experience it yourself to write a true article. What the point of looking through the railing? Don't worry, Uncle. We won't destroy it, and we will be out soon." Uncle Li was silent for a while. His wife kept pulling his sleeve quietly, suggesting that this was not right. But he seemed to be a man with his own ideas. He patted the table and agreed, "Okay. I take you there. Money is not important. The main thing is to solve the doubts in my heart, so that I won't always think about the golden light." That was the decision. That night, the four of them stayed at Uncle Li's house. Ran's sleep was not very peaceful. She didn't know if it was due to her genes or because it was too quiet here. She always felt like she was being watched. Outside the window, the corners of the house, all the dark corners made her suspicious. She felt even more uneasy when she thought of what Duan Yin had mentioned before, that there was a shadow running past. Finally, she simply stopped sleeping, sat up, turned on the desk lamp, and found a book to read. Before dawn, Uncle Li's wife knocked on the door. She looked dazed. "Xiaogu, it's time for dinner." "Thank you, Auntie. Sorry for the trouble." Ran put on her coat. The woman hesitated and said, "Do you really want to go in? Beifeng has been sealed for many years. No one is allowed to go in." Ran responded gently, "Auntie, we are doing scientific research. We will not destroy the things inside. We will go and come back quickly. Don't worry." Despite this, the woman still looked uneasy, and her voice sounded tired when she invited everyone to have breakfast. People often eat rice noodles in the morning here. It is a kind of thin rice noodle food, with thick soup made from bones and meat sauce. which tastes very good. Ran felt hungry, and ate 2 bowls in a row before putting down his chopsticks. Duan Yeni next to him smiled and said, "Xiao Gu, you are quite special." "What? Can you eat a lot?" Ran smiled indifferently. Duan Yeni thought, "You are the same as Chiu Yu. They are all straightforward and not pretentious people. I don't know how she is now. She hasn't replied to messages. When it comes to this, Ran is helpless. Chiu Yu must be really angry. She sent so many messages, but she didn't respond. Forget it, buy some gifts to appease her when you go back." After breakfast, they set off. Uncle Li's wife watched them at the gate for a long time. Ran looked back and saw that she pursed her lips tightly, and said nothing, her face full of worry. Uncle Li seemed very interested. He led everyone along the blockade line and stopped when they came to a thorny wall. A few years ago, rocks rolled down and smashed a hole under the wall. It no problem for adults to squeeze in. Chapter 125 Strange Black Shadow. After saying that, he began to tear the thorns with tools and entered the wall. Others followed suit and entered one after another. Although this method seemed a bit cowardly, it was much better than using equipment to destroy the power grid. Inside the wall was the foot of the North Peak. The ground was covered with weeds and gravel. Looking up, the North Peak was towering into the clouds, and the peak was invisible. Uncle Li began to recall, "My sheep ran into the mountains at that time. If I hadn't run fast, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to catch it. Please lead the way. We follow the path we took to find the pit," Mu Qingshan said. "Okay. No problem." Uncle Li wrapped his sheepskin coat tightly and looked at their clothes as he walked. "You are wearing so thin clothes. Aren't you afraid of the cold?" Duan Yeni explained, "We are wearing temperature-regulating clothes specially used for mountaineering. They look thin, but they are actually warm in winter and cool in summer." "Uncle, I give you a set. I just happen to have some extra." "No. Really no. I'm not used to your new stuff." Uncle Li stepped forward and walked towards a rugged mountain road. He looked quite old, but he was very strong, leading them over the hills and over the bumps, more flexibly than young people. And this mountain road was indeed difficult. At the beginning, there was a sparse path, but the further you went, the more thorns there were, and the direction became more and more blurred, and because of years of landslides, there were signs of collapse everywhere. Everyone had to find another shortcut or take the risk of climbing over. "Why are there so few trees on the North Peak?" Ran asked while drinking water. Uncle Li shook his head and replied, "According to my grandfather, there used to be dense forests here, but then those old trees died inexplicably, and in those 2 years, something happened to the climbing team." Ran thought in his heart, guessing that it might be the radiation effect brought by the wormhole. The radiation effect of wormholes varies greatly. Some may cause mutations in surrounding plant organisms. Some will destroy the ecological balance. No matter what kind of change, it is very obvious, which is consistent with the characteristics of the wormhole. We walked along the way, except drinking water, and hardly stopped. Fortunately, everyone's physical strength is still good, and the current altitude is not high, so we didn't feel any discomfort. Along the way, Uncle Li also talked about the accident that year. The emergency team was short of manpower at that time, and several young and strong people in our village also went to help. Later, we were asked to carry the body bag. Everyone was very scared, no matter how much money is offered. I dare not do it. Only the second son of the Zhou family, and I went. The body was broken into pieces, and there was blood dripping all the way. It was very scary. As she was talking, there was a rustling sound on the deserted road behind her, as if something was following her. Ran turned back suddenly, but there was nothing. She patted her head, and wondered what happened to her. From last night till now, she has been panicking. It is said that wild beasts spit them. Have you ever seen that kind of beast? Duan Yini asked. Duck-billed platypus man? Uncle Li immediately answered, How is that possible? How can there be such a thing in the mountains? My grandfather generation often went up the mountain to hunt. I guess it's just an ordinary beast. As for the golden light, it a bit strange. Could it be a gold mine? The group walked and talked until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and finally reached the halfway point of the mountain. Although it was afternoon, the weather suddenly changed, and it was covered with dark clouds. The air was dull, and it seemed like it was going to rain. The wind blew from all directions, making people feel bone-chillingly cold. The higher you go up to the top of the mountain, the lower the temperature. The top of the mountain is covered with snow all year round. Uncle Li pointed to the sky and took a puff of cigarette. Let's eat something here. I'm hungry too. The food they brought could be heated. After eating the hot food, they felt much better. Ren packed up the tableware and ran to a place a little further away from them to dig a hole and bury it. They were all decomposable materials. Environmental protection is worry-free. Just after it was handled, there was another rustling sound behind her. Ren became alert. At this time, she was on a deserted slope in the shade, more than 100 meters away from them. If there was something behind her, she would not be able to escape at all. She didn't have time to think about it. She ran away. While climbing up the slope, she looked back, and was shocked. There was indeed something following her. A black shadow was flashing quickly behind the rock, so fast that she couldn't see it clearly. When she ran back, her forehead was covered with sweat. She grabbed Mu Qishan's hand and said, "Hurry. There is something behind us. Something is following us." Mu Qishan was pulled by her, and was at a loss. He could only comfort her. "Where is it? Take me to see it." Ren nodded repeatedly and pointed in the direction of the rock. "It over there. There is a black shadow." It flashed past in an instant. Zhang Peng on this side had already picked up his weapon and rushed forward. After searching for a while, he just shook his head and said, "There is nothing. There was only a pile of dry grass. Did I see it wrongly? No way, I have good eyesight." Ren bit her lower lip. Could it be hiding nearby? Zhang Peng searched carefully again, with the stone as the center, but still found nothing. At this time, snowflakes suddenly floated in the sky, and the whistling cold wind became more and more violent. Mu Qishan whispered, "It's getting late, we have to hurry to the pit." "Okay." Ren looked at the rock again. I felt a little uneasy, and vaguely felt that something big was going to happen tonight. The group quickened their pace, but due to the wind and snow, the ground was already frozen. Uncle Lee walked onto a smooth rock, and suddenly fell down, and a large cut was made on his arm, and blood was flowing out. Zhang Peng quickly bandaged him, and threw the cotton pad that wiped the blood behind him. "It's nothing serious, it has been disinfected. This little injury is nothing." Uncle Lee pointed to the front. "We are almost there, go a little further. Around two big rocks. And you can see it." It was almost dark now. It was already 6:30 in the evening, and the climbing team fell into the pit at about 7 o'clock. So they could just catch up. On the way up, Duan Yanni, who was walking at the end, seemed to be thinking about something, and looked back from time to time. He didn't know if he was too sensitive. The black shadow mentioned by Ren made him feel similar to what he had seen before. And if it was really that kind of monster, did it follow them from the beginning? Chapter 126 Secret Exploration of the Pit. Finally, they arrived at the pit on time at 6:50. The place had been blocked 20 years ago, and a danger warning was posted. Uncle Lee stood on the side, not daring to go deeper. Here, you can take pictures here." Zhang Peng looked around, made a safe gesture, then stood on a hill about 10 meters away from the pit, observing the surrounding environment. Everyone gathered in front of the blockade, looking inside, seeing the overgrown weeds. There was a crack on the ground with a diameter equivalent to an arm, forming a pit. It was pitch black inside the pit, and it was impossible to tell what was going on inside. At this time, the sky had already darkened, and under the dim light, the pit looked particularly eerie, as if it was hiding countless demons and monsters, which made people feel terrified. Mu Qishan took out a small drone detector from his backpack, and controlled it to fly towards the pit. Everyone quickly gathered around, pay attention to the screen. The drone slowly entered the first pit, where there seemed to be a lot of rocks, and issued obstacle warnings along the way, but after flying around, no suspicious objects were found. Then it entered the second pit. The detector had a little difficulty in moving. The screen showed that the obstacle was mud, and the map drawn showed a strange gourd shape. Uncle Lee looked over and thought, "I have some impression of this shape, it is indeed like this. I've been in there before." But there were only a series of holes inside. We walked for a long time before we found the survivor. The detector detected the third and fourth pits in turn. Although the shapes were strange, no abnormalities were found. But when passing the fifth one, it showed a lot of hair and feces around, which made everyone alert, because it meant that there might be traces left by animals or humans. It was impossible to go further inside, although there was a tiny hole, but it was so small that even the detector couldn't pass through, let alone people. Uncle Lee also began to hesitate, saying that the survivor seemed to be in this cave at the time. But he couldn't remember clearly, and only remembered that there were several dark stones near the girl who fell. "Go down?" Zhang Peng asked. Mu Qishan nodded. A strange signal was detected. "But I'm not sure." I need to go down to check it. Zhang Peng did not hesitate, and packed up his equipment. Let go, I go down with you. Duan Yanni just opened his mouth, but was interrupted by Mu Qishan. Old Duan, you and Ran Ran, Uncle Li stay outside. If there is any situation, it will be better to have someone to help. Duan Yanni was a little dissatisfied, but after a moment of silence, he agreed. Okay, you take your communication equipment with you, and notify us in time if anything happens. The two prepared their equipment, and slowly went down to the pit. Ran Ran watched their figures gradually disappear in the darkness, and a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Perhaps only she could lead out the things underground. She immediately ran over. I go too. Before Duan Yan could stop her, she had already grabbed the descent rope, and quickly jumped into the pit, as if she was well trained. Her behavior displeased Mu Qishan, who had just landed. He grabbed Ran Ran's arm. Go back, it's very dangerous underground. You let me come, naturally because you saw my special physique. Don't worry, I will protect myself and cooperate with your work. Ran Ran said slowly. You don't need to convince me. I won't go up. She has always been very opinionated, and once she makes a decision, no one can change it. Mu Qishan has known her for a long time, and naturally saw the determination in her eyes. After thinking about it, he could only compromise. Then you walk between us. Ran Ran nodded happily, and began to examine the situation of the pit. Using the light source on her clothes, she could clearly see the gravel and fine sand on the ground. This sand was obviously brought by the movement of the earth crust. The sand that was once in the water was turned up the mountain, which was expected. There was an unpleasant smell in the pit, which was dull and smelly, making it difficult to tell its source. While Ran Ran was observing, Zhang Peng had explored the entire cave. He shook his head. There are no traces of creatures, nor any signals. The three continued to walk inside, and entered the gourd-shaped pit. The soil inside was moist, but there was no trace of water dripping on the pit wall. Ran Ran guessed that it might be caused by underground water seepage. She had an illusion that they were walking in the body of a strange reptile, one ring after another, until they faced the deepest secrets in its body. At the same time, Duan Yanni, who stayed outside the cave, suddenly heard a crisp creaking sound, as if a dead branch was broken not far away. He immediately became alert and asked Uncle Li next to him, when we came here, there should be nothing following us, right? Uncle Li was originally smoking, and was suddenly asked. He was stunned for several seconds. No, this is a remote place, what can there be? At the end, Uncle Li shuddered. Reporter Duan, didn't we agree to believe in science? Could there really be a platypus monster? Duan Yanni was about to respond, but he heard another creaking sound, and quickly hushed. It seems that there is really something. Don't say anything, I go and see. Duan Yanni picked up his backpack, walked down from the right side of the pit, walked around, and peeked from the back of the sound. It was already late at night. Due to the high altitude and the accumulation of clouds, the moonlight was not visible at all. The top of the mountain was completely dark. However, Duan Yanni could clearly see the situation nearby through the infrared body temperature detector he had just put on. Any living creature could be quickly captured. He soon noticed a figure near the pit, who seemed a little nervous and wandered around the pit. It was the figure of Grandpa Li. After looking around again, Duan Yanni soon found a clue. In a rocky depression about 20 meters away from the pit, there was a shadow. The shadow lay on the ground motionless, but due to its body temperature, it was still caught by Duan Yanni. He narrowed his eyes slightly, wondering what it was. Could it really be a platypus monster? About 10 seconds later, the shadow trembled, and slowly stood up, looking at its body shape. It was indeed a small humanoid creature with a strange walk, and its appearance was very similar to the posture of the platypus in the simulation. It slowly walked towards the pit, and its walking and climbing seemed abnormal. Chapter 127 at you. Duan Yanni has always been a brave man, but at this moment, his heart was pounding. He had checked the previous records countless times, and the monster biting ability was first class. If it bypassed the bottom of the slope and rushed into the pit, the consequences would be disastrous. Grandpa Li next to the pit was still pacing back and forth, but his steps became more and more anxious. He looked around, hoping to see if reporter Duan had returned, and looked into the pit from time to time. The light that was just faintly visible had completely disappeared. Uncle Li's body began to tremble slightly, and suddenly a strange illusion emerged. Could it be that those people disappeared, and he was the only one in the back mountain? He opened his mouth in fear and shouted to the pit, "Are you still there?" His voice trembled and entered the pit. Buzzing. He didn't know if the people inside could hear it clearly. Anyway, he couldn't hear anything clearly, and he didn't find any response. Uncle Lee was in a daze when he suddenly heard a loud bang, followed by a sharp shout from behind. He turned around in a hurry, holding a knife for self-defense. What? What sound? Duan Yini breathed a sigh of relief. When he arrived at the pit, he had set up several traps near the pit according to the arrangement they had discussed. Sure enough, he caught something. But why did the sound sound so human? Duan Yini frowned and walked towards that place. As he got closer, he could clearly hear the violent struggle and whimpering sounds in the trap. Uncle Lee also found him and ran down quickly. Reporter Duan. What was that sound just now? Something was caught. Uncle Lee was surprised. Could it be that monster platypus? Is there such a thing in the world? Woo-woo. The sound in the trap became louder. Duan Yin took a step forward and opened the outer cover of the trap. He was so shocked that he couldn't speak. What? Why is it you? There was no monster in the trap, but a young woman with 2 pigtails. It was Chiou. At this time, her whole body was covered with rope nets, and she was struggling desperately, and her angry eyes were directed at Duan Yini. Untie me quickly. Duan Yini came to his senses, pressed a button on the side of the trap, and the net slowly rose, then pulled Chiou. Why did you follow me? Chiou's eyes were full of grievances, and her eyes were red. If I didn't follow me, will you let me come? I have been so tired all the way, hiding in the trunk, following you up the mountain, and finally being tied up by you with a net. I would not have come if I had known. Duan Yin felt distressed and amused, reached out to brush away the dry grass on Chiou's head. I don't let you come, it also for your own good. What the point of this broken mountain top? Are you okay? Are you injured? Chiou shook his head. I'm not acting on a whim. I'm really interested in wormholes. And I am an adult. I will be responsible for my actions. I can help you. Brother Yin, please don't send me back. Duan Yin looked at her nervous eyes, and couldn't help but soften his heart. Well, okay. But you have to follow me closely. It's still quite dangerous on this mountain. Chiou nodded obediently. Yeah. It's so cold on the mountain. And I'm so hungry. I'm so hungry that I can't walk properly. Duan Yin laughed even more when he heard it. He just saw her walking in a strange way through his glasses. It turned out that she was hungry. He immediately took Chiou to the pit, took out clothes from his bag, and asked her to change. Put them on so you won't feel cold. Do you want some hot porridge? Chiou nodded hurriedly, and at the same time glanced at the dull-looking Mr. Lee. Don't be afraid. Mr. Lee? I know him. Mr. Lee finally came to his senses, walked over tremblingly, sat down next to the pit, and lit another cigarette. After Chiou changed her clothes and drank the hot porridge, after regaining some strength, he asked, Where are Ran Ran and the others? Yes. They went down. Duan Yin glanced at the pit, and then looked at the machine at hand. They should have gone to the innermost part, which is where the survivors were found before. As he was talking, the machine suddenly issued a beeping alarm, warning them that a suspicious object was found in the pit where Ran Ran and the others were. Chiou also became nervous, staring at the machine for a long time. Brother Yin, is there anything at the bottom of the pit? Before she finished her words, Mu Qingshan's voice came from the communicator. A skeleton was found in the pit on the inside. There were scratches and bites all over the wall. Judging from the remaining condition, it seems that he starved to death. Skeleton? Uncle Lee's eyes widened. Is it the teammate who was not found? Mu Qingshan said briefly, I will pack up this skeleton now, and we will know when we take it down for inspection later. Duan Yini asked, What else is there at the bottom of the pit? In addition, is there a signal? Mu Qingshan was silent for a while. No. There is no signal here. But when the signal monitor is close to the inner stone wall, there is a slight fluctuation. However, it cannot be checked, because the place is too narrow, and it is full of cracks, and blasting cannot be used. Duan Yin understood in an instant that Luoyuan Mountain has many rock layers and a large number of glacial structures. Even if there is a slight suspicious signal, it cannot be detected by blasting. Blasting may cause avalanches on the top of the mountain and collapse of the mountain. The consequences are disastrous. He thought for a moment and suggested, Why don't you come up first, and we discuss it later? Mu Qingshan quickly brought the skeleton up, wrapped in a sack, and when it was brought up, the joints collided and made a slight creaking sound. Duan Yin opened the sack to check. Chiou looked out from a distance and saw the gray-white skeleton, and couldn't help but feel a little scared. Is this the bone of a dead person? It looks scary. Uncle Lee was surprised. Why is it in the pit? We searched for him many times. We almost searched the entire back mountain. But we didn't see him at all. What a sin! Besides, since he is here, why doesn't he come out to ask for help? There were so many people trying to rescue him at that time. So someone would have heard his voice. Chiou also said so. Duan Yi looked at the skeleton and said slowly, what if he fell into another space? When he came back, the rescue team had already left. And he was the only one left in the pit. It was so deep that he couldn't climb up by himself. This statement made Chiou shudder. Brother Yi, are you saying that there is really a wormhole below? Chapter 128 Platypus Monster. Otherwise there is no explanation. Duan Yin stared at the pit, brows furrowed. But so many years have passed, who can know the situation of the wormhole? We still have to wait for them to bring back the data before we can make a judgment. About 10 minutes later, Mu Qingshan, Zhang Peng and Ran Ran climbed up from the bottom of the pit and brought back various test samples, including soil, hair, dried feces, and some air samples. After Ran Ran saw Chiou, with eyes wide open in surprise, he quickly ran forward to grab her hand, looking her up and down. How did you get here? Chiou didn't care at all, and told how she waited downstairs in her house, and how she secretly climbed into the trunk when they weren't paying attention. And then said aggrievedly, Ran Ran, you climbed too fast. My legs are almost broken. Ran Ran complained to her a few words, thinking that she was too willful. But after all, they were friends. And finally she said a few good words to Mu Qingshan for Chiou. Chiou is also worried about us. Let's go down the mountain together tomorrow. Duan Yin also agreed. Don't worry. I will take care of her. Mu Qingshan considered the relationship between Ran Ran and Duan Yin, and didn't say much. Let leave it at that for today. It getting late. Let rest first. Chiou excitedly held Ran Ran's hand and whispered, Ran Ran, although you have been stopping me. But to be honest, are you happy to see me? Ran Ran nodded, happy. Of course I am also a little worried. What are you worried about? Isn't the investigation over? There's nothing special about the bottom of the pit. Chiou disagreed. Ran Ran shook her head. I don't know, I always feel weird, as if something is not right. Chiou didn't care about it at all, immersed in the joy of reuniting with her bestie, and the excitement of exploring the mountains. She was very excited. She excitedly ran to help Duan Yin clean up the campsite, as if she was enjoying a happy camping. The campsite was chosen on a flat area near the pit. 3 tents were set up, which could barely meet the rest needs of 6 people. Mu Qingshan decided to keep watch first, and let them sleep first. After climbing the mountain for a day, they were very tired. After a few words, they closed their eyes. Although Ran Ran's eyes were closed, she was conscious, with sensitive hearing and smell. The snoring of Old Man Lee outside the tent, and the smell of body lotion on Chiou were extremely clear. She was thinking, is this the end of this time? The legendary wormhole did not appear. The platypus monster in the story did not show up either. There were light steps outside the tent. Ran Ran knew it was Mu Qingshan. His footsteps made her feel an inexplicable sense of security. About 15 minutes later, a strong sense of fatigue came over her, and she fell asleep peacefully. She had a strange dream. In the dream, she was walking in a dark and smelly alley, with closed doors on both sides. However, she could feel that. She saw a pair of eyes peeking at her through the crack of the door, like a demon in the dark. This feeling of being on edge is really weird. Ran Ran's breathing gradually became heavier, and her speed also increased. She wanted to escape from here as soon as possible, but she didn't want to attract the attention of those peepers. However, the uncontrollable breathing and the friction of stones under her feet made her more scared. Just when she was about to reach the end of the alley, the door suddenly creaked, and then it opened. One by one, dark shadows flashed out from the crack of the door. Upon closer inspection, they were short and thin, gray in color, with platypus-like faces and ridiculously many toes. All these platypus monsters stared at her, making quacking sounds in their throats. Within 2 seconds, they slowly walked out of the door and gathered towards her. Ran Ran was extremely frightened and ran away desperately. Her thin soles stepped on sharp stones, but she didn't even care about the pain, because the monsters were getting closer and closer. She swung her legs frantically. Doors kept passing by in front of her eyes, and there was an identical platypus monster outside each door. Just as her heart was pounding, and she was on the verge of collapse, A deep voice came from behind her. Don't look at them. As long as we don't look them in the eye, they will never find us. It was Mu Qingshan's voice. She turned around and saw him walking straight towards her. He covered her eyes without looking away. Come on. I take you away from here. Mu Qingshan covered her eyes with one hand, the other hand held her tightly, and led her out of the dark alley. Ran could hear his deep breathing in her ears, and the smell of medicine filled her nose, which made her feel safe. Suddenly, a loud noise came, and Ran found that Mu Qingshan was gone. She opened her eyes suddenly, and saw several beams of light swaying on the semicircular yellow cloth on the top of the tent. She suddenly realized that it was just a dream, and she was now in the sleeping bag in the tent. The lights outside the tent were still flickering. Duan Yin's voice came. Qingshan. What was that sound just now? I don't know. It seems to come from the pit. I plan to go down and check. Where is Zhang Peng? No. I don't know where he went. Ran turned his head to look at Qiu Yu, who was still sleeping. Unzip the tent. What happened? Was there any sound just now? At this time, Zhang Peng came back. There was a sound down the slope just now. I went to check, and found a black shadow passing by. Everyone became nervous. Qiu Yu yawned and walked out of the tent. He looked around. Hey! Is everyone here? Where is Uncle Li? Oh no! Mu Qingshan rushed to the tent next to him, lifted the curtain, and his face suddenly changed. Uncle Li is not inside. I guessed the sound just now. Duan Yin slapped his head. I didn't see him when I was awakened. I thought he went to the bathroom. Could he have gone into the pit? Before he finished speaking, a shrill scream rang out in the valley. It sounded extremely painful. It was the voice of Master Li. Then, the instrument monitoring the bottom of the pit started to beep rapidly. After a moment, the screen suddenly went black. Obviously, an emergency had occurred at the bottom of the pit. Mu Qingshan immediately decided to go down with Zhang Peng to rescue people. He looked at Duan Yin and said, Take the two girls down the mountain. Qiu Yu immediately said, We wait for you. Don't be so stubborn. It's safer for you to go down. Chapter 129 Pit Collapse. After Mu Qingshan finished speaking, he threw a cylindrical signal tube to Duan Yin, and then he and Zhang Peng went down the pit one after another. Duan Yin stared blankly at the signal tube in his hand. As long as it is released, the nearest airport will send a helicopter to rescue. This is their last trump card. Let go. My mission is to take you down the mountain safely, Duan Yin said, while pulling a person away. Ran stopped. Wait a minute, did you hear any sound? At this time, Mu Qingshan and Zhang Peng had already entered the pit. The first pit was empty. After a quick scan, they began to move forward. The second pit was extremely quiet. This unusual silence made people feel something was wrong, because the air was filled with a strong smell of blood. It was obvious that Mr. Li was in danger, and he must be in extreme danger, otherwise why didn't he make any sound? They picked up their self-defense weapons vigilantly, continuing forward. We finally found Uncle Li in the innermost pit. He was covered in blood, leaning against the pit wall, with his entire arm torn to the point of only a layer of skin hanging. Although he was conscious, he was trembling slightly due to excessive blood loss, and could not speak a word. Zhang Peng immediately checked everywhere to see if there was any danger, while Mu Qingshan quickly took out the first aid kit to treat his wounds. As a biomedical major, he brought a lot of special medicines that could effectively stop the bleeding, and injected Uncle Li with anti-inflammatory drugs. At this time, Uncle Li had no strength left, squinting his eyes, and seemed to be about to fall asleep. What happened? What did you encounter? Mu Qingshan asked. Uncle Li struggled to move his lips, trying to open his eyelids, but in the end, he could only make a weak sound. Duck, the platypus is coming. Platypus? Uncle Li pointed to the wall of the pit in fear. It there. His words were trembling. Mu Qingshan realized that his excitement was dangerous for him, and quickly helped him up and said, Let go. Let go out first. But unexpectedly, they had no chance to get out. When Mu Qingshan and his friends just reached the entrance of the pit, they saw Duan Yin and Zhang Peng climbing down the descent rope. Duan Yin's voice sounded strange. We can't get out. There are noises all down the slope. Several shadows have fallen into the trap, and some have escaped. Going down the mountain at this time will be a dead end. Qiu Yu's voice trembled. I don't know what those things are, but the sound is really scary. Could it be a platypus? Uncle Li was shaking all over, unable to control himself. After hearing the words platypus, Ran Ran hurried over to check. How did you get hurt? How could it be so serious? Is there something in the pit? Mu Qingshan quickly explained. Uncle Li said that when he came out to smoke in the middle of the night, he heard a slight sound in the pit. And when he came to check, he was caught by the monster. Zhang Peng came out from the back. I checked the traces left by those things. It seems that they ran away after being frightened. It seems that now we can only be safe if we gather together. Duan Yen looked outside the pit vigilantly. He just glimpsed the figure of that thing outside. Although it was thin, it was extremely agile, far beyond the reach of humans. This should be a prehistoric creature under some kind of atavism, and it has not been recorded in the literature. Mu Qingshan was silent for a moment, then go in first. Everyone entered the pit where Grandpa Li had the accident. Xiaoyu sat in the corner, fiddling with the geological monitor in his hand, adjusting the parameters, and seemed very interested in it. After a while, Xiaoyu called out, Brother Yin, what do you think the shadow in this part means? Duan Yin was stunned for a moment. Which part is this? It's the crack on the opposite side. I just used this machine to detect it out of curiosity. Xiaoyu explained. Duan Yin hurriedly walked to the crack. After careful inspection, he suddenly said, this crack is growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was only the length of the palm before, but now it is almost the length of the entire elbow. The shadow that Xiaoyu saw was actually the hollow inside. The crack is getting bigger. The animals are running away in panic. Mu Qingshan suddenly stood up. Xiaoyu, give me the monitor. He retested several points. His face became more serious. And finally, he took out a few pictures for everyone to compare. Not only this place, there are ground fissures in many places. And this change is gradually increasing. It should be a precursor to an earthquake. Earthquake? Xiaoyu became nervous. Then we have to leave here quickly and go to an open place. But how do we go? There is a way. I have just set the signal outside the pit. The helicopter will come to rescue in half an hour at the latest. As long as we run out and hold on for half an hour, we can be rescued, Duan Yin said. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a rumbling sound from underground. The sound lasted for 7 or 8 seconds, and then the mud and sand on the top of the pit began to loosen. Finally, the big stone at the entrance rolled down quickly, blocking the cave entrance. They could no longer escape from the cave entrance. But there was still a way out, because the cracks in the cave had widened in several places, and the largest one was nearly 1 meter long, which was wide enough for people to pass through. It was dark inside, and cold air rushed in. It was obviously leading to the outside. Without hesitation, everyone crawled into the gap one by one. Mu Qingshan explored the way. Duan Yin carried Uncle Li on his back, and Zhang Peng was responsible for the final safety. The gap turned out to be a larger and deeper pit, with rubble falling from the top, rumbling sounds coming one after another, and it seemed that it would collapse at any time. The hole in front was obviously connected to other places. Mu Qingshan had almost no choice but to move forward according to the situation and go wherever he could. Sometimes a good passage was blocked by a sudden collapse of stones, and sometimes new cracks appeared on the intact pit wall. Ranran's heart also rose and fell, and she suddenly remembered the science fiction film Journey to the Center of the Earth she had seen, in which they kept running forward to survive in the center of the Earth. They had no choice but to run, and if they stopped, they would be burned to death by the scorching heat. Chapter 130 Wormhole Reappearance. The current situation is similar to the previous one. She looked back many times, and almost every time she could see the passage behind her was closed. She couldn't help but think, if they were slower, the people who were oppressed might be living people. When she looked back for the last time, a huge rock fell from the sky. Its speed was so fast that Ran didn't even have time to react, and could only watch the shadow gradually approaching. At this moment, Zhang Peng pushed her hard, and he also rushed forward, and the two of them luckily avoided the stone. At this moment, Director Mu's words could not help but emerge in her mind. People like us who have received special forces training cannot ensure that we will be safe when danger comes. Sometimes danger comes too suddenly, and we don't even have time to use the necessary countermeasures. Therefore, adaptability and caution are often more important than the skills learned. This is exactly the case at this moment. Running for life in the narrow circular pit, it was like racing against death. Duan Yin in front lost his helmet because of his haste, and had no time to pick it up. Everyone was exhausted. In this way, I don't know how long they ran, and they brushed shoulders with death countless times. Finally, Ran saw the light in front of her. The light was hazy but real. She pointed to the front and asked in surprise, "Can we get out?" Mu Qingshan's voice instantly brought her back to reality. "At night, where does the light come from?" "Yes, where does the light come from? Is it an illusion?" But she closed her eyes tightly, and when she opened them again, the faint light source still existed. It was like a low-wattage warm light source, always tempting them to move forward. A few seconds later, Mu Qingshan suddenly said, "I think we found the wormhole." Ren Ren narrowed her eyes slightly, and looked at the light at the end, and found that the light was indeed like the wormhole described by Sha Rulin. However, shouldn't the legendary wormhole be a flashing golden light? The light source today is several times smaller. Is this still a wormhole? While she was thinking, the hazy light became clearer and clearer. They had already run into the cave along the narrow passage, and everyone was so surprised that they were speechless. The cave that was originally imagined should be full of fallen rubble and mud, but a strange place appeared before my eyes. It seemed like a primeval forest hundreds of years ago. The ground was covered with vegetation, the towering trees reached the sky, and the air was filled with a strange smell of green grass. Ran Ran and Mu Qingshan looked around, and were surprised to find that the vegetation in front of them was almost not from this era. It seems that the information about wormholes is not wrong. They can indeed cause the reversal of biological plants, and can also cause the surrounding environment to be desolate, without any rules. Is this a cave? If so, how can there be such tall trees? If not, where is the sky? Xiaoyu asked nervously. Ren Ren narrowed her eyes slightly, staring at the light in the farthest distance. The light was like a dim sun, illuminating this place. And it was also the signal that had just led them here. Her mind was buzzing, as if countless voices were urging her, "Go and have a look. Your parents are inside. The answer you want is right in front of you. Why don't you run? The man assigned to you is inside. Go and have a look and you will know." These voices were sometimes male, sometimes female, sometimes old, sometimes young. It was like a nightmare circling around her ears. Ren Ren's brain seemed to be torn in two. The awake half knew it was an illusion, but the other half was deeply immersed in Sha Rulin memory, and had a strong desire to get closer. Her steps became slow and strange, but she walked forward firmly. Xiaoyu said nervously behind her, "Ran Ran, be careful, that thing is scary." That thing was indeed scary, and gradually revealed its true face. As the story said, it was like a large Ferris wheel without a frame. The edge was gleaming with golden light, but inside was a deep darkness. Of course, the golden light at this time was not dazzling, but only faint and hazy, still making people dare not look directly at it. "Ran Ran, what are you doing? They are calling us!" Xiaoyu shouted again. Xiaoyu's words seemed to have failed to reach Ran Ran's ears. She still walked forward expressionlessly, until Mu Qingshan ran over and grabbed her. "Ran Ran, wake up! You are not Sha Rulin." She was pulled. There was still a confused look in her eyes. She couldn't tell for a moment whether the person in front of her was the guide of the mine or a villager of the immigrant village. "Ran Ran." Mu Qingshan took out a black ball with a strange smell from his pocket and put it on the tip of her nose. This thing was very irritating. After inhaling it, Ran Ran sneezed several times. Her consciousness slowly recovered. She rubbed her eyes and asked, "What happened? Just now you were like crazy, wanting to go into that light circle. Do you also want to go to that or star full of monsters?" Xiaoyu said anxiously. Ran Ran shook his head. "I heard someone calling me inside." Mu Qingshan thought, "It seems that your genes are indeed welcomed by them. Even if this wormhole has decayed, it can still release signals to attract you." At this time, Ran Ran, who had woken up, looked at the light circle again and felt that it was extremely mysterious, weak and illusory, shaking, and seemed extremely unreal, like a shadow. Mu Qingshan quickly took out the instrument from his backpack, adjusted it to the frequency of the sonar light wave, started searching for the wormhole signal. This process took about 7 or 8 minutes before the complete signal was captured. Duanyani also picked up a high-definition camera and kept shooting from various angles, trying to capture this precious moment. Although this wormhole still exists, it is very different from what it looked like 200 years ago. Duanyani sighed. "I have seen the remaining images of the wormhole in the data, which are completely different from now. One is like the scorching sun at noon, and the other is like a lonely dusk." Ran Ran took a deep breath. "I guess planet Art did not perish, but it declined severely in that incident. It is now desolate, and no one pays attention to the original wormhole and Earth immigration village plan. But this decline may not be permanent. As long as planet R is still there, those technological civilizations may be revived. However, no one can predict how long this process will take, Duanyani said. Chapter 131 Tragic Earthquake. Mu Qingshan did not think so. If the mineral resources are rich, this idea may be valid. But now it is very difficult to rise again. Several people waited for a long time, and finally captured the signals of all wormholes. These signals need to be sent to the space agency for further analysis and comparison before they can be confirmed. Everyone packed up their equipment, stayed away from the aperture, and walked out quickly. Soon, they found a new hole after walking out. It was pitch black above their heads, and light snowflakes were falling, bringing a chill when they touched their skin. Qiuyu said in surprise, "We are out. We are really out of that pit." Ran looked around, looking quite confused. Where is this place? This doesn't look like the north peak of Luoyuan Mountain at all. At this time, they were in a wasteland full of gravel and mud, and the towering Luoyuan peak had disappeared. Looking back, the exit of the pit has also disappeared. This phenomenon is quite strange, like a ghost wall in a supernatural story, entering from one place, but endlessly circulating inside, and when you come out, you are already in another space. Mu Qingshan picked up the locator to look for the signal. After walking a few hundred meters, finally captured a weak signal. After some positioning, he whispered, "This is a deserted village more than 10 miles away from Luoyuan Mountain. It is the old site of the villagers at the foot of the mountain. These houses should have been intact not long ago." "So was that a real earthquake just now?" Ran explained. "Can you find the news?" "No. Let go to Luoyuan Mountain. It's not far away. We should get the answer soon." Mu Qingshan said, "Maybe we can restore the signal after walking for a while." Everyone had no other choice. Each of them ate some chocolate to replenish their energy, and then headed towards Luoyuan Mountain. After walking for about half an hour, suddenly, there was a buzzing sound in the distance above their heads. Duanyan looked for a while, and then became excited. "Look above our heads. Is that the helicopter that will pick us up?" Sure enough, there was a helicopter flying from a distance above their heads. They repeated this action and flew back and forth more than 10 times. Everyone waved desperately. But in the wilderness at night, the plane did not find them. It was not until they took out the signal light and waved it several times that the plane found them and landed slowly. After getting on the plane, they learned a terrible news. The previous earthquake was not a visual effect caused by the wormhole, but a real earthquake. The epicenter was near the village at the foot of Luoyuan Mountain, and the magnitude reached more than 7.5. The people on the plane said that they saw a serious collapse of houses over there when they flew over, and they were afraid that there would be heavy casualties. And Luoyuan Mountain. A large area of the mountain collapsed. The north peak was the most serious. A large amount of rubble rolled down to the foot of the mountain, and now it is impossible to enter. Uncle Li was as depressed as death after hearing this, and his pale lips kept trembling. He barely managed to hold on, with a shot of cardiotonic. Everyone was upset, and didn't want to see the current situation. But all this was unpredictable. For them, being able to escape successfully was the greatest blessing. Uncle Li was quickly sent to the nearest hospital for treatment by helicopter. Fortunately, his arm was properly treated, and the nerves were not necrotic. He then underwent a connection operation. Good news came during the operation. Uncle Li's wife is safe now. And not only her, but also other people in the village are safe. Uncle Li's wife was worried at the time, when she thought about their trip to the mountain at night. She reported it to the village chief. The closure of the north peak of Luoyuan Mountain was an order from above. It had been safe for 20 years. Now someone broke in. If something happened, the county chief and the mayor would not be able to escape responsibility. The village chief hurriedly organized the young people in the village to go up the mountain to search overnight. Although the village was small, almost everyone realized the danger after this alarm. That's why, when the earthquake came, they were able to flee to a safe area as quickly as possible and escaped. After Uncle Li's wife and son arrived, they received good news. His surgery was very successful. The doctor said that he could recover 80% of his functions, but some fine movements might lack accuracy. Mu Qingshan then took out a generous compensation, which was enough for Uncle Li to live a worry-free life. Uncle Li was stunned for a long time. Finally, he shook his head and pushed back. "Comrade Mu, I am willing to take you up the mountain. I have said that I don't need any reward. It was my own accident to go up the mountain. If you didn't save me desperately, I wouldn't be able to come back alive. I should thank you." Uncle Li's wife also said, Yes. If it weren't for this, our whole village would have to be buried with us. And the old Li of the Li family would be fine. Mu Qingshan tried to persuade him again and again. But Uncle Li was determined not to accept the money. Finally, they had to give up. Before leaving, Uncle Li asked a question, Comrade Mu. I want to ask, what is that golden light on the mountain? Mu Qingshan turned around and said, it is an extremely dangerous thing, which cannot be detected by our current technology. For your safety, never go near there in the future. Uncle Li was stunned after hearing this. We were told that there is a very harmful substance there. And it turned out to be true. Then, what about those platypuses? Are they irradiated by that thing? More or less. Mu Qingshan restrained his expression. You don't have to worry, this kind of thing won't come out again. It really won't come out again. After the earthquake, he and Zhang Peng entered the mountain area again and found that the original passage was completely blocked. There was no trace of platypus in the mountain. The place where the wormhole was before has now collapsed beyond recognition. They speculated that the wormhole, which was originally weak in energy, it completely disappeared after the earthquake. However, how many places like Luoyuan Mountain are there in the world, which are still to be explored? Therefore, the most important task at present is to compare the signal source, and after clearly locating it, completely close the wormhole. They have handed over the signal source to the Capital Space Administration, which will be compared with the signal captured last time, to confirm the true source. This process is relatively long, and it takes about a week to perform countless precise calculations and analysis. No matter how nervous and worried they were, there was no rush for this matter. Zhang Peng left after coming down from Luoyuan Mountain. He was on vacation to help an old friend. But he received an urgent task and needed to return to the team. Only then did Ran realize that he and Director Mu met in the training camp. At that time, Mu Qingshan was only 16 or 17 years old. He was selected by the school for his extraordinary physical fitness and sent to the Special Forces training camp for a month of training. Chapter 132 Past Experience. Zhang Peng has been learning martial arts since he was young and has won many awards. Therefore, at the age of 12, he was selected into the National Special Forces and trained as a reserve recruit. This Special Forces training camp is an activity that takes place every winter and summer vacation. It is not difficult for him. This training was conducted in a large abandoned factory, which was originally a state-owned machinery factory more than 200 years ago, with as many as 5,000 to 6,000 employees. There is also a staff hospital around the factory, supporting facilities such as cinemas and schools for employees. Children show the prosperity of the past. As the factory performance declined, employees were transferred out one after another, and the factory gradually declined. Now only a few scavengers come here occasionally. Coincidentally, Mu Qingshan and Zhang Peng were assigned to the same group. The two teenagers, aged 16 or 17, were a little arrogant, so they hardly communicated. Although both of them were excellent, they lacked tacit understanding when completing a common task. So they were punished to complete a dangerous task. They need to cooperate with each other. Set off at 8 p.m. and obtain the confidential documents on top of the chimney on the right side of the abandoned factory before midnight. It is worth noting that there are only 2 confidential documents, but there are 8 groups participating, which means that 6 groups will be eliminated. Mu Qingshan and Zhang Peng are confident that even if there is only 1 document, it will only be theirs. At 11 p.m. that night, the 8 team set off on time and headed for the chimney from the dormitory on the left side of the factory. Just 10 minutes after the start, one team fell into a trap and left the field early. Not long after, another team was forced to leave due to poisonous gas. These traps and poisonous gas were all simulated scenarios and were not fatal. At this time, the two began to become alert, realizing that there were more traps than expected, and their expressions were no longer relaxed. They finally bypassed a field full of traps. They originally planned to take the path, but found that the road was blocked and they could only pass through the processing workshop to reach the chimney. The processing workshop was completely dark. After adapting to the light, they were able to judge the identity of the machine by its outline. They were all machine tools that had been abandoned for hundreds of years and had long been rusted beyond recognition. The two walked carefully, and suddenly a figure jumped out of the darkness. The man punched without hesitation, but was eventually beaten back by them. They thought they were safe. But several figures appeared one after another, and this time the target was Zhang Peng. Although Zhang Peng was agile, but he was outnumbered and was quickly captured and taken away from the factory. Mu Qingshan had a chance to save him, but because he didn't get along well with Zhang Peng, he decided to get the document himself. The group took the struggling Zhang Peng farther and farther away, and when they were about to disappear from sight, Mu Qingshan suddenly remembered a little thing. At breakfast, when there was only one egg left on the plate, Zhang Peng was about to reach out, but he withdrew his hand expressionlessly. Mu Qingshan thought, Zhang Peng might be cold on the outside but warm on the inside, give the egg to yourself. He frowned, picked up the soft knife, and rushed forward again. This time he used all his strength, and with the cooperation of Zhang Peng, the two finally escaped. After coming out, Zhang Peng asked him, "Why did you come back?" Mu Qingshan was a little embarrassed, and said casually, "It about the cooperation of two people, the documents I took by myself, I'm afraid they are useless." Zhang Peng did not expose it, the atmosphere suddenly became relaxed, and it was no longer as stiff as before. The two walked quickly through the path, headed straight to the location of the big chimney, and found two teams that arrived one after another. Instantly, they suddenly realized that the document was hanging on the edge of the top of the chimney. This chimney that was several dozen meters high only had stairs that were more than 10 meters high, and the rest of the place needed two people to climb up with the help of force to reach the destination. Next, it was the performance time for the two people. They had strong climbing ability, and at this time, they surpassed the other two teams, and climbed to the top of the chimney first with the fastest speed. The file was obtained. Later they learned that, among the 8 teams, minus the 3 teams that participated in the climb, minus the 2 teams that fell into the trap first, the remaining 3 teams all failed because their teammates did not rescue them. They also understood the significance of this test, forcibly taking one person away, and observing whether anyone would rescue him. This not only tested their tacit understanding, but also considered humanity and sense of responsibility. It was because of this mission that the two became friends. Afterwards, Mu Qingshan continued to study, and Zhang Peng was promoted to a full-time employee in advance because of his outstanding performance, becoming an agent of MMS. In the next 10 or 20 years, although the two took different paths, they always kept in touch and became friends for many years. Zhang Peng thought that this trip to Luoyuan Mountain was more thrilling than he had imagined. When he escaped from the pit, he felt that there was no way to retreat. However, his strong willpower made him persist. He blocked the huge rocks behind him countless times, he cleared the way for the 2 girls in front of him, and was injured but did not say a word. Mu Qingshan witnessed all this, and before leaving, he hugged Zhang Peng tightly. "Thank you. I will treat you to a meal next time you come back." Zhang Peng waved goodbye. As a greeting. "Yes, we are brothers who have shared life and death. Why should we say thank you so much? Moreover, it is a matter related to national security, which is exactly what Zhang Peng must do, and he knows it very well." The 4 of them waited anxiously for 3 days. Finally, the space agency sent a message. After rigorous analysis and comparison, the signal found this time was indeed very similar to the signal detected last time, with the same frequency reaching 95%. Therefore, everyone was sure that the wormhole signal on Luoyuan Mountain came from the same place as the previous signal. Everyone was excited, which meant that Star R was actually Kepler 22b. It was not outside the solar system, but inside the solar system, a yellow dwarf in the habitable zone of the Sun. However, because Shah Roland diary was too strange, and most of the content could not be verified, the 4 decided to close the wormhole first and then make plans. Chapter 133: Closing the Wormhole. With the high attention of the space agency, they communicated and discussed with all relevant departments in China, and finally confirmed the necessity of closing the wormhole, and decided to use ion decomposition to implement this plan. The whole process lasted for a whole month. First, they calculated the distance between Kepler 22b and the Earth, and adjusted the transition area through precise calculations. Finally, they confirmed the correct ion decomposition method, and officially closed the wormhole. Mu Qingshan inquired about relevant news every day, and asked in detail about every link from calculation to implementation. After all, he had personally experienced the horror of the wormhole and knew the severity of its threat. He was willing to make every effort to maintain human safety. A month later, the wormhole was finally officially closed, and the surrounding area could no longer receive signals from the outside world. Those restricted areas that have existed for more than 200 years, the plants and creatures inside will gradually return to normal. Everything is returned to its original state. For some comrades in the space agency, The closure of the wormhole is undoubtedly lamentable. After the closure, don't you feel it a pity? We finally have a channel to contact alien civilizations. Is this closure like the prohibition of reform and opening up, and the pace of Earth development is slowed down, or even for hundreds of years? In response, Mu Qingshan firmly responded, the risks of alien signals outweigh their potential benefits. We must not take risks at the cost of our lives. After all, it is easy to destroy, but difficult to build. Yes, except for a few of them, no one knows the secrets in Sha Rulin Diary. The so-called habitable planet is actually nothing but the remnants of despair and desolation. The current situation of planet R is a microcosm of our future. When we were not yet able to explore it, its civilization had already declined. This sense of despair makes people alert, and the most important thing to consider is what else we can do for this beautiful home. After learning that the wormhole was closed, Qiuyu asked worriedly, if planet R revives and the wormhole opens again, how should we deal with it? Are you really not going to publish Sha Rulin Diary? Ran said slowly, the purpose of publishing is to awaken everyone. But, Xiaoyu, do you think that with a diary of unknown origin, they can truly awaken? Duan Yinyi affirmed, it is more likely to be regarded as a case of mental illness. Mu Qingshan thought for a moment. Regarding the diary, let's not talk about it for now. We are facing a more urgent problem now. Li Hui disappeared in the Capital Research Institute. There are rumors that Wells took her away. Ran became alert. If she falls into Wells' hands, wouldn't it be very dangerous? Not only her, but many countries will also be in crisis. Mu Qingshan frowned. If Wells uses her to obtain original data, and uses this technology recklessly, the consequences will be very serious. But don't worry, Zhang Peng's business trip this time is also to investigate this matter. I believe that the results will be obtained soon. Ran frowned. How did Wells know about Li Hui whereabouts? Even we don't know her exact location. I guess there may be someone behind it. But who it is remains to be investigated. Ran suddenly remembered. What about Li Zifeng? Is he related to him? Have you found him? No. Mu Qingshan shook his head. I have some clues about Li Zifeng. I will go to the capital tomorrow. Ran was anxious. But she didn't know what she could do to turn the situation around. She wished she had 3 heads and 6 arms, so that she could go abroad to catch Wells, rescue Li Hui, and find the long-missing Li Zifeng. At this time, a dilapidated truck drove in outside an old warehouse in Washington, USA. At dusk, the truck slowly stopped at the door of the warehouse, and the cargo door opened. A pungent stench filled the air. The driver jumped out of the car and carefully checked with a flashlight, and then began to count the bodies. Half of them died so quickly, they are really impatient. He called 2 helpers, dragged the bodies out of the car, and threw them into the big pit that had been dug. The bodies looked miserable, their eyes were wide open, their eyeballs were bright red, their faces were distorted, as if they had experienced great pain before death. Due to the long time since death, some bodies had already rotted. A strong stench was emitted, which could not be covered even with masks. Several people cursed and even threatened that if the customers did not pay more, they would throw the bodies into the street. Finally, more than a dozen bodies were thrown into the pit and burned and buried. They carried several barrels of gasoline and poured them into the pit. After igniting, the flames rose up, and the hot flames rushed to the sky. Everyone didn't care. They stood in a safe range to smoke, and made a few jokes from time to celebrate the completion of today's work, planning to go to the bar to relax and wash off the bad luck. One person was talking about how hot the girl he had flirted with a few days ago was, while another said disdainfully, forget about girls. Even beggars will be scared away by the stench of corpses coming from you. The man smiled sarcastically and pointed to the carriage. Half of the people in it are beggars. Dead people. The smell is even worse. But believe it or not, those girls in the bar, as long as they are paid enough, will be attracted by dead people. Everyone laughed, their faces full of obscenities. This perverted joy formed a sharp contrast with the rising flames. The pungent stench was gradually replaced by the smell of burning, until it disappeared. The mood of the group was high. One of them drank beer and finally threw the empty can into the fire, and then walked away. 10 minutes after they left, a jeep arrived quickly. After stopping, a dark and strong Asian man jumped out of the car and checked the location in the bracelet. It was right here. This person is Zhang Peng. He received an order from his superiors to come to the United States to investigate the situation of Li Hui and Li Zifeng. After many investigations, he found a young man named Alan. Alan claimed that he ran a restaurant and had met Li Zifeng once in front of the restaurant. At that time, Li was hungry, so he kindly invited him to eat a bowl of pasta. Li Hui knew a little foreign language, and the two communicated through simple language and gestures. When Alan asked him why he came to the United States and what he planned to do, Li Hui remained silent and said that he didn't know yet. Before leaving, Alan felt sympathy and gave Li Hui his contact number. If you still don't have food tomorrow, you can come to the restaurant to find me, but you have to work to pay it back. This is my contact information. Chapter 134 Charred Skeleton. Li glanced at him without saying anything, but he did not appear again on the second and third days, until the fourth day, which is today. Alan suddenly received a coordinate from him, with an SOS message attached. After Alan finished speaking, he showed Zhang Peng the coordinate. This was sent half an hour ago. I called, but the call could not be connected. Zhang Peng immediately drove to the location of the coordinate. After finally arriving, I found that this was an abandoned warehouse. Li Zifeng's last location was sent here, however. This happened an hour ago. Just after walking a few steps, Zhang Peng smelled a strange smell, like a burnt smell. Looking at the back of the warehouse, I found that thick smoke was rising. Zhang Peng realized the seriousness of the matter, and quickly ran to the warehouse, and saw a big pit where the flames were gradually extinguished. He quickly took out the fire extinguisher from the car. He sprayed the whole bottle in, and then used an isolation blanket to beat off the remaining flames. The pit was full of burnt skeletons. The skeletons had fallen apart, and only a few were still intact. Zhang Peng searched carefully among the skeletons, and found a metal chip. He picked it up for comparison, and found that it was the bracelet that had been sent to locate the skeleton. He looked at the twisted skeleton next to him, and felt a chill in his heart. Li Zifeng might be among them. He was still a step too late. Zhang Peng quickly called the local police station. He requested an examination of the skeletons. At the same time, he searched around the warehouse for traces of the past, and found some cigarette butts and crushed beer cans. He collected and sealed these evidence for later testing. On the road outside the warehouse, Zhang Peng carefully checked the ground and found some traces of being wetted by gasoline, which were not completely dry. In this era, almost all vehicles are solar-powered, and only a few large trucks are still using gasoline. Combined with the tire marks and size on the road, Zhang Peng guessed that the body was transported by an old-fashioned truck, and this truck had already driven west. He placed the evidence on the roadside and drove quickly to catch up, trying to find as many traces of the truck as possible. However, there were many forks on this road, and it was getting darker and darker as time went by. In addition, there was a lack of surveillance on the suburban roads of Country M. In the end, he lost the clues and found nothing. At this time, the results of the skeleton examination had also come out. The remains were of different races. There were yellow, white, and black people. Most of them were homeless people and beggars in Country M. But there was no DNA of Li Zifeng among them. These people were not burned alive, but burned after death. As for the cause of death, it was difficult to find out because the skin, flesh and internal organs had disappeared, leaving only charred bones. However, 2 clear fingerprints were extracted from the physical evidence, pointing to a middle-aged man named Eric. He was about 40 years old, and had worked as a thug in the casino. He had resigned half a month ago. No one knows anything about him so far. It is almost certain that Eric is related to these corpses. To find Li Zifeng, it is necessary to start with Eric. The investigation found that Eric owed a huge gambling debt half a year ago, which was borrowed from an underground bank. The bank collection of the debt in the past few months has made him extremely anxious, and he has been injured countless times. The most serious one was a broken toe, which eventually healed poorly, and he has been walking with a limp. Eric has no wife or children, but there is a lover who works in a nightclub, who is about the same age as him, and although she is already 40, she still has charm. When Zhang Peng found her, she was carrying a tray to serve wine, and the other party hand had already touched the root of her thigh, but she didn't care. Zhang Peng called her out. She smiled and stroked Zhang Peng's chest muscles with her hand. Zhang Peng took a step back calmly, and grabbed her hand. "Where is Eric?" The woman curled her lips with bloody red lipstick. "What do I think you are? What do you want to do with that dead guy?" "Something." "Where is he?" The woman pursed her lips, as if it had nothing to do with her, but when Zhang Peng took out the money and stuffed it into her hand, she smiled instantly, quickly snatched the money. "We broke up a long time ago. What the point of that poor guy coming here? He doesn't have a penny, and he asking me for money to pay off his gambling debts. When was the last time I saw him? The woman thought for a moment. About a week ago, he suddenly came to the bar, said he had just received a big job. You will be rich soon. Zhang Peng frowned. What job did he say? No. It seems very mysterious. But I don't know him well. With his appearance, what job can he do? He is just bragging. She looked disdainful. What, handsome guy? What do you want to do with that dead man? Zhang Peng was silent for a moment. Tell me where he lives. Half an hour later, Zhang Peng had arrived at a low shanty town. Eric's room was dirty and messy. Empty bottles, instant food boxes, and dirty clothes were scattered all around. And the strong stench was overwhelming, making people sick. After searching for a while, Zhang Peng found a clue. He found a business card under the bed, which had an address called number 19 Nananzu and a phone number. He opened the map to confirm that it was a hospital that treated patients with nuclear radiation and had been abandoned for 20 years. The only way to Nananzu from here was the road he had taken before. Zhang Peng held the business card tightly. I roughly guessed where Eric was going. At this time, Mu Qingshan had already rushed to the Capital Research Institute. After watching the video of the night Li Hui disappeared countless times, he found a suspicious point in the past. At the back door of the institute, even late at night, some people and vehicles would occasionally pass by. There were staff members, and there were passers-by. But on that day, there was no one outside the back door. Not even a cat or dog was seen. The security guard of the institute, Xiao Lu, said to Mu Qingshan, Director Mu, I checked it out. What a coincidence. When Li Hui disappeared that day, there was an extra barrier on the road leading here, blocking all the people and vehicles. But I asked the transportation department, and they said there was no problem on the road, and that the barrier was not set by them. Xiao Lu was once an employee of Mu Qingshan office. Later, he was transferred to the capital for work by chance. The two kept in touch. This incident was also what Mu Qingshan asked him to pay more attention to. It seems to be man-made. Someone used this barrier to clean up the environment, so that Li Hui could be taken away smoothly. Mu Qingshan said, Has this matter been reported? It has been reported, but there is no conclusion so far. But I found one thing. Xiao Lu hesitated. On the second day after Li Hui disappeared, a man in a black cloak came to the back door. I was on duty at the time, and I thought the man was suspicious. When I was about to chase him, he left. Chapter 135 Nuclear Radiation Hospital. What happened next? I also reported the situation to my superiors, and checked the surveillance, but I didn't find anything suspicious. Xiao Lu narrowed his eyes slightly, and pointed to the right side of the door on the screen. But 2 days ago, I found a bloody palm print on the metal doorpost. This palm print is different from that of a normal person. It only shows the palm, and there is no trace of fingers. Mu Qingshan heart tightened. How can you be sure there are no fingers? What if it was because of the person posture that the print was not made? No, Director Mu, I took a photo. You will understand after you look at it. Xiao Lu called up the photo. From the photo, the palm prints were indeed clearly visible. There were only some vague circular shapes where the fingers were originally. It was like a few small flesh pillars grew on the palm, but they were not fully formed. Mu Qingshan remembered that Li Zifeng's hand was indeed in this shape. So, the man in the black cloak, it must be him. Li Zifeng came to the institute the day after his mother disappeared, obviously to gather information and confirm the truth. At that time, he didn't know that his mother was taken away by Wales people. So what did he experience afterwards? Just after he walked out of the institute, Mu Qingshan's bracelet vibrated, picked it up and saw that it was a message from Zhang Peng. After seeing this message, Mu Qingshan stopped. Li Zifeng was actually in Country M? This is really unbelievable. What happened between his mother's disappearance and his trip to Country M? Being able to overcome so many difficulties and go there, it seems that this young man should not be underestimated. Zhang Peng wrote after the message, Don't worry, I promised you that I would bring back Li Hui and Li Zifeng. Mu Qingshan replied, The death of the beggars was not without reason. Combined with Li Hui's situation, it is very likely that they were looking for experimental subjects. Zhang Peng responded, I am rushing to Nananzu, Li Zifeng may be there. Mu Qingshan replied, Okay, keep in touch at any time. If you need support, I will arrive quickly. The two ended the call without exchanging greetings. They had helped each other countless times before, and had become tacit partners. Although they are now engaged in different fields, their basic directions are the same. They are all moving towards justice. Zhang Peng drove to Nanan State. which is the most chaotic state in the M country, where good and bad people are mixed. There are victims of racial discrimination. There are also extremely vicious criminals. A popular saying in the M country is, East Province is poor, West Province is rich, and Nan Province is full of filth. Originally, there was a green farmland around, but after entering Nan Province, the fields became much more barren, and after the desolate and rugged road went around the mountain for several circles, a private self-service gas station appeared on the roadside. According to the map, this is also the only gas station within hundreds of kilometers. Thinking of the oil leak of the large truck before, Zhang Peng decided to ask around here. The environment here is very simple. The 2 refueling facilities on the open ground are rusty and covered with oil. There is no one on duty. There are several cigarette butts on the ground, one of which is still emitting a faint flame, obviously just thrown away. Zhang Peng frowned, stepped on the cigarette butt, and looked back. There seemed to be a figure flashing in the small supermarket next to him. He walked towards the supermarket, wanting to ask about the situation. The supermarket was filled with a smell of smoke and dust. Several rows of shelves were crowded together. There were cigarettes and chewing gum scattered on it, showing that it had been abandoned for many years. After looking around, he found that there were indeed people here, because the projector in the corner was still flashing red light, and a leather vest was draped over the back of the chair. Is anyone here? Zhang Peng asked. But no one responded. After a moment, he just turned around, and suddenly a thin old lady with strange oil paint on her face appeared in front of him. She looked fierce, made a few strange noises, and spoke very quickly, in not Mandarin. Zhang Peng thought she might not understand. So he explained with gestures that he wanted to buy something and asked about something. Her expression became even more ferocious, and she even picked up the stick next to her, and was about to swing at her. At this moment, a middle-aged man with a big beard coughed, pulled the old woman away, and asked in Mandarin, Mrs. Jennifer is hard of hearing, what are you buying? Zhang Peng breathed a sigh of relief. The last thing he wanted was to have a conflict with the old lady. He pointed at the cigarettes on the counter. He took out a bill. When the bearded man handed it over, Zhang Peng asked, Do you often have trucks refueling here? No, I haven't seen them for a few days. The bearded man answered quickly. Zhang Peng's heart moved, nodded, picked up the cigarette and turned to leave. His eyes gradually became deep. In fact, before coming in, he found the gas receipt on the windowsill. The date was yesterday. He remembered the license plate number on the receipt very clearly. It was obviously a truck. The bearded man's answer was so straightforward. Obviously, he had something on his mind, and didn't want to say more. Zhang Peng didn't bother with him anymore, and prepared to drive away. Just as he was about to start the car, there were 2 sudden bangs, and a heavy object hit the car door. Then, the car door was suddenly pulled open, and the crazy old woman appeared at the door. She opened her mouth, revealing a mouthful of black teeth, and was about to speak, when the bearded man's shout came from behind. The crazy old woman began to curse. Although Zhang Peng couldn't understand what she said, but her angry expression was enough to show that she had nothing good to say. After a round of cursing, she was forcibly dragged away by the bearded man. Zhang Peng also closed the car door, and quickly left the gas station. Through the rearview mirror, he saw the bearded man punching and kicking the old woman, and his figure gradually faded away. He loosened his clenched fist, and found a note in his hand. After Zhang Peng glanced at it, he quickly called the local police, and asked them to rescue the old woman. The note had a few words written in Mandarin. Help, there are many dead people in the truck. The old woman must have seen the scene inside the truck. Many lives were lost. More than a dozen bodies were burned in the old warehouse before. You can imagine how horrible the scene was. So time is life. We must act urgently now. Zhang Peng accelerated towards the nuclear radiation hospital number 19 in Nananzu. It was already late at night. The sun slowly sank into the horizon, like a weak duck egg yolk, struggled on the edge for a few times, and then disappeared completely. The car lights came on automatically, making the desolate road even more eerie. The withered grass and gravel in the darkness looked unreal under the light. Zhang Peng suddenly remembered that he had been on a mission in an uninhabited area to capture a dangerous fugitive. The man had been on the run for 3 days and 3 nights, and he followed him. The food ran out, and the water ran out. He was starving and cold in the desert, and he encountered a sandstorm, and the journey was full of difficulties. Chapter 136 Dust-Covered History. At that time, it was a true test of willpower. Although he was facing difficulties, the fugitive situation was even more difficult. Although his eyes were blurry and his legs were weak, he still gritted his teeth and insisted on catching up with the fugitive And finally, after exhausting his last bit of strength, he captured him alive. In the end, when his companions arrived, he was already unconscious. When he woke up again, he realized that he was severely dehydrated, his heartbeat was slow, and his life was almost hanging by a thread. Since then, Zhang Peng has had a psychological shadow. Whenever he walks on a deserted road, the experience in the no-man land will emerge in his mind, and an unspeakable despair and fear will surge in his heart. This emotion is unavoidable, but Zhang Peng always tries to find a way out, sometimes singing loudly, sometimes silently reciting the oath when joining the special forces. On this day, he did the same, repeating the original oath over and over again, until his emotions gradually recovered. The feeling of despair dissipated, and the fighting spirit in my heart was rekindled. After the vehicle continued to drive for 20 kilometers, I finally saw the flashing street lights in front of me. Those street lights seemed to be in disrepair for a long time, and the accumulated solar energy was insufficient. They flickered with a dim light, and seemed to be ready to go out at any time. A row of street lights guided the road ahead, and a building could be vaguely seen not far away. The building was not tall, only 4 floors, and stood alone on the side of the road. It was pitch black all around. Zhang Peng was not sure if there was anyone in the building, but for safety reasons, he turned off the lights in advance, parked the car about a kilometer away from the building, and then got out and walked. The nuclear radiation hospital on the 19th in Nan'an Prefecture carries countless painful memories. The existence of this place stems from the years of turmoil in M country. M country used to be one of the most developed countries in the world, with a prosperous economy, but various capitals colluded with politics, trying to provoke conflicts in neighboring countries. This led to turbulent situation and hardship for people's livelihood. As the saying goes, if you don't do it, you will die. Country M has done evil many times, and eventually it was harmed by it, and its economy fell into trouble. In recent years, GDP has not increased but decreased. More than 20 years ago, Country M once again provoked trouble and clashed with Country L on the other side of the Pacific Ocean. Not only did it provoke, but it also launched 2 interstellar missiles at Country L. The artillery fire was continuous and the people were miserable. Country L was not a pushover either, although its overall economic strength was not as good as that of Country M, but they had already accumulated nuclear weapons. When the enemy artillery fire came, they could not retreat, and decisively launched several atomic bombs into the territory of M country. M country had already established many anti-nuclear bases in the country. After discovering a nuclear war, the gates weighing dozens of tons of these bases would be closed tightly, forming an isolated shelter. These anti-nuclear bases have extremely terrifying explosion-proof, radiation-proof, and anti-biological and chemical weapons capabilities. Most of the bases are built in the mountains, with a granite protective layer outside. The thickness of the rock mass is between 300 and 500 meters. Even if it is directly attacked by a hydrogen bomb or an atomic bomb, the granite layer can still protect the base. At the same time, most of these bases are located on mountains at an altitude of 2,000 meters. At this altitude, the air flow is strong, and the radioactive dust after the nuclear explosion can be quickly blown away by the wind. In these military bases, the survival system is carefully designed, usually allowing tens of thousands of people to survive for several months, and has an internal circulation system. In addition to the heavy special steel gate, there is also a corridor of 600 or 700 meters, which leads to the outside of the mountain. It can be seen that its sealing ability is strong. However, coincidentally, one of the nuclear bombs landed in Nan'an state of M country. There are mainly farmlands there, and there are more than a dozen farmers and their families, as well as some small factories. Therefore, there is no corresponding defense preparation in the area. Many people died in the artillery fire, and some survivors also became victims of nuclear radiation. Although the whole body was cleaned and immune drugs were injected immediately, but it was still useless. The nuclear material had quickly invaded the body, destroying human DNA, causing irreversible mutations throughout the body. At that time, many people were exposed to radiation. The government decisively decided to use an old office building in Nananza No. 19 to build a nuclear radiation hospital to treat nearby patients. According to the data, about 100 people were treated. Although medical technology has developed significantly, among these people, less than 1/10 survived. What is even more distressing is that Country M did not treat its own citizens well. When patients suffered great pain, it chose not to use euthanasia, but repeatedly challenged the limits and pursued medical progress in drugs. Later, the painful conditions of patients were exposed, which led to countless people taking to the streets to protest, and eventually dealt with several doctors and officials. This incident also attracted widespread attention that year. Zhang Peng had studied this case in depth in college and was deeply impressed. Today, when he walked downstairs of this hospital, when he saw the dim plaque and several columns of explanatory text at the door, he felt an inexplicable sadness. There was no light in the whole building, but Zhang Peng's eyes were extremely sharp. He caught the traces of wheels and dragged objects on the ground in the dark. He found 2 traces that looked like those left by a large truck, and the air seemed to be filled with the smell of gasoline. He was sure that the truck had indeed come here, but he didn't know where it was hiding. Of course, it might also be that the truck left after unloading. Zhang Peng walked around the building silently, and gradually got to know the entrances and exits here. The front door and the back door were both closed, but a window on the first floor was broken, and he could enter through it. Half a minute later, Zhang Peng had already turned over and entered the public toilet on the first floor. There was a strong stench here. This smell confirmed his previous guess that this place was obviously inhabited. Otherwise, after more than 20 years, it would be impossible for the toilet to have such a smell. Outside the toilet was a dark corridor. The large windows of the room could be seen in the corridor, but they were all sealed with isolation paper. The predecessor of the nuclear radiation hospital was a private school, so it had such a layout. Zhang Peng looked through the night vision device for a long time, and finally saw the scene of the room in a gap. Those classrooms were divided into several small rooms by isolation boards, and each small room was an independent ward. After so long, those dusty beds were still standing in place. On the bed at the edge, there were also items of a former patient, a folding wash basin and 2 yellowed clothes. Chapter 137 Cruel Death. At the end of the road, there is finally a half-open door. Pushing the door open, what comes into view is a place that looks like a doctor meeting room. At the end is an electronic screen, with several pieces of paper pasted on it. As I approached, all the names recorded on it were crossed out with a red pen. Looking closely, there are very few survivors. These seem to be patients who died that year. There are several folders scattered on the desk. I opened a few of them casually. Inside was the medical records of the time. Several photos of the patients were even more frightening. It turned out that, after the nuclear radiation incident, the patients were rushed to a temporary hospital. At first, their condition looked relatively normal, except that their skin had darkened slightly, some limbs were red and swollen, they were very conscious, and repeatedly asked if they could recover. However, the doctors knew that things were not that simple. The radiation was like a sudden bomb. The moment it invaded the body, it exerted a violent impact on the originally neat chromosomes. Chromosomes play an important role in the transmission of genetic information. If they are damaged, the proliferation of cells will be in trouble. When old cells die normally, without the replenishment of new cells, the patient life will gradually fade away. The test results at this time showed that the chromosomes in their bodies had suffered fatal damage, either broken or stuck together. These are extremely dangerous signals. Although the doctors received instructions from the local government not to reveal the truth to the patients, and to try their best to use all equipment and drugs for treatment, and to record all the situations in detail, they still told the patients, "Don't worry. We will do our best to treat you." In the following days, the hospital continued to inject immune-enhancing drugs and antibacterial drugs into the patients. However, the effect was not ideal. The number of white blood cells in their bodies dropped to 1/10 of that of normal people in just a few days. White blood cells are important immune cells that can resist most viruses and bacteria. Without them, even insignificant bacteria can threaten life. Therefore, the hospital decided to perform white blood cell transplantation on some seriously ill patients. Fortunately, the white blood cell transplantation surgery was relatively mature at that time and only required a few injections to complete. However, the effectiveness of the transplantation still needed to be confirmed after a few days of observation in the sterile ward. Before the effect was apparent, the patient's skin began to fall off. This kind of shedding is non-regenerative, causing the dermis tissue that has lost its protective layer to continuously leak body fluids, which stick to the gauze and make people feel very painful. At the same time, the lungs gradually accumulate water, and breathing becomes more and more difficult. Those patients who can still communicate normally eventually need to rely on ventilators to maintain their lives, and can no longer communicate with their families. Although most patients are dying in their hearts, they look miserable on the outside and cannot convey their self-awareness. Although the success rate of white blood cell transplantation is 90%, but such achievements could not last long. The new cells were damaged again. At this time, a doctor suggested that new drugs developed by the medical community could be used for treatment. Some of the new drugs are similar to modern Chili Ma Ding pills, but their efficacy is far inferior, and they are all in the experimental stage. After the drugs entered the patient body, some of them had a good response, but not long after, the remaining white blood cells in the body began to counterattack and remove these drugs. They realized that, despite the development of science and technology, nuclear radiation is still an incurable problem. Even with intervention drugs, it is unable to resist the speed of instantaneous destruction of DNA. At this time, the doctors were helpless. The only thing they could do was to maintain life through various instruments and use a large amount of anesthetic drugs to alleviate the pain as much as possible. Afterwards, the patients experienced long-term pain, and the mucous membranes of the intestines and mouth fell off in large areas, accompanied by severe diarrhea and heavy bleeding. The hospital continued to deliver nutrient solution, while receiving a large amount of blood transfusion. At the same time, the erosion of body fluids caused the skin to rot. The hospital also transplanted new skin for them. But all this seemed to be useless. The transfused blood quickly seeped through the bare torso, and the transplanted skin could not adhere. This situation put a huge burden on the patient heart, and it could only accelerate the tremor to maintain the rapid replenishment of blood, reaching more than 130 beats per minute at the highest. At this time, when a tortured patient was visited by her relatives, she slowly wrote the word death with her rotten fingers. This message and her miserable condition terrified her family, who urgently asked the hospital to perform euthanasia on their loved one. This patient was unfortunate, but she was a lucky one. At the strong request of her family, she was finally released. The remaining patients are still suffering. Their brains, kidneys, and intestines are severely damaged, unable to perceive the outside world, let alone react. At this time, although their brains were damaged and they were in a coma, their consciousness had not completely disappeared, and they were still feeling the pain of their bodies rotting. The doctors and nurses in the nuclear radiation hospital, their initial uneasiness gradually turned into numbness, because the instructions they received were to treat the patients regardless of the consequences, and to collect the treatment records of these patients. About half a year later, these patients died one after another. Before cremation, their bodies were horrible to look at, the skin peeled off, leaving only festering tissue wrapped around the bones. To prevent relatives from seeing such a tragic scene, each body was wrapped in gauze, and after a glance from a distance, it was sent directly to the crematorium. Of course, these materials and documents were preserved. Soon, this nuclear radiation hospital was gradually abandoned. No one outside knew about the past of these patients, except for the medical staff. These painful memories were abandoned by time, and only one nurse, Jenny, could never get out of that nightmare. The patient she had taken care of wrote a suicide note with a trembling and bleeding finger. She had also reported it to her superiors, but they did not respond. As time went by, she had no choice but to turn a blind eye. After the patient was cremated, Jenny often had nightmares, in which she saw the miserable state of the patient before his death, and the patient questioned her. When she woke up, she was always in a cold sweat. In the end, Jenny could not bear the mental pressure and chose to confide in a psychiatrist. Unfortunately, the psychiatrist happened to be a relative of a victim. He was shocked and recorded the evidence and forced Jenny to hand over the treatment materials at that time. Chapter 138 People in the Iron Cage. Soon, this history was exposed. It was only half a year since those radiation patients died, and their relatives were still immersed in pain. When they saw these materials, they were instantly angry. Everyone gathered together and demanded an explanation from the government. However, politicians in the United States shirked responsibility, and the Ministry of Health pushed the responsibility to the person in charge of the radiation hospital at that time. This matter was regarded as the arbitrary behavior of the person in charge. In the end, the incident ended with compensation to the victim, and the person in charge being imprisoned. This period of history has therefore become a despised past of the United States. Zhang Peng scanned the names in the office, turned around and looked around, and felt vaguely that someone had been here recently. Sure enough, he found a cigarette, but that had just been extinguished on the table. The black part was still warm. Obviously, the person who left had not gone far. He walked out of the office quickly, and continued along the dark corridor, in the darkness lurking behind him. There seemed to be a pair of prying eyes. When the hunter attacked, the prey had already noticed. The first floor was empty. When Zhang Peng walked up the stairs to the second floor, he felt something was wrong. At the entrance of the stairs was the elevator room. There were obvious drag marks on the ground, as if they had just been formed. Following the marks, he heard a faint groan, mixed with blood and stench, which seemed particularly strange. Zhang Peng was alert and quickly looked for the source of the sound. As expected, the door of a classroom in front was locked. This was an old fingerprint lock. Zhang Peng quickly opened the door with a simple tool. As soon as the door was opened, painful groans and a strong smell of blood immediately hit him. There were actually 2 huge iron cages in the room. Each cage was full of people. Those people fell to the ground, both up and down, men and women. Old and young, they all looked like vagrants or beggars. These people looked dying. If it weren't for the slight rise and fall of their chests, it was almost impossible to tell that they were still alive. When Zhang Peng entered the room, they did not react at all. The night vision goggles could only barely see the outline. Zhang Peng called out in a low voice, "Li Zifeng, is Li Zifeng here?" He called out a few times, but no one responded. Just as he was about to go to the other side, his trouser leg was suddenly grabbed by someone. He looked down and saw a man with a flat head. He whispered clearly, "Help, help. Are you Li Zifeng?" Zhang Peng asked in a low voice. The man nodded, and a gurgling sound came out of his throat, as if it had been soaked in blood. "It me. Help me." As he spoke, Zhang Peng lowered his head and smelled a strange smell of medicine. He reached out and grabbed the man's arm to confirm 2 points. First, the man's broken fingers did prove his identity, and second, he seemed to have been injected with some kind of drug. His limbs were weak. The other people in the cage were probably the same, and the situation must be even worse, because they couldn't even talk, let alone ask for help. With so many people, it was impossible to rescue them in a short time. But they were sure to save Li Zifeng. Zhang Peng fumbled for the door lock of the iron cage, and found that the door was completely closed. The door lock was probably at the top. He was about to jump up to check. But suddenly 2 beeps sounded in the house. A red light flashed, and several laser lines suddenly shot out, surrounding the iron cage tightly. He was very familiar with this. This was a very lethal device. If it penetrates the body, it will burn people like a laser electric baton, and may even cause cell damage. Zhang Peng reacted quickly and subconsciously dodged backwards, luckily avoiding the laser beam. But 2 seconds later, the laser beam suddenly changed direction and swept towards him. Zhang Peng dodged again, but the laser beams were faster and changed direction frequently. The room was full of afterimages, and the people in the cage who were burned by the lasers screamed in pain. Zhang Peng's clothes were also cut, which showed the power of the laser. Then, the laser disappeared, and a sharp male voice came, "Zhang, I've been waiting for you for a long time." This was authentic in Mandarin. Zhang Peng looked around and found that the voice came from the top of the room. He frowned. "Eric. No. You are Wells." The male voice smiled softly and strangely. "Interesting. You know me. Zhang. You can't get out. I don't need enough people. You are just right. Then give it a try." As soon as Zhang Peng finished speaking, the objects in his hands poured out, blocking the exit of the laser line and the camera. It was a piece of soft rubber he had just touched in the corner of the room. Wells tried several times, but the laser line could no longer sweep over. At this time, Zhang Peng had jumped onto the top of the iron cage and opened the gate of the iron cage. Wells seemed a little anxious, and his voice became sharp. "Quick! Catch him! Catch him!" As soon as he finished speaking, the door opened with a bang, and several fully armed men carrying guns entered. They squeezed their fingers on the trigger and shouted. However, surprisingly, Zhang Peng, who was just on the top of the cage, disappeared. The group looked around and exclaimed, "The man is gone!" Suddenly disappeared. Wells was furious and cursed. "Look outside the window." Just when the group of people couldn't find him, a dark figure stood up quietly in the iron cage. It was Zhang Peng. He jumped out of the iron cage as fast as he could and escaped through the gate. When the pursuers behind noticed, he had jumped out of the nuclear radiation hospital through the window of the corridor. He was constantly being chased from behind. After hiding several times, Zhang Peng finally returned to the front of the car and drove away quickly. He lowered his head and asked through the bracelet, and learned that his teammates would arrive in 10 minutes. 10 minutes. By the time they arrived, the gang would probably have already withdrawn. Today's action was too hasty and caught people off guard. Despite this, it was not without gain. Just before leaving, he had implanted a mung bean-sized positioning monitor in Li Zifeng. This is a new type of monitoring equipment, which is not easy to be discovered even with infrared. With this device, no matter where they go, they can be tracked. Zhang Peng turned on the monitoring, and sure enough, the red dot had left the back door of the nuclear radiation hospital and moved further north. He shared the positioning information with his teammates, adjusted the direction, and started chasing again. Chapter 139 Self-Exposure. At this time, Mu Qingshan had returned to the A City Research Institute and was discussing the matter with Professor Qin in the office. Suddenly, he noticed a shadow flashing outside the door. He went out and saw that it was Lu Ran. She was bumped into by Mu Qingshan. Her face was slightly red. Her voice was so low that it was almost inaudible. Director Mu. I just happened to pass by. No. I mean, I want to find Professor Qin and give him a document. Where is the document? Mu Qingshan looked at her coldly. She stammered, I forgot to take it. I go get it now. After she walked a few meters away, Mu Qingshan suddenly called her. Do you need anything? LV Ren didn't even turn his head. No. I'm leaving first. Around the afternoon, LV Ren received a call before leaving get off work, and hurried to the end of the corridor and pressed the answer button. The other party seemed to be questioning her, and she explained anxiously, How do I know? I really didn't expose you. Really? I couldn't do that. I don't know the person you were talking about. Before she finished her words, the other party said something cold and harsh, and then hung up with a snap. Lu Ran's face turned pale, staring at the bracelet for a long time, sighing and turning around, suddenly covering his mouth. Director Mu was standing behind him, pursing his lips tightly, and he didn't know how long he had been standing there. Mu Qingshan took a few steps forward, and Lu Ran stepped back in panic. Director Mu. What? What happened? Did you reveal that to Wells? No. Lu Ran shook his head hurriedly. I don't know anything, didn't reveal any information. I don't know about Li Hui. Mu Qingshan smiled coldly. I already know the answer. You have already acquiesced. LV Ran wanted to defend himself. I didn't. If it okay, you should ask who Wells is first, instead of mentioning Li Hui name. Mu Qingshan pressed. Why do you do this? LV Ran was stunned, his eyes widened. I was too careless just now, and I was accidentally exposed. LV Ran, I gave you a chance. But you gave up on your own. Mu Qingshan pressed his finger. Do you want to tell me yourself? Or do you want me to notify the Public Security Department? No. Lu Ran quickly pleaded. Director Mu. Please don't notify the Public Security Department. I have been helping you all this time. Although I have no credit, I have worked hard. Please. Mu Qingshan looked at her directly. Do you want to tell me yourself? Lu Ran lowered her head, her face full of sorrow. She admitted that she didn't know Wells at all. Instead, a strange foreigner asked about Li Hui, and she was confused for a moment, revealing that Li Hui went to the Capital Research Institute. Director Mu. I really didn't know the consequences would be so serious. Lu Ran said anxiously. I just made a mistake. Can you forgive me? A mistake? Mu Qingshan was angry. I have repeatedly told you that Li Hui matter is a state-level secret, and no one can disclose it. Are you deaf? Lu Ran's face was pale, and he tried to squeeze out a sentence. I was really wrong. If explanations are useful, then what the use of laws? Mu Qingshan said coldly. I will leave this matter to the legal department to decide. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and prepared to leave. Lu Ran suddenly called him. Director Mu. If it was Ran who made the mistake, you would never be so cold. Right? Mu Qingshan stopped and said nothing. Lu Ran's voice was choked with sobs. You once trusted me and told me to pay attention to Ran. But why do you care about her so much? She has done so many wrong things. Shouldn't she be the one who should be punished? Mu Qingshan did not look back, and replied indifferently. She is different from you. All her actions are based on conscience and sense of responsibility. She knows how to take the overall situation into consideration. But you are obviously not smart enough. Mu Qingshan strode away after speaking, and Lu Ran collapsed to the ground, feeling that all the strength in his body had been drained away. Is his brain really not working? She has heard this sentence countless times since she started school. She was always the most worry-free but least visible student in the teacher's eyes. No matter how hard she tried, her grades could only remain average. After entering junior high school and high school, logical thinking questions made her even more anxious. Once she scored 37 points in math, the teacher invited her parents to come. But the father said, "My daughter was born naturally, she choked on amniotic fluid during birth, and her reaction was slow after rescue. Please forgive me." Teacher. Children born naturally are a scarce commodity in this era, but they are often defective products. They do not have the survival of the fittest of test tube babies, and they are not as good as the eugenic genes in the gene bank. Lu Ran felt unfair, but she could do nothing about it. Fortunately, everyone has the opportunity to go to college in this era. So she insisted on completing her studies, and got this job because of her enthusiasm. Lu Ran gradually forgot the shadow of the past. But she did not expect Director Mu to remind her of it again. She dragged her heavy legs towards the office, knowing that Director Mu would not show mercy. "I will report her case to the legal department. People in the institute will know about it soon." As soon as she walked into the corridor, she bumped into the person she least wanted to see. Ran. She was holding a tray. Seeing this, she quickly protected the things inside and asked with concern, "Lu Ran, what wrong? You look absent-minded." Lu Ran shook his head blankly and looked at her seriously. "Can you stay away from me?" Ran was stunned. What happened? The girl in front of her had caring eyes. Her voice was gentle, but she exuded a sense of determination. Lu Ran lowered her head, and suddenly felt inferior. It was natural for Director Mu to like her, and she was just an ugly duckling. She pursed her lips tightly, turned around and ran, not even wanting to look at Ran again, until she ran to the desk and began to pack her things in a hurry. She wanted to leave as soon as possible to avoid all this. Just as she was busy, Director Luo walked in. "Lu Ran, come with me." "You're here so soon?" Lu Ran raised her head and asked blankly, Where? Director Luo answered impatiently, "To the conference room. The heads of the legal department and the human resources department are there." That night, Lu Ran packed up her things and left the institute. Ran followed her out in confusion, and watched her being taken away. But she couldn't even say a word. Chapter 140, Taking a Risk. Ran stood there and thought for a moment, then ran to find Mu Qishan. What happened? Why was Lu Ran sent away? She made a mistake. Mu Qishan, who was busy in the office, did not look up. Ran frowned, looking like he wanted to get to the bottom of it. What mistake did she make? "Do you care about her?" "Of course, Lu Ran is a colleague I have a good relationship with. I will naturally care about her." Ran took a deep breath. "Director Mu, what did she do wrong?" Mu Qishan stood up and said bluntly, "Do you really think you have a good relationship? Why did she approach you? Don't you know anything?" Ran quickly reacted, "Is it because of you? I have always been confused. You knew so much about my affairs before. Could it be that Lu Ran is your spy?" "I am sorry, Ran. Mu Qishan said frankly, "I lacked trust in you at that time. But after so many things, we should be considered comrades now." "Right." Ran did not comment. "Let not talk about our affairs. What happened to Lu Ran?" Mu Qishan took a deep breath and told the story. "She made a big mistake. According to the routine procedures, she may go to jail if she is reported to the Ministry of Public Security. Considering her special situation, I have discussed with the legal department and sent her to the research center in Xinjiang for isolation for a period of time. We will make plans after Li Hui matter is resolved." Ran bit her lower lip. "Okay." Ran did not plead for Lu Ran. She understood the seriousness of the problem, and knew that Director Mu had given her a favor. But she was confused by one question. Why did she do this? Is she really out of her mind? Mu Qishan fell silent. But Ran quickly thought of one thing. When she was going on a business trip with Mu Qishan, Lu Ran behaved very abnormally. Could it be that she liked Director Mu? She shook her head. This silly girl. She misunderstood after all. Lu Ran matter came to an end for the time being. At the same time, news from Country M continued to arrive. Zhang Peng tracked Li Zifeng whereabouts with the cooperation of his teammates. However, Wells and his team were extremely cunning. They changed 3 addresses overnight, and each place was full of traps. In the process, Zhang Peng teammates were also seriously injured. Finally, they tracked to an abandoned beach, where Zhang Peng found the body of an African man. He was covered in flesh, all his clothes were stripped off, and his upper body was soaked in seawater. The mouth and nose were full of mud and blood. It was obvious that he was suffocated and then drowned. And the signal came from this body. This was a naked provocation. Wells' team had already discovered the locator on Li Zifeng's body. They transferred it to this person, to tease Zhang Peng and his party. Now this scene seemed to be a mockery of Zhang Peng. Zhang Peng gritted his teeth. He had carried out many missions, but there were only a few such cunning and cruel means. He began to worry. After these days of delay, Li Hui might have been captured and used by them. When the news was sent back to China, Mu Qingshan, Duan Yin, and others were also extremely anxious. It was really hard to predict whether this international rescue operation would succeed. At present, the situation of Li Hui, Li Zifeng, and several missing Chinese in Country M is extremely critical. At this time, at a port in Country M, a cargo ship was urgently unloading cargo, which was loaded with urgently needed imported and exported medicines. Therefore, they obtained the approval of the Ministry of Health and Customs of Country M and were able to enter the country without inspection. In a corner that no one noticed, a thin figure huddled beside the container, his eyes fixed on the loading arm of the freighter. That thing was extremely powerful and could instantly lift several tons of containers and place them in the designated location. During this delivery and transportation, several boxes of goods had been transported, replaced with empty containers, and put back to their original places. And the movements were very flexible. Just as the loading arm moved again, he took the opportunity to jump into the container and hid among a pile of packaging sponges. Soon, he felt the box shaking. He must have felt his container being lifted by the loading arm and about to enter the cargo ship. He breathed a sigh of relief, peered out through the gap in the container, and saw a few familiar people on the dock, and quickly retracted his sight. A ray of sunlight in the gap fell on his pale face and broken palm. Yes, he was Li Zifeng. The domestic special forces were urgently searching for him. But at this moment, he was hiding here quietly. Recalling what happened a few days ago, he seemed to have experienced a nightmare. In the abandoned nuclear radiation hospital, the enemy placed a locator on him, and then left. Li Zifeng was lucky, hoping that the instrument could guide the rescue team. However, the countrymen who kidnapped them soon noticed something was wrong, because no matter which route they chose, there would always be pursuers behind them. Therefore, they began to carefully check these homeless people. Seeing that he was about to be traced to Li Zifeng, he was very nervous. At the critical moment of life and death, he quietly transferred the locator to a dying African man beside him. At that time, the man was already in a dying state. After making this decision, Li Zifeng felt full of guilt. But he had no better choice. In order to survive, and to save more people, he had to do this. He hid in the dark for a long time, and found that the gang quietly put the surviving homeless man into the cargo box on the freighter. Immediately, he improvised and decided to board the ship. At this time, Li Zifeng was full of anxiety. Losing the locator meant that there would be no more rescuers. Once on the freighter, in the boundless sea, it was like calling to the sky and the earth for help. And no one would respond. But he also understood that those with bare feet are not afraid of those with shoes. He had made up his mind to go all out, even if it meant both of them perished. The current situation was already like this. Could it be worse? Just as he was thinking, with a violent shaking, the cargo box fell down suddenly, and the noise was followed by calm. Li Zifeng curled up in the dark cargo box, listening to the sounds coming from outside. Those sounds went from near to far, and finally disappeared. Suddenly, the whistle sounded, muffled. The cargo ship was slightly bumpy, and the cargo box also shook. Li Zifeng knew that the ship had set sail, and was about to sail into the boundless sea. This kind of bumping lasted for a long time, and the shaking felt like a baby cradle. Li Zifeng suddenly remembered the past video he had seen in the album. At that time, his mother was still very young, pushing him in the cradle, with a gentle smile on her face. Chapter 141: Continuous Tragic Deaths. This was a rare warm moment in life, but in the tragic years that followed, recalling this warmth seemed particularly ironic. Li Zifeng hated her. Rather than hating her, he hated fate more. How abominable fate was, letting bone disease and limb disability befall a family at the same time. He had suffered discrimination and bullying since he was a child, and when he grew up, he was taken care of by the old couple, living like a beggar. He couldn't help but think, why did he chase to Country M? Why did he go to look for his mother until now? Li Zifeng still couldn't figure it out. He shook his head. Forget it. Since he couldn't figure it out, He would stop thinking about it, first save himself. The shaking of the freighter was very regular. Gradually, Li Zifeng fell into a coma during the shaking. He was in a daze these days, and he hardly dared to close his eyes. Sometimes, he was so sleepy that he just closed his eyes, and suddenly something happened. At that time, he was looking for clues. He was taken into a truck by a strong man. The truck was full of homeless people like him. Because there were checkpoints along the way, the compartment was sealed very tightly, and the driving time was too long. More than a dozen people suffocated to death on the spot. Among them was a middle-aged uncle, who smelled of alcohol, like a drunk who was dragged up. He had been twitching on the ground for a long time, spitting a lot of white foam, and finally died with his head tilted. There was also an old black woman, who was sweating all over, panting non-stop. She finally threw herself at the car door, trying to break free and breathe some air. But someone pushed her hard, and she was thrown out. There was only a muffled bang sound. And then she moved a few times and stopped moving. Li Zifeng bravely crawled to her side and reached out to touch her. He felt thick mucus, which must have flowed from the back of the old woman's head. It was either brain matter or blood. He was so scared that he quickly retracted his hand and dared not move again. The air in the car was getting thinner and thinner. Every breath made my lungs ache. The pain became stronger and stronger, and eventually turned into a tearing pain. Others also became more and more crazy. Some screamed wildly, and some rolled and struggled on the ground. But no matter how they made a fuss, the car didn't stop at all. Li Zifeng knew that this truck must have soundproofing devices, and no sound could be heard from outside. And those who arrested them, he was destined not to do anything good. And he would not even care if he died. He knew better. No matter how painful or scared he was, he must conserve his strength, and must not shout or make big movements. The more he consumed, the higher the probability of death. He closed his eyes tightly, tried his best to slow down his breathing, and gradually entered a semi-dormant state, maintaining the functioning of his life functions. Because of this, he held on until the door opened. The cold air rushed and instantly, the stench in the carriage was diluted. And Li Zifeng was ecstatic, thinking that he had escaped for the time being. He witnessed the bodies being dragged off the train, and then a pungent smell of burning wafted through the air. This scene made the remaining people in the carriage feel uneasy. However, everyone's physical strength had reached its limit, and although they were afraid, they were powerless to resist. Afterwards, they were taken to a nuclear radiation hospital and locked in 2 iron cages. Someone brought a bucket of water and a bucket of strange-smelling food. The hungry people pounced like hungry wolves, and Li Zifeng also fought for the pitiful food for survival. After that, there was a brief darkness. He took a short nap. When he opened his eyes again, he found a strange Asian man in the room. Seeing that man, Li Zifeng suddenly guessed that maybe this man could save them. Sure enough, the man quickly rushed into the iron cage and installed a portable positioning device. In the short 1-second eye contact, Li Zifeng saw determination and persistence in his eyes. So he responded immediately. He fled the scene when he was outnumbered, but Li Zifeng's hope gradually decreased. Because the locator was gone, it was obviously impossible to track the freighter. He could only rely on himself, he thought, and fell into a deep sleep with his head turned sideways. This sleep seemed to enter a boundless darkness, and he could not know the sounds of the outside world and the changes in the environment. I don't know how long it took. Li Zifeng heard a sharp cry in his dream. The voice sounded like a woman, clear and short, as if it was suddenly cut off at the end. Li Zifeng sat up suddenly, leaning inside the container to peek out, but from this angle, he could only see the opposite wall of the container in the dark. It was already night outside. What happened to the woman? The last voice disappeared. Was she killed? Li Zifeng didn't dare to think too much. What reassured him was that the voice was unfamiliar to him. The surroundings gradually became quiet. I don't know how long it took. Maybe half an hour. Or 2 hours. Li Zifeng guessed that there should be no one outside. He quietly took out a piece of scrap metal, which was something he had picked up outside before. He used the scrap metal to carefully touch the bolt outside the box. After a while, he really opened it. Li Zifeng quietly slipped out, and felt dizzy. Speaking of which, he had not eaten for 2 days, and the last time he ate was a little spoiled residue he snatched from the bucket. He should be in the warehouse at the stern of the ship. There were all kinds of containers in front of him. Li Zifeng walked carefully for a long time, but he didn't see anyone. However, according to the smell, he found the container containing his former companions. Those people were mostly street wanderers, who exuded a strong smell. A group of people gathered together, plus the smell of vomit and blood. You could smell it from hundreds of meters away. The door of the container was open, but there was no one inside. There were traces of dragging on the ground, mixed with blood. Thinking of the woman's scream before, many people might have met with misfortune again. Just as he thought of this, a bloody knife in the corner attracted his attention. Li Zifeng's eyes lit up, picked it up, wiped it on his pants casually, and put it in his pocket. After coming out of the container, there was a roar of a mechanical arm in front of him. This sound came unexpectedly, and Li Zifeng was so scared that he quickly hid back in the container, peeking out through the crack in the door, and found that the mechanical arm was lifting a container far away, and then put it heavily on the ground. Chapter 142 Bonds of Blood. A dozen uniformed, armed countrymen quickly rushed forward, opened the door of the container, and began to shout, driving out some men and women wearing hoods and prison uniforms, and ordered them to line up and walk forward. Li Zifeng recognized that these gunmen were the staff responsible for transportation at the dock. Those wearing prison uniforms were obviously criminals from country, and they came from different prisons, because the colors and styles of their prison uniforms were different. Li Zifeng felt uneasy. He was worried. They not only captured the homeless, but also brought so many prisoners. Would they also inject them with that kind of drug? Anyway, no one would care if these people died. While he was thinking, there was a commotion in the crowd. A strong man suddenly attacked the guard next to him, ran into him, and snatched the gun from his hand. This action was swift, and the other guards around reacted even faster. A dozen guns were immediately pointed at him. Without hesitation, bullets rained down on him. The strong man twisted his body, could not even shout, and fell down after twitching for a few seconds. Li Zifeng could just see his eyes, that were still open, and his mouth, that was slightly open and bleeding. Two guards walked up, kicked the body a few times, and then lifted him up and threw him into the sea. That right. The body was fed to the fish in the sea, and he died a quick death. The guard shouted loudly, as if warning the prisoners. Witnessing the scene, the prisoners were obviously much quieter, and followed the people in front of them silently towards the cabin. Li Zifeng did not dare to breathe heavily. Until they walked away, he walked out of the container, with his heart beating wildly, and the sweat on his back had soaked his clothes. He was afraid, after all. He was just a teenager, but being afraid was useless. He had no choice at this time. He quietly followed the crowd in front of him, always keeping a distance of several dozen meters. He was nervous all the way, for fear of being discovered. However, his nervousness made him even more careless. When he followed through a protective door, he accidentally kicked something on the ground, making a noise. At that moment, Li Zifeng was almost scared to death. The last guard in the team turned around. Li Zifeng hid in the shadow behind the door in fear. The tense atmosphere lasted for a few seconds. The man didn't seem to notice anything and continued to walk. Li Zifeng continued to follow, and soon passed through the protective door. They walked around the corridor for a while, but never stopped in front of any door, until they came to the deck. There were quite a few people on the deck. Some of them looked like security personnel on the ship, and some doctors in white coats. These doctors took out a series of tools from the box, needles, blood pressure monitors, blood sugar meters, etc., and began to perform a simple physical examination on this group of people, and also took out a portable CT machine to scan their whole bodies one by one. After this examination, the guard shouted at these people to return to the previous corridor, and locked them in the first and second houses on the left. During this process, Li Zifeng could hardly find a place to hide. Seeing others approaching, he flipped out of the gap in the railing in an emergency, his body hanging on the bow, desperately clinging to the railing, waiting for the group of people to leave. The sea surface at night was more bumpy and colder, and the sea breeze was howling, and Li Zifeng was almost blown away. He could only hold on to the railing with all his might, and barely managed to hold on. Finally, he waited and waited, and the corridor finally became quiet, and the people on the deck also left. He then went back with all his strength to grab the boat rope, and struggled to climb up. It was late at night. The moon was high, and there was no one on the deck. Li Zifeng felt dizzy, and after taking 2 steps, he suddenly fell down. His consciousness was blurred, but he knew in his heart that he had to find a hiding place quickly, and take a rest. Otherwise, even finding someone would be a luxury. Li Zifeng was lucky. He soon found the storage room on the freighter. There was the smell of various dry food. He was starving and cold. He groped for peanuts and took them out of the sack and stuffed them into his mouth. Because he had not drunk water for a long time, he was very thirsty. Every bite was very difficult. But soon he found a few baskets of beer. Although Li Zifeng could not drink, he could not care so much at this moment. He opened the lid and poured it into his mouth. After quickly drinking half a bottle, he realized the bitterness of the beer. But because of this, he felt a little better. He ate some food casually, curled up in the depths of the storage room to rest for a while, and felt that his physical strength had recovered a lot. At this time, he quietly opened the door, intending to find his mother whereabouts. He firmly believed that she must be here. Perhaps it was the blood bond between mother and son. From coming to him country to tracking here, he felt that he was getting closer and closer to his mother. Li Zifeng explored along the dark corridor, always alert to the movements around him, successfully avoided several seamen who appeared by chance. He guessed that, as a survivor after the injection, his mother must be locked up in a secret place and under special guard. However, he searched for a long time, and did not find such a place. Later, he walked around and around, and actually walked to the entrance of the engine room. He heard a conversation coming from inside. A man was cursing loudly, and mentioned woman, basement, and other words. Although Li Zifeng's foreign language was not very good, he could still understand him if he spoke slowly. From this, it can be seen that the man was talking about his mother. He waited for the man to leave, then sneaked into the machine room, and after searching for a while, he really found a staircase that tilted downward, leading directly to the bottom. Li Zifeng stood on the stairs and peeked down, vaguely seeing the lights inside, but he could not be sure if there was any guard. He was determined, and decided to go down first. Walking down carefully, the stairs were not long, only a dozen steps, and there was an open space below. Walking out was another corridor, with bright lights, and one could clearly see the surrounding scene. When he walked through the corridor, Li Zifeng couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. A huge glass cover appeared in front of him. Inside the cover was an ordinary room, with only an iron bed and an iron table, and nothing else. There seemed to be a person lying on the iron bed, and the person was wrapped tightly in a quilt. If it weren't for the slight rise and fall of his body, it would be almost impossible to believe that he was still alive. Chapter 143: Catching a Turtle in a Jar. Li Zifeng stared at the few strands of hair that were exposed. The color was yellow and slightly curly, and it was difficult to recognize. He suddenly realized, how long has it been since he last saw his mother? Since she got sick, I have hardly seen her again, and after entering the pathology department of the institute, I have completely lost contact with her. The first two meetings were a quick glimpse in the surveillance video of the pathology department, and her appearance when she was injected with drugs. I can't remember what her hair looks like. So is this person her? Li Zifeng lay in front of the glass cover, observing intently, but the person seemed to be sleeping, and there was no sign of turning over or waking up. After just a dozen seconds, a red light suddenly lit up in the glass cover. It turned out that a square machine in the corner was started, and a string of strange characters appeared on the screen. He was looking around curiously, but the quilt on the bed suddenly shook, and then a picture that surprised him appeared. The person sat up from the bed, like a carp jumping up, and suddenly opened her eyes. Then she slowly got out of bed. It was Li Hui, his mother. She looked a little strange at the moment, although her face was still the same. She looked numb, although she opened her eyes. Her eyes were like nothing. Her movements were extremely stiff, as if she was an artificial intelligence. Li Zifeng felt a burst of fear, slammed the glass, and shouted loudly, "Hey! Hey!" Li Hui did not react. Li Zifeng raised his voice a few degrees. This time she finally turned her head slowly, but her eyes were not focused. She glanced and turned back. "Can't you see me?" Li Zifeng was shocked. He wanted to walk to her front. At this time, he was only 1 or 2 meters away from her, but she still did not react. He noticed something abnormal about her. Li Hui was wearing a thin t-shirt and pants. The pants looked normal, but the part that was obviously swollen and deformed before, now she is completely recovered. What is even more incredible is that she walks like a young person, with no signs of illness for more than 10 years. And there are several pieces of tape on her exposed skin. When the red light on the machine flashes, these parts seem to produce a slight red light reaction. The machine in the corner lights up a key again. Li Hui suddenly starts to move restlessly. After a while, she actually walks to a place under the glass cover, reaches out to open the door. She walked out steadily. Li Zifeng was shocked. She could actually untie the glass cover by herself and walk out safely? This means that she is free and unrestrained. He walked forward quickly, following her closely, trying to call her several times, but he couldn't say the word mama when it came to his lips. Just as he was hesitating, Li Hui suddenly jumped up on the spot. She easily jumped onto the beam of the house, and climbed up like a clever monkey. Li Zifeng was stunned. He was in a trance for a moment. Is this woman really his mother? Is all this just an illusion? He followed her steps step by step and walked out. His eyes never left her figure. Gradually they walked out of the corridor and came to the deck. It was chilly on the deck, and the night sea breeze whistled past, but Li Hui, who was wearing thin clothes, didn't feel anything. She stood at the front of the deck with her hair disheveled, and then jumped up. She jumped onto the tall mast, casually grabbed the mast and hung, her whole body swaying outside. Li Zifeng was shocked, and quickly ran forward, trying to drag her down. Are you crazy? Come down! However, his hand could not reach her at all, and Li Hui had no reaction at all, hanging there expressionlessly, fluttering with the freighter, like a strange flag. You lunatic! Come down quickly! Li Zifeng was heartbroken. He jumped desperately, but there was nothing he could do. He suddenly remembered the scene when he was a child. At that time, his mother had just fallen ill, due to severe bone pain. Her legs could not bear it, and it became extremely difficult to walk. At that time, she was still working, and would pick him up and drop him off at school every day. Li Hui's strange gait attracted the attention of his classmates. Some people whispered, and some whispered. These reactions were undoubtedly a mockery of him in Li Zifeng's eyes. So, he became more and more inferior. He lowered his head, and quickly pulled his mother forward, wanting only to escape from the group of people. However, he did not know that such an action was dangerous for his mother. She was weak in movement, and as soon as she moved faster, it was like walking on the tip of a needle, and severe pain raged between her legs. Finally, one time, when Li Zifeng urged her to walk faster, Li Hui fell heavily, like a bag of wet cement on the ground, and her nose bled wildly. In the middle of the road, seeing that the green light was about to turn red, Li Zifeng desperately pulled her up. However, he was only 5 years old, and couldn't pull his mother up. Cars honked wildly, and the eyes of the students watching were focused. The young Li Zifeng felt extremely ashamed and tried hard to pull, but Li Hui was also trying her best to stand up, but it was all in vain. She felt that her bones seemed to be broken, and the severe pain swept through her legs, and she couldn't move at all. That was the most painful moment in Li Zifeng's memory. There were countless car horns in his ears, and the roar of the drivers. The onlookers were talking. Later, the traffic police arrived and helped her to the side of the road. Little girl, where is your father? Call your father. Little Li Zifeng opened his mouth, but under the gaze of everyone, he lowered his head and answered, my father is gone. Is he dead? Li Zifeng shook his head. Just gone. A boy in the crowd shouted. It turns out that Li Zifeng is an unwanted child. He and his mother are both disabled. One has a disabled hand, and the other has a disabled foot. No wonder, the whole family is disabled. Li Zifeng's cheeks flushed, his fists clenched, bit his lower lip, but in the end, he still couldn't swing, and finally let go powerlessly. At this moment, Li Zifeng, standing under the mast, shouted to his mother at the top. His mind vaguely recalled the past, his voice intertwined with the shouts of his childhood. It was difficult to tell which was real and which was an illusion. Just as he was immersed in his memories, a strange female voice came from behind him. It seems she doesn't recognize you anymore. She spoke in a clumsy Chinese. Li Zifeng turned around and found that it was a blonde American woman, about 30 years old, wearing a tight business suit, showing off her full curves, bright red lips, sharp eyes, and a strong aura. Behind her were 7 or 8 fully armed bodyguards, who looked aggressive and seemed ready to attack at any time. Chapter 144 finally shouted. Li Zifeng looked at the scene in front of him in astonishment, and instantly realized that the whole process of his silent stalking had long been exposed to people's sight, and there was no secret at all. He was not like a yellow bird following a mantis, but like a captured turtle trapped in a jar. He glanced at the woman, and then looked up at the mysterious mother. His throat was hoarse, and it was difficult to utter a word. Li, she is not your mother. Her code name is ZY001. And she is the first soldier in our base. Her body contains all the strength we need. The woman spoke slowly in Chinese, and emphasized some words. Li Zifeng shook his head desperately. Let her go. She is just a sick middle-aged woman. Sick? The woman smiled coldly, looked up at Li Hui on the mast, and pressed a button on the bracelet. Following her command, Li Hui hovered with the sea breeze. Suddenly she let go of her hands. This scene terrified Li Zifeng. He stared with wide eyes, and saw her falling at the speed of free fall. However, when she was about to touch the bowstring, she stopped in the air. Li Zifeng rushed forward and found that she only used one finger to barely hook a slightly protruding nail on the hull. This strength was so amazing that her whole body was still in the air, as if walking on flat ground. Just like the martial arts light skills in novels. How could you be like this? Li Zifeng's voice was swept away by the wind. Do you think she looks like a patient? The woman laughed loudly and approached Li Zifeng step by step. In addition to her, we have more warriors. With them, we can be invincible. As she spoke, she pressed the button of the bracelet again, and the hovering Li Hui kicked her feet, and instantly jumped back to the deck, without any expression, without any emotional fluctuations. The woman waved her hand. A guard behind him strode forward, quickly drew out the knife from his waist, and stabbed Li Hui. He was so fast that the knife almost pierced through Li Hui's right arm. Li Zifeng shouted in panic, trying to rush forward to stop them, but the two guards held him tightly. He struggled desperately, but it was useless, and could only watch the guard wipe the blood off the tip of the knife, and then put the knife back. What puzzled him was that his mother didn't react at all. She still stood there expressionless. She didn't even dodge, as if she didn't feel any pain at all. Why didn't you hide? Li Zifeng roared. Are you a fool? Don't you feel pain? Pain? The woman laughed loudly. If our soldiers are troubled by pain, their combat effectiveness will inevitably decrease, which is not allowed. Li Zifeng shook his head painfully. As early as when he was in the research institute, he realized that his mother had been drugged, and he had imagined that she was still a normal person. However, what he saw tonight made him completely desperate. His mother had been transformed into a monster. She did not know pain, had unlimited potential, and had lost her memory. What do you want to do? Li Zifeng asked loudly. What do you want? The woman smiled slightly, said slowly, Li, since you are here anyway, we just want to use you for an experiment. She looked at the two guards behind Li Zifeng and waved. Let's start. The two guards grabbed Li Zifeng fiercely. One of them took out a rope and tied his hands, dragging him to the stern. Li Zifeng struggled desperately on the ground. But compared to the two of them, his weak strength seemed insignificant. His hands were broken, and his body was weak. Soon, he felt dizzy, and was thrown out of the stern, and thrown into the raging sea with a bang. The biting cold instantly invaded his whole body, and the piercing feeling just rose, and the surging sea water rushed into his nostrils. He opened his mouth, and the bitter sea water rushed into his mouth. He couldn't swim at all. He was born with a disability. Li Hui treated him like a precious pearl in her hand, and hardly let him go out. Naturally, she wouldn't let him do such a dangerous sport as swimming. His instinct prompted him to splash in the water. More water poured into his lungs. He felt that his lungs were about to burst. He was estimated to die in the next second. At this moment, the rope was pulled up, and his head finally emerged from the sea. He could breathe again. Looking up, he saw his mother. She stood quietly at the stern railing, staring at him intently. And in the shadows, she seemed to be unaware. Li Zifeng suddenly remembered that he had asked about his father when he was a child. She looked like this at that time, and said expressionlessly, you just need to treat him as dead. Little Li Zifeng shook his head. But the other day a relative came to our house, and said that my father was in Guangdong. Anyway, he no longer cares about us. What the difference between being alive and dead? Li Hui said calmly. Li Zifeng stared blankly. Why don't you care about us? Li Hui suddenly burst out. Why? What else could it be? Isn't it because you are a disabled child, and because I can't have another child? We are his burden, do you know that? Li Zifeng, who was only 5 years old at the time, was frightened by his mother's anger, and was shocked by the meaning of her words. Sorrow, inferiority, and regret suddenly surged in his heart. At that time, his only feeling was, I shouldn't be alive. If I die, I won't have any more worries. Right? Li Zifeng stared at his mother above his head. After just a few seconds, the rope loosened and he fell into the sea again. This time it lasted longer. Bubbles burst out of the water like crazy. His hands were tied, and his legs gradually became weak. Time became extremely long. When he was about to give up, he was pulled up again. This time he coughed with all his strength. Tears and snot mixed with bitter seawater flowed out. In the haze, the mother beside the railing was still like a statue, motionless. The strong desire to survive prompted him to shout, "Help! Help!" Just after shouting these two words, the rope started to move again. Li Zifeng didn't know where the strength came from, and his voice increased several times. "Help! Mom! Help!" He hadn't called Mom for many years. He didn't call her sometimes during video calls, and he didn't call her when they just met. But at this critical moment, he called out this title unconsciously. Chapter 145 fortunately survived. Strangely, Li Hui had no reaction at this time, but after hearing the shout, she suddenly took 2 steps forward, looked down at the sea, and her eyes seemed to change. The woman next to her frowned, staring at Li Hui, worried that the experiment would fail at the last stage. The reason why they summoned Li Zifeng was to conduct the last stage of the family awakening experiment. By letting the closest person die in front of the experimenter in the most cruel way, if she still has no reaction, then the experiment is successful. According to their research, Li Hui has no memory of the past. Now she is like a brain-enclosed person. How deep the closure is the key they need to verify. Therefore, the woman has been staring at Li Hui, paying attention to her every move. Li Hui did change after Li Zifeng shouted "Mom." She walked to the edge of the boat in a trance, looking down at Li Zifeng in the waves. She did not make any move. Will Li Hui save him? Will she be willing? This is the doubt in the woman's heart. And it is also the doubt in the heart of Li Zifeng, who is struggling in the waves. At this moment, his consciousness is getting more and more blurred. The surging sea water makes him unable to breathe. The little oxygen he gets from the exhausting struggle is far from enough to support his body. The flashing white light in his mind wanders around, and it seems that countless golden lights are calling him. Maybe in the next second, he would faint completely. At this moment, Li Hui moved. She suddenly grabbed the rope. When everyone thought she would pull Li Zifeng up, a cold light flashed in her eyes, and she suddenly broke the rope. Li Zifeng, who was still tossing in the waves just now, sank instantly. The cold sea water completely swallowed him, and after struggling for a few times, he was washed away by the waves. And Li Hui turned around expressionlessly, her eyes returned to their previous dullness. The woman hesitated for a moment, looking at the sea below the boat. Li Zifeng's figure could no longer be seen in the darkness. He turned around and waved, saying, "Take her down." The experiment succeeded. Yes, it succeeded. This woman, who had been injected with highly effective drugs, no longer had any attachment to her family. Her biological son failed to awaken her memory, but instead aroused her cold and bloodthirsty nature. This was really good news. In a sense, she had become a qualified warrior. At this time, the night was deep, thick dark clouds pressed down on the sky, and the occasional moonlight seemed extremely weak, like a parasitic vine that had been eaten away for a long time and had run out of nutrients. And it seemed that it would disappear completely in the next moment. The cold sea breeze whistled past, rolling up the waves, looking like a black vortex that could swallow up an entire life in an instant. Li Zifeng floated in the black waves, and except for those flashing golden dots, there was nothing else in his eyes. In the end, everything returned to the deep darkness. 2 days later, in the pathology department of the Biological Research Institute in City A, Ran stood outside the observation window, staring at Li Zifeng, who was unconscious on the bed. She stared for a long time, but Li Zifeng showed no signs of waking up, and even his fingers and eyeballs did not move. Associate Professor Lin's voice came from behind. "Xiao Gu, are you here to see the patient again?" Ran turned around and said, "Yes, his vital signs are normal." "Why can't he wake up?" "Normal vital signs do not mean that he is in a good mental state. Sometimes coma is a way for patients to protect themselves," Associate Professor Lin advised her. "Don't rush this, go eat. If you wake up, the machine will monitor it." "Okay." Ran looked at the bed again, and slowly turned away. She sighed slightly, unexpectedly seeing Li Zifeng again in this way. The 2 paintings she had left in the drawer were still intact. This sensitive and fragile big boy, he had suffered such a serious injury. Li Zifeng was sent back by helicopter in the early hours of the morning the day before. The international rescue team found him unconscious in the waters of Country M, and contacted the biological laboratory based on the information on the bracelet, and sent him back overnight. Later, Mu Qingshan learned that it was Zhang Peng who tracked him to the dock and found the evidence left by Li Zifeng. This smart kid left a string of Morse code on the dock, recording the ship number. Relying on this clue, Zhang Peng contacted the international rescue team and urgently applied to go out to sea. At first, the rescue team was reluctant, but with Zhang Peng's insistence, they finally sent a small boat and 2 rescuers. When they found the large cargo ship, Zhang Peng noticed something strange under the mast. When he saw several figures on the ship, he immediately ordered the rescue boat to turn off all lights and stay quietly in the shadow of the cargo ship to observe the situation. From the rescue boat perspective, the people hanging on the ropes could be clearly seen. That was Li Zifeng, looking very dangerous. But now was not the time to expose himself. After all, they were outnumbered, and everyone on the boat was armed. Finally, things took a turn for the better. A figure suddenly rushed out and broke the rope. Zhang Peng and his team took the opportunity to rescue Li Zifeng. It was him. They hid overnight and quietly left the sea area. Zhang Peng found a helicopter and sent Li Zifeng directly back to the Biological Research Institute in City A. At the same time, Zhang Peng also sent the video footage of the incident. After a careful inspection, Mu Qingshan identified the woman by the boat. She was Li Hui. She was Li Hui, who was taken away by whales from the United States for research. And she tore the rope apart with her own hands. At this time, several colleagues who were watching the video together were stunned. Is this woman so cruel now? This is her only son. It may be the effect of the drug. I'm afraid she doesn't remember it. This is really too cruel. He killed his own child with his own hands. Mu Qingshan pondered silently, staring at the screen. Due to the distance and light problems, the video pixel was not very high, but after careful analysis, he did notice some clues. Just as he was thinking, the phone rang, and a hurried voice came. Director Mu, Li Zifeng is awake. Li Zifeng woke up, but his mind was still not very clear. He stared at the ceiling in a daze, letting the doctor beside him check him, although the doctor asked all kinds of questions. He remained silent. When Mu Qingshan arrived, the situation had not improved. Li Zifeng seemed unwilling to communicate with others. In desperation, he said to his assistant, "Go and call Ran Ran. Maybe they can still communicate smoothly." Mu Qingshan had to admit this. Ran Ran was the only person in the entire institute who could get close to Li Zifeng. Although they were 6 or 7 years apart, there was always a wonderful aura that made the communication between the two people smooth. Chapter 146: The Power of Motherly Love. Ran Ran didn't even have time to eat, and rushed to the hospital. Seeing Li Zifeng staring intently on the bed, she paused slightly, and then turned to Mu Qingshan. "Director Mu, can I talk to him alone?" "Yes." The surroundings immediately returned to silence. Ran Ran slowly walked towards Li Zifeng, pulled a chair and sat down, and slowly peeled the apple on the table. Her movements were slow and focused. She never looked at Li Zifeng, as if she was just visiting a patient. Peeling an apple may seem simple, but fruits are usually purified nowadays, and can be eaten directly. So Ran Ran's behavior seemed particularly abrupt, so that Li Zifeng could not help but glance at her, and then moved his eyes back to the ceiling. Ran Ran peeled the apple meticulously, peeling off layer by layer, and then cut the flesh into several pieces and handed it to Li Zifeng. "Do you want to eat it?" Li Zifeng still stared at the ceiling, without any intention of responding. Ran Ran didn't care, put the fruit plate on the table, and wiped the fruit knife, put it back in his pocket. Li Zifeng couldn't touch such a sharp tool. Just when Ran Ran thought he wouldn't speak, Li Zifeng suddenly said, "She doesn't recognize me. Not only doesn't recognize me, she also wants to kill me." "Is she your mother?" Ran Ran asked in ignorance. Li Zifeng turned his head, with red eyes. "Yes, she wanted to kill me. I called her, I begged her to save me, but she just looked at me, and then pulled off the rope. She didn't see me as her son at all." Ran Ran showed a puzzled look. "I've seen that video. That rope is very thick. Can she really break it with her bare hands?" "She is different now." Li Zifeng's eyes were full of sadness. "She turned into a monster. I followed her to Country M, followed her all the way, but she turned into a monster." Ran Ran sighed. The high dose of Cialis pills restored her body, but also turned her into a special human without consciousness. This is something she cannot change or control. Do you understand? I can't accept it. Li Zifeng lowered his head in frustration. "I thought she would get better after seeing me. But didn't you treat her like this before?" Ran Ran said bluntly. "You don't want to see her, don't want to communicate with her, and even hate her for bringing you into this world." Li Zifeng lowered his head. "Now I hate it too. Neither she nor I should exist in this world. Zifeng, you have to understand, our fate has been determined since birth." Ran Ran said earnestly, We must learn to reconcile with the world, instead of living a life with resentment. Li Zifeng looked at her. What about you? Have you reconciled with this world? Can you accept the reality that you are not a normal person? Ran Ran was slightly surprised. You know about me? Li Zifeng said in a low voice. Well, I have secretly observed you. You are always reading a book called Genes Change Humans, and every time you read it, your eyes will turn red. Some time ago, the incident of genetic man was widely reported, so I guess you are too. Ran Ran reached out and stroked his head. Maybe you guessed right. Li Zifeng felt a little uncomfortable and dodged a few times. Don't treat me like an elder, you are only a few years older than me. Aren't being a few years older also a senior in life? Ran Ran smiled calmly. You still have to call me sister. Li Zifeng hesitated. This sentence sounds familiar, you seem to have said it before. After talking, Li Zifeng's mood calmed down a little. But he was still worried about his mother matter. At this time, he lowered his head, and his expression was gloomy. No matter how Ran Ran tried to persuade him, it was difficult to succeed. At this time, Ran Ran's bracelet vibrated. She took a look. It was a message from Mu Qingshan. There was new news about Li Hui to tell Li Zifeng. Ran Ran's heart tightened. He showed the news to Li Zifeng. He bit his lower lip tightly. After a few seconds, he made up his mind. I want to know what the news is. When Mu Qingshan came in, Li Zifeng sat up straight. Has she already? Ran Ran knew that he wanted to ask if Li Hui had passed away. He also felt uneasy in his heart. He stared at Mu Qingshan closely, and his palms clenched tightly. Mu Qingshan walked to the bedside. Don't worry. Your mother is fine for the time being. What I want to tell you is, the technical team repeatedly compared and analyzed the video they shot on the rescue boat, and found that when Li Hui first looked at the sea, the rescue boat was not hidden in time. So we have reason to believe that she deliberately broke the rope at that time, because she believed that you would be rescued. This result surprised Ran Ran. Hasn't she lost her past memories? In principle, it is closed, but it cannot be ruled out that external stimuli will induce those memories. Li Zifeng whispered to himself. I called her at that time. I called her mom. I haven't called her that for many years. No wonder. Ran Ran sighed. It shows that maternal love can overcome everything. Even if she becomes what she is now, the love in her heart still exists. Li Zifeng lowered his head. His eyes were full of pain. I wronged her. I want to save her again. Mu Qingshan stopped him. She tried her best to get you out. She definitely didn't want you to take risks again. Don't worry, we will find a way to save them, although the outcome is unknown. You, a defenseless child, are not as good as us in action. Yes, Zifeng. Ran Ran also advised him. Calm down. Think about your mother, who is now a very aggressive person. Once you go, you will become her weak spot and make it easier for her to get hurt. After the two persuaded him, Li Zifeng finally accepted. Okay. I will listen. I will listen to you. Mu Qingshan thought for a moment and decided to tell him the truth. According to Professor Chung's last words, your mother volunteered to participate in the dangerous experiment for you. She didn't want to be a burden to you, and she hoped that Professor Chung could cure you through this. Really? Mu Qingshan nodded. Li Zifeng looked out the window with tears in his eyes and remained silent. Ran Ran glanced at him and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. In the past few days, she has been worried about this fragile and sensitive boy, and she hopes that Li Zifeng can live well. After leaving the ward, she asked Mu Qingshan, what is the hope of saving him? Chapter 147 The Destruction of Life. It not easy. Wells is a businessman, and behind him are the dark forces of the United States. These dark forces have been making trouble in secret. Our agents have been confronting them for a long time, and both sides have won and lost. Ran Ran rubbed his hands in anger. These people are really shameless. They actually stole our biological research secrets and special patients so openly. Maybe they think that the agreement with Professor Chung is valid. Therefore, these achievements should be taken over by them. Mu Qingshan said frankly. These people thinking has always been rogue logic. How can it be theirs? Ran Ran said angrily. In order to obtain these scientific research results, we paid a huge price. And this kind of research will cause global turmoil. Do these people really have no brains? Country has always been like this. Mu Qingshan whispered. They have not existed for a long time, relying on bloody plundering wars to expand their territory, in their view. This is shameless. Ran Ran clenched his fists, just like those Homo sapiens. They are full of sins, and will suffer the consequences sooner or later, because of the influence of common genes. After reading the diary, Ran could instantly feel Sha Rulin past. Those Homo sapiens with strange appearances and vicious hearts appeared in his mind. And he couldn't calm down. If the development of all civilizations is based on plunder, then such civilizations are destined to be quickly replaced. Where there is oppression, there is resistance. This truth is applicable in any era. After talking with Mu Qi-shan, Ran packed up and left work. She made an appointment with Qiu Yu to go shopping in the evening. She rarely went shopping, and most of the items she needed were tried on virtually online, which was time-saving and efficient. This time, walking with Qiu Yu in the quiet and undisturbed showroom was a different experience. Ran mentioned Wells' matter and felt quite unfair. His behavior, what is the difference between them and the Homo sapiens on Kepler 22b? Qiu Yu was the same. She was more impulsive than Ran, so she persuaded Ran to publish the contents of the diary again. Ran calmed down a little, whispered, "Have you forgotten what Director Mu and Duanyan said? If it is published, the world will only think that Sha Rulin is a mental patient, and even we will find it difficult to escape unscathed." Qiu Yu sighed heavily. Ran, you said that if Homo sapiens still existed, come back. Will our Earth be destroyed? Ran stared out the window. But her thoughts drifted far away. This possibility is extremely small. But if there really is such a day, we may. She did not continue her words. She had been thinking about it for a long time, but she did not know how to face it. Perhaps this is a problem that she, Director Mu, the Institute of Biology, and even larger organizations cannot deal with. Qiu Yu also fell silent. I hope that day will never come. The two strolled for a while. Ran took a fancy to a beige windbreaker, tried it on in the dressing mirror, and thought it was suitable. So she immediately added it to the shopping cart. Qiu Yu watched from the side, and thought it was good, but she didn't plan to try on the clothes. Later, Ran saw a red skirt, which was very suitable for her. So she pulled it over for her to try. This time the effect was better. Qiu Yu was lively and cute, and she looked more radiant after wearing this skirt. However, Qiu Yu took a look at the price, smiling and shaking her head. No, I don't like it. Ran said nothing, pulled the skirt back, and then quickly paid. When she walked out of the mall, she was holding 2 bags in her hands. She handed one of the bags to Qiu Yu with a smile. Your birthday is next month. I'm giving it to you in advance. Qiu Yu shook her head quickly. Ran. I don't want it. You look really good in this skirt. Ran insisted on stuffing the bag into her hand. Its name is your name. At Ran insistence, Qiu Yu had no choice but to accept the skirt. Holding the bag, she carefully looked inside and felt that the red color was even more dazzling in the sun. She didn't dislike it just now, but she thought it was too expensive. The price of a skirt was almost equal to her half-month salary. How could she afford it? Qiu Yu's salary was not high, and it usually had to be divided into 3 parts. One part was used to pay off the debt to her father, and the other part was secretly given to her mother as living expenses. The rest can barely support her daily expenses. Therefore, her life is quite tight. She always chooses some extremely cheap promotional clothes, usually only eats in the company cafeteria, and lives like an ascetic. All this makes Ran feel very distressed. Although she doesn't mention it, she always gives Qiu Yu gifts for various reasons: birthdays, holidays, and even food brought back from business trips, clothes and daily necessities. She wants to take care of her food, clothing, housing and transportation, in order to make her feel at ease. Ran would also find excuses to ask Qiu Yu for some small gifts, such as treating her to spicy hot pot, or asking her to bring some drinks when she came to her house. These expenses were not much, but they could make Qiu Yu feel at ease. Qiu Yu happily took the skirt home, put it on, and turned around in front of the mirror twice. The girl in the mirror looked brand new and incredibly beautiful. She was just happy. The door creaked open, and Qiu mother poked her head in. Xiao Yu, what do you want for dinner? Qiu Yu complained. Mom, why didn't you knock when you came in? Why knock at my own house? Qiu mother didn't take it seriously. What clothes did you buy? She pulled the skirt over and looked at the tag. Frowning, you buy fancy clothes all day long. How can you wear them out? Go and return them. Qiu Yu sighed. Mom, where can't I wear this dress? Can you please stop meddling in my business? Why don't you listen to me? Kid? Mother Qiu was about to pull off the skirt. Look at how short the skirt is. And the neckline is a bit big. Qiu Yu suddenly became impatient. I'm already in my 20s. Can you give me some freedom? I like what I don't like. It my freedom. Why do you always interfere with me? Mother Chiu got even angrier after hearing this, and slapped her daughter on the back. Are you being stubborn again? Chiu, originally happy mood, was mostly repelled by this slap. She looked at her mother angrily. You don't think this dress is bad, you just think it too expensive. You think all my money should be used to pay off debts. Right? Chiu mother opened her mouth, but was stunned and didn't say anything. Chiu shook her head painfully. Mom, I also have my own life. My life has been ruined. Don't I even have the right to buy a piece of clothing I like? Shall you? How could it be ruined? He is your father. We are a family. Chiu mother eyes dimmed. Chapter 148. The boasting of the M people. Chiu sneered. After my father went bankrupt, did he ever get back on his feet? He pinned his hopes on gambling, and owed a lot of debts over the years. You should know this in your heart. Right? With his depravity, and your indulgence and cowardice, is there still hope for our family? Over the years, we have moved so many times, don't you remember it? After venting, Chiu opened the door of the room and ran out, but accidentally bumped into someone. The man supported her. Xiaoyu. What wrong with you? The man was Duanyeni. Chiu was very surprised. Since returning from Luyuan Mountain, he went to the polar regions to investigate the glaciers. They didn't have many opportunities to talk. She didn't expect him to be here at this time, and it happened to be her most embarrassing moment. Chiu noticed that her face was full of tears. She felt embarrassed, so she immediately pushed his hand away. I have something. Chiu ran out of the yard quickly, fearing that Duanyeni would catch up. She ran through 2 alleys in a row, and finally went around a small path into a deserted park. Standing by a pond full of dead leaves and sewage in a daze, she stared at the pond for a long time, until footsteps sounded behind her, and a bottle of water was handed over. Here, drink some water to calm down first. Chiu quickly wiped her face, turned around and asked, Why are you still following me? Duanyeni lowered his head and looked at her, with an apologetic tone. Xiaoyu, I didn't mean to eavesdrop. I just came back from the polar regions. I wanted to meet you guys. Please forgive me for coming here without an invitation. Chiu lowered her eyes. You heard me quarreling with my mother. Right? I am embarrassed. Right? Being scolded by my mother for a skirt. Duanyeni said frankly, I always thought you were a lively girl who didn't have to worry about food and clothing. It was a little unexpected just now. Chiu smiled bitterly. Don't have to worry about food and clothing? This is simply ironic for me. As early as high school, I started working part-time to support myself, pay off my dad's debts. Does your dad owe a lot of debts? Chiu nodded. A lot, unimaginable numbers, and a lot of them are loan sharks. He's been evading debts all year. I haven't seen him for 2 years. He really confused. Duanyeni frowned. I thought my dad was bad enough, but I didn't expect your dad to be even worse. Chiu looked at him. Does your dad have problems too? Duanyeni said frankly. He doesn't owe loan sharks, but he's innocent, and he has a lot of mistresses outside. My mother refused to leave for the sake of the so-called family property, and she would not listen to any persuasion. Chiu sighed. Every family has its own unspeakable secrets. Sorry. I have offended your scars. Duanyeni smiled. I am used to it. Xiaoyu, I hope you can think more open-mindedly. Although we cannot choose our birth, we can choose our future life. Future. Chiu's eyes became increasingly dim. Actually, I don't think I have a future. He may have to bear this yoke for the rest of his life. What if there is a chance one day to pay off all your father's debts? Duanyeni suddenly suggested. Chiu shook his head. That impossible. Even if there is such a possibility, a person like my father would not be determined to do it. He is stuck in the quagmire, and it is difficult for him to get out. After saying that, Chiu continued to stare at the stagnant water in the pond, and no longer wanted to bring up this topic. Yeni, how is the situation in the polar region? It's still going in a bad direction. Duanyeni shook his head. Everyone has done everything they can, but the effect is minimal. This era is really too difficult. Chiu bit her lower lip tightly. In previous books, the author said that our generation was very miserable. But looking back, it seems that there is no worst, only more miserable. Each generation is more miserable than the previous one. That right? Duanyeni smiled gently. Xiaoyu, are you going home now? Why not make an appointment with Qinshan and Ranran? Let go for a walk outside. I have something to tell you. Chiu nodded. Okay. Actually, I just partied with Ranran, and I'm not sure if she can come out again. I try to send a message. Duan Yeni lowered his head to fiddle with his bracelet, and soon raised his head and smiled. They are waiting for us in the cafe opposite the institute. Half an hour later, Xiao Yu realized that what Duan Yeni wanted to say was actually about the M country. Duan Yeni companions in this trip to the North Pole. There are 2 M country people during the conversation. They mentioned the recent struggle between M and L countries. The economic and military strength of the 2 countries is comparable, and they have been fighting for hundreds of years. Recently, due to the Luoshan Island incident, the situation has become very serious. Luoshan Island does not belong to the border of the 2 countries, but is an unknown island in the Pacific Ocean. Both countries claimed that their respective expeditions had discovered the island, which caused a lot of uproar, and even appealed to the International Court of Justice. However, neither country could provide strong evidence, so it ended in vain. Why fight for this island? Because of its special geographical location, it is the only foothold leading to another continent in the Long Mengli Strait. From a strategic point of view, whoever controls this island will be of great benefit to future wars. Duan Yeni heard their arrogance from the tone of the M countrymen. They believe that the best way to solve the problem is to use fists. All arguments are meaningless, just fight directly. They even think that if they fight, they can use nuclear weapons at most. Compared with their own country, L nuclear weapons are still inferior. Duan Yeni was speechless after hearing these words. He immediately asked them, if a nuclear war really happens, will there be a piece of pure land left in the world? The same is true for non-N state in your country. Have you forgotten that painful history? They looked disdainful. One of them replied, a professor at our university once said that only a strong war force can shut up the opponent. Another one continued, Duan, why do you have to get involved in these things? Your country has never been involved in these trivial matters, right? By the way, I heard from my friends in China that the local government of Nan'an Prefecture intends to build it into a new type of hospital, which may be a subversive creation. They kept talking. Duan Yeni was not interested in listening anymore, so he changed into winter clothes and went to the scene to check the test results. But when he returned home, he heard the 2 people mention the nuclear radiation hospital in Nan'an Prefecture. So when Duan Yeni got home, he found them to talk about this matter. Mu Qingshan and Ran Ran looked at each other, and there was suspicion in each other's eyes. Ran Ran frowned and said, do you think it's strange? Even ordinary people in M country know about the nuclear radiation hospital in Nan'an Prefecture. No matter how arrogant they are, it's not going to be known to everyone. Right? Chapter 149 The Conspiracy of Luoshan Island. I guess they deliberately released this incident to lure out the pursuers. Their main battlefield is actually somewhere else. Mu Qingshan answered. Ran Ran asked again, could it be on that ship? It's unlikely, it's just a cargo ship. According to Li Zifeng, the facilities on it are relatively simple. Duan Yeni and Xiao Yu were confused. Duan Yeni coughed, interrupted them. What are you talking about? I was away for a while. Did anything major happen? Mu Qingshan briefly described Li Hui's situation. Duan Yeni nodded thoughtfully. So, I also find it strange. Those 2 are just ordinary surveying personnel, and have nothing to do with military and politics. Mu Qingshan thought for a while, and asked, you just mentioned Luoshan Island. Can you mark the specific location? Duan Yeni pulled out the map to mark it. Ran Ran and Mu Qingshan were surprised when they saw it. It turns out that this is really the Mengli Strait. Could their final destination be that small island? Xiao Yu, who had been silent, suddenly had an idea. I seem to understand. Country M not only wants to conduct such inhumane experiments, create mutant superhumans, but also wants to put the blame on Country L? Mu Qingshan nodded. Xiao Yu's speculation makes sense. But this must be based on the failure of Country M to seize the island. There may be results in a few days. I will report this information to Zhang Peng immediately. I hope this is the right clue. Ran Ran was silent for a while. It would be great if they could save Li Hui. She is Li Zifeng's only relative. Li Zifeng has been in a low mood during this period, although his body has almost recovered. Ran Ran has also hired a painting teacher for him, and he has regular classes every day. But he is always absent-minded. Every time he sees Ran Ran, he will ask about his mother. Have you found her? Any news? Can you save her? Ran Ran wanted to persuade him, but couldn't lie. She felt very entangled every time. She was thinking, when will this nervous anxiety end? After the party, Mu Qingshan told Zhang Peng about the analysis of the new clues. Zhang Peng expressed doubt after hearing it. Is it really that island? But we investigated the route of the freighter. It has been circling around for hundreds of nautical miles. There is no sign of changing its route. Why don't I take people to search again now? The signal on Zhangpeng's side is not very good. The waters belonging to Country M, communications are monitored. Even if the best equipment is used, and multiple layers of protection are set up, there is still a risk of being monitored, and their previous conversation was also conducted in the local dialect and some obscure communication codes. After hanging up the phone, Zhangpeng quickly led people to the island codenamed 933. According to the previous high-definition images, there are no signs of modern civilization on the island except for dense forests and some animals. However, this time, just after entering that sea area through the telescope, we saw the newly built dock and plank road. Going deeper, we found modular buildings. This is a new type of material, which is light and strong. It can be transported to the designated location directly by cargo plane without relying on large machinery. This is a two-story building hidden in the jungle. When approaching, the house seems like a bunker, and a large number of stray bullets are fired. Zhangpeng and others are equipped with warning devices and quickly evaded. But soon they encountered the second wave, and the third wave of attacks. Due to the fierce ammunition and laser attacks, 2 teammates fell down, and the rest hid in a safe place, waiting for an opportunity to move forward. They had no choice, because there were attack points all around, and there was no way to go. After a hail of bullets, Zhangpeng and another teammate rushed into the building, but the interior was in a mess, and there was no one, as if everyone had been evacuated urgently. Zhangpeng noticed the scattered medicine packaging on the ground, and immediately took a picture and sent it to Mu Qingshan. The reply was, they were all some drugs to assist Shili Ma Dingwan. Zhangpeng instantly understood that these people had been injected with high doses of drugs. During this period, the behind-the-scenes hands of Country M kept sending people from all walks of life onto cargo ships. These people, including criminals and vagrants, are all at the bottom of society. At the beginning, he and international organizations intercepted several waves, but the effect was minimal. Just like a dam was blown up, water rushed out. You blocked one place, more water can't be controlled at all. Their routes are varied. Some through air routes, some through the sea. Zhangpeng and his team cannot be exposed in the open. The organization is under guard everywhere. It is extremely difficult to find the final hiding place. This is also the reason why they have been unable to find the mastermind behind the scenes. When Zhangpeng was thinking, his teammates said from behind, "Captain Zhang, come and see. Does this person look familiar?" Zhangpeng hurried over, and saw the corpse of a middle-aged man lying on the stairs. He was tall, with a bullet wound in the forehead, and his entire head was soaked in blood, so his face could no longer be recognized. His teammates kicked him. "Captain Zhang, come and see." Zhangpeng carefully distinguished the lower half of his face, and quickly concluded, "He is Wells. I think he looks a bit like him. But how could he die here? Dog bites dog. Killing each other? Probably." Zhangpeng stretched out his hand to feel around, and then quickly stood up. "He was shot not long ago. Quick, hurry up to the roof." Several people rushed to the roof quickly, but they were already one step too late. Several helicopters were circling and taking off. One of them stuck its head out and laughed wildly in their direction. Extremely arrogant. Zhangpeng was very upset. If he had been earlier, if the staff could have caught up, maybe he could have stopped this group of people? However, this kind of upset was meaningless. He immediately took out his phone, collected evidence, and quickly reported to his superiors. The superiors instructed to quickly clean up the traces and leave the scene. Zhangpeng knew that it involved a dispute between the two countries, and their interference would only cause more trouble. Therefore, he immediately carried out the task according to the order and left quickly. The island exploration operation failed. A few days later, the ownership of the island was approved by the international community, and it belonged to Country L. Country M took the opportunity to form a suicide squad and put it on the international battlefield to confront Country L head-on. At this time, for Zhangpeng and others, it was time to make a decision. Either be a bystander and allow all this to happen, or report to the United Nations and expose their crimes. Chapter 150 on the verge of breaking out. From their original intention, this matter cannot be delayed, and they must immediately cooperate with the Institute of Biology and submit all the information and evidence to prevent all this from happening. However, some different voices emerged during this period. These voices came from domestic conservatives, who believed that in the current relatively stable situation, there was no need to take risks for a few people. The dispute lasted for 2 days. During these 2 days, and the two countries were on the verge of a war. It seemed that a war was about to break out. The latest news came from the front every day. There were even rumors that they were ready for a nuclear war. At this time, Zhang Peng and Mu Qingshan discussed and made a bold decision. They could not wait any longer. Let's kill first and report later. Mu Qingshan quickly submitted all the prepared materials, including the undisclosed truth about Shili Ma Ding pills, the incident of Professor Chung, and the process of Li Hui's transformation. Zhang Peng and his subordinates will personally deliver these materials to the United Nations. The UN headquarters is located in Country M. And Zhang Peng and his team are now in Country M, which is only a half-day drive from the UN. Relatively close. At this time, the two were ready to be dismissed or even punished more severely. But they decided to move forward without hesitation. It is not feasible to submit the information directly to UN officials, because there is a great risk of being intercepted on the way. And there is even a possibility that hostile organizations will steal secrets and use drugs to create greater chaos. Therefore, they could only hand over the information to the officials of the United Nations Ministry of Health in person. And they could not make any mistakes along the way. But soon after they set out, they encountered difficulties. The vehicle they were riding in suddenly had a car accident, and one teammate was injured. This car accident was obviously not accidental. Zhang Peng discovered the stalkers behind him, and they tried to get rid of them. However, these enemies lurking in Country M were ruthless and merciless, and they used every means. After the car accident, the commercial vehicle they were taking suddenly exploded at the supply station. Fortunately, the driver moved a few meters in time. Otherwise, it would have caused serious consequences. Just after leaving the supply station, a modified truck followed behind. The front of the truck was equipped with a sturdy anti-collision strip, and it was very fast. Like a tank. The target of this truck was Zhang Peng business car, and it directly rammed into it several times. In order to avoid the impact, Zhang Peng and his team had to walk through the traffic, and several times they almost caused a tragedy of car destruction and death. Finally, Zhang Peng drove into a remote and narrow alley. The crowd there was in a mess. There were heavily made-up women soliciting business on the street, drunkards holding bottles of wine, and several old beggars sitting on the street. Such scenes are common in the United States. They were once the most developed country in the world. It is said that they achieved universal prosperity many years ago. However, the surface brilliance cannot cover up the tragic situation of countless people dying of hunger, shooting, and disease every year. As John Ailing said, life is a gorgeous robe, it full of lice. The seemingly prosperous M country, but in fact, hides countless miseries, which makes people feel sad. The commercial vehicle was traveling in a narrow alley, and the truck behind it was separated from the outside due to its limited size. Several gunmen in the car tried to find their target and rushed into the alley. However, strangely, Zhang Peng commercial vehicle did not drive out for a long time, although the group found it quickly, but there was no one in the car. There were no passers-by in the alley. An old beggar with his eyes slightly squinting was drowsy. They immediately pointed their guns at the old beggar and asked, however. The old beggar seemed to be deaf and blind, and had no reaction. In anger, the gunman pulled the trigger, and the bullet instantly shot into the old beggar's mouth, and then went out from the back of his head. His face immediately became a bloody hole, and he remained sitting, and fell silently after a few seconds. The group of people kicked the old beggar body aside, as if nothing had happened, and began to frantically search the residents on the street, cursing, beating, and even not sparing children and the elderly. There were continuous screams. However, strangely, they could not find Zhang Peng at all, as if the group had disappeared from the alley, leaving no trace. Everyone cursed, but had no idea where these people were hiding. Half an hour later, several dark shadows on the roof moved quietly, quickly slid down the pillars, abandoned the car and fled, and continued on their way. In this way, after dodging pursuit all the way, they finally approached the United Nations headquarters. If the previous journey was smooth, then the defense here is even more strict. They simply can't enter smoothly. After several attempts, there are dangers everywhere, and they almost lost important information. At the same time, the controversial issue abroad finally came to a conclusion. The advocacy letter written by Mu Qingshan and Duan Yan attracted the attention of countless peers in the industry, and signed their approval. After submitting it, it attracted the attention of the leaders again, and a small internal meeting was held for voting. It is gratifying that, in the internal meeting, 90% of people chose the righteous and dangerous side. They are determined to stand up and disclose all the truth to prevent the upcoming bloody war. This is based on the position of protecting mankind and the Earth. The Earth is our common mother. In a sense, we are all a community of life. This bloody and cruel method will eventually make us lose our bottom line. After discussion, the country also lent a helping hand to Zhang Peng and his team who were in danger. Apply for a special list. And ask the United Nations to issue a notice, summoning them to report as soon as possible. Under the protection of the country, the special forces, who had previously avoided being hunted down, finally walked into the United Nations headquarters safely, and handed over the valuable information to the officials of the Ministry of Health and the Ministry of Security. This time, they lodged a solemn protest against the matter from the standpoint of the country. At the same time, the country united dozens of cooperating countries and signed a joint agreement to collectively condemn the robbery of the M country. These are all actions in public. And secretly, the member states of the United Nations have dispatched military forces to prepare for the battle. If the M country insists on interfering, there will be countless missiles pointed at its territory. Chapter 151 Shocking Reversal. From this moment on, Mu Qingshan, Zhang Peng and others worked hard in secret, and finally ushered in a shocking counterattack as described in the Revenge article, and the reversal of the situation made the people who had been watching excited. Under this powerful offensive, the always unscrupulous M country no longer dared to act rashly. They were used to being domineering and tyrannical, and conflicting with many countries, but faced with 3 emergency orders from dozens of countries and the United Nations, they had no choice but to admit defeat. In the end, these tyrants could only restrain themselves secretly, and quietly recall the cyborgs that had been sent to the front line. Country M originally thought that it could temporarily put this matter aside, hide the cyborgs, and wait for the storm to subside before planning another day. Unexpectedly, it received a new emergency order from the United Nations just after the withdrawal, demanding the immediate release of the missing hostages, and attached a detailed list of missing persons from various countries, which surprisingly included Li Hui. Country M began to quibble, claiming that the missing persons had nothing to do with them. They also refused to accept this responsibility. But then someone produced solid evidence, proving that they had kidnapped the missing person at a certain time and place, with all the itinerary records and eyewitness testimonies. High-definition satellite photos were also exposed, which made it impossible to deny. At the same time, violent turmoil broke out in the country of M, and several large prisons were reported, saying that prisoners mysteriously disappeared overnight and were all taken away quietly. In the face of this vast amount of evidence, even if M country had thousands of words to say, it could no longer quibble, and finally had to return the modified human in disgrace. And those who died from high doses of drugs could only identify the scene one by one. According to international practice, M country paid a huge amount of compensation to the families of the victims. Of course, M country maintained its usual practice, shifting the blame to Wells and several other parties who had passed away, claiming that they had done all this on their own will, and that the leaders of M country were not aware of it. Instead, they are victims. Everyone has seen through the tricks of the M country, but they still forcefully defend themselves, shirk responsibility everywhere, and do not hide their rogue nature. However, no matter what, the dispute was finally resolved, and drugs such as Shili Ma Ding 1 were officially included in the United Nations banned drug list, causing many previously compliant drugs to be implicated. Li Hui and several other Asians were immediately sent back to China by a special helicopter. Due to amnesia and strong attack power, they were placed in a special research institute, receiving all-round protection, which naturally involved some research on physical data, all of which was carried out in a transparent and reasonable environment. Accompanied by Ran Ran, Li Zifeng finally met his long-lost mother Li Hui. The two stared at each other for a long time through the glass, but Li Hui showed no reaction to recognizing her son, and a completely unfamiliar look appeared in her eyes. Li Zifeng was stunned for a moment, and finally, under Ran Ran urging, he shouted out the words that had been pent up for a long time, "Mom." But Li Hui still just stared at him blankly. Li Zifeng shouted again, "Mom, Mom, I am Zifeng, I am your son." However, no matter how he shouted, Li Hui had no response, still looking like a completely unrecognizable stranger. Li Zifeng asked desperately, "Didn't you say that? She recognized me when she pulled off the rope and wanted to save me. You are lying." Ran Ran looked at Li Zifeng with tears streaming down his face, and advised earnestly, "Zifeng, I guess, you were at the critical moment of life and death at that time. Your mother fear broke through the defense of memory, so she instinctively responded to save you. Then I will die again in front of her." Li Zifeng burst into tears. Ran Ran shook her head and gently stroked his back. "Your mother is willing to give everything for you. Can you bear to hurt yourself? Moreover, you may not get a response by doing this. It's just a coincidence." Under her comfort, Li Zifeng gradually calmed down. His eyes were still fixed on Li Hui in the glass, and his eyes were red. After leaving the institute, Ran Ran asked softly, "What are your plans next?" "I don't know." Li Zifeng looked at the hazy sky in confusion, his face full of sorrow. Yesterday, Director Mu had talked to him, saying that his health was fine, and it was not suitable for him to stay in the institute. He would send him home in the near future. Going home. This word was both unfamiliar and full of resistance to Li Zifeng. Since Li Hui entered the institute, two unfamiliar distant relatives came to the house. It is said that the old couple are from the same hometown as Li Hui, and Li Zifeng should have called them uncles and aunts. Li Hui asked them to take care of Li Zifeng and promised to provide living expenses regularly, which was a considerable amount. The old couple immediately promised to take good care of the child until Li Hui recovered. At first, Li Hui and Li Zifeng thought that they would be cured by entering the Biological Research Institute and taking new drugs. But they did not expect that the situation was very different from their expectations. Li Hui stayed there for several years, and her hope of recovery was gradually dashed. And even the efficacy was sometimes good and sometimes bad. At the same time, the old couple attitude towards Li Zifeng also deteriorated. A few years ago, the living expenses paid by Li Hui could still support their expenses. But in the past few years, prices have skyrocketed, and Li Hui living expenses have remained the same, and their financial difficulties have become increasingly serious. The old couple used to be lazy when they were young, and now they live on community welfare. Their daughter keeps asking them for money. In the end, they used all the living expenses that should have been used for Li Zifeng on their daughter. When money was tight, they could not contact Li Hui, because she had almost lost contact with the outside world since she entered the Institute of Biology. The living expenses were deposited into the bank every month, which made them more anxious and out of resentment. They vented their anger on Li Zifeng, stopped the painting class that had been agreed before, reduced his living expenses, and even squeezed him from the originally spacious room to a small corner. The reason was, he is just a child. He doesn't need such a big space. It is conceivable how miserable Li Zifeng life was. He was young and could not resist, and he had nowhere to turn to. Although he hated the old couple, he could do nothing. Ran Ran whispered, "But that place was originally your home. So the old couple treated you badly, right?" Li Zifeng did not answer, and after a moment of silence, he suddenly said, "I want to go to boarding school." Ran Ran shook her head and took his hand. "Come on. Follow me." "Where are you going?" Chapter 152. Going back to the house. Ran Ran did not answer, directly dragged Li Zifeng into her car, and then started the car. As the car speeded up, Li Zifeng gradually felt that the road in front of him was becoming more and more familiar, and finally realized that this road led to the city and was close to his home. "What do you want to do?" Li Zifeng seemed impatient. "I don't plan to go back. I've already said that place was originally your home." Ran Ran turned around and asked, "What are you afraid of?" Li Zifeng snorted coldly. He didn't want to make a commitment on this matter. Therefore, on the way there, he kept turning his head to look out the window and didn't say a word. The car stopped in front of an old residential building. Ran Ran walked into the elevator skillfully and came to the door of room 75 on the 7th floor. "What the password?" Li Zifeng was very reluctant, but he still insisted. "You have a really bad memory." He walked forward and entered the password. After a few beeps, the password lock sounded an alarm. "Wrong password." Li Zifeng frowned. Tried again, and still got an error message. "That the password?" Li Zifeng shook his head. Tried again, and still got an error message. At this moment, Ran Ran suddenly remembered something from the past. She had come here to get something. And the old couple was indeed very unhappy. The old man even said he wanted to change the password, and teased Li Zifeng that there was something wrong with his brain. Just as she was thinking about this, the door suddenly opened, and the hot-tempered old man poked his head out. "Who is knocking on the door?" When the old man saw the two people outside, his eyes stayed on Li Zifeng's face, and he looked as if he had seen a ghost. You? Why did this kid come back again? Aren't you dying?" Li Zifeng closed his mouth and did not answer. Ran Ran said lightly, "Li Zifeng and his mother have recovered from their illness. They are going back home." Please pack up and leave quickly. When the old man heard this, his face immediately turned ugly. No way. We have always lived in this house. Who told you to come back? Get out. After saying that, he ruthlessly retreated into the house and slammed the door shut. It was obvious that he had no intention of giving up the house. Li Zifeng turned his head away in annoyance. I don't want to get entangled with these people. Ren Ren held him back. When you encounter trouble, you retreat and dodge again and again. Is this your usual method? Then what else can I do? The dog bites me. Should I bite it back? Li Zifeng responded unhappily. Ren Ren looked at him and said, Are you willing to let the dog bite you all the time? Still living in your house, spending your family money? At this time, several old neighbors poked their heads out. They dealt with the old couple every day. They didn't have much impression of Li Hui, who left many years ago, and they were not even familiar with Li Zifeng, who stayed at home every day. So they exchanged strange looks, discussing what the two men were doing. Li Zifeng hated showing up in front of others, so he instinctively retracted his hand and said in a low voice, What should I do then? Ran Ran picked up the bracelet and dialed a number. Public Security Bureau? I want to call the police. A thief broke into my house. Yes. The address located by the bracelet is here. After saying that, a neighbor nearby immediately interrupted. Girl, this is not right. Who are you? This is the Sun family house. Yes, how come you are the thief? Others echoed. Li Zifeng face flushed. He argued, This is my house. How could it be theirs? Ren Ren looked around at the neighbors. You have lived here for a long time. Right? How come you still can't recognize who the real owner is? At this time, the neighbors began to chatter. Ren Ren was too lazy to argue with these uninformed people anyway. Let's wait for the police to come, and everything will be clear. Not long after, the police arrived at the scene and said with suspicion, Are you sure there is a thief inside? Nowadays, thieves hardly appear. Because what do thieves steal? Nowadays, people, property, and door unlocking methods are all in the bracelet. And there is a small chip attached, so it will be tracked down quickly after the theft. Ren Ren quickly explained the situation. This boy is called Li Zifeng. Zifeng's mother was sick later. He asked the old couple named Sun to take care of him. But they occupied his house, spent their living expenses, and even abused him. Now the owner is back, and they still refuse to leave. Ren Ren's voice was firm and loud. He explained the whole thing in a few simple words and asked Li Zifeng to come out. His chip and bracelet have all the information. Please check it. The police took out the instrument and quickly verified Li Zifeng's identity record, including the relevant information of his parents and real estate information. Finally, he nodded, knocked on the door, opened the door. Police. No one responded from inside, and the old couple began to play dead. The police didn't bother to be polite with them, used tools to open the door, and immediately began to drive the old couple away. This is someone else's house. You must move out within half an hour. The old man was so angry that his eyes were glaring, and the old woman hurriedly searched in the drawer and found a crumpled paper. Comrade police. It unjust. Look. This is his mother asking us to take care of him. How could we abuse him? If he comes back, we will take care of him. The police said sternly. Li Zifeng is already 16 years old and has the ability to make self-judgment. I am asking you now. The police turned to Li Zifeng. Are you willing to let them continue to take care of you? Li Zifeng shook his head without hesitation. No. That it, what else do you have to say? Go away. The police waved his hand impatiently. Don't waste everyone's time. The old couple faces became panicked, and the old man began to beg for mercy. Police comrade. You can't do this. Li Zifeng's mother promised us to live here, and even if we leave, she also hopes to give us some time. Where can we live after we get out? We are just poor old people. Don't you have a daughter? The policeman's tone became more severe. And you are still enjoying the government minimum living allowance. Don't be so smart here. When the old woman heard this, she immediately sat on the ground, slapped her thigh and cried, Aren't the police supposed to make decisions for the people? Why do you only listen to this guy? We are also poor people. Her crying was unreasonable and too disturbing, and the police had no choice but to call the staff of the neighborhood committee to forcibly take them out. The old man realized that he could not stay, and began to pack up his valuables in the house. Chapter 153. The Dawn After the Haze. During this process, the expression on Li Zifeng's face changed from the previous frustration and embarrassment to relief and gratitude. He was grateful to Ran Ran for bringing him here. If the house was rented to them for a long time, he would definitely feel unhappy. The old man came out after packing up his things, carrying several oversized bags in his hands. Li Zifeng, who had been silent all the time, suddenly stopped him. "Wait a minute, I want to check your bag." The old man stretched out his hand in anger and wanted to hit him. "What do you want to do? You little cripple? I've already said, I want to check your bag." Li Zifeng said coldly, "Based on my understanding of you, you will do anything to take advantage of me, so I have to confirm whether you have taken anything from my house." The old man wanted to get angry, but the police said, "Let him check. You are not held criminally responsible. You are lucky. Open the bag quickly." After checking, they found several exquisite boxes, which were all Li Hui old jewelry. Although the price was not expensive, it was worth some money. Li Zifeng angrily took the jewelry back. The old man who could have left safely was exposed as a thief in an instant, and was immediately taken away by the police, saying that he would be sent to the police station for processing. This scene was naturally seen by the neighbors, who were watching outside the door. Their attitude had long since changed from initial doubt to sympathy. Several people ran to comfort Li Zifeng. "We didn't know the truth at the beginning, I'm sorry. Kid. Yes, that couple disguised themselves so well, we were all fooled by them." Li Zifeng took a deep breath, looked at Ran Ran. Ran Ran smiled and nodded at him. His heart became warm. He said to the neighbors, "It okay." Li Zifeng realized that the justice he sought was finally redeemed, and he understood one more thing. No matter what kind of justice, you have to rely on your own efforts to fight for it. For example, today, if you don't call the police, there will be no way to get the house back, and the neighbors will never know about it. Although the house issue has been resolved, you can't move in now. You have to wait for a few days for the cleaning company to finish cleaning before you can move in. Ran Ran mentioned the arrangement of the compensation. Since you are under 18 years old and have no legal guardian, the money is now kept by the bank, and living expenses and study expenses will be paid regularly every month. You can arrange it yourself when you become an adult. Okay. Li Zifeng lowered his head and had no objection. But he soon thought of something. "I have dropped out of school for a year. Here, Director Mu has found a new school for you." Ran Ran handed out a business card. "This is the contact information of Principal Lin of Beixian Academy of Fine Arts. You can contact him directly at the beginning of next month." "Beixian?" Li Zifeng was surprised. "Is that possible? This is the best art academy in our country. Even if you take the college entrance examination normally, your chances of getting in are slim." Ran Ran covered her mouth and smiled. "It is indeed Beixian Academy of Fine Arts. But it is not as wonderful as you think. You are going to the Social Talent Academy this time, and the training period is only 2 years. Li Zifeng shook his head. "Sister, you don't understand. The competition in the Social Talent Academy is more intense. This is an art department specially set up for social people. Many old painters, who have been painting for decades, may not be able to get in. In our art world, this is the highest institution of learning." "Really? I'm not sure." Ran Ran recalled. "But a few days ago, Director Mu asked me for a few of your paintings. I gave him the album in your ward. This should be some kind of test." Li Zifeng's eyes were shining, and his pale face looked refreshed. This was the happiest thing for him, besides finding his mother. He suffered discrimination in school since he was a child. Although he had excellent painting skills, no one appreciated him. Therefore, he hid this ability. But now he got the opportunity to go to Beixian. He was full of gratitude to Director Mu. Through his help again and again, he realized that people were not so cold and indifferent, and there was warmth in their hearts. Many people, like the sunshine after the haze, gradually dispelled the darkness in his heart and, in a sense, saved him. After leaving the community, Ran Ran drove him back to the institute and said, "Director Mu said that you can get familiar with various painting methods in the next few days. There may be exams after school starts. And pack your luggage and move back home in a few days." Li Zifeng nodded hurriedly, ran a few steps, turned around and bowed to her, and then ran into the pathology hospital. Ran Ran smiled at his back, feeling relieved. She was about to go to the office, and saw Director Luo hurriedly coming from the side, holding a few documents in his hand, frowning, and looking very unhappy. When Director Luo saw her, he seemed to see a rescuer. "Xiao Gu. It's great to meet you here. This is the information that Director Mu wants to retrieve. Please help me give it to him." He stuffed the things to Ran Ran and left quickly, with an amazing speed. Ran Ran realized that Director Mu might be in a bad mood at the moment, and Director Luo was using him as a scapegoat. However, there is also a possibility that he thinks that there is some special relationship between him and Director Mu, which can ease his anger. After this thought flashed through his mind, Ran couldn't help but find it ridiculous. If there is really something, how could she not know? She held the documents in the brown paper bags and walked quickly to Director Mu's office. After knocking on the door, he heard his voice from inside, "Come in." The office was extremely quiet. When the door was pushed open slightly, the sound of paper shuffling came one after another. Then, Ran saw that the large desk was piled with brown paper bags like the ones in her hand. After more than 100 years of paperless office, very few companies still print such documents. However, the Institute of Biology occasionally uses this method, because many important documents need to be archived in paper form. Mu Qingshan lowered his head to write something, and did not even notice her approaching, put the things on the table. "Okay, Director Mu." Ran responded in a low voice, putting down the documents. Mu Qingshan looked up. Ran? Why did you send these?" Director Luo suddenly had something to do, so I sent them over. When Ran answered, his eyes swept across the table, and saw a few big words on the document: DNA test results. Chapter 154, Greed is the Devil. There are several documents on the desk with this title, including the one she just put on the table. Ran eyes flashed with doubt. When did our institute receive such a task? In China, DNA identification is very common, and almost all laboratories with a little qualification can do this work, so the Institute of Biology should not be involved in such matters. Mu Qingshan shook his head, and motioned her to check the documents. "You will know after you take a look. This matter, you may not know it very well." Ran lowered her head curiously, opened a file, pulled out an identification statement from it. The sample DNA and the specimens of both verifiers have more than 4 different sites, cannot support parent-child relationship. She opened another one. The content again stated that there is no blood relationship within 3 generations. This? Ran was confused. Are these people related to us? These DNA samples are all modified people rescued before. Mu Qingshan explained. Ran suddenly understood. But it's strange, these people were all found in country M. Some are Chinese, some are homeless, and a few are from prison. How did their relatives in China find them so quickly? What relatives? They are all just greedy villains. Mu Qingshan threw the brown paper bag down heavily. These people went to the Ministry of Health to make trouble, saying that they are relatives of those people, demanding financial compensation. Most of them also brought their IDs. At that time, Director Mu was reporting on the work on site. Minister Liu of the Ministry of Health gave him this difficult task, requiring biological identification to find out whether these people's statements were true. Ran asked, "Are all the results false?" "Except for one," Mu Qingshan said. "It was an old man who suddenly had a stress reaction after returning to China. According to the information, he has no children, only a nephew. More than a decade ago, he had a conflict with his family, and was tricked by his nephew into traveling to country M. As a result, his nephew secretly withdrew the money from his bank card and abandoned him abroad. Who was old, weak and unable to speak the language. The old man has been relying on begging for a living. Now that his nephew heard that there was a huge compensation, he immediately came to recognize his relatives." "How abominable!" Ran said angrily. "Then what should we do? Do we have to prove their relationship and let him defraud the money?" Mu Qingshan shook his head. "I plan to hand it over to the police. His nephew has committed the crime of abandonment, not to mention the inheritance compensation. It is difficult for him to live freely." Ran nodded vigorously. "That good. It just makes me feel sad. The relationship between people can only be maintained by material things? Greed is really a devil. It will devour people beyond recognition. It really scary," Mu Qingshan said slowly. Ran took a deep breath. No matter when, human kindness will naturally be accompanied by evil deeds, which is something we cannot predict. "Maybe?" Mu Qingshan looked at the documents on the table, and after a long pause, he said, "Okay. Okay. You can go and do your work first." Ran nodded, and when he walked to the door, he looked back at Director Mu. Director Mu seemed a little strange at this time. He was originally firm and resolute, but he showed an unspeakable sadness, especially when he said greed is the devil. That sentence seemed to make people feel the same way. It made her feel puzzled. What was he thinking? Ran could only guess, but did not dare to ask, so she had to leave the office in a hurry and devote herself to her work. Her internship period was over, and her thesis defense was successfully passed. She had the opportunity to stay in school to teach, but under the arrangement of the institute, her personnel relationship had been officially transferred here, and now she had become a formal employee of the institute, which made Ran feel quite accomplished. She guessed that Director Mu must have had a hand in all this. But he didn't mention it, so she couldn't thank him, and could only thank him silently in her heart. Now, she followed Professor Chin to participate in the new drug research and development experiment, and worked hard every day, and became the technical backbone of the laboratory. After experiencing a thrilling period, the peace in front of her seemed rare and comfortable, and Ran sometimes felt dazed, as if the previous experience was just a nightmare. Without Shaolin, there is no XT009, no Rockstar, and no wormhole. But sometimes, she feels that the current tranquility and comfort are like bubbles, which will be punctured one day, a new crisis will come again, life will be turbulent again, and fall into hardship. In this contradictory thought, time seems to pass quickly, but it feels that this speed is not real. So, the whole summer passed by in a hurry. During this period, Li Zifeng entered school. Qiuyu family was harassed by debt collectors several times. Duan Yin has been on business trips many times. The last time he went to Mars. He was said to be loading an ecosphere suitable for Earthlings. After the loading is completed, 3 astronauts will be arranged to live there for a month. In the eyes of Earthlings, this is an important step for humans to conquer alien planets, but Ran thinks that this may just be a futile effort, after all. That place lacks the oxygen and water needed by humans, and it is impossible to rely on ecospheres for long-term survival. Qiuyu also thinks so, she said seriously. I have watched all the movies and documentaries about Mars recently. There is no indication that there is oxygen and water on Mars. Even if humans can survive here, they can only be supplied by the Earth. Such a place is not worthy of being called a planet for development. Yes, I even think Mars is a static planet that has been silent for many years. Such a planet has no room for development. But humans always like to challenge their limits. They will make their first landing, the first survival. The first extravehicular challenge is regarded as a milestone. Ran said calmly. Qiuyu smiled. Wouldn't we be excited about this in the past? I guess after reading Shaolin Diary. Our understanding of planetary civilization has made a qualitative leap. I just hope that the alien civilization in the diary will never appear in front of us. Otherwise it will be the moment of the destruction of the Earth. Ran sighed. And then remembered something. Xiaoyu. Is it safe where you live now? Not long ago, Qiuyu family was harassed by debt collectors again. They had no choice but to move to an old residential building on the outskirts of the city. That place was very close to Ran dormitory. And the two met more frequently. It's safe. There are old men and women living there. I chat with them every day. Qiuyu was worried. And do you know? My dad is in trouble again. Ran looked at her puzzledly. What wrong? Did he owe gambling debts again? Chapter 155 A Certain Extreme. I just learned yesterday that someone introduced a high-paying job to my father. He mentioned that the other party paid a generous salary in advance to show his sincerity. Yesterday he came back with the money triumphantly and asked me to pay off the debt first. Qiuyu frowned and said, I dare not take this job. Do you think he won't do anything extreme? Are you talking about extreme loans to pay off loans? Qiuyu shook his head. This is not what I am most worried about. Rather, he may be involved in organ or drug transactions. Debts will only make people hide around. If you get involved in these, you will be imprisoned or even executed. There is another possibility, that is, to take the blame for others and become a scapegoat, and then you will lose your life. Ran thought of an idea. How about this, you go home today and bring the money, and pretend to care about him a few words. When your father goes out, you will know after following him. Qiuyu thought it was feasible. Well, he refused to answer if he was asked. Following him was possible. After get off work, Qiuyu returned home slowly. As expected, Qiu's father was sitting in the living room smoking, staring at the projection on the wall. It was a soap opera that had been filmed for hundreds of episodes, and Qiu's father had watched almost every episode. Qiuyu ignored him as usual and went to wash her face. When he came out, Qiu's father slammed a card on the table. Did you take what you heard yesterday to heart? This money is used to pay off debts. Dad? Qiuyu hesitated. Where are you going to work? Why do they pay you so much? I'm a very capable person. As long as I say I want to work, bosses will line up to hire me. Qiu's father said proudly. Qiuyu sighed helplessly, took the card. Okay, be careful. Safety first. I know. Chiyo's father waved his hand impatiently. They said, as long as you work well, you will get a generous salary every month. And the debts you owe are nothing. He became more and more suspicious. Is there really such a rich and stupid boss in the world? Chiyo was full of doubts. She knew that although her father was a little smart, he was careless and extreme, and was easily fooled. The big boss was not an ordinary person. What was the point of looking for him? What more? Since Chiyo got the card, her doubts became deeper. She returned to the room. I secretly checked the bracelet, and sure enough, there was a large sum of money in it. This amount of money was equivalent to Chiyo's salary for several years. The source was a place called Nanyuan Trading Company. Chiyo checked and found that it was a medium-sized daily necessities company. The more confused he became. Chiyo stayed in the house for a while, and then heard his mother calling everyone for dinner. The family sat around the dinner table, and Chiyo's father talked enthusiastically about the future life. Chiyo's mother was silent, and seemed to be accustomed to such fantasies. Just lowered her head and ate silently, without saying anything. Chiyo asked several times, Dad, where are you going to work? What is the job content? Chiyo's father only said vaguely, you will have to sign a confidentiality agreement when you get there. You can't tell anyone what job you do. Don't say you are my daughter. Even if the King of Heaven comes, you can't tell. Well, it doesn't matter if I don't ask. Chiyo believes that she will always know. She lowered her head and continued to eat, and said lightly, Dad, don't do anything illegal. Although the family is in trouble now, at least we can survive. After hearing this, Chiyo's father frowned and put down his bowl. I don't need you to teach me a lesson. Chiyo's mother also looked at her daughter with displeasure. In her opinion, the man finally found a job, and his life was about to change, and her daughter shouldn't pour cold water on him. Chiyo remained silent, and continued to eat with her head down. She understood that it was difficult for her parents to communicate. Her father was stubborn, and her mother was numb, and everything was as she expected. That night, Father Chiyo's luggage had been packed, and the huge suitcase was filled with clothes for changing. It seemed that he planned to stay away for a long time, and even prepared winter clothes. When are you leaving? Mother Chiyo asked. Father Chiyo looked at the bracelet. In 5 hours. Why are you in such a hurry? Can't you leave at dawn? Father Chiyo shook his head. Let's make an appointment to pick you up at that time, otherwise you won't be able to catch the boat. Want to get on the boat? Chiyo eavesdropped in the room, feeling that things were getting worse. She suddenly remembered the cyborgs mentioned by Ran. It seemed that those people were also sent to a cargo ship. For the next few hours, Chiyo did not dare to close her eyes. She lay on the bed to rest for a while. When her eyelids were about to close, she pinched herself to stay awake. Finally, she simply turned on the computer and browsed the internet. She forced herself to stay awake because once she fell asleep, she might miss important things. From time to time, she opened the door and looked out. The door of her parents' room was still closed, and it was quiet for the time being. At about 3 o'clock in the morning, she heard some noise in the living room, and immediately opened the door a little. She saw her father pushing a suitcase out, with brisk steps, humming a song in the living room for a while, and then opened the door and went out. Chiyo hurriedly put on a coat and went downstairs. She vaguely saw her father get into a jeep parked downstairs. The car drove to the southwest without hesitation. Chiyo was anxious. She quickly got on her second-hand solar car and followed closely. Her car was semi-automatic, and it would stall from time to time. Her hands were about to spark, and she prayed that it would not break down in the middle of the journey. If she lost her target, it would be a big problem. The performance of the jeep was obviously superior to her car, but it was not going fast. So Chiyo barely caught up and followed closely behind. The jeep drove all the way to the dock in the west of the city. As her father said, it was necessary to take a boat. There was already a ship waiting there. Under the lights, the mechanical arms were busy loading and unloading cargo. The jeep stopped, and my father got out of the passenger seat, and after taking out the suitcase from the trunk, he talked cordially with the people in the car window, and finally waved and strode towards the ladder. Chiyo was anxious, and immediately got out of the car and ran, grabbing my father. Wait a minute. Chiyo's father was shocked. Why are you here? You damn girl. Don't delay me from getting on the ship. It will be troublesome if I'm late. Chapter 156. Do I need any good intentions? Dad, where did you go? Can you tell me now? Chiyo asked anxiously. Didn't I tell you? I went to work. Father Chiyo seemed a little impatient. Chiyo shouted, Dad, you really have a problem with your brain. You are over 40 years old, you are weak, you are not smart. No one will ask you to work. Do you want you to be the head of the family and enjoy delicious food every day? That not the case. Xiao father angrily retorted. How can you say that about your father? Believe it or not, I give you 2 slaps. Just as the father and daughter were arguing, a jeep behind them suddenly opened its door, and a man of medium build got out. He smiled and said, Xiao Yu, I didn't expect you to be here. Xiao Yu was startled when she heard the voice, and quickly turned around. Brother Yan Yi, is that you? That right. The man was Duan Yan Yi. He stood beside the jeep. He seemed very calm, as if he had expected this scene. Do you know each other? Xiao father was also surprised. Xiao Yu bit her lip lightly, looking at Duan Yanni, wondering in her heart, did Brother Yanni know about the troubles in her family? Would he let my father go down a path of no return because of this? As soon as this bad idea came into her mind, Xiao Yu immediately denied it. Impossible. Brother Yanni is an upright person. He would not use such means. As she was thinking about it, Duan Yanni came over. Xiao Yu, are you surprised? Don't worry. I have no ill towards your father. I really want to introduce this job to him. And it all out of good intentions. It turned out that Duan Yanni uncle runs a shipping company, which regularly travels between Southeast Asia and China, and has a booming business. Recently, they are recruiting crew members with high salaries, but long working hours, and they spend most of the year on the ship. Not many people are willing to go. After listening to Xiao Yu family situation, Duan Yanni thought of Xiao father, so he used means to let him see the high-paying job information. He believed that letting Xiao father work could effectively solve the family economic crisis. I'm sorry I didn't tell you in advance. I was afraid you would think too much, Duan Yanni explained. Uncle meets the entry requirements and has passed the normal procedures, so please rest assured. Xiao Yu hurriedly took out a card from his pocket. There is too much money in it. This is the advance salary for the crew for half a year, Duan Yanni said. You can use it to repay your debts. I have told my friends to take good care of your father. Xiao Yu was very grateful at this time. She did not expect that Brother Yanni would do so much for her. Her previous complaints were just casual, but he helped her seriously. Uncle, get on the boat quickly. Don't waste time, Duan Yanni said gently to Xiao father. If you need anything, you can contact me at any time by phone. Xiao father nodded. He looked at his daughter with a questioning look, but felt a burst of joy in his heart. He secretly thought his daughter was really silly. The young and promising man in front of him was obviously interested in her. With such a rich man as a support, the Qiu family would definitely not have to worry about the future. He patted his daughter's shoulder. You two get along well. I get on the boat first. Xiao Yu stared blankly at his father pushing the luggage onto the boat, and then embarrassedly explained to Duan Yini, Brother Yini, my dad just likes to talk nonsense, don't mind it. It okay. Duan Yin responded with a smile. I have to go back to finish my manuscript. You should go and pay your debts. If there are any questions, we can contact each other online. Xiao Yu nodded vigorously, holding the card tightly. This sum of money solved her immediate problem, because her father's debts were being pursued very closely. If she didn't pay it back, her place of residence might be exposed. Back home, she started to call the creditors. These were the things she was most reluctant to face. Every time I communicate with the creditor, I get insults and threats. However, this time, a miracle happened. As soon as I dialed the phone, the other party said in a flattering voice, Ms. Chiu, is that you? We have been waiting for your call for a long time. Regarding your father debt situation, I have listed a detailed list. Please check if it is correct. Xiao Yu felt very strange, wondering what this person was up to. The agreement signed by my father had problems. Is it necessary to increase the interest? She opened the photo with shaking hands, and was stunned for a long time. The detailed list on it was 1/10 less than the previous debt. Is it possible? She checked it again, and the result was exactly the same. Xiao Yu frowned slightly, and asked, what going on? New interest? Can you not be so excessive? Hasn't the interest been set? Miss Chiu, don't joke. This is the total amount you need to pay. We dare not ask for any more interest, the other party said anxiously. Xiao Yu was speechless. Who is kidding? The other party was anxious. Anyway, you should repay the amount according to this amount. Ms. Chiu, stop talking. We can't do it anymore. The other party hung up the phone in a hurry. Xiao Yu felt puzzled. Is this person taking the wrong medicine? Usually, he urges for debts, but today he actually reduced the interest by 80%? Xiaoyu thought about these strange things, put it aside for the time being, and quickly called the second person. But the second person reaction was even stranger. The first thing he said when he answered the phone was, "I know I was wrong. Miss Chiu, we have adjusted the interest rate, and it is now a little higher than the bank loan." If she thought the creditor was a little crazy before, at this moment she realized that things were not simple, and hurriedly asked, "What going on with you?" The other party immediately begged, "Please show mercy. Don't make trouble anymore." When Xiaoyu heard this, she immediately concluded that without knowing it, something must have happened. She pretended to be relaxed. "How did we bother you? You sent someone to investigate us and threatened to publish the evidence. Miss Chiu, can you please not do this?" The other party pleaded and threatened. "I also agreed. Now I will only charge the cost. What else do you want?" Xiaoyu breathed a sigh of relief. "Then send me the bill." Chapter 157. The debt that was suddenly settled. Sure enough, what this person said was true. The interest rate was indeed reduced to the lowest. Next, she made a few more calls, and the situation was the same. Everyone was polite and fearful to her, and they all advised her not to continue to pester her, and to leave everyone a way out. After Xiaoyu sorted out all the debt lists, after careful calculation, the total amount was reduced by more than 90%. The original interest compounding was simply incredible. Now only a little interest is added to the basic debt. This arrangement seems very reasonable. Xiaoyu can repay half of the money in her bank card, and the rest has become hopeful. Her eyes are moist, her heart is warm, and she feels hopeful again in life. She acted quickly, and after signing online, she successfully paid off the debts of the two companies, and the next repayment time for the remaining debts was also agreed. The headache was solved. It was agreed to pay it off within 6 months. "Don't come to my company or my residence to cause trouble again," Xiaoyu warned. The company responded mildly, "Ms. Xiu, rest assured, we will not go back on our word. But you must abide by the agreement and stop reporting." "I understand." Xiaoyu said a few words and hung up the phone. What reason did she have to report? Although these small companies were insidious, where could she find the core secrets to collect? Moreover, the debt agreements were signed by her father himself. In a sense, it is also legally justified. Therefore, it would be best if such an ambiguous matter could be resolved privately. Xiaoyu breathed a sigh of relief, looking at the hazy sky outside the window, thinking that he no longer had to live in fear and bear such heavy pressure. Who was the person behind the scenes? Xiaoyu had already made up his mind. That was Duanyeni. Among his friends, there were only a handful of people who had such ability. Moreover, he had found a high-paying and reliable job for his father before. Xiaoyu thought about it again and again, and decided to treat him to a meal to express her gratitude. Duanyeni agreed readily, and brought a bottle of wine with him. Xiaoyu ordered a table of dishes, and when she saw him come in, she immediately stood up. "You are here, Brother Yeni?" Duanyeni was not surprised at all, and walked over to sit down, and also asked her to sit down. "I knew you would invite me over, and I just wanted to treat you to this." He opened the bottle of wine and poured out a glass of dark green liquid. "Xiao, you couldn't help but feel creepy. What kind of strange wine is this? Although I am grateful to you, do I really have to drink it?" Duanyeni immediately poured himself a glass. "Xiaoyu, this is not wine. It comes from West Africa. It is a kind of juice called soric. Soric comes from a kind of fruit in the cracks of the cliffs. It takes many years to mature. It is very precious. The taste is also wonderful. You try it." Xiaoyu picked up the cup and shook it curiously, and felt that the consistency of this soric juice was very high, and it felt like it was hanging on the cup when it was shaken, like a thin paste. She saw Duanyeni's intoxicated face, and she also drank a big mouthful. But after taking a mouthful, she almost spit it out. The taste was so bitter that it was unbearable, even harder to swallow than the bitterest Chinese medicine. She drank it too quickly, and almost swallowed it before she could spit it out, but just a few seconds later, a strange sweetness suddenly emerged, instantly covering the unpleasant taste, making people happy, as relaxing as being showered by flower petals. "Hey, this juice has a double face?" Xiaoyu was surprised. Duanyen smiled. "Yes, I felt the same when I drank it for the first time, and the reaction was also very interesting. And this juice has a magical effect. According to the legend of the locals, it can make you forget the sufferings of the past." The sufferings of the past. Xiaoyu thought after hearing this, if the days before were sufferings, then I feel very sweet now. "Brother Yen, thank you, whether it is finding a job for my father, or solving the problem of usury. Xiaoyu, some things cannot be tolerated forever. Duan Yeni said frankly, you have to understand that. These companies are illegal in themselves. When they threaten you, they are also afraid. Xiaoyu said sadly, but these people are really terrible, just like bandits and hooligans. We are just ordinary citizens, and we have no power to resist. In fact, I won't hide it from you, one of my colleagues has been collecting evidence of illegal loan companies. Your father has provided a good proof. So helping you is just a matter of convenience. Duan Yini explained. Xiaoyu asked the question that he wanted to know most. Those people have been saying that. They have reliquidated the data, and asked me not to make trouble again. Does this mean that your colleague is going to stop? Of course not, Xiaoyu. Duan Yini smiled slightly. In fact, while you were calling, there are countless victims, like your father, who are also looking for trouble. So don't worry, no matter what happens next, it will not affect any of you. Xiaoyu thought for a while. Why not call the police directly? In fact, you can call the police directly, right? These companies also have certain legal procedures. If you call the police, your losses will be greater. Moreover, the process of calling the police is too lengthy. So we think it is also a good idea to make it impossible for them to continue their business in this way. Duan Yeni pondered for a moment. Of course, there are other ways. My colleagues and I have analyzed that they may be forced into a corner and then choose to call the police themselves. Xiaoyu breathed a sigh of relief. I hope so. It is wrong for my father to owe debts. But these people are even worse. They should all be punished. Duan Yeni was a little surprised. He thought Xiaoyu would want to write off the debt. But she didn't expect her values to be so upright. She did not excuse her father. Duan Yeni admired her even more, and raised his glass. Come on, cheers to your new life. Xiaoyu happily clinked glasses with him. I am really glad to meet you, Brother Yeni. The two shared a pleasant dinner. Duan Yeni also talked about his plans. He planned to go to West Africa again later this month. Do you know a small island called Croa in the West African archipelago? Yes, I have heard of it. Xiaoyu recalled. 100 years ago, when Country W was developing new nuclear weapons, it launched a missile there. Although it was an uninhabited island, it was West African territory after all. And the two countries even went to the International Court of Justice. Yes, Country W paid a huge amount of compensation at the time. Duan Yeni said, for a developing country like West Africa, this amount of money is also satisfactory. So the matter was settled like this. Chapter 158 Exploring the Isolation Island. Xiaoyu held his chin and said, I remember that after that incident, West Africa immediately blocked the small island of Croa. Now that you mention this, did something happen again? No, but it has been 100 years. For that kind of nuclear material, in principle, it should have been metabolized. Now the International Environmental Health Department has decided to send a group of professionals to the island to test the environment and data there. As a mediator, I am one of them. After hearing this, Xiaoyu was excited but a little nervous. This is indeed meaningful. But Brother Yan, you must be careful. Although this nuclear material is gone, other dangerous factors cannot be ruled out. Duan Yan nodded. We have a series of safety protection measures. Don't worry, Xiaoyu. The two chatted happily, and finally walked home together. This restaurant is not far from Xiaoyu home, which is just right for digestion. Xiaoyu walked briskly along the way, from time to time. He looked up at the hazy moon hidden behind the clouds above his head. I haven't felt as relaxed as I do now for a long time. In the past 10 years, I felt like I was carrying a huge rock on my back, and I would be crushed after taking a few steps. Didn't you seek help from relatives and friends? Duan Yin asked. Xiaoyu smiled bitterly. My family has few relatives, and we are burdened with such a large debt. They have long lost contact with us. As for friends, except Ran Ran, others don't pay much attention to me. In their eyes, I have an unreliable father, and I don't have any halo. Every word Xiaoyu said was true. For many years, she only had Ran Ran as her good friend. Ran Ran always helped her wholeheartedly, silently recharged her bracelet for transportation and food expenses, and bought her clothes and supplies with various excuses from time to time, and seemed carefree every time, so that she would not feel any psychological burden. However, Ran Ran's financial conditions were not good, and in order to help Xiaoyu, she was often short of money, which made Xiaoyu feel uneasy. Duan Yeni looked at Xiaoyu, who was frowning slightly, and shook his head. How can you not have an aura? You are obviously a smart and lovely girl. Xiaoyu blushed slightly, and looked at him. How can there be a halo? Okay, Brother Yenny. I'm home. You should go back quickly. Xiaoyu waved at him and ran into the yard quickly. She ran to the stairs and looked back, and found that Duan Yenny was still standing in front of the gate waving at her. Xiaoyu felt warm in her heart. Waved to him again, and then ran upstairs quickly. 10 days later, in August, Duan Yenny boarded a plane to the small island of Croa in West Africa. Everyone continued in their own life trajectory. Ran Ran and Mu Qingshan were still immersed in the work of the institute. And with the help of Duan Yenny, Xiaoyu, in addition to her job as a librarian, also found a part-time job as a media writer, which was exactly the science fiction theme she liked. This part-time job was charged by article. Xiaoyu was slow at first. Maybe it took 7 or 8 days to write one article, and she didn't get much attention or traffic. But she still felt a sense of accomplishment. She said to Ran Ran, I like this job very much. I think as long as I can stick to it for half a year, I will be like Brother Yen Yi and gradually become a qualified reporter. Ran Ran encouraged her, you can do it. My university professor once said that people who do writing work must have rich experience. The books you have read over the years, it can fill a library. And there is a lot of knowledge in my head. But Ran Ran, those are just theories. Maybe I should go out more. Use my eyes. Or even other senses to experience. Xiaoyu thought for a while. For example, like Brother Yen Yi, go to Croats in West Africa. Ran Ran thought of something. Did he go smoothly this time? Did anything interesting happen? Xiaoyu shook his head. They stayed in West Africa for a while. We have only been on the island for 2 days. I just received his message yesterday, saying that they were camping in the woods on the beach, and plan to officially explore the island today. This is exciting. Ran Ran sighed. I envy him a lot. He can go all over the world, and explore all kinds of new stories. This must be an exciting and interesting job. Xiaoyu thought for a while. I hope Brother Yenny can be smooth and safe. Of course, safety is the most important thing. Ran Ran nodded. She noticed that Xiaoyu mentioned Duan Yenny more and more frequently. Every time there were little stars in her eyes. Is this a sign of admiration? Thinking of this, she felt happy to see it happen, and secretly hoped that the two of them could make some progress. Ran Ran was a non-marriageist. This idea had sprouted in her teens, and she even felt that dating was boring, so she rejected many pursuits over the years. In the past 2 years, this feeling has become more and more obvious, maybe because she discovered her own life experience, which made her even less interested in love. However, she still hopes Xiaoyu can be happy. This cheerful and lovely girl, who has suffered too much bitterness since childhood, will feel at ease if someone like Duan Yenny cares for her. After a few days of conversation, Xiaoyu worriedly found Ran Ran and Mu Qingshan again. Have you heard from Brother Yenny these days? No. Both of them said in unison. In fact, Ran Ran and Duan Yenny only chat when there is something to talk about. Although Mu Qingshan and Duan Yenny have been friends for many years, but their workaholic personalities also made them seldom chat. Therefore, among the 4 people, only Xiaoyu and Duan Yenny could communicate frequently. The two were already online friends, and had common interests and hobbies, and with Xiaoyu father matter, their relationship became even closer. Didn't you say last time that he sent a message after he arrived on the island? Ran Ran asked. Xiaoyu shook his head, looking worried. After that message, Brother Yenny lost contact. I was thinking, is the signal on Croa Island not good? But they should be using satellite phones. Yes. As long as there is no special shielding, the signal problem does not exist. Mu Qingshan replied. Xiaoyu frowned. What do you mean by special shielding? For example, some interfering minerals, or the satellite phone is damaged. Mu Qingshan analyzed. There are probably these 2 possibilities, but now it's just speculation. I find out from the expedition team first. Their operation this time was organized by the International Environmental Health Department, and I heard that a team was sent to take charge of logistics. Chapter 159 Heading to West Africa. After hearing this, Xiaoyu hurriedly nodded, and then anxiously waited for the latest news. Finally, it was learned that their expedition team did encounter trouble. The signal was forced to be interrupted 2 days ago. Yesterday, another team was sent to check the situation, but no feedback was received. What is the trouble? Ran Ran was also anxious. The specific situation is not clear yet. Let's wait a little longer. Mu Qingshan said. However, this wait was long and fruitless. The logistics staff of the Ministry of Health that Mu Qingshan knew did not mention this, claiming that it was confidential, and that their superiors asked them not to disclose it. After some thought, The three decided to go to West Africa in person. Otherwise, no one could feel at ease in this unclear situation. Mu Qingshan found a cargo plane heading to the same destination, and the three quickly set off for West Africa. This was Chiao Yu's first time going abroad. She sat by the window, looking at the clouds outside the window, and felt a little dazed. She suddenly remembered what the head of the loan company had said. Your father borrowed money everywhere and never paid it back. His credit has dropped to the bottom. It's hard to find a job now. Even if he wants to go abroad, his spending is limited. This has a big impact on you. Right? Indeed. It has a big impact. Chiao Yu applied to join the party in high school, but her application was rejected because her father borrowed money under her name. In college, she wanted to apply for a scientific research or military university, but was rejected again during the political review. Since then, she felt cold in her heart, and lived a life of just paying off debts, until Brother Yin showed up. Her life began to shine again. Xiao Yu, don't be nervous. Ren patted her hand. I heard that the captain of this cargo plane has experience in flying fighter jets, and it's safe. Chiao Yu shook her head, still looking out the window. I hope Brother Yin is safe on the island, and I hope he has come out when we go. I will. Ren nodded firmly. That afternoon, the three of them had gotten off the plane, rented a car at the airport, and headed straight to the West African port. That was the rear base for this operation, and Mu Qingshan logistics friend also worked there. The journey was very difficult, because West Africa is a developing country, and its national conditions, financial resources, and environmental climate are relatively bad. The hot weather was unbearable, and the sun seemed to evaporate all the moisture in people. Despite drinking water continuously, the skin was still like a dry riverbed, and was about to crack. The road was not flat either. It was similar to the remote mountainous areas in China. The narrow road was full of gravel and potholes. The vehicle was like a small boat floating in the waves. The trip was very hasty. We only bought some food at the airport. In addition to drinking water, the three of us only ate a little. The staple food in West Africa is very strange. It is made from a huge rhizome plant. People grind this rhizome into a thick pulp, add some local soil and stir it, and it becomes a sticky food similar to sesame paste. The production method sounds similar to the use of gypsum to make tofu in China. It is yellow-black and emits a pungent muddy smell. It feels rough and bitter in the mouth. It is indeed not delicious. But such food feeds hundreds of millions of people in West Africa. Due to the extremely poor soil and hot climate, only this plant can survive. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. The three also tried this paste-like food. Although it tasted bad, their physical strength was restored, and they continued to move forward in the bumpy road. On the way, Ran and Chiao Yu looked out the window curiously, seeing the houses made of mud and thatch. Chiao Yu couldn't help asking, it looks very primitive here. Most villages in West Africa are like this. The cost of transporting bricks and concrete is very high, so they are used to building houses with clay and thatch. Mu Qingshan explained. In front of the houses passing by, there were some women with confused expressions, and children playing, dressed in rags, staring blankly at the cars speeding by. There was no expression on his face. Seeing the scene, Chiao Yu felt very lucky, living in a happy country. Even though his father was tossing around like that, his family never lacked food and clothing. The car drove all the way, and finally arrived at the dock 2 hours later. Compared to before, this place seemed much more modern, with large mechanical arms, and several cargo ships, and several relatively modern buildings. After stopping at the parking lot of the dock, Mu Qingshan opened the bracelet, and tried to contact the logistics staff again. However, his phone was still unreachable. With no other options, the three could only walk and ask around, trying to find the base camp. After several hours of searching, they finally found the headquarters. The base camp was located in an abandoned yard, with many tents temporarily built, and the logo of the International Environmental Health Department outside the yard. Mu Qingshan showed his ID, and asked to see the person in charge, but the soldier at the gate shook his head and said, "Sorry, we haven't obtained permission yet, so we can't meet. I have an urgent matter. I must talk to your leader about Crow Island." Mu Qingshan said again. The soldier hesitated, but the officials are in a meeting now. We cannot disturb them. I will inform them in the evening. This was the only way. The three of them could only wait anxiously outside the door. After waiting for a few hours, they felt more and more that the matter was serious. It was obvious that the officials had been in a meeting for too long. At this moment, A car drove up and two foreigners got off the car. One of them was an acquaintance of Mu Qingshan. He was a middle-aged man with a beard. He was surprised to see them and ran over to ask, "Mu, why are you here? You don't want to disclose the situation, so we can only come in person. How is Duan now?" Mu Qingshan asked directly. The beard looked embarrassed. "Mu, we have professional regulations. This matter is a bit complicated. You should go back first." "No, since we are here. We have no intention of leaving." Ran glanced at the nervous Qiuyu and expressed his attitude. The bearded man shook his head. "As for Duan matter, once there is clear news, we will inform his relatives. But there is no new news at present." He. His relatives. Mu Qingshan sneered. "When they take action, I am afraid it will be too late." When several people were still talking, a soldier suddenly ran out of the yard and said to them respectfully, "Officials, please come in. Chapter 160. No news is the best news." Mu Qingshan glanced at the bearded man and walked straight into the courtyard, and Guqiu and the others behind him hurriedly followed. They were very excited, because they were one step closer to understanding Duan Yin's situation. And the bearded man was full of worry, watching their figures disappear at the door, shaking his head and leaving. In that office sat an old man with eyes as sharp as an eagle, whose appearance seemed to be a mixture of Chinese and African. The soldier introduced, "This is the person in charge of Operation Croa, Professor Brian." The professor stepped forward, looked at them carefully, and finally fixed his eyes on Mu Qingshan. "I know you. Mu, you are the head of a famous research institute in country A, and the recent Shili Ma Ding pills were developed by you. I have heard a lot about you." "Professor Brian." Mu Qingshan nodded in response. "I have heard your speeches many times. You are a leader in ecological environment." After the two confirmed their identities, Professor Brian said frankly, "I heard that you know something about the situation on Croa Island. Duan is our friend." Mu Qingshan did not beat around the bush, and said directly, "We want to know about his situation." "Duan?" Professor Brian's eyes darkened. "There is no bad news at present. I also hope they are safe." After hearing this, Qiuyu became more anxious. "Are they in danger on the island?" Professor Brian looked at them seriously. His tone was heavy. "This matter is still confidential. But since you are here, I will briefly explain the situation. The first 2 days after they arrived on the island were relatively smooth, but after entering the woods, the signal was suddenly interrupted. The satellite could no longer track their information. The woods and miasma on the island almost covered the entire island, and their traces could not be identified at all. What happened to the people sent later? Did they make any new discoveries?" Mu Qingshan asked. Professor Brian shook his head. 4 people were sent there, but only 1 person returned. And when that person was found, he was unconscious in the cabin. "We have reported this to our superiors. We may send special forces to enter Croa Island again later, but we are not allowed to send people there at will." Ran expressed dissatisfaction with this. "Didn't the tests show that the harmful substances there have been metabolized? It shouldn't be safe there, right? The secrets of nature, no matter what era, are still unimaginable." Professor Brian shook his head slowly. "I have never encountered such a situation. You don't have to be too anxious. No news may be the best news, but go back first." "I won't go back. I must make sure that Brother Yin is safe." Qiuyu answered immediately. Mu Qingshan couldn't ignore his brother's safety after thinking about it. He said, "Let wait here." Professor Brian had no choice but to arrange for someone to provide them with food and lodging. But he reminded them again, "You can wait, but you must not get close to the island. This is also for your safety." The 3 nodded in agreement, but they were full of anxiety, thinking about Duan Yin's unknown whereabouts. They were extremely anxious. They were arranged on the 3rd floor of this building. Although the room was simply cleaned, the environment was simple, and there was no air conditioning. After staying there for a while, they were sweating all over, never stopping. Ran drew water and came out after a simple wash, but did not see Qiuyu. She immediately ran to the next room to ask, and Mu Qingshan also shook his head to indicate that he did not see her. When Ran went downstairs, she saw Qiuyu standing on the dock from a distance, staring blankly at the sea, her body motionless like a fossil. When Ran ran over, she found that Qiuyu's face was covered with sand, but she was completely unaware of it, and was still immersed in her own thoughts. Qiuyu saw the person coming. He forced a smile. "Ran. Do you think Brother Yin will encounter any accidents?" "No. Duan Yin is very smart and quick-witted." Ran analyzed. And he has experienced many things. And has a series of coping methods. He will definitely escape safely this time. What if there are some terrifying substances on that island that humans have not yet understood? Xiaoyu suddenly said. Ran frowned. Are you talking about nuclear substances? Well, I heard that nuclear material is different from others. It is an extremely dangerous hidden material under development. The degree of harm has not been confirmed yet. Xiaoyu was very nervous. I am really worried. Ran put his arm around her shoulders. Yes. But we have to go back first and wait for the next news. Xiaoyu nodded and followed her back. After walking a long way, he looked back at the sea and couldn't help sighing. Until the evening, there was still no new news. The unconscious team member still hadn't woken up. And there was nothing unusual on Kroa Island under satellite monitoring. At night, Ran had already fallen asleep from exhaustion. But Xiaoyu beside her couldn't sleep. She lay on her side, staring at the window, facing the direction of the sea. She still remembered the sea in the evening. The setting sun shone through the dark clouds on the sea, and a few golden lights appeared on the dark sea. But the sparse golden light looked very strange, which reminded Xiaoyu of the wormhole. She couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. It was like a storm was coming. This feeling continued until now. Although it was pitch black around her, she seemed to still be able to see the flickering golden light on the sea outside the window. Shaorulan disappeared. Would Brother Yeni also be like this? The beeping sound of the monitoring machine downstairs came faintly, like the equipment in the emergency room. The sound made people panic. Xiaoyu hoped that the sound would change, but was afraid that it would bring abnormality. But the more worried she was, the more unexpected things happened. Suddenly, one of the machines made a strange sound. Instantly, a burst of hurried footsteps sounded. Xiaoyu turned over and sat up, and hurriedly woke Ran. Did you hear any sound? Ran opened his eyes suddenly, stared at her dazedly for a few seconds, then quickly put on his shoes and walked to the window, and said nervously, "Let's go downstairs quickly." Many people gathered in the yard. Something might have really happened. The sun in West Africa is scorching during the day, but the wind is howling in West Africa at night. The two people wearing thin pajamas feel like they are in winter. Ran whispered, "Damn weather." Xiaoyu, do you want to go back and get a coat? Xiaoyu looked uneasy. No. So as not to waste time. Chapter 161, Concealing the Real Situation. When the two went downstairs, Mu Qingshan had already arrived at the scene. The temporary tent office was brightly lit, and there were people surging inside, looking very lively. Director Mu, what happened? Xiaoyu asked nervously. Jogging all the way. Mu Qingshan looked at the tent. The unconscious teammate has woken up, and Professor Cryan is talking to him. Awake? Xiaoyu rubbed his hands anxiously. Can't we go in and listen? Of course not. Mu Qingshan said frankly. We are just friends of the missing person, not even relatives. The three of them waited anxiously outside for a moment. Finally, the door of the tent was opened. Professor Cryan walked out with a serious expression, followed by many staff members. Xiaoyu immediately rushed forward and asked, Professor, is there any news? Professor Cryan stopped and looked at her. No news for now. The team member was in a coma because he was unable to go to the island due to physical discomfort. Don't worry too much. Xiaoyu disappointment was written on her face. She stared blankly at the professor leaving. Ran came over and supported her arm. Xiaoyu, let go back first. Xiaoyu looked around. Hey, where Director Mu? He was here just now. Ran shook her head. Maybe something happened suddenly. Xiaoyu, I feel something is wrong. Is it wrong? Well, the search team members have undergone special training. How could they fall into a coma before landing on the island? Ran raised his doubts. I don't think this is a physical problem. Xiaoyu frowned slightly. In fact, I also felt that Professor Cryan's expression was a little strange just now. He spoke very quickly and seemed to be prepared. Does this imply that there is something else going on? Ran thought for a moment. How about this? Let's go to the hospital and find the team member to ask for clarification. Xiaoyu thought this was a good idea. But just as the two of them changed their clothes, they received a call from Mu Qingshan. He only said, don't go anywhere. Wait for me to come back. After the call, Mu Qingshan did not say where he was, which made Ran and Xiaoyu even more uneasy. They knew that Mu Qingshan must be doing something, but they still didn't know what it was. They waited anxiously for about an hour. And Mu Qingshan finally came back, bringing a shocking news. When he checked, he learned that the awakened team member had been transferred to a hospital in a neighboring country. and he heard that his condition was more appropriate there. This is really strange. They obviously want to cover up the truth. After hearing this, Ran felt a chill in her heart. Something major must have happened on the island. Mu Qingshan said slowly. In addition, didn't you find that the scientific expedition led by the World Health Organization was so sloppy and casual? Both the equipment and the campsites seemed to be insufficient in scale. I found out the minutes of the meeting about Croa Island. Opinions were seriously divided. Most people opposed the exploration of the island. He believed that even though it had been 100 years, the nuclear material might not have really disappeared. However, Professor Kurian insisted on his own opinion, united supporters, and hastily formed the scientific expedition team to the island. Because there were not enough supporters, and time was tight, so it was so hasty. Ran whispered, obviously. Professor Kurian is extremely selfish. For the sake of scientific research, he did not care about people's safety at all. What should we do now? Qiuyu was anxious. Brother Yan must be in danger now. Qiuyu was restless. And so were Ran and Mu Qingshan. After a short silence, Ran suddenly had an idea. Those acquaintances before were the bearded men in charge of logistics. He must know the true situation of the team members. Why not ask him again? I have asked. He is in the city now, and will not be back until dawn. Mu Qingshan said in a deep voice. We can only wait for this matter. Ran nodded and pulled Qiuyu. There is no point in being anxious. Listen to Director Mu, let go, return and rest, so that we can continue to fight after we have enough energy. Qiuyu's steps seemed slow, and he whispered, wait, how long will it take? Brother Yan must be in great danger now. Maybe he is waiting for rescue. Ran was also in a complicated mood, pulling her back to the bedroom, letting her lie down. Sleep for a while, everything will be fine. Qiuyu lay down obediently, turned sideways, and closed her eyes. Soon he fell into a deep sleep. Not long after, Ran also yawned and fell asleep. It was 3 o'clock in the morning. The moonlight outside the window was dimly sprinkled on the sea. Occasionally a star flickered, and disappeared in an instant like a phantom. In this world with bad climate and haze, the chance of seeing stars is really very small. Ran, who was sleeping soundly, had a nightmare. In the dream, he saw Qiuyu standing on the beach again. Her windbreaker was blown up by the wind. He could vaguely see her figure turned into an illusory shadow. Just as she was about to get closer, the figure went further away. If she walked any further, she would not be able to get closer, until the cold sea water soaked her ankles and knees. A hurried shout came from behind. Come back quickly. She is dead. Come back quickly. The voice was unclear, as if it was wrapped in a plastic bag. Ran shook her head vigorously, and looked forward again. The surging sea water rushed in instantly. There was no trace of Qiuyu. When the sea water rushed in, she did not feel suffocated. There was a foggy area in front of her. Time seemed to last for a long time. Ran was surprised to find that she was standing in a dense forest. The trees were towering into the sky, and their branches extended in all directions, covering the sky above her head. Under her feet was the black, wet and soft soil. Every step she took made a crackling sound. Ran looked around. There were only trees, and there was no other figure in the empty space. She always remembered her mission, which was to find Qiuyu. So she called out softly, Qiuyu. Her voice echoed in the woods, and instantly became several echoes, which seemed even more bizarre. After a few calls, a tree in front began to shake, and its branches rustled, and then, a creeping figure appeared on the tree. Through the figure and clothes, it was Qiuyu. Qiuyu, is it you? Qiuyu? Ran was very excited, and wanted to walk closer quickly, but the soft soil seemed to hold her back, making her move with difficulty all the time. Chapter 162 Qiuyu goes to the island. She walked to the tree with great effort, and Qiuyu's figure gradually became clear. Ran noticed that Qiuyu's clothes looked very old. The color faded, and there were many tears in her clothes, as if they would fall apart at any time. And how did she become so thin? She was so thin that her clothes could not fit her at all, and she was blown away by the wind. While Ran was thinking, suddenly a gust of wind came, and Qiuyu's figure was blown over in an instant. She saw Qiuyu's face clearly at that moment. But that was not a normal human face, but a skull that had decayed into black. The skull had deep eye sockets, and when it looked over here, it was blown by the wind, as if it had come alive, which was creepy. Ran was sweating all over, and she sat up screaming. She looked around, and then realized that it was just a nightmare. The sky outside the window was already slightly bright. She touched Chiyo beside her, but she touched nothing. She rubbed her eyes and looked around, and there was no one around her. The bedding was piled randomly, with no temperature at all. Obviously she had already gotten up. Chiyo. Ran called softly, guessing whether she had gone to the bathroom. But after calling a few times, there was still no response, which made Ran nervous, and she immediately turned on the light and looked around. Finally, she found that Chiyo was not there, and even her luggage had disappeared. Ran was flustered, and hurriedly ran out of the room, banging on Mu Qingshan's door, asking him if he had seen Chiyo. After hearing this, Mu Qingshan immediately went downstairs to look for her. But there was no doubt that Chiyo was not downstairs. They asked the soldiers outside the yard, and they said that they saw an Asian woman going out for a walk in the early morning. But they were not sure whether it was Chiyo. For West Africans like them, Asian women look similar, and it is difficult to tell them apart. Ran hair stood on his back, and he immediately thought of the strange and terrifying dream last night. He pulled Mu Qingshan and asked, "Did Chiyo go to Croa Island secretly? She has always wanted to save Duanyani, and she is so anxious that it is worrying. I'm going to the dock. You wait first. If Chiyo comes back, call me immediately." Mu Qingshan said and hurried out. Ran paced back and forth in the room anxiously, and checked the items in the room again. It seems that Chiyo left in a hurry, leaving a lot of daily necessities, and did not leave any notes or anything like that. After a while, Mu Qingshan called. "I asked the people at the dock, they didn't see Chiyo. But a ship left the port at around 4 a.m. and the route passed through Croa Island. This girl, did she really go to Croa Island?" Ran clenched his fists. "When will the ship arrive? If we go by helicopter, can we catch up with her?" "Too late. If there is no accident on the ship, it should have passed Croa Island by now. I asked people to ask the crew of the ship, but there is no result yet." Ran said without hesitation, "No. We must find her. She is just an unarmed weak woman. Going to the island rashly is tantamount to committing suicide. Director Mu, shall we go find her?" This time, Mu Qingshan agreed without hesitation. "Okay. I will rent a helicopter immediately. You take the luggage in my room and rush to the dock." Ran agreed and hung up the phone. She immediately packed her things and rushed to Mu Qingshan's room. She found that he only had a simple black bag, but it was heavy to carry, so he rushed downstairs with his luggage without time to check. As soon as he ran out of the yard, he met a familiar person, the big bearded man. He looked at Ran in confusion and asked, "Where are you going? Where is Mu? Where is the other companion?" Ran didn't like him very much, and simply responded, "This has nothing to do with you. Are you going to the island?" The man seemed excited and reached out to stop Ran. "You must not go to Croa Island. Those people before are examples. Those people just disappeared, didn't they?" Ran frowned and looked at him. The man seemed to be forced into a corner, shaking his head palely, and said, "You absolutely can't go. There are strange things on the island, which will kill you." His words sounded very strange. Ran left in a hurry, not wanting to pay attention to him anymore. However, he still shouted behind him, "You really can't go. Quickly tell Mu, don't go to the island." Time was running out. Ran heard the roar of a helicopter in the sky, and ran straight to the dock with her bag. The footsteps behind her followed for a long time. When she turned around, she saw the bearded man standing in the distance, panting, and seemed to want to continue to dissuade her. Ran thought he was ridiculous. He was silent at first, but now he spoke sincerely. She ignored him, and continued to run towards the dock. The timing was just right. When Ran arrived at the dock helipad, the helicopter had just landed. Mu Qingshan reached out and took her in his arms. And then, the helicopter slowly rose. Mu Qingshan looked out the window, and Ran also took a look, and found that the bearded man was still running and waving in the distance. "What wrong with him?" Mu Qingshan asked. Ran quickly told him what happened just now. And Mu Qingshan thought silently. He said, "There are strange things on the island. And they will kill us? Well, I guess those people before. Of course, it is also possible that Duanyani is in danger. They knew it, but chose to conceal it in order to continue the scientific expedition." Mu Qingshan analyzed, because there are strict regulations on such scientific expeditions internationally. Once a dangerous area occurs, no one is allowed to enter again. Ran thought thoughtfully, no matter what, I also want to bring Chiou back. But Duanyani. Mu Qingshan also had a plan in his mind. I have the same idea as you. If it is really like what that person said, I will not care about Professor Cryan, and will immediately report the true situation to the Environmental Sanitation Department. The helicopter quickly took off, speeding up, and the noise became more and more piercing. The two put on their headphones and stopped talking. Each of them was preoccupied with their own concerns. At this time, Chiou was frantically driving a lifeboat towards Croa Island. Her day was thrilling. In the early hours of the morning, she quietly boarded a cargo ship and hid in the cargo hold for a long time. When the ship sailed near Croa Island, she quietly ran to the stern, untied the rope of the lifeboat, and paddled as hard as she could towards Croa Island. Chapter 163 Croa Island. The sky was bright, but the view was shrouded in thick fog, and the scene close at hand was blurred. Chiou was uneasy, gripping the joystick with both hands, and staring at the front. Although Croa Island on the map was not far away, there was still no trace of the island in front of her. A terrible thought flashed through her mind. Could Croa Island really be a ghost island? It clearly exists on the map, but there is nothing in reality. She had seen such a plot in a movie. When this thought came to her mind, Chiou felt a chill on her back, and looked at the foggy sea again. Her heart became more and more horrified. Despite the fear in her heart, she still had a voice reminding herself, I must save Brother Yanyi. He is the lifesaver of herself and her family. She must not give up. With this obsession, Chiou overcame her inner fear, and firmly controlled the lifeboat to break through the fog on the sea. A ray of sunlight from above passed through the clouds, and fell on the dark sea. This faint light made Chiou feel a little warm in his heart, as if he saw hope. However, this hope did not last long. There was still an endless ocean ahead. Although the coordinates of Croa Island were close, there was still no trace of it. At this moment, the oil level indicator on the lifeboat was close to the bottom line. Chiou cursed in his heart. How could this ship be equipped with such an old lifeboat? How could she find gasoline in this vast ocean? Once the fuel ran out, she would have to drift on the sea. She became more and more anxious, and could not help but pray to all the gods she knew, begging for the island of Croa to be found, not knowing whether the prayer was effective, or whether she was really close to her goal. Chiou suddenly found a small black dot in front of her. Her eyes lit up, and she accelerated towards the black dot. As she got closer, the black dot became bigger and bigger. The outline gradually became clear, and Chiou's heartbeat also accelerated. It was indeed a small island. However, the closer she got, the more she found that it was covered with reefs. The coastline of the island extended to both sides, and spread out a very long distance. Chiou stood at the bow of the lifeboat, looking up at the steep rocks and trees. She roughly estimated that the island was at least several thousand square meters. However, she had no time to think about it at this time. The lifeboat sounded a beeping alarm, and the fuel was exhausted. The boat was spinning in place, no longer able to control, and there were still hundreds of meters away from the shore. As the waves hit, she seemed to be pushed further and further away. Chiou made up her mind, put on a life jacket, and resolutely jumped into the sea. Although she had learned to swim as a child, her skills were only average, and swimming 100 meters should not be a problem. But the waves were surging at the moment, and the closer to the shore, the denser the reefs underfoot. After half an hour of struggle, when Chiou stumbled and climbed ashore, she found that her legs were scratched by the sharp reefs, leaving deep blood marks. Despite this, her heart was filled with joy. She looked at the map in the bracelet again. Thank God, she finally got to the island. She looked around, and in front of her was a desolate beach. At the end of the beach, there was a coconut grove full of life, but the trees were empty, whether they were eaten by animals, or they were not growing at all. Behind the coconut grove was a towering peak. This island was much more vast than she had imagined. Chiou took a deep breath. She found a clean place to sit down, tore off some clothes from the waterproof bag, and roughly bandaged her bleeding legs. Then, she drank a few sips of mineral water, and regained some strength. Where is Brother Yanyi? What is hidden on this island? Chiou knew nothing about it, but since she had come here, she would never become a deserter, and must find him. She walked towards the coconut grove, and heard the pleasant sound of birds singing on the way. The sound was more beautiful than she had ever heard before. It made her feel a little relieved. She felt that no matter how she looked at it, it was a beautiful island. The coconut trees were sparse outside, but they became denser as she walked in. The ground was covered with thick dry leaves, which creaked and broke into pieces when she stepped on them. The trees blocked the sky above her head. The darkness in the forest made Xiaoyu a little nervous. She looked around, trying to find traces left by Yan Yi and the others. After more than 10 minutes, Xiaoyu finally found a clue. A cigarette, but that had been extinguished long ago, came into her sight. The cigarette butt was crushed, and there was an obvious trademark mark on the edge. She looked down and confirmed that it was a certain brand of cigarette. But she didn't know whether the owner of the cigarette butt was Yan Yi's teammate. With a triad mentality, she opened the bracelet again, wanting to contact Yan Yi, but after several attempts, she was disappointed. There was no signal here at all. The simple bracelet could not receive satellite signals at all. So she returned helplessly. Xiaoyu looked back at her backpack and sighed slightly. This time, she took nothing with her on an impulse trip. She only brought some food and simple tools, hoping to find Brother Yan. She couldn't stay any longer. The longer she stayed, the more she would have wild thoughts. So, she strode deep into the woods. She suddenly remembered a movie she had seen before. The male protagonist in the movie shouted behind her, "Don't look back. If you look back, everyone will turn into stone." Therefore, the female protagonist no longer looked back. Run forward with all your strength. Never let your beloved turn into stone. In this way, Xiaoyu crossed the river, ran across the grass, and finally walked out of the mysterious tunnel and arrived at the real world. She firmly believed that she could also move forward with all her strength, save the person she cared about, and never let him turn into stone. Her eyes flashed with determination, and her speed was getting faster and faster. At this moment, Mu Qingshan and Ran Ran were close to the area of Croya Island. According to their requirements, the helicopter hovered over the island and patrolled for several rounds. During this process, Ran Ran used the bracelet to shoot in high definition. However, due to the thick fog, the view on the top of the island was not satisfactory. The outline of the trees was vaguely visible, and there was nothing else except a little bit of land. Chapter 164 Black Rabbit. The scale of this island is quite impressive. Mu Qingshan used an instrument to make a simple measurement. The area is as large as 27 square kilometers, which is comparable to a large 5-star resort island in China. Not only that, the terrain of the sea area is complex, undulating, there are high peaks and low lands, and the drop is huge. Director Mu, I can't see anything. Ran Ran whispered, the fog is too thick. At this time, the helicopter captain explained, he passed by here more than a dozen times a year. The fog here was sometimes thick and sometimes thin, but it never completely dissipated. When it was thin, you could occasionally see the land. When it was thick, the whole island was like a huge mushroom cloud, and you couldn't see anything clearly. After saying that, he asked, do you really want to go down? You can't get the tiger cub without going into the tiger den. Let go down, Mu Qingshan said concisely. At this time, Ran Ran had already put on a life jacket. Since there was no flat terrain on the island, the beach was full of rocks and quite dangerous. The helicopter could only open the hatch near the beach to let them land on their own. The life jackets were equipped with landing devices to ensure their safe landing. Ran Ran had received training in this area in high school. Domestic airplanes are equipped with such life jackets. All citizens over the age of 16 will receive such training. This is the same as swimming. It is a self-rescue skill in critical moments. The two jumped off the helicopter one after another, at a height of only 7 or 8 meters. The landing device popped out, controlled the deceleration, and Ran Ran held the direction control rope, and finally landed safely on the beach. She breathed a sigh of relief, waved in the direction of the helicopter, indicating that she was safe. Mu Qingshan landed earlier than her, and was holding the equipment to retest the situation on the island. This machine can detect whether the microorganisms in the air exceed the standard, and has infrared detection function, which can detect the existence of larger organisms around. No living organisms were found on the screen, but the number of certain microorganisms in the air was extremely high, which was consistent with some historical data on nuclear radiation areas, which meant that under the influence of nuclear materials, the genetic factors of plants were stimulated, and they might be dying, or they might be as vibrant as here. However, the excessive number of such microorganisms did not mean anything, just as it was difficult for human diseases to be transmitted to animals, and the genetic sequences of the two were completely different. Therefore, Ran Ran did not take it seriously. As she was about to leave, Mu Qingshan took out a protective mask from his bag and motioned her to put it on, for safety reasons. Ran Ran nodded. knowing that Director Mu was a very cautious person. So she put on the mask. After everything was ready, she asked, "Where are we going?" Mu Qingshan called up the image just taken from the helicopter. To the west. The terrain there is higher, but it is still shrouded in fog. If we go there, we may be able to see the topography of the entire island more clearly. Okay. Ran nodded, feeling reassured with Director Mu by her side. No need to think too much, just follow him. The two walked a few steps. Ran suddenly exclaimed, "Look, is there blood on that stone?" There were indeed wet bloodstains on the stone not far away, although not much, but very obvious, obviously left recently. This may be left by Chiuyu. She should be not far from us. Mu Qingshan pointed to the woods. Let's go in and take a look, maybe we can find her soon. At this time, they never thought that in the seemingly ordinary woods, there was a terrible existence lurking. Once they got close, it would follow them like a shadow. At first, Ran only felt that the wind in the woods suddenly increased, and her hair on the edge of her hat was blown by the wind. Mu Qingshan explained that the wind was strange, and it seemed to exist only in the woods. After walking a few more steps, there was a creaking sound behind him, as if someone had crushed the leaves, but when he looked back, he saw nothing. This happened several times in a row, and Ran began to have doubts in her heart. She quietly pointed her bracelet behind her, and then called up the image inside. She was shocked. It turned out that there was a black, rabbit-like thing that ran behind them twice. The sound was made by them. However, this rabbit-like animal was surprisingly large. About 5 times the size of a normal rabbit. What on earth was this? Before she could see clearly, the thing quickly passed by. It disappeared without a trace. And the speed was so fast that Ran thought it was just an illusion. Feeling a little confused, Ran asked Mu Qingshan, "Did you see the rabbit?" Mu Qingshan hesitated, "Maybe. A little bit like it, but more like a larger animal." "Yeah. Where in the world can there be such a big rabbit?" Ran smiled bitterly and shook her head, denying this idea. Ran, this is not completely impossible. Mu Qingshan glanced at her. "Have you seen the introduction of the nuclear power plant leak in country R? Among them is about an old man named Futian." Ran immediately remembered. Yes, he stayed in the radiation zone despite the opposition of everyone in order to take care of the animals in the radiation zone. After the accident, the disaster was very serious. But Country R was only focused on the loss of the nuclear power plant at that time, missed the best time to deal with it, and finally ordered the emergency evacuation of people living in the radiation zone. As for those animals, they were abandoned by the government. Old Man Futian was originally a veterinarian in a zoo. He lived with the animals and developed a deep affection for them. After evacuation, he quietly took some supplies back to take care of them, and also tried to report the situation to the government. He said with tears in his eyes that animals also have the right to life. If the animals in the radiation zone are not taken care of, no one will care about them. Mr. Futian voluntarily stayed in the radiation zone. This scene touched countless people and made them reflect deeply on the relationship between man and nature. Although this move was touching, but the local government believes that the risk is extremely high. Although the nuclear radiation area has been treated, the impact on gene sequencing and the body will last for hundreds of years. Once an animal mutates and rushes into the city, the consequences will be disastrous. Therefore, while the government acquiesces, it strictly blocks and monitors the area. Since Mr. Futian is unwilling to leave, he has lost the opportunity to go out again. Chapter 165, Finding the Camp. In the following days, Old Man Futian personally took care of the injured animals, fed them food, and fed the young mammals. Of course, all these supplies, including the old man's daily necessities, are provided by the government, and are exchanged for freedom. At the beginning of each month, the old man would drive to the agreed location to collect supplies, and leave his own sample on the self-blood collection device, and then put it back to its original place. This is also one of the requirements the government has put forward to him. Through blood tests and regular tracking by drones, the R government found that both Mr. Futian and the animals in the radiation zone were in a worsening physical condition. Mr. Futian suffered from a variety of diseases, and his bones and internal organs were lesioned. Among those animals, many were inexplicably disabled, and some had wounds, and were rotten and deformed, clearly showing symptoms of the sequelae of nuclear radiation. Although Mr. Futian experienced physical and mental suffering, he still insisted on requesting medicine to treat the small animals. Later, due to the serious condition, he begged the government to send a doctor. However, The always cold our government rejected his request, saying that doctors would also face radiation risks when entering the radiation zone. And Futian should have been aware of this when he stayed. So, after 2 or 3 years of suffering, Mr. Futian died of a serious illness. After his death, animals in the radiation zone also died. And their death not only did not arouse the sympathy of our government, but they were treated as radiation waste and quickly cleaned up. Later, our government completely closed the area. Ran recalled this story and said softly, although it is also a radiation zone, the animals exposed to radiation died. What is the difference between these large black rabbits and them now? They are indeed dead, but according to internal information, our government conducted a test on that area many years later. Mu Qingshan looked at the surrounding woods and continued, they found that many animals had mutated, such as growing a 5th leg, or becoming huge, and some of their internal organs were obviously swollen. Ran nodded thoughtfully. So, these large black rabbits are likely to have mutated and survived tenaciously? Mu Qingshan replied, it is possible. Such an explanation relieved Ran fear a lot, although they have undergone changes. They are still some pitiful animals in the end. Thinking of this, her steps became lighter, and her expression was no longer so nervous. On the way, the creaking sound occasionally sounded again. Ran just took a quick look and no longer cared. Although it was daytime, the forest seemed unusually dark. The dead leaves and dense trees on the ground forced them to move forward in one direction. In the process, they found some more things. A bag of compressed biscuit wrapper. A chewed gum. These were obviously abandoned traces. They speculated that this might be left by Duanyeni and his team or the second search team. The two walked for a long time. About 40 minutes later, Ran suddenly stopped, pointed to the woods ahead and said, Moo! Look! The dark blue object in front. Is it a tent? The place she pointed to was about 100 meters away from them. It was sometimes visible and sometimes invisible, and it was impossible to see clearly. Mu Qingshan took out the telescope and observed carefully and confirmed, yes, it is indeed a tent. But we have to be careful. There may not be the people we want to see inside. Ran nodded vigorously. She knew the seriousness of the matter. Since those people were missing, it was unlikely that they would stay in the tent. After all, this place was not far from the coast, and they had no reason to stay here. The two slowly walked towards the tent. There was nothing unusual during the process. Even the creaking sound disappeared. Finally, they approached the tent, and Ran reached out to open the tent curtain, but Mu Qingshan stopped her. Wait! Mu Qingshan protected her behind him, and opened the curtain first, motioning her to wait. The two of them were not in a hurry to look inside, and after confirming that there was nothing unusual inside, they carefully peeked in. This tent was relatively large, and there were several sleeping bags inside, and there was a table in the corner, on which many instruments were placed. It was obviously an item left behind. Ran had sharp eyes, and immediately found the sports water bottle on the table. That water bottle was used by Duanyeni. She clearly remembered the style of the water bottle. Although it was similar to an ordinary water bottle, it had a strange symbol printed on it. Duanyeni once said that this was a gift given to him by the astronauts when he went to the space base. It has an automatic filtering function. Any turbid liquid substance can be decomposed into drinkable water within half an hour. At that time, Xiaoyu also jokingly asked, can urine be processed? Duanyeni nodded seriously and replied, of course, urine itself can be drunk. Mu Qingshan naturally remembered the kettle, because he had seen Duanyeni use it several times. In addition, he also noticed another thing, the clothes on the back of the chair, which also belonged to Duanyeni. The two of them focused on observing the situation in the tent. The sleeping bags looked neat, and the machines on the table were also placed in a standard manner, but they were all covered with a thin layer of dust. This means that Duanyeni and his team have been gone for a long time. Mu Qingshan stared at the control keys of the machine, and suddenly said, when they left, these machines were all turned on, and then they stopped working due to lack of light source. This is impossible. Ran looked up. Although in the woods, there may be light source during the day, and it can still generate electricity. She looked around. Is there something wrong with the solar panel? After checking, it was indeed the case. The solar panel was covered with thick leaves. The light was severely blocked, resulting in the inability to generate electricity. The two of them cleaned up. Soon after, the green light on the machine came on, restarting. Mu Qingshan began to check the machine. Among these devices, there were infrared life monitors, climate warning devices, and some air humidity monitoring devices. There was also a multifunctional biological tester in the corner. At this time, Ran suddenly felt the bracelet vibrate. She looked down, and was surprised to find that the bracelet had restored the signal. It seemed that the restoration of solar energy connected the satellite signal. There were multiple messages in the bracelet, most of which were irrelevant. She skipped them, and did not pay attention. But Mu Qingshan stared at the bracelet in silence for a long time. Chapter 166 found a corpse. What happened? Ran asked. Did you receive any useful information? Mu Qingshan showed her the bracelet. It showed an urgent message from the bearded man. He looked very anxious in the picture. Mu, you must not go to Kroa Island, come back soon. The second message was also sent by him. This time his expression was even more strange. Mu, we have confidentiality regulations. I can only tell you, it's very dangerous there. The third message was sent an hour ago. He was obviously more anxious. The content was, Mu, the animals and plants there have mutated. This sentence made Ran frown. It seems that there is really a mutation. Mu Qingshan pondered for a moment. Is the mutation more serious than what we have witnessed? Otherwise, those people would not be missing. Well, I am also a little nervous, but what worries me more is, where is Chiyoyu now? Ran looked outside the tent. It seems that she didn't find this place. Just then, the infrared light detector suddenly sounded, and a shadow running quickly appeared on the display screen, so fast that it was shocking, and it was gone in a flash. Soon, the second and third shadows passed by, so fast that people couldn't see their shapes clearly. Mu Qingshan said, Ran, there are many suspicious creatures around. We have to bring weapons. Maybe those animals are aggressive. Ran nodded. Okay. I have a gun in my bag. Do you know how to use it? Ran raised her eyebrows. Of course. I have received professional training from the militia camp. Sure enough. Ran was right. She was an amateur expert in shooting. Her hit rate was among the best during the militia training. And her score was 8+. She even attracted the attention of the instructor, who asked her if she was interested in switching to shooting sports. Mu Qingshan connected the bracelet to the equipment in the tent, and the two took out the weapons in their bags. Walk out of the tent. They wanted to carefully explore the situation of the island before dark, and find Chiyoyu as soon as possible. This time, after coming out, it took the two of them only half an hour to walk out of the woods. Outside the woods was a dense lawn. The grass grew quite densely. It would make a splashing sound when stepped on, and the humidity was extremely high. Obviously, there was a river nearby. Sure enough, after turning a corner, they saw the river in front of them. This river was not wide, about 10 meters. The water flowed gently washing the rocks in the middle of the river. And it looked peaceful. The river stretched endlessly, blocking their way. To reach the other side, they could only wade forward. The water was not deep, and it looked very clear. But the unknown dangers hidden in the water made people feel scared. Ran measured it with an infrared detector, and there were no living creatures in the water. But the test instrument in Mu Qingshan's hand showed that the minerals in this water exceed the standard. If you come into contact with it too much, it may cause mineral poisoning. So, the two of them made a decisive decision to wear isolation shoe covers before entering the water. The river water was freezing cold. Even through the shoe covers, you could feel the stinging pain penetrating into your bones. Ran couldn't help complaining. The climate of this Kroa island is completely different from that of West Africa. The two walked forward slowly. Mu Qingshan always held Ran's hand and paid attention to the movements on both sides. During the journey, occasionally there were suspicious creatures passing by, but it did not pose a threat to them, nor did it even show its presence. In the end, the two crossed the river safely. On the other side was a dense forest, which sloped upward, and seemed to lead to a high mountain. Ran sat on a rock by the river, took off his shoe covers, glanced in the direction of the tent, and then looked at the bracelet. The farther the distance, the worse the signal, and it is almost impossible to receive it here. Well, no matter what is ahead, we have to come back before dark, Mu Qingshan said. Ran sighed. I hope to find Chiyoyu soon. The two packed up and continued to move forward. Not long after entering the woods, Mu Qingshan suddenly felt something was wrong. There was a strange smell in the air, mixed with a faint stench and blood. Ran also noticed it. She frowned and said, This smell is a bit like the smell of a dead mouse. She wanted to say dead people, but felt that this was too scary, so she changed her words. This is indeed the smell of rotting meat. The infrared detector showed that. Except for the two of them. There were no other creatures nearby. So the only explanation was that there was a corpse of some creature nearby. The two looked around and finally found a tattered piece of clothing 20 meters away from them. The clothing was covered with dark bloodstains, which was shocking. There were several large holes torn on the chest and back, and the tragic scene was evident. When checking, Ran saw a bloody sneaker in the grass, and it seemed to be stained with black flesh. Moo. Director Moo. Ran pointed at that place, and her voice lowered. Is that a dead person? Mu Qingshan slowly approached, parted the grass, and the corpse suddenly appeared in front of them. Yes, it was indeed a corpse. Except for the remaining leg and half of the chest and abdomen. The other parts no longer existed. In this way, it was impossible to identify the identity of this person. The damaged parts of the body were all torn apart, and the blood and flesh around them were enough to prove the tragic scene at that time. Ran felt a sense of fear. This was the first time she had seen such a death scene. She looked around vigilantly, fearing that a terrible animal would suddenly appear. Mu Qingshan had already bent over to collect samples from the body and took photos as evidence. These samples should have been taken back to the base camp to confirm the identity using a biochemical gene detector. After processing, Mu Qingshan raised his head from the changes in the body. This person died about a few days ago. It should be the time when Duanyan last contacted Xiaoyu. Should we bury the body? Ran suddenly remembered something, otherwise the smell will easily lead to danger. Okay. Mu Qingshan took out the engineer shovel from his backpack and dug the ground. Seeing this, Ran stepped forward to help without fear, glancing at the corpse from time to time, and was frightened. What do you think killed this person? A ferocious beast? Like a black rabbit? No, look at the tear marks on the skin and flesh. It is clearly teeth marks. Judging from the characteristics of the teeth, this animal should be a tiger or a lion. Ran took a quick look. It was really horrifying to see the corpse. It was a blessing that he could hold back and not run. How could he have the mood to check it carefully? Chapter 167 Weird Plants. The two quickly buried the remains and carefully marked them on the map so that they could find the location next time. After completing these, they continued to move forward, silently, and the air around them was filled with murderous intent and danger. If they had just been vigilant before, then now, the fire of vigilance in their hearts had become even stronger. At this moment, a bouncing image suddenly appeared on the instrument, and the shape seemed similar to the large black rabbit they had seen many times before, and it was very close to them. Ran noticed the rustling sound coming from the grass next to him, and then, the rabbit suddenly passed by them. This was the first time they saw it so close. It was indeed a rabbit, just like an ordinary rabbit, but it was 7 or 8 times bigger. Each one was like a little leopard. Its fur was not pure black, but mixed with gray, giving people the feeling of ashes left after being burned. Such an abnormal situation shocked Ran, thinking of the corpse just now. She couldn't help but take a few steps back and lean close to Mu Qingshan. However, she had no time to react. In front of her, in the direction where the rabbit passed by, there was a creaking sound, like the sound of gears turning. Then, a sharp scream sounded, and everything returned to calm. The two looked at each other, and Mu Qingshan mouthed, "You wait here. I go and see the situation." "No. I go with you." Ran shook his head firmly, not wanting to stay here alone. After all, the wreckage was not far behind him, and the surroundings were so strange. The two walked towards the sound, one after the other, through the grass, and soon saw a field of gorgeous sunflowers. These sunflowers were also huge, several times larger than normal ones, and each flower disc was like a big basin, swaying slowly. There were no seeds in the flower disc, only tiny furry hairs, which seemed to have just grown. "So the sunflower has grown so big," Ran whispered. Mu Qingshan looked very serious. He lowered his voice and tightly grabbed Ran's hand, who wanted to move forward. "Look at the one on the far right." With his reminder, Ran realized something was wrong. The center of the flower on the far right was always moving. Besides the fine hair, there were many black and gray hairs. She immediately understood that this was the hair of the big rabbit before. No wonder this sunflower swallowed the rabbit. But this is impossible. Sunflowers are not man-eating plants. But soon, they witnessed a terrifying scene. Another rabbit suddenly appeared on the screen. It ran quickly, and suddenly braked in front of the sunflower. Just as it was about to dodge, the fluff in the center of the sunflower suddenly began to wriggle, and countless small suction cups appeared, sucking the rabbit in alive while it was still at a distance. Then, the fluff squirmed wildly, and the rabbit struggled and screamed, but all this lasted less than half a minute. The flower disc returned to calm again. There was no trace of the huge roots under the ground, as if nothing had happened. The two couldn't help but feel a chill. The rabbits on this island became huge, and the sunflowers became man-eating plants that could devour animals. What other unknown changes are there? Do you think Duan Yin and his men will be eaten by this kind of flower, and be wiped out? Ran voice trembled. It shouldn't be. Mu Qingshan held Ran hand tightly, and left the place quickly. I have observed, this kind of flower will only attack when it is very close to animals. Even if one of them dies, the others will not be so stupid. I am a little nervous. Ran bit her lower lip. I haven't seen Qiuyu for so long. Will she go in the opposite direction? There is no answer to this question. Mu Qingshan cannot answer it. She began to hesitate in her heart whether she should take Ran away from the island immediately. Although she is smart and brave, she is just a girl in her early 20s after all. If she encounters danger, and he is not by her side, she will not be able to save herself. Before he could finish his words, Ran spoke first. This place is so dangerous. I must find Qiuyu as soon as possible. I must not let her get into trouble. Otherwise, I will never be at peace in this life. What if you get into trouble? Mu Qingshan asked. Ran did not hesitate. That is also my fate. Since I discovered my genes, I have had this belief that every day I live is earned out of thin air. Is there anything I dare not do? Her attitude was firm. Mu Qingshan could not convince her, so he said, then let's keep going, and we must return to the camp before dark. Ran nodded in agreement. She did not intend to act rashly. It was wise to search in a planned way. The two continued to move forward, and their steps became more cautious. After crossing a large open grassland, they found some traces, used food packaging bags on the ground. The date showed that it was the most recent. Not long after, Ran eyes suddenly lit up, quickly stepped forward to pick up a clip, looked left and right and said, "This is Qiuyu. I remember clearly, she bought it at the airport. It seems she is really nearby." This discovery excited the two. At least it proved that their direction was correct. Qiuyu was indeed walking in this direction. According to the time, she should have come here not long ago. Now the distance between them should not be far. However, the sky gradually darkened, and the sun behind the clouds was also setting. According to the time of sunrise and sunset, it would be dark in 40 minutes. Therefore, their time was extremely tight. They could only search for another 20 minutes at most. And then, they had to return to the camp. Otherwise it would be more dangerous at night. The two of them quickened their pace, calling Qiuyu name as they walked, although the possibility of danger would also increase. In the end, as time was approaching, they did not find Qiuyu, but found a strange flower wall. This flower wall spread over the entire earth wall, with bright purple flowers, which was particularly gorgeous. However, in nature, the more gorgeous things are, the more abnormal they often appear. The two of them tacitly did not approach, standing outside the flower wall to observe, and suddenly found that there were countless blood spots under the flower wall. The blood was dense, and seemed to be gushing out at a very fast speed. Then, Ran was surprised to find that the petals were dripping with blood, sliding down the branches bit by bit. The scene in front of him was too weird. Chapter 168 Genetic Sequencing Disorder. Why do flowers eat people? Why do they bleed? Ran shook his head in confusion. Mu Qingshan took a deep breath. It seems that the nuclear material has completely messed up the genetic sequencing of these plants and animals. All abnormal phenomena may exist here. Animals. Except for that rabbit, no other animals were found. Ran whispered, "What should we do? Do we continue to search?" "No, it's dark now. Let's come back tomorrow." Mu Qingshan replied. Ran nodded, walked a few steps, but was full of worry. But will Qiuyu keep going forward? Maybe she has gone back. Mu Qingshan analyzed. She is very smart. She won't rashly continue to move forward. The night was getting darker, and there were gusts of howling wind around. Considering the current situation, the two had to go back first. Ran took a last look at the flower wall, turned and left. The return journey was smooth. Except for passing by a few rabbits, there were no other abnormalities. The two carefully avoided the sunflower and the corpse, and returned to the camp smoothly. The machines in the camp were still flashing, exactly the same as when they left. Turning on the surveillance to check, within 2 hours of their departure, it was very quiet here. No trace of any animal passing by. Mu Qingshan connected to the satellite signal and immediately received several messages. One of them was from the bearded man. It was a few short words. Mu, where are you? I can't reach you. If you receive it, please leave the island as soon as possible. Professor Kurian concealed all the information on the island, so there would be no rescue. Mu Qingshan replied quickly, attaching the remains of the body and the sunflowers, photos of the flower wall, and sent a message, please report this matter. Bypass Kurian. The situation on Croa Island is beyond expectations. This message fell on deaf ears. There was no response for a long time. Then he noticed that the satellite signal was suddenly interrupted. The signal interruption is undoubtedly a nightmare for them, because this is the only place where the signal can be sent. How could this happen? Is there a problem with the solar energy again? No. It was only charged for an afternoon. The only possibility is... Mu Qingshan replied, Professor Kurian blocked the satellite signal here. He deliberately concealed everything on the island. Ran shook his head. What is his motive for doing this? What good will this do for him? It may be some conspiracy, or it may be to obtain more experimental data. Mu Qingshan sighed. Using knowledge to commit crimes will cause greater harm. Ran agreed with this. If scientific and technological civilization does not take the right path, but is used by people with ulterior motives, the harm will be great. The previous incident of Professor Chung is the best example. Mu Qingshan took out the sample detected before and put it on the biochemical gene detector for analysis. This process takes some time. The two took out food from their backpacks and ate some. During this process, the two kept a close eye on the movements outside the tent, fearing that something would break in. However, everything has been safe and sound so far. At 11 o'clock in the evening, the test results finally came out, and they happened to correspond to one of Duan Yeni's teammates on this trip. This person is called Fei Ke, a chemist in his 50s, who has made great achievements in the research of nuclear materials. I didn't expect that he would die tragically here. It really a pity. The two found the photos of their departure in the computer. 5 people stood at the bow, all men. Duan Yeni stood on the far left, his arm on Fei Ke's shoulder, and the two looked at the camera with smiles. The other 3 were between 30 and 40 years old, and their faces were full of confidence. They didn't expect that the routine exploration that was about to be launched would become a dead end, and there was no one to rescue them. Even the bodies were almost uncollected. Only Feek's body has been found, and the other 4 are still unknown. Ran added, how many team members went to the island later? 4. Only 1 returned. Mu Qingshan replied, but that person has been under house arrest, and there is no way to get any news. That is to say, there are still 7 people whose lives and deaths are unknown. Ran paused, and wanted to mention Chiuyu, but stopped. That night, the two closed the tent, and set up a barrier outside. After adjusting the machine, they laid down to rest. However, for Mu Qingshan and Ran, this night was tense and uneasy. Both of them slept very lightly, and would wake up immediately when they heard the slightest noise, such as the sound of the tent curtain being blown by the wind, or the sound of birds singing in the distance, which would keep them alert. Therefore, when they heard panting outside the tent curtain in the middle of the night, they opened their eyes at the same time. In the darkness, the faint light of the machine flickered. A blurry figure appeared on the infrared detector. Because it was shaking too fast, it was impossible to tell whether it was a person or an animal. Mu Qingshan quickly sat up, picked up the weapon next to him, and said in a low voice, I go out and take a look. But he didn't move yet. The things outside were faster. After just a few seconds, there was a scream, followed by a burst of ghosts and wolves howling. The figure was entangled by something, struggling desperately. Help! There was a laser barrier outside the door. That person must have bounced back after being burned. As for the noise outside, it was probably a beast. Ran listened carefully, her eyes flickered. That a person? Did he just shout for help? Shh, you are right here. Mu Qingshan quietly opened the door and rushed out quickly. Ran peeked out through the crack in the door and saw Mu Qingshan's figure quickly disappearing in the night. She hurried back to the computer to check and found that they were too far away and the infrared detector could no longer display. After waiting anxiously for a while, there was finally a sound outside the door. A heavy and slow footsteps approaching slowly. Ran immediately opened the door and saw Mu Qingshan carrying a short old man in. The old man looked like an Asian. Very old, with wrinkles all over his face, a thin body, and blood all over his body. At first glance, it was unclear where he was injured. At this time, he was conscious. His eyes were wide open. His lips were moving, but he seemed unable to speak because of the shock. The two of them quickly checked and found that a large wound had been torn on his leg, with blood gushing out, and no obvious scars on other parts of his body. Ran immediately opened the medicine box and carried out emergency hemostasis. Only when Mu Qingshan put him on the simple bed and Ran handed him a glass of water did he barely utter a few awkward words. There is a murderous monster. Hurry. Find help. Chapter 169 Survivors. Mu Qingshan and Ran looked at each other. Neither of them quite understood what he meant, but they noticed his clothes, which had several obvious Japanese characters printed on them. Are you Mr. Oda? Mu Qingshan asked. You are from Yokohama, Japan, a staff member of the International Environmental Health Department, right? You are? Oda looked at them with cloudy eyes. Are you from the rescue team? Ran replied in a low voice. We are not. A rescue team has come. Didn't you see it? Mr. Oda shook his head in confusion, saying that he had been lost in the forest for several days, lost his backpack and belongings, and kept circling after losing his way, and finally found his way back here. His speech was a little confused and he was panting, obviously due to excessive blood loss and physical exhaustion. After a few words, his eyelids began to tremble, and then he fainted. Ran lowered his head to check his breathing and pulse. It should be due to excessive fatigue. He will wake up in a while. As she spoke, she gave him an emergency nutrient injection. These were the emergency medicines pre-placed in the tent, which came in handy at this moment. In the following time, the two of them were alert to the movement outside the tent, while waiting for Oda to wake up. This process was a bit long. About 2 hours later, when it was almost dawn, the unconscious Oda suddenly screamed, and his body began to twitch violently. Mu Qingshan pinched his philtrum tightly, calling his name. After a long while, he finally opened his eyes. Where am I? He asked dazedly. This is the base camp of Kroa Island. You are safe. Ran continued to ask. Don't you remember what happened last night? After a period of dazed thinking, Oda nodded. You saved me last night. Ran saw that he still looked weak, and immediately brought him hot milk and fast food. You should have not eaten for a long time. Drink something to restore your strength. Oda was extremely hungry. He grabbed the milk and drank it, but he choked because he drank it too fast, and he retched for a long time before he recovered. Mu Qingshan stood by the bed and stared at him. Mr. Oda, you went to the island on August 7th. It's been 5 days now. Do you remember what happened in these 5 days? What about the other teammates? Oda lowered his head. They are all dead. All dead? Ran became nervous. Where is Duanyeni? He also. I don't know. Oda shook his head vigorously. Who are you? Mu Qingshan said slowly. We are Duanyeni friends. We came to the island to find his whereabouts. We hope you will tell us everything that happened during this period, otherwise, we have no reason to continue to save you, and we don't have the energy to take you off the island. Under his threat, Oda quickly recounted what happened. 5 days ago, they came to this forest to set up camp. After conducting an air, soil and vegetation test, they prepared to explore further. At that time, they were in high spirits, talking and laughing, and treating this expedition as an ordinary outdoor collection. Among the 5 people, Fike was a chemistry expert who focused on the research of nuclear materials, and Duanyeni was a reporter in the field of science who recorded everything. As a staff member of the Environmental Sanitation Department, Oda's work content was similar to Duan, and he was responsible for identification and supervision. Another member was International Agent Sang and Ivanov, a female biologist from Country L. Soon after leaving the camp, a monster suddenly jumped out of the bushes, bite Fike's arm, bite it off, and threw him away. Although Sang fired a shot, the attack power of that thing was extremely strong, and its size was also very large, so we couldn't deal with it at all. Mu Qingshan asked, Is it the monster you just mentioned? Oda nodded. It's a horse with a human face, and its mouth is full of sharp teeth, like a piranha. We never saw Fike again. He must be dead. Mu Qingshan took out the photos of the body parts he took yesterday from his arms expressionlessly. This is what we found yesterday. He was wearing shoes like this at the time. Right? After seeing this, Oda's face turned pale instantly. I knew it. With such serious injuries, how could he still be alive? Ran thought of Duanyeni and Chiouyu who were still missing, and turned to look at the sky outside the window which was gradually getting brighter. Anxious, where are the rest of the people? Oda lowered his head, his face full of horror. We quarreled at that time. Duan insisted on saving Fike, but Sang stopped him. The four of us continued to move forward until we met those sunflowers. Eva didn't notice anything unusual, and when she was observing and sampling from a distance, the sunflowers swallowed her instantly. This island is full of monsters. Didn't you think about returning to the camp immediately? Returning to West Africa? Mu Qingshan asked. I was scared at the time. I asked to go back again and again, but they decided to go forward. So, Oda took a deep breath. I had to run back by myself. Ram was puzzled. That place is not far from the camp. Why did you wait until a few hours ago to come back? Oda showed fear on his face. I don't know. I was running. I heard footsteps behind me. I turned around and saw a black thing following me. I hurriedly ran away. I didn't realize that the bag was lost. Everything was gone. Then I curled up in a cave for a long time and found something like apples to eat. I wanted to go back, but I kept going around in circles. I didn't find the camp until just now. We set up a laser barrier at the time. What happened to your injury? Mu Qingshan asked. After I was ejected by the light bullet, the horse with a human face ran out again. And then you came? And I was rescued, Oda said quickly. He is very cooperative now. He explained everything he knew in detail. This was understandable. Mu Qingshan had made it clear that as long as he did not cooperate, there was no reason to continue saving him. In order to survive, Oda was naturally cautious. However, the information he provided was not specific enough. Except for the human-faced horse and Eva who died in Sunflower. The other information was vague. The whereabouts of Sang and Duan Yeni were still unknown. Ran took out the photo of Chiyoyu in the bracelet and asked, Have you seen this girl? Oda shook his head, looking tired. I haven't seen anyone. Your arrival on this island is the beginning of the tragedy. However, you are really lucky. You have survived successfully for so many days. Ran looked at him. Chapter 170 Strange Phenomena. Mu Qingshan stood up. Mr. Oda, this camp is currently safe. With plenty of food and water, you stay here. We have to go find them. Oda was stunned after hearing this. Please don't leave me here alone. Then will you go with us? Ran looked at his bandaged leg. Your mobility is not enough, and there are still many unknown dangers on Kroa Island. Staying here is the best choice. Oda was helpless, but could not convince them, and could only watch them busy packing their luggage and preparing to leave. When they were about to leave the tent, he suddenly thought, We can send a signal here. We can call for support. Mu Qingshan looked at him with pity. If I'm not mistaken, the satellite signal has been cut off artificially, and there will be no more rescue. Oda asked in surprise, How is it possible? Professor Crine once told me, they have made all preparations. Don't worry about anything. That what he said. Professor Crine, whom you mentioned, may have other intentions. Mu Qingshan said. He just used you as pawns for the expedition. And he probably foresaw all this. Oda's face gradually became gloomy. He wanted to say something else. But Mu Qingshan and Ran had already walked out of the tent. Their mission today was urgent, and they had to rush to the flower wall, continue to search for Chiyoyu trace. And this time, they brought enough equipment, including sleeping bags and food, to prepare for a long expedition. Ran, are you afraid? Mu Qingshan suddenly asked. In addition to the horses with human faces that we know of, the biological genes here are obviously messed up. Ran nodded and shook his head. I am afraid, but we have no choice, Director Mu. This may be our fate. Maybe we can also make some contributions to human science? That for sure. But we have to get out safely. Mu Qingshan said firmly. We have made it through so many times. And we can do it this time too. The two looked at each other, with a determined light in their eyes. They had been on adventures together many times, and their relationship was as close as comrades in arms. The two walked carefully, although their speed was not slow. They walked this road yesterday, and they would encounter Feek Burial Place, and those man-eating sunflowers on the way. After walking a little further, there was another bloody flower wall. Today's flower wall was slightly different from yesterday. There were more purple flowers. However, the flowers in the morning looked normal, with dry petals. Only the dark bloodstains on the ground reminded them that everything that happened yesterday was real. These flowers must have started to move in the evening. Let go. Mu Qingshan took a few photos and whispered. Ahead was a large lake, blocking their way. The lake water was a quiet green color, and the occasional bubbles reminded them that there were living things at the bottom of the lake. Ran Ran looked around and said, "This lake is very wide. I'm afraid we can only take a detour. I'm worried that we will get separated from Chiyoyu. We can only leave it to fate. Let's choose a direction." There seemed to be nothing unusual on both the east and west sides. The lake was quiet, and the grass by the lake was the same. Only the terrain on the west side was slightly higher, and there was a vague upward trend. The two of them pointed to the west at the same time. "Let go that way." They walked for a long time, maybe an hour, maybe 2 hours. The surroundings were quiet. The sun rarely appeared from the clouds. The sunlight sprinkled on the lake, as if flowing with golden light. In such golden light, the fish in the lake jumped, and the frequency became faster and faster. Ran Ran curiously took a few photos of the fish jumping up, and when he zoomed in to check, his pupils suddenly contracted. "Director Mu, look! This fish is so strange." It is indeed strange. The fish head looks normal, but 2 human-like ears have grown on the top. What the hell is this? Can fish grow ears? As they watched, a woman's cry suddenly came from the lake. The sound was sharp and short, as if she had just cried out and was blocked. Then, there were 2 more cries. 3 more. The 2 looked around nervously, wondering where the sound came from. However, the nearby area was calm. Apart from them, there were no other creatures. Finally, their sight returned to the lake again. The strange fish were still jumping, and the sound was still ringing. They were horrified to find that the strange fish mouth opened and closed, and every time it opened, the woman crying sounded. It turned out that the sound came from the fish mouth. As we all know, fish do not use vocal cords like humans, so they can only make monotonous calls. For example, black carp, blackback coon. They all have their own unique calls. And fishermen are also good at catching fish with the help of sound waves. However, there is no fish in the world that can make a woman cry. At least in their cognition. There has never been one. So, the 2 of them stared at the strange fish that floated out of the lake, and they couldn't help but feel terrified. Is this the same as those creatures? The genes have undergone mutations. So, Ran Ran said in a low voice. Mu Qingshan frowned. Has it merged with human genes? Maybe, like the horse with a human face that Oda said. Strange and terrifying phenomena emerge in an endless stream, each of which shocks their cognition. What will happen next is unknown. The 2 knew that. Only by maintaining a high level of vigilance can they avoid potential dangers. However, sometimes the more you think about something, the more it will come. After they retreated 100 meters, their eyes were focused at the same time. In the bushes less than 10 meters away from them, there was a child with a strange face hidden inside. This child looked no more than 7 or 8 years old. With strange facial features, his eyes were far apart, his nose was almost collapsed, leaving only a slight bulge. His lips were cracked to the roots of his ears, and he seemed to be smiling ironically. When Mu Qingshan and Ran Ran were looking at him, he also stared at them. Ran Ran was horrified, and subconsciously felt that he should say hello, so he tried to force out a smile, and even waved. However, at this moment, his expression did not change at all, and he still looked at them with a half-smile. Mu Qingshan realized that something was wrong, and his body straightened instantly, and his hand quietly touched his waist. At this time, Ran Ran felt confused. She thought the child looked strange, but also seemed a little mentally retarded. Was he a resident who stayed on the island? At this moment, Mu Qingshan beside him suddenly whispered. His tone was almost whispering, "This is not a child. This is..." Chapter 171 Instinct Reaction. Before he finished speaking, there was a loud roar. The child actually rose several meters in the air, and slowly walked out of the bushes. Ran Ran was stunned. This was not a human. It was simply a monster with a human face and a horse body. Before she could react, the monster stomped its hooves frantically, and rushed towards this side with a loud snort, and grinned, revealing 2 rows of sharp teeth like blades. Mr. Oda's leg injury was bandaged by Ran Ran himself. She had seen the extent of the wound at that time. And now looking at the mouth full of sharp teeth, one can imagine the fear in her heart. At the moment when the strange horse rushed over, Mu Qingshan had already pulled her to the other side. But the thing did not intend to give up, and roared and rushed again. But at this moment, countless horse hooves were heard in the bushes, and more monsters poked out of the bushes. This is really stepping into the nest of the strange horse. If there is only one strange horse, fortunately, I managed to dodge. But there was obviously a group of them here. Ran Ran felt panicked, and was almost about to collapse. However, the more scared she was, the more arrogant the horses became. They stood up one after another, and loud shouts came out of their nostrils. They seemed to be extremely angry, and rushed out of the grass together, baring their teeth and ready to attack. Moreover, these horses were extremely fast, and the speed of the 4 horses running wildly was many times faster than theirs. At first, they could still dodge around, but as time went on, they became like ants on a hot pot, not knowing where to escape, because there were too many of these strange horses. Several times, the sharp teeth of the strange horses almost scratched their backs. If it weren't for the instinctive reaction, they would have been bitten long ago. Just then, Ren heard the sound of gunshots, turned around, and saw a strange horse fell down with a thud. Mu Qingshan fired, but the injured strange horse stimulated the other horses. They ran over with their teeth bared, and attacked more fiercely, separating the two. Ren was even more panicked, running desperately, with no sense of security in his heart. The gunshots behind him continued one after another, and the sound of horse hooves was getting closer and closer, as if it was about to reach his ears. Ren was so frightened that he even forgot to take out his gun, until Mu Qingshan yelled, "Shoot quickly, shoot quickly." He woke up from his dream, pulled out the gun on his waist, but it was too late. The hot breath behind him was already close at hand. The strange horse roared. With 2 rapid gunshots, Mu Qingshan fired again. The strange horse fell down. Ren heart was pounding. She turned around tremblingly, facing another strange horse with golden eyes running at her. She pulled the trigger with all her might. This was her first time shooting. No, to be precise, it was her first time shooting at a living creature. In the militia training before, she had the title of a sharpshooter, and always thought she could be decisive and fierce, but facing a real creature, she felt fear. She felt ashamed of her hesitation. Her indecision almost hurt herself, and also affected Mu Qingshan. So, she pulled the trigger hard, and the bullet flew out with a whizzing sound, hitting the forehead of the strange horse. The shot was fast and fierce, and accurate. After the horse paused for a few seconds, it fell to the ground with a bang, which made Ren excited. She finally fired the gun. However, this excitement did not last long. Several strange horses rushed over. Mu Qingshan was trapped, and couldn't care about her. She could only save herself. Ren fired 2 more shots, and another horse fell down. But the strange thing was that there were too many horses. When one fell down, more came up. They were like a death squad that didn't know fear. Their primitive instinct was to bite. Bite and bite again. Ren didn't have time to react. Her clothes were torn. Her arm was touched, and she was hit several times. She was bitten. Finally, she had no way to retreat, and was forced to the lake. The 2 strange horses dived, and she fell face down into the lake. Ren could swim, but the moment she fell, she was stunned, because the lake water exuded a pungent odor, and the slippery feeling when she touched the water surface made her realize that the slippery feeling came from the slender water plants in the water, which were like snakes. After no struggle, she sank quickly. The lake was very deep, and it seemed that she had fallen for a long time. Ren gradually woke up, and paddled hard, swimming desperately towards the surface. However, in the dark lake, suddenly countless fish swarmed over, and her eardrums were buzzing with the piercing sound of a woman crying. Ren was even more confused. She had just forgotten that there were strange fish with ears in this lake that could make the sound of a woman crying. The water grass was lifted up by her stirring, and she vaguely saw that there seemed to be many white bones at the bottom of the lake, which were either stuck in the mud, or exposed in the lake, which was creepy. She swam upstream desperately, trying to avoid the fish. But no matter how fast she swam, she couldn't be faster than the creatures living in the water. In an instant, they surrounded her and began to cry out miserably. The sound waves echoed in the water, and it was terribly dull. Ren was panicking. The more scared she was, the harder it was for her to swim out. Just when she was desperate, there was a splash above her head, and a figure jumped into the lake and swam towards her desperately. From a distance, he reached out his hand to grab her. The 2 swung their fingers in the lake water several times, and finally held each other's hands. Under his lead, Ren paddled hard, and the water waves rippled violently. Those strange fish naturally avoided the whirlpools, and did not approach again. The lake was deep, and Ren, who fell in first, felt that her lungs were about to explode, as the oxygen in her lungs was consumed urgently. She finally floated to the surface. The moment the air rushed in, she took a deep breath, and the force was so strong that her lungs were torn and painful. The two swam desperately to the shore. The strange fish followed closely behind. But they did not make any move, just jumping in the water and watching. On the grass on the shore, the bodies of the strange horses were lying in all directions, and the ground was covered with blood. But the other monsters were gone. Ran gasped, looked at Mu Qishan and said, "I'm sorry. I trouble you again. You saved me." Mu Qishan shook his head. "I'm glad you're okay. Where are those strange horses? Why did they suddenly run away?" Ran looked around. Chapter 172 Resting in the Cave. Ku Qishan said in confusion. "Yes, it disappeared suddenly. It really strange, but no matter. Let go quickly. Who knows when these things will come back." At this moment, they looked very embarrassed. They were soaked. One of their backpacks fell off, and they had some minor injuries on their bodies. Although the wounds were not big, if they were not treated in time, it would easily cause infection. On this mysterious and strange island of Kroa, if you get a fever due to infection, it will definitely be fatal. The two of them moved forward quickly, looking for a temporary shelter, and at the same time being alert to their surroundings, fearing that they would encounter dangerous monsters again. This time, their luck was pretty good, and they soon found a hidden cave. The two carefully checked and found some burnt charcoal in the corner of the cave, and there were also a few dried bloodstains on the ground. It was obvious that someone had taken a rest here, but these bloodstains had dried up. The charcoal was so cold that it had no temperature at all. It was impossible to tell when that person had been here. Ran secretly hoped that it was Chiyoyu, but seeing the bloodstains, she could not help but give up the idea. The two found some dry firewood and started the fire again. For safety, they set up a simple protective measure at the entrance of the cave. A laser belt. If anything passed by, it would definitely be burned. This was also an effective means of protection. The two took off their wet clothes and put it by the fire to dry, and change into clean clothes in the backpack. Ran opened the medicine box and began to treat the wound. First cleaned the wound with iodine, then sprinkled hemostatic powder, bandaged it, and gave it a shot of wind-breaking and anti-inflammatory injections. After Mu Qinshan's injury was treated, it was her turn. But her injury was a bit troublesome, and she couldn't touch the lower back at all. Mu Qinshan took the things in her hand, as a matter of course, lifted her clothes, and treated her. There was no wave in her eyes. Ran was a little embarrassed. It okay, just apply some medicine. Don't move, it's easy to get infected if not handled properly. How did you get caught here by that thing? Ran shook her head. She couldn't remember. I don't know, maybe I was just bending over at the time. Fortunately, I reacted quickly, otherwise there might be a big hole in my waist. At this point, her voice trembled slightly. The scene just now had passed, but looking back, still frightening. Mu Qinshan carefully treated her wound, after wrapping the bandage, then said with relief, "Let's take a short rest here before we go." Okay. Ran took out a box of 8 treasure porridge from her backpack. The backpack fell off. Only these things are left. Let each take half. Mu Qinshan stood up. I'm not hungry, you eat. I go out and see what's going on. The mountain they were on was the highest place on the entire island. Mu Qinshan was going to check the terrain, find a suitable way up the mountain. It was almost noon. The sun was the strongest, and the fog was the lightest. You can clearly see the outline of the entire island when you climb to the top of the mountain. He looked for a long time, and felt that it was a bit tricky. This mountain was full of jagged rocks. You could only climb it with bare hands. There were simple mountaineering equipment in the backpack. I hope the process will be smoother. He lowered his head, and reported the situation to Ran through the intercom. I go up the mountain to see the situation. You wait for me in the cave. Ran was stunned for a moment, and was about to speak when she heard the sound of the rope buckle being tightened from the intercom. She could only remind him, be careful. Okay. Mu Qinshan grabbed the rope, and as soon as his legs were in the air, he had climbed several meters. This electronic climbing rope is relatively labor-saving to use, but it has high requirements for the force point and environment, and the risk is not small. This mountain is full of sharp rocks, and 1/3 of the tip is covered by fog, so he can only find a slightly flatter place to continue upward. He planned to climb to the first platform to see if he could use a small drone to detect the terrain. Only in this relatively low position could he avoid the drone crashing. In the cave, Ran was thinking about the bracelet, trying to contact Chiyoyu in Duanyeni, but the bracelet had no signal. Finally, she picked up the can of 8 treasure porridge in disappointment, ate a few bites casually, and kept her eyes on the monitor, fearing that something unusual would happen outside. But at this moment, it was calm. Although this calm was accompanied by potential crisis, which made her a little flustered, and she vaguely felt that a storm was coming. After a while, the monitor suddenly sounded an alarm, and on the screen, a figure was approaching this side quickly. Mu Qingshan's voice came from the intercom. "Don't come out. Just stay in the cave. That thing can't get in." Mu Qingshan's voice was accompanied by a slight panting, and the sound of rocks and mud falling when climbing. Ran realized that he has been paying attention to the situation here. She responded quickly, "Okay, you don't have to worry about me, I won't go out, and the weapon is at hand." Then, the roar and scream of animals came from outside the cave, the laser belt at the entrance of the cave burned it, and finally it wandered at the door, and growled for a while before leaving. From beginning to end, Ran did not step out of the cave. She looked at the struggling figure on the monitor, and her heart was full of curiosity, wondering if it was the human-faced horse from before, or some other weirder creatures. About an hour later, Mu Qingshan finally came back. He looked serious, and brought back some not-so-optimistic news. "I tried flying a drone. The whole island was covered with such forests, only some open beaches on the east and west sides. The drone did not avoid the barrier when it returned, and crashed. It doesn't matter, let's look forward, maybe we can find it back." Ran replied, "Have you found any traces of those people?" Mu Qingshan shook his head, lowered his head and pressed the bracelet, called up the picture sent back by the drone just now for her to check, as he said, except that the forest was still a forest. Occasionally there were animals flashing by, but the distance was too far, and it was impossible to tell whether they were normal animals. There were no buildings such as houses. It seemed that this was really a deserted island that had never been developed. Ran observed for a while, pointed to the mountain and said, "To the east is Yesterday Lake, and to the west is a dense forest. I guess Chiu you should go west. There are two small open spaces in the distance, which look like sand, and the sand in the forest is very suspicious. If we continue to go west, we will get there soon." Chapter 173 Sand Vipers. "Let go," Ran said firmly. "Whether it's sand or forest, we must find them." The two quickly packed their equipment and continued on their way, carrying only a simple backpack, traveling lightly. However, they were not at ease, because the sand they had just seen on the screen was too abnormal. As they walked forward, the images of some creatures appeared from time to time in the monitor, but they didn't approach, as if they completely ignored their existence. Half an hour later, they finally arrived at the sandy land. The area here was about the size of a basketball court, and the soft white sand covered the ground like a beach. But this was in the forest. How could such a large piece of soft white sand beach be formed? Ran squatted down, tentatively reached out, and picked up a little sand, and sniffed it at the tip of his nose. It seems nothing unusual. At this time, Mu Qingshan's eyes were still on the infrared monitor. "Wait. Have you noticed? Why don't those animals come close to us?" "Why?" Ran asked, puzzled. Mu Qingshan narrowed his eyes slightly. "They are not avoiding us, but want to avoid this beach." Ran stood up, looking at the screen intently, and felt a chill in her heart. Mu Qingshan was right. Those animals were indeed deliberately avoiding this area. She turned her eyes to the white beach. What are they afraid of? Is there something hidden in here? But if it is a living thing, the infrared detector should react. Mu Qingshan whispered, "There is only one possibility. The infrared detector judges based on temperature changes. If there is something here, it has either never moved, or there is no temperature at all." After hearing this, Ran felt a chill in an instant. No temperature. Before she finished her words, the beach suddenly surged rapidly. Like a wave, the sand rolled, lining up in rows and rushing towards the edge, with no sign of stopping. During the rolling, two skulls and bones were revealed, quietly supporting themselves in the sand pit, which was very conspicuous. Especially the eyes of one of the skulls were facing Ran and Mu Qingshan, which was creepy. No one knew who these skulls belonged to, nor did they know when they died. Whether there were any skulls belonging to Yan Yi and Chiu Yu was unknown. The two quickly retreated, but he soon stopped, his eyes fixed on the beach. In just a few seconds, countless triangular heads poked out from the beach, each with a cylindrical body as thick as a chopstick. They were clearly snakes, and all of them were poisonous. They spat out bright red tongues, with terrifying lights flashing in their eyes. Each one stood up, in an attacking posture, and its entire body exuded a faint green color. Ran had never seen such a scene before, and felt a chill on his back. Goosebumps appeared all over his body. And his voice was so thin that it was almost inaudible. What kind of snake is this? I don't know. It looks a bit like the green-headed snake in West Africa. But it a little different. Mu Qingshan carefully identified it. And he felt a little uncertain. Although he had studied snakes before, he could recognize most species. But this was the island of Kroa that had experienced severe nuclear radiation. After genetic recombination and evolution, what these creatures would become was really unknown. Mu Qingshan remembered that there were some anthelmintics in his backpack, all of which were new drugs from the research institute. Just apply them on your body and poisonous snakes will not be able to get close to you. He remained calm and quietly touched the zipper of his backpack. While searching for drugs, he kept his eyes on the snakes and said in a low voice, "Don't move. Once we move, they will think it a provocation." Ran nodded slightly, understanding the seriousness of the problem and would never act rashly. She also noticed Mu Qingshan's actions, so she tried to cover him intentionally or unintentionally, so as not to attract the attention of the snakes. Finally, Mu Qingshan found the anthelmintic capsule and quietly put one in her palm. "Crush it and apply it on your wrist." Ran was nervous, but she didn't dare to show it. She crushed the capsule according to Mu Qingshan's instructions and applied the powder on her wrist. Next, the two of them waited quietly. This anthelmintic only needs to be applied near the blood vessels. It will take effect in about 1 minute. Mosquitoes and poisonous snakes with keen sense of smell will retreat immediately after smelling it. However, 1 minute passed, 2 minutes passed, the group of poisonous snakes still did not move, standing upright and staring at them intently, with no intention of retreating. Mu Qingshan tentatively moved forward a little, their bodies immediately raised higher, the red tongue in their mouths swung wildly, making an attacking posture. They are not afraid of these anthelmintics at all. The two had to seek other ways. Ran's forehead was covered with cold sweat. He looked around and mouthed, "Should we run?" Mu Qingshan nodded. They couldn't keep delaying. After a morning of adventure, they were exhausted. If they continued, they would die. So, he grabbed Ran's hand and ran quickly to the woods. He thought these snakes could only live in the sand and couldn't enter the forest. Unexpectedly, there was a rustling sound behind them. The snakes swam towards them at a very fast speed, surrounded the two. Although they did not attack actively, their eyes and postures were very clear. They obviously regarded them as prey and planned to tease them before attacking. What should they do now? Ran was anxious. These snakes were not afraid of insect repellent powder, and there was no place restriction. Can they just surrender and end up being poisoned to death? At this moment, Mu Qingshan's hand began to move, from left to right, and then back. But the group of snakes did not seem to react. He moved his feet slightly, and the snakes hissed and gathered a little closer. Ran understood instantly that Mu Qingshan was testing them. It seemed that these venomous snakes had blind spots in their vision, and they identified through hearing. But what could they do? The two wanted to escape, but they would inevitably make noise. Ran looked at Mu Qingshan, and after a moment, Mu Qingshan lowered his head, carefully took off his shoes, and signaled her to do the same with his eyes. At this point, we can only try to save the situation. Ran immediately did as he was told, lowered his head, and took off his 2 boots, and stood on the muddy ground wearing only cotton socks. The cotton socks of both of them were made of professional outdoor protective fabrics, which had the function of regulating their own temperature according to the outside world, not only keeping them warm in winter and cool in summer, but also had a certain function of protecting the limbs. Chapter 174 Decayed Wooden House. This pair of socks is soft, and there is almost no sound when stepping on the ground. As long as you avoid stepping on tree trunks and other objects, there shouldn't be much problem when walking. Mu Qingshan took a step first, moving forward, and the group of snakes around him did not react, and remained motionless. He then took another step, and the situation remained the same. He cast a look at Ran, signaling her to follow him. So, the two of them were careful, each holding their shoes. They tried to slip out of the snakes, and walked towards the sand pit, preparing to cross it and escape from this dangerous area. During this process, they held their breath, walked slowly and quietly, fearing to make any noise. Fortunately, the fine sand in the sand pit was very soft, and there was almost no sound when they stepped on it. In this way, they walked slowly forward, and when they passed those skeletons and skulls, they couldn't help but stop to observe. Mu Qingshan even picked up 2 pieces of bones, put it in the palm of his hand, planned to take it back to the camp for testing to see if the identities of the two skeletons can be found. Finally, they walked out of the sand pit. Looking back at the venomous snake that was still standing still, they couldn't help but feel a little scared. Ran asked softly, "Are we safe?" "Not yet, we need to go a little further," Mu Qingshan replied in a low voice. "Be careful not to step on branches and dead leaves. The environment at this time is even more difficult. The forest is full of fallen leaves. It was almost impossible to avoid stepping on dead leaves." The two walked one step at a time, and stepped carefully on the soft soil. It took nearly half an hour to walk just 50 meters. Their foreheads had already been covered with fine beads of sweat. They felt more nervous than ever before. Fortunately, they finally got away from the group of poisonous snakes. Their hissing sound disappeared, and was replaced by the sound of wind and rustling among the leaves. Other animals also reappeared on the monitor. The two realized that real safety had finally arrived. They came to a flat area, lowered their heads, and began to put on their shoes. Ran was still a little flustered. Thinking back, we almost became those two skeletons just now. I hope they are not from the expedition team. Mu Qingshan put the bone in his hand into a plastic sample bag, and then carefully put it on the side of the backpack. Ran was still feeling flustered at this time. After walking a few steps, her feet slipped and she almost fell. Mu Qingshan immediately grabbed her. He held her hand. "Don't be afraid." Perhaps it was his warm touch, or his deep and firm voice. Ran's heart gradually calmed down. She looked at Mu Qingshan back, and felt an infinite sense of security in her heart. The two walked in the dense forest for a long time. The black rabbit appeared again, and it seemed to be quite courageous. It even passed by them several times, so close that they could almost reach out and catch it. Ran watched them nervously and fearfully, worried that they would become dangerous like the poisonous snakes and strange horses before. Fortunately, although these rabbits are large in size, they are not threatening. They jump around in the forest actively, paying no attention to them, and not even thinking about exploring them. Mu Qingshan and Ran did not intend to disturb them, although they were curious about these rabbits. It was wise to keep peace in this mysterious jungle. They crossed the woods, crossed a shallow stream, climbed a low hillside, and at about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, they looked down the slope and found, to their disbelief, that there were several dilapidated wooden houses in the flat forest. The wood and straw on the wooden roofs had rotted beyond recognition, but the main body of the wooden house was still in good condition, except for the damage to the doors and windows. The rest of the house looked relatively intact. The wooden house was obviously quite old, and it seemed to be several decades, or even hundreds of years old. Ran was so surprised that she couldn't speak. After a while, she rubbed her eyes and took a closer look. This is not a dream. Isn't it said that Croa Island is a deserted island? Why is there such a house? Are the people in West Africa lying? Just as she was talking, a wow sound came from the wooden house. After a few sounds, several black birds flew over the treetops, and disappeared in the distance. Ran looked at the black shadow. Is that a crow? It looks a bit like one. If there are really crows inside, is there a corpse inside? In people's eyes, crows are often a symbol of gloom. Not only does it make an unpleasant sound, it also prefers to appear in desolate and dead places, so seeing a crow makes people feel ominous. I go and take a look. Mu Qingshan let go of her hand and walked towards the wooden house. Ran hurriedly followed. I go too, don't leave me here alone. Her fear and curiosity intertwined. Several old wooden houses suddenly appeared on the deserted island. Everyone could not help but wonder. They started from the first room on the left. The door had been damaged for a long time, just a push with the hand, and it fell down with a bang. Dust instantly flew in their faces, causing the two to take a step back at the same time. After the dust settled and the surroundings returned to calm, they took out flashlights to explore the interior. The house was small, about 7 or 8 square meters, and there were items that looked like tables and chairs. But these furniture were in tatters due to years of disrepair, and became difficult to recognize. There was a doorway on the side, leading to a larger house. The ground was full of dead branches and wood. I don't know what it was before. There is a pit behind the house. There are still some ashes on the black bottom. It can be seen that there were traces of people making fire and cooking here. There are no modern facilities here. It a bit like the residents of a primitive tribe. Mu Qingshan paused, thinking, there are indeed many such primitive tribes in West Africa, but why do they appear on Croa Island? Ran knows the people of these tribes. Although modern material civilization has developed amazingly, There are still some people in West Africa who are unwilling to leave their original lives. They believe in tribal gods and believe that materials are despised by gods. So they live in seclusion in remote places and live a life isolated from the world. The nuclear bomb incident 100 years ago left Croa Island scarred. The nuclear bomb fell in the Eastern Sea, destroying the nearby vegetation. And the once lush forest has now become scorched earth. This is a visible trauma. Although the trauma is temporary. After a spring rain, the barren land will be reborn. And new plants will turn into forests in just a few decades, covering up the traces left by the war. As if nothing had ever happened. Chapter 175 Weird Fog. However, is this really a fresh start? The invisible trauma still exists. The nuclear bomb launch triggered a series of radiation reactions. These radiations fully covered the island of Croa and the surrounding waters, causing animals and plants to mutate. And nearby seafood was also affected. At that time, seafood from this area of West Africa was strictly prohibited from export. Due to poverty, the locals often had to be self-sufficient, which further caused more hidden damage. In recent years, people around me have also developed strange diseases. Ren thought about this and shook her head. I have checked the photos of Croa Island in those years. The fire burned half of the island, and the ashes even drifted hundreds of meters outside the island. I don't understand. If there are people on the island, why don't they escape? Will the West African government ignore it? The two of them were puzzled and went to check several other wooden houses. They found that the layout inside was roughly the same, and they all looked like they were from the same period. But in the innermost room, there were traces of fresh firewood burning in the pit, and something that was roasted black and turned into charcoal. I don't know if it was yam or sweet potato. These things were just left behind. Ren fumbled for a while, and said excitedly, there is still temperature in the stove hole. Mu Qingshan also noticed something strange. The room next to this wooden house had also been cleaned, and there were many dead branches and leaves scattered on the ground, which meant that someone had rested here last night or this morning. But who could that person be? The two conducted a thorough search, but did not find any traces that could identify his identity, which made people feel uneasy. Hey Qingshan, what do you think this is? Ren suddenly found a stone slab outside the wooden house, on which many strange symbols were carved with sharp tools. These symbols were covered with dust, and seemed to be things from many years ago. Mu Qingshan looked at it for a while, and shook his head. It looks like a tribal text unique to West Africa. Our signal was interrupted. It is impossible to verify, so I can only take a picture and analyze it later. Mu Qingshan took a few pictures with the bracelet, and his eyes stayed on the last semicircular symbol. This? I have some impression. What is this? Mu Qingshan thought carefully. It seems that Duan Yeni once published an article in the Scientific Expedition magazine, specifically mentioning this symbol, saying that it represents destruction in West African tribes. It is precisely because Duan Yeni has studied this that he was chosen by Cryan, become the first group to enter Croa Island. Mu Qingshan said slowly, if Duan Yeni has seen these words, he will definitely be able to interpret the meaning. When mentioning Duan Yeni, Ran immediately thought of Chiao Yu, who was unknown, lowered his head, felt inexplicably sad. We saw the traces left by Chiao Yu on the first day. If we follow that clue, can we find her? Mu Qingshan said frankly, I'm afraid that she has died by the lake before we find her. Ran's voice choked. I know you were right, but I can't bear it. She was depressed. But the collapse was short-lived. She knew it was meaningless to be upset, and she had to hurry to find them. With Mu Qingshan comfort, she wiped away her tears, cheered up, and continued to move forward. They continued to travel west. Because of the current clues, there were many traces left in that direction. They walked for a long time this time, and encountered two strange horses with human faces on the way. The two avoided them, and did not confront them head-on. At this time, it is wise to conserve energy. In the evening, the two climbed up a slope and entered another dense forest. The trees here were not tall, but the branches and leaves were extremely lush, as if they were grafted fruit trees. The two were very tired, and rested in the forest for a while. They discussed in a low voice, and Mu Qingshan said that they were now faced with two choices. One was to return to the base camp, and the other was to continue forward. The former is safer, and can also replenish some food. However, the latter is more likely to find Duan Yeni and Chiao Yu. Ran looked at him. I choose the second one. Although there are not many supplies. It only one day, and it should be able to hold on. What do you think? Mu Qingshan said in a deep voice. My choice is the same as yours. In fact, Mu Qingshan was nervous. Ran Ran was determined to move forward. He had to consider her safety. But these worries could only be suppressed in his heart. Just as they were talking, the forest suddenly changed. Although there was fog before, it was thin and blurry, and exuded a moist breath. At this time, the fog seemed to thicken instantly, accompanied by a raw and strange fragrance, similar to the smell of coriander, Chinese tune and mint. After the two realized it, they stood up at the same time. Ran Ran pulled off a leaf and smelled it. It seems to be the smell of this leaf. Mu Qingshan couldn't believe it, and pulled another leaf and smelled it. No, I smelled this kind of leaves when I came in. At first, there was no smell. The two looked at each other. A trace of doubt flashed in each other's eyes. Ran Ran immediately said, Is this smell poisonous? I feel a little dizzy. While speaking, her body shook. Ran Ran shook her head, trying to open her eyes wide. Mu Qingshan reacted quickly, threw away the leaves, grabbed her and ran out. Quick, get out of here. While running, he took out the mask from his backpack. He wanted to put it on her. This smell must be poisonous. I am also very dizzy. However, it was too late. Although the two of them prepared to put on the masks after realizing it, they had already inhaled too much. Their hands were shaking at this time, and they could not put on the mask for a long time. Finally, Mu Qingshan put the mask on Ran Ran's face with force. But he also lost all his strength, and his consciousness began to fade. He was like a drunk, walking on a rugged road. One deep step and one shallow step. Every step was unsteady. Ran Ran next to her was not much better. She staggered a few steps, but fell down. When Ran Ran opened her eyes again, her vision was already blurred. She could not see the road ahead at all. Not only the road, but also the trees. She still had some consciousness in her head. She wanted to shout, but she could not open her mouth. Her voice was stuck in her throat, as if it had sunk into a pot of thick porridge. She groped around. Apart from the soil and grass, there were only thick tree trunks. In the process, her head became more dizzy. The thick fog seemed to rush into her mind instantly, erasing the only remaining trace of consciousness. Chapter 176 Rescue is coming. Next, the surroundings suddenly became pitch black, and you couldn't see your hand in front of you. She stretched out her hand, and touched a sticky object, which felt like a piece of meat, and like bubbling glue, and touched it carefully, and it seemed to be alive. This object was wriggling, and it actually had facial features, limbs, and even had a higher temperature than a normal person, which made people feel hot. As she was groping, the thing's movements became more and more intense. The sound of rapid breathing rang in the air. Ran Ran was startled and turned to run away immediately, but soon encountered the second, third, and fourth ones. They rushed over like a tide, with panting sounds coming one after another, mixed with the sound of hissing in their throats. Ran Ran stumbled out of the group of humanoid creatures, but was soon caught up by them. They did not attack her, but surrounded her and oppressed her. Get out! Get out! Get out! Ran Ran screamed silently in her heart, but no sound came out of her mouth. When she opened her mouth, she felt hot air rushing out, and her body became colder and colder. This feeling lasted for a long time, perhaps an hour, perhaps a whole night, until a dark shadow suddenly rushed over, pulled away those things, carried her whole body on his back, and quickly escaped from that area. Ran Ran's head shook on his back until she regained some consciousness. The thick fog in front gradually dissipated, and at least she could see the weeds on the ground. When she became more awake, she saw the legs of the person who was carrying her. Those legs were strong and powerful. He was wearing rough jeans and shoes that were very large, which made him look very strong. Put me down? Who are you? Ran Ran tried hard and finally made a sound. The man paused for a moment and then put her down. Ran Ran looked at the figure in front of her carefully and suddenly realized, Sang? Are you Sang? A member of the expedition team? It me, you just strayed into the miasma forest, he said in not very fluent English. And there was a flash of fear on his dark face. Save him! Save him! There is another person inside, Ran Ran said hurriedly. Sang stared at her in surprise for a moment, nodded, and rushed back into the miasma forest. About 10 minutes later, he carried the unconscious Mu Qingshan out again. Ran Ran couldn't help crying when she saw him for the first time, because he didn't wear a mask at all. She still remembered that he forced her to wear it. I guess I didn't have the strength to put it on again. Ran Ran tried to stand up to check, but his legs were weak, and he couldn't move at all. Sang hesitated, not knowing whether to continue carrying Mu Qingshan or put him down to help the girl. Ran's mind became clearer, saying, "Please send him to a safe place as soon as possible. I can stay here by myself. There are monsters here. They may eat people." Ran said firmly, "It's okay, I have a gun, you go quickly, hurry up." Under her insistence, Sang took Mu Qingshan away first. Ran sat on the ground, watching them nervously as they left, with her heart full of worry, very afraid that something might happen to Director Mu. At this moment, she had no time to think about why Sang appeared here, and his understanding of the miasma. One reason was that his brain was not flexible enough, and the other was that his mind was full of Director Mu affairs. Sang moved very quickly. He came back half an hour later, sweating profusely. His first words were, "Do you know me? Who are you? Why are you and that man here?" This question. Ran felt that she couldn't explain it clearly. "I explain it to you slowly." Sang carried her on his back and ran westward. He was familiar with the woods. Sometimes he would deliberately take a detour on a good road, and sometimes he would deliberately climb a high slope. Ran vaguely felt that he was very familiar with this place. Her strength gradually recovered a little, slowly explained the reason for their trip, and then asked, "Have you seen Duan Yini and Xiaoyu?" Sang quickly replied, "I am with Duan. As for the Asian woman you mentioned, I have never seen her." Ran was excited after hearing this, but then she felt frustrated. There was still no news about Xiaoyu. This mixed news made her feel complicated, but she thought that no news might be the best news. Sang was very fast, finally. He almost trotted, looking up from time to time, as if he was worried about something. And the sky was gradually getting dark. The temperature difference between day and night on Croa Island is huge. The weather is still pleasant during the day, but once the sun sets, the biting cold seems to penetrate the isolation suit. I don't know if it's a psychological effect, but Ran felt that the fog in the woods was getting heavier. Sure enough, Sang began to mutter, "We have to hurry up. It will be too late if we are late." "Is it the miasma coming?" "Yes. Those trees have also mutated, mixed with poison ivy. And at night, they spread farther." Sang explained a few words, and began to speed up. Ran was very annoyed. If only her legs could walk, then the two of them could go faster. Fortunately, Sang was very powerful. Before the miasma spread on a large scale, he carried her on his back and rushed into a hidden cave. Ran saw Mu Qingshan at a glance. He was lying on a strange wooden bed. That right, it was a wooden bed. There were many pieces of furniture in the cave. A large table, an antique chair, and an object that looked like a wardrobe. There were many traces of human life in the cave. Mu Qingshan was still unconscious. Ran desperately moved her legs, moving towards him at a snail pace, taking dozens of times slower than usual. She anxiously felt his pulse, and then tested his forehead, checking his pupils, which seemed to be normal. At the same time, Sang had sealed the cave entrance with stone slabs. Seeing this, he said, "Don't worry. This miasma will paralyze people, but they will wake up. It won't kill people. It's the various monsters in the forest that kill people. Yes, if they are not rescued in time. Wouldn't they be lambs to be slaughtered by monsters after they faint?" Ran breathed a sigh of relief, and then thought of Duan Yini. "Where is Duan?" Sang pointed to the direction above his head, indicating that he went to another cave to detect data and would be back tomorrow. Ran looked around and asked another question. "Is this place inhabited by people on the island before?" Chapter 177, A Rare Reunion. Sang didn't know whether he didn't understand the meaning or didn't know how to respond. He just nodded, shook his head, and then said seriously, "Wait until Duan comes back tomorrow. He will tell you. I go get you some food first." After that, Sang walked to a corner of the cave and took out some food from a cabinet. Ran followed his gaze and found that there were a lot of supplies stored in the cabinet. It seemed that Duan Yini and Sang had indeed made preparations, because Sang had taken adequate defensive measures, and the cave was well stocked with daily necessities. Ran fell asleep peacefully that night and slept for several hours. In the middle of the night, she woke up and tentatively moved her legs, and was pleasantly surprised to find that her legs had returned to normal. She stood up and took a few steps, and felt that walking was the same as before, without pain, numbness or swelling. Ran walked to Mu Qingshan's bedside, leaned over and looked at him. This cave was not small, and there was a small light at the entrance. It was dim and hazy. Under the light, Mu Qingshan closed his eyes tightly, without any movement. From this angle, his nose was very straight, forming shadows on both sides. And he, who was sleeping or unconscious, looked much softer than usual, no longer as cold as frost. Ran understood that this man was by no means a heartless person. Although he looked cold on the outside, once he regarded someone as his own, he would take good care of her. And she had received his care many times. She was afraid of him before. Perhaps it was because his tone was too cold. She stared at his tightly pursed lips, and somehow reached out her hand. Her fingers lightly touched Mu Qingshan's lips, and she felt that the temperature there was slightly higher than her skin. So she lowered her head to check. But she didn't expect his eyes to suddenly open. The two looked at each other, and the atmosphere instantly became weird. Ran's heart beat wildly, and she quickly retracted her hand and explained, "I think your temperature seems a little high." Mu Qingshan showed a hint of confusion in his eyes. "Is there any water?" Ran quickly responded, "I pour you a glass right away." When she turned around to pour the water, her heart was beating fast. What did she do just now? Touching someone's lips for no reason. However, she thought, so what? What if I touched her? It embarrassing to the point of dying? Who cares? So she restrained her expression, regained her composure, and walked over with the water. She handed the cup to Mu Qingshan's mouth, but found that he did not reach out to take it. Nor did he sit up. Her first thought was that he was teasing her on purpose. After a moment, she suddenly realized something. "You can't move your body, right?" Mu Qingshan nodded painfully. "Yes, my whole body, except for my eyes, seems paralyzed." "What is that thick fog?" Ran, how did you escape?" Ran didn't answer immediately. She found a spoon, and slowly fed him water. "Don't worry, that thick fog is a miasma, which can cause paralysis of the body, but this paralysis is temporary, and it will recover after a while. As for me..." Ran pointed to the cave entrance, and said in a low voice, "It was that person who saved me. He is saying, Duanyeni is also here. You will see him tomorrow." In fact, Mu Qingshan's vision can only be maintained within 1 meter. He does not know where he is. Therefore, when she mentioned Sang, he seemed a little surprised. "Really?" "Yes." Ran nodded vigorously, and told how Sang saved them, and how they escaped into the cave. During this process, she observed that Mu Qingshan's eyes were becoming more and more empty, and she knew that he was not strong enough at the moment. So she comforted him, "Close your eyes and rest, and you will be back to normal tomorrow." At this time, Ran felt a little sad. She had known Director Mu for so long, and this was the first time she saw his fragility. This fragility was entirely due to herself. He used up his last strength to put on a mask for himself, but she had no protection. Thinking of this, she reached out and held his hand. "Believe me, everything will be fine tomorrow." Although Mu Qingshan could not feel any touch, he could feel Ran's closeness and the deep worry in his eyes. So he tried to bend the corners of his mouth, wanting to smile, but before the smile faded, he fell into a deep sleep again. Because Mu Qingshan inhaled too much miasma, his recovery period was much longer than Ran. The next day, he only recovered the nerves in his neck and optic nerves. There was a slight pain in his fingers, but this feeling was intermittent. Sang came to take a look, and his face showed worry. "Our condition was not that serious at the beginning. We can only wait for a while." "How long do we need to wait?" Ran asked anxiously. Sang was embarrassed. As an agent, his skills were unquestionable, but he knew only a little about medical skills and miasma, and it was difficult for him to make an accurate judgment. Mu Qingshan didn't care about it. "Don't worry. I have experienced more difficult things. This is nothing. It will definitely be fine." Ran looked into his eyes, and responded softly, but the worry in her heart still lingered. At this moment, there was a slight knocking sound from the cave door. This sound made the three of them quiet down at the same time, and looked towards the source of the sound. Sang listened for a while, and breathed a sigh of relief. "Duan is back." They agreed on a signal when they separated, and when they returned to the cave, they would knock on the stone slabs that sealed the cave a few times in a regular manner to avoid accidents. Although the cave is hidden, its biggest disadvantage is that all modern equipment cannot operate here, because there is some kind of magnetic or nearby. Sang's judgment was correct. After a while, the stone slab that sealed the cave opened. Duanyeni walked in breathlessly, holding a few pieces of paper in his hand. "Sang, look what I found." Before he finished speaking, his voice became hoarse in his throat. After a while, he rubbed his eyes, and looked inside the cave again, and suddenly burst into a shout. Qishan Ran. Why are you here? Am I blind? Ran stood up and responded excitedly. Yen Yi. I'm glad you're safe. Have you seen Xiao Yu? What? Xiao Yu is here too? Duan Yen Yi seemed even more incredulous. Such a dangerous place. Why did you come? Did Xiao Yu get lost? Where did she go? At the end of the question, his voice became hurried, and he was really worried about Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu was an unarmed little girl, and being stranded on this island was like a lamb to a tiger mouth. It was really very dangerous. After you disappeared, she sneaked onto the island, and we had no choice but to follow her. Mu Qingshan said dissatisfiedly. It was very dangerous for her, but you don't have anything to worry about. Anyway, you have thick skin and flesh. Chapter 178 Rolling Black Soil. Duan Yini had some excuses in his mind, but he was more worried about Xiao Yu, so he turned around and walked towards the cave entrance, saying, "Let go find her." Sang responded, and then they walked out of the cave together. Ran was worried, but she knew that Duan Yini and his team had stayed on the island longer than she did, and they must have a better understanding of the situation on the island, and their chances of success in finding Xiao Yu would be greater. She stayed in the cave to take care of Mu Qishan from time to time. She would wipe his face with a towel, or feed him water. In her spare time, she would study the equipment left by Duan Yini and his team. Many red dots flashed on one of the professional machines, which kept moving in the grid, making people confused. Just as she was confused, Mu Qingshan explained from behind, it is used to detect free nuclear matter. The more red dots there are, the higher the danger level. It seems that after so long, it can still be detected. Ran asked worriedly, are we in danger? Fortunately, these are within the acceptable range of the human body. As you know, the human body itself has various viruses and disease factors. As long as they are balanced, it is normal. Ran knew in his heart that, for example, cancer. Everyone has cancer cells in their body. Most of them can coexist peacefully with humans, but a few due to various bad habits, such as smoking, drinking, mood swings, etc., will make cancer cells from recessive to dominant. Of course, heredity is also an important factor. For people with a family history of cancer, the risk of their offspring getting the disease will increase a lot. These are what Ran learned in high school, but the teacher regarded them as common sense. However, with the efforts of Professor Chung and Professor Qin, cancer is no longer a terminal illness. Not only can it be cured, but the country has also included it in the medical insurance coverage. While thinking, Mu Qingshan suddenly coughed, and she turned around quickly, noticing that he looked a little uncomfortable, as if he had some unspeakable needs. She asked quickly, are you feeling uncomfortable? Ran, can you help me? Mu Qingshan's voice was low. Ran began to persuade, didn't Sang say that we can only take it slowly in this situation? It's like drinking, you have to wait until the effect is over before you can sober up. You have to be obedient, don't always think about radical. Ahem. Mu Qingshan interrupted her unbearably, I want to go to the toilet. Ran was a little embarrassed for a moment, and immediately went to the bed to help him. She could feel that Mu Qingshan's upper limbs had regained some strength, but his legs were still weak, so it was difficult for him to move. Sorry. Don't worry. It happens to anyone who gets sick. And you are also because of me. Ran whispered. It actually me who has implicated you. But Mu Qingshan didn't think so. He felt that the encounters between people were very strange. Like this girl, she had been intertwined with his life many times, and there must be a reason for it. The two of them moved with difficulty to the temporary toilet at the back of the cave. It was actually a simple pit. After each use, they poured decomposition agents on it. It would remove the dirt in just a few minutes. It was very convenient. Ran supported him. Can you do it yourself? Yes. Mu Qingshan felt that his upper limbs were strong enough to support himself. After the use, Ran carefully supported him, and slowly returned. He began to feel worried. They have been gone for so long. Do you know if there is any news? Xiao Yu will be fine. Ran didn't understand why he was so sure, and asked, really? Really? We should be in the same direction. Although we are a little late, but with her physical strength, she can't be much faster than us, and there has been no bad news during this period. I guess, she must have encountered something or someone. Mu Qingshan analyzed. Ran frowned. Are you talking about the remaining members of the expedition team? It's possible. but at the best. The two discussed quietly. Mu Qishan's voice gradually became low. He was in the stage of slow recovery, and his body was still weak. Ran covered him with a quilt. Rest first. Maybe when you wake up, there will be good news. However, the good news did not come. Instead, there was another bad news. That day, Sang and Duanyeni came back very late, and they looked tired. Ran immediately poured water and handed it over. No news about Chiuyu. Duanyeni did not take the water cup. Sitting on the wooden bench, looking depressed, Sang next to him shook his head slowly. No. Absolutely nothing. We can only find a few other dead bodies. They should be the people from the rescue team you mentioned. He turned on the bracelet, pressed a few times, and suddenly a photo appeared. The photo showed a pile of black rotten soil, mixed with dead leaves and broken weeds, giving off a smell that was about to ferment. What is this? Ran looked at it for a long time, but couldn't understand the meaning of this photo. Sang pulled out another photo. Look at this. This photo showed a piece of soil that had been dug out, revealing a gray-green arm that had rotted away, because it was severely rotten, and the photo was taken very close. The liquid on the surface was mixed with the soil, which was disgusting. Ran subconsciously turned his head away. How did you find it? Do you know who it was? Sang said slowly. This was found when they were approaching the west coast, because the color of this piece of soil was very different from other places. They looked at it for a few more times, and at the last glance, they found a ring half buried in the soil. There were two unfamiliar names engraved on the ring, which looked like a wedding ring. Duanyeni used a wooden stick to hook it a few times, trying to see if there was anything else. As soon as he scratched it, a strong stench immediately hit his nose. When he looked down, he actually saw a rotten finger. The two people's expressions changed, and they immediately picked up the tools and they started digging, and indeed found a lot of human tissue in the soft soil. If they put it together, it could be two people, or three people, and it was difficult to identify them accurately. Sang's face changed, and he immediately explained what Ran had introduced. These must be the people from the rescue team. But how did they die? Why were good people buried in the black soil? Duanyeni stared at the body tissues and felt a chill on his spine. Soon, they understood the answer, because the soil that seemed normal before suddenly began to roll violently, as if someone was shaking the soil violently underground. And each time was full of power. Chapter 179. Where are the living people? The two reacted quickly, and immediately retreated 10 meters away, and fixed their eyes on the soil, watching it roll up the remains at a very fast speed, like a shark swallowing a small fish. Duanyeni noticed that, during the rolling process, two plastic objects were dug out, and their yellow-green color was particularly conspicuous in the black soil. After just a few minutes, the black soil returned to calm, and no human tissue could be seen on the surface. Black soil mixed with dead leaves, exactly the same as when they first saw it. Sang was shocked and asked, "What on earth is this?" Duanyeni was speechless. This phenomenon was obviously beyond the scope of all known science. He shook his head slowly, whispered, "Do you see those yellow-green plastic objects? I think I see them. What are they?" Sang tried to recall. Duanyeni took a deep breath. That a tent. These people were originally camping here normally. Unexpectedly, a disaster happened. People were rolled into the mud, and rolled over again and again. So these bodies were torn into pieces. I thought they turned into this after death. But I didn't expect. Sang shook his head and said, "It really tragic." Although Sang is an international agent, he is agile, but he has a simple and cheerful personality. At this moment, he is full of sympathy. The more he looks, the more desolate he feels. Duanyeni was terrified. Fortunately, we left quickly enough. Sang asked the key question, "Where are the body parts? Is your friend there?" Duanyeni shook his head. "No." "Why? It broken into pieces like that. How can you still see it?" Sang was even more confused. Duanyeni said firmly, "I said no, that it, let go, let look for it further." On the way, the two found nothing. The sky gradually darkened. They knew that the miasma would soon spread again. They could only go back home. They finished talking slowly. Mu Qinshan raised a sharp question. "The soil, do you really think they will move? Isn't it?" Duanyeni frowned. "They are indeed moving, Sang, and I saw it with our own eyes. The so-called moving is just a relative concept. For example, it is you who are moving, not them." Mu Qinshan said slowly, "Do you understand this?" What What does it mean? Duan was puzzled. Mu Qingshan whispered, I think, since there is miasma that can paralyze people instantly, of course. There are other gases that make you fantasize. But their bodies are real. There is no doubt about that. Duan said affirmatively. I even took some human tissues, and plan to take them back for testing. Mu Qingshan looked at him. This island is getting weirder and weirder. Duan was overwhelmed. There is another more terrible thing. When I was testing on the top of the mountain a few days ago, I found that, besides us, there are other traces of humans on the island. I mean, not Chiouyu. And there are more than one or two. Is it related to those caves and the wooden house before? Ran asked. Duan nodded. In fact, I wrote down those words and deciphered them through the ancient West African words in the bracelet. The content tells a tragic story. It turned out that before the nuclear weapons explosion on Croa Island, there were indeed no humans here. But 20 years after being blocked, a tribe was forced to leave their hometown due to war. Take a seagoing ship. The ship drifted with the current and just stopped at Croa Island. The chief folded his hands and secretly asked the mountain god. The mountain god told him that this was the future habitat of the tribe. Therefore, the chief ignored the blockade signs outside and led everyone to the island. Although there were strange phenomena on the island at that time, they were not serious. So they only made a small sacrifice. Later, they lived in the treehouse for a short time and migrated westward due to food shortage. According to the instructions of the mountain god, the west is the place favored by the mountain god, and there must be sufficient supplies for them to survive. So there are these caves. Duan continued to introduce. The one we are currently living in is the outermost one. In addition, there are more than 20 others, which shows that there are still many people in the tribe. In the first few years, they lived a relatively peaceful life, although the plants and animals were a bit strange and would hurt humans from time to time. These injuries were far less than those from enemies outside. However, as time went by, the horror on the island gradually emerged. People in the tribe frequently developed strange diseases, such as a small crack suddenly appeared on the forehead, which gradually expanded and a third eye grew. People also had more and more hair, until it covered their entire bodies, as if they had turned into human bears. This was like atavism. The animals and plants here also became more and more strange. Their attack power continued to increase, and some even made human voices, possessing human appearance. So they decided to leave here. Duan fell silent when he said this. Ran looked at him. Then what? Did they leave? Duan shook his head. Then he didn't write anymore. I guess all these people are dead. Yes, it's difficult for us to stay here for a day or two. These people have been here for so many years. You can imagine what they have experienced. Ran whispered. As long as they go out to sea, it will be difficult. I heard that many tribesmen in West Africa, they are seriously disgusted with modern civilization. They advocate natural life and live a very primitive life. Mu Qingshan said affirmatively. It is a miracle to drift to this island. Miracles will not happen again and again. Sang sighed. All the news is dead. And the same should be true for those expedition members. Ran looked at Mu Qingshan worriedly. If this is the case, we'll Chiouyu also. We thought she was rescued before, and she was with others, but now, where are the living people? Except for us. There are probably only corpses on this island. She was choking at the end of her words. Duan slapped his head hard, and his tone was full of regret. It all my fault. If I stayed in the base camp, I wouldn't have lost contact. And she wouldn't have looked for me like this. This silly girl. Mu Qingshan sneered. Do you still think the base camp can always receive satellite signals? You have fallen into a trap. Do you know that? Chapter 180 Avoiding Danger. When Duan and Sang heard this, they showed an expression of disbelief on their faces. Duan shook his head and said, Impossible. Professor Cryan once said that. They needed first-hand information from Croa Island, and he would provide us with solid support. This support is indeed very solid. Ran frowned slightly and said, After you and the 5 rescue teams that later disappeared, he was as motionless as a stone, and even unilaterally interrupted the satellite signal. Why is this happening? Sang asked in confusion. Professor Cryan's real intention is far more than what is on the surface. Mu Qingshan said slowly. He uses you as pawns. On the one hand, he wants to get first-hand information. And on the other hand, he ignores your safety. What worries me more is that he may have known the true situation of Croa Island for a long time, including those West African tribesmen who suddenly migrated there. Duan pondered for a moment. and suddenly remembered, before leaving, he did say something strange, mentioned that the plane would drop supplies, and asked us to leave some investigation and evidence materials when we received the supplies. I thought it was strange at the time, and wondered why we had to do this extra work. Wouldn't it be better to report after the work was completed? It would only take a week anyway. I'm afraid he had already expected that we would never come back. Sang said angrily, then let's just ignore this mess. We can't leave, we have to find Chiyo. Duan Yini said firmly. She came to Kroa Island to find me. I must find her. Ran smiled slightly. It seems that Chiyo is right about you. Mu Qingshan was silent for a moment and said, let go to the west coast again tomorrow. Chiyo, you should be heading in that direction. That night, Duan Yini took out the herbs from his backpack. Boiled them for Mu Qingshan to take. This was given to me by my grandfather before I came to West Africa. Duan Yini's grandfather is an experienced Chinese medicine practitioner. Although he is over 80 years old, he still insists on providing free clinics twice a week. You need to take a number in advance for the free clinic. And there are only 30 places available per day. Despite this, there are always people waiting outside the door who cannot get a number, hoping that he can save their lives. Grandpa is kind-hearted. For these people, he always extends the free clinic time, and is therefore deeply loved by people around him. When he heard that he was coming to West Africa this time, Grandpa prepared several packets of herbs overnight, saying that these herbs can strengthen the body and enhance immunity. It also has the effect of expelling poison and dispersing miasma. So he must bring it with him. When Duan Yini passed through the miasma forest before, he was affected by the miasma and had difficulty walking. He boiled a bowl of it, and he and Sang drank half each, and they recovered soon. So this time, he also arranged it for Mu Qingshan. The effect of the medicine was indeed significant. Half an hour later, Mu Qingshan's legs regained consciousness. And 2 hours later, he could move freely. In the early morning, Duan Yini boiled another dose of medicine under the influence of the dual therapeutic effects. At dawn, Mu Qingshan had recovered to a large extent and could walk freely. So everyone decided to go to the west coast together to conduct a comprehensive search to find Chiyo whereabouts. Due to the large number of people, the instruments and tools they brought this time were relatively more, and they were more fully prepared. When the four of them went out, they found many messy footprints and fallen hair outside the cave, which were obviously traces left by mutant animals on the island. Duan Yini felt helpless. There are too many mutant animals, as you said last night. There are too many of them to be worthless. Most of them are extremely aggressive, becoming extremely violent. The only good news is that we caught one before, and after instrument testing, the reproductive organs of this animal also became abnormal, and its fertility gradually decreased. However, I didn't expect that flowers and miasma trees would become so deadly, Duan Yini said frankly. Therefore, the conclusion just mentioned obviously has great uncertainty. We need professionals like you to conduct the inspection and analysis. Ran said frankly, we focus more on you, and don't pay too much attention to those. This sentence was said sincerely. In any case, the life and death of friends is uncertain. Who has the energy to care about those mutant plants and animals? Although they are dedicated, they are not workaholics. While talking, they walked to a very shallow river, Sang skillfully threw a few pills into the river. Go, we have 2 minutes to pass. The stream was several meters wide, and everyone waded through it quickly one by one without asking. During this process, Ran looked at the river nervously, and saw the red-pointed fish in the river. The pills formed a narrow passage in the area where they walked, and the fish subconsciously avoided it, and did not dare to approach. After crossing the river, Ran understood the origin of those red fish. They were from a species called solely in West Africa. Freshwater fish, the small fish that could be used for cooking, turned into bloodthirsty monsters after the nuclear bomb was launched, and attacked crazily, focusing on the skin and flesh, and once bitten, it would kill the person, and the situation was extremely tragic. We also found a few bones in the river when we passed by yesterday. We didn't know if they were human or animal, and they were unrecognizable. Duan Yini sighed. If Sang hadn't found you, with only the equipment in your backpack, you would never have been able to reach the west coast. Ran was a little scared. But at that time, she was still moving forward despite knowing the danger. It was really a lonely courage. She asked, what kind of medicine did you throw? Mu Qingshan replied, it is a shark repellent developed by our institute a few years ago. After entering the water, the pill can quickly release substances that sharks hate. The effect is very good. But it doesn't last long. At most 3 minutes. Well, Qishan forced it into my mouth before we set off. Haha, I thought he was ridiculous at the time, just as worried as my grandpa, but now it seems that you are indeed farsighted, Duan Yeni said with emotion. During the conversation, they had entered a forest, which was much sparser than before, and the leaves were sparse, as if it had been hit by a strong wind, looking very depressed. Duan Yeni turned around, raised his finger to signal everyone to keep quiet, and wrote a few words on the bracelet to show them. There is something wrong with this tree, follow me closely. Ran Ran bit her lower lip, nodded firmly, and held Mu Qishan's hand. Although his legs could walk, he still had not recovered to his previous state, so she had to protect him well. Chapter 181 Bold Guess. They walked carefully for 10 minutes, and everything seemed fine. However, when they were about to leave the area, Ran Ran relaxed his vigilance, and suddenly, the branches shook violently, making a loud noise, and many leaves fell. Ran Ran realized that the situation was not good, because it was sunny just now, and there was no sign of wind at all, and the leaves in the distance were still stable. Why was only this one shaking? Just as she was confused, Duan Yeni silently took out a raincoat and handed it to her, signaling them to put it on. Although everyone didn't understand, they quickly followed his instructions. Sure enough, when they just put on the raincoats, the branches shook more violently, as if several crazy ropes were dancing in the air. Those ropes slapped them so fast that they were caught off guard. One of the sleeves was not put on properly, and the quilt was hit, and she couldn't help but gasp, with a look of pain on her face. She quickly put on her sleeves and mouthed, "It hurts." At this moment, Ran Ran suddenly discovered the wonder of this raincoat. Although it looked like a thin layer of plastic, it was actually puncture-proof and impact-proof. There was also a mechanism inside, which would open up once it was put on. Therefore, even if the branches hit it, it would not be a big deal. They quickened their pace and walked out of the strange forest. Ran Ran looked at the normal branches outside and was surprised. What kind of monster is this? These trees seem to be alive. Duan Yeni took off his raincoat, curled his lips. We were here yesterday, and we were beaten hard, just like being whipped by a whip. Let's call it the whip tree. Are you all right? Is this tree poisonous? Ran Ran asked worriedly. Duan Yeni shook his head. No, we have tried it with virus reagents. It's just an external injury. This whip tree is not poisonous. While speaking, Duan Yeni showed his arm. Sure enough, there were several purple marks on it. Luckily, there was no skin breakage or bleeding. Ran Ran looked back at the trees again, feeling a little scared. What kind of phenomenon is this? It seems that there is no wind. These trees have hearing, Duan Yeni explained. As long as the sound waves are slightly enhanced, such as the sound of breaking branches by stepping on them, they can go crazy. It's like they have nerves. Plants themselves do not have a nervous system, but they can transmit information with the help of a mechanism similar to the nervous system. Responding to certain external stimuli is achieved through changes in chemicals within the cells. So Ran Ran whispered, when the genes are arranged in disorder, the information they receive and transmit will be wrong. For example, when there is a little sound, the tree will mistake it for a strong wind, and therefore it will keep shaking. You can understand it this way. Mu Qingshan suddenly remembered something. I once heard Professor Shu Mu lecture, and the same theory is also used about plant informatics. Once you professionals have analyzed it, all the unreasonable questions seem to have been reasonably explained. But that soil, the black soil that swallowed so many people, what exactly is going on? Duan Yeni muttered in a low voice. Mu Qingshan asked, where is that soil? Let go and see. Okay, but we can't get close easily. We must ensure that we are within a safe range. Duan Yeni's face was full of fear. I don't want to be like those dead people. It's too scary. The four continued to move forward according to the coordinates. But this time, the situation was extremely strange. The black soil disappeared out of thin air. The land under their feet was gray and very hard, and there was not much difference from the surrounding area. At first they thought there was something wrong with the coordinates, but the mark made by Sang bracelet also showed here. The four searched everywhere, but couldn't find it. Duan Yeni felt confused. How could it disappear? Such an obvious piece of black soil. Ran Ran suddenly had an idea. Do you have magnetic field detection and chemical detection agents? Can we test the soil here? Duan Yeni responded immediately. Took out the 2 items and tested them. Put some soil into the test bottle. Mixed them and let them stand. 3 minutes later, everyone gathered to check the results. The moment they saw the results, The three of them were shocked, because there was indeed a strong magnetic field reaction underground, and the soil here was alkaline, which was completely different from the acidic soil yesterday. The soil is gone? The soil yesterday is gone? Sang opened her mouth in astonishment. Who dug it? Ran smiled and looked at Mu Qingshan. Director Mu. You must understand my idea. Right? She dragged out the Director Mu with a little bit of coquettishness, which she herself did not realize. Mu Qingshan looked at her and responded, the magnetic field changes the pH of this soil. When it is acidic, the soil appears black and rotten. The sudden change of chemical substances makes the soil roll rapidly, just like water in a hot pot. It naturally turned over the bodies in the soil. These bodies are probably people who died here. Yes, when the magnetic field causes the soil to be alkaline, it will harden and compact the land, and the bodies will be pressed into it. On the surface, there will be no problem. Gu Ranong paused, of course. If there is a difference from the surroundings, there will be absolutely no plants on this hardened soil. Everyone knows that no grass grows in saline alkali land. This theory was refreshing to Duanyani. Combined with the test results, it seemed to match. He nodded thoughtfully, took a few photos, and couldn't help but admire Ran. This young girl was quick-witted and knowledgeable. No wonder Qingshan looked at her with new eyes. Duanyani and Mu Qingshan had known each other for many years. He was well aware of the different feelings Mu Qingshan had for Ran. Whether it was his eyes or his tone, he was a little more gentle. Completely different from other women. He was happy with this. Although he was still single, he still hoped that Qingshan would have someone to care for and love him. Rather than focusing on his career in a cold manner, he put away his notebook. Let go. We are almost at the west coast, which is our destination today. Ran stared into the distance. Will Chiou be there? If not, is there any other place for her to go? Duanyani was silent for a moment, and nodded firmly. She must be there, trust me. Mu Qingshan said in a low voice. Let go, and try to get there before dark. Is your leg okay? Ran looked at him with concern. Mu Qingshan responded slowly. Much better, I feel stronger now. Chapter 182 found the ship. The four walked for about half an hour, finally walked out of the woods, saw the vast coastline in the distance, and heard the sound of the waves. Since the air index has been abnormal, they all wore masks. At this time, after the test, Sang happily made a safe gesture to everyone, and everyone took off their masks. Ran took a deep breath of air, mixed with the bitter and salty taste of sea water, looking at the undulating waves in the distance, with mixed feelings in their hearts. After going through countless hardships, they finally arrived here. They crossed the entire Croa Island, but Chiou figure still did not appear. There's a saying that if you are alive, you must see the person. If you are dead, you must see the body. This is the belief of the Xia people, and it is also the obsession in Ran heart. After staring blankly for a while, she turned to the crowd and said, let go to the beach to take a look. Duanyani whispered, the west coast is the place where the legendary tribesmen first came to the island. The starting point and the end point have special meanings to them, so there may be some clues there. And Chiou is most likely to have been to this place. Mu Qingshan analyzed. But we don't know how she came here alone. This question made Ran and Duanyani unwilling to think deeply. If they were more rational, they would understand that this was almost impossible. A weak woman single-handedly crossed the entire island. This is simply a myth. They tried to suppress their rationality, and always held a belief in their hearts, believe in miracles. Chiou must still be alive. The four of them walked quickly towards the beach. The sound of waves and the sea breeze became stronger and stronger, and the air was mixed with rough sand, which made them hold their breath involuntarily. At this time, the sun was about to set, and the setting sun once again fell on the sea level, shining with golden light, reflecting the sparkling water surface, like the golden light of a wormhole. Ran suddenly said, What? Duanyani didn't react. Ran said again, This scene is very similar to the scene in Shaolin Diary, and it is also like the golden light of the wormhole we saw with our own eyes. Well, Chiou also. Don't let your imagination run wild. It is almost impossible for there to be a wormhole in the world. There are too many coincidences like this. Mu Qingshan comforted. The four of them walked along the beach for a while. But this place was too open. There was nothing but the beach and the sea. Not only was it difficult to find Chiou, there was no trace of human beings left. Of course, if there were any traces, they would have been washed away by the sea. After walking for a while, Ran gradually felt disappointed. What should I do now? Duan Yeni lowered his head. If something really happened to Qiuyu, then I would really kill her. Duan Yeni's family background was complicated. He had not felt much warmth since he was a child. After learning about Qiuyu's family background, he suddenly felt a sense of pity. In the process of helping her, he also felt a kind of healing. Looking at the girl's smile, feeling her peace, he also felt happy. But now, he was full of anxiety, looking forward to something, but also worried that something bad would happen. These two contradictory thoughts made his mind confused. The four of them walked aimlessly for a while, and no one spoke. Ran looked sad. Duan Yen looked absent-minded, and the remaining two people fell silent. I don't know how long I walked. Maybe the sunset is about to set. It was already dark. Mu Qingshan suddenly stopped and stared at the stone wall on the right side in front of him. Look over there. Everyone followed his line of sight, and saw thick vines growing on the stone wall, hanging on the stone wall, reaching the beach, forming a natural barrier. That's just a mutant plant on the island. Sang said honestly, I wanted to cut one to make a rope before, but it was full of thorns. But look at those vines, it seems to be hiding something. Is it empty inside? Mu Qingshan narrowed his eyes and watched. Ran nodded in agreement. Yes, the stone wall is grayish-white, but the vines are faintly black, which is really strange. Duan Yeni took a deep breath, first took a step, and walked quickly towards there. Sang also stepped forward and whispered a few words, then walked quickly in front. Although Duan Yeni is good, but compared with Sang who has been working as an agent for a long time, it was still a little insufficient. Sang did this to protect him. He walked quickly to the vines, listened for a moment, and then used a knife to quickly push the vines away. Everyone's eyes were fixed on that area, and then they were all shocked. Because it was actually empty, and it seemed that there were many things piled up. It was hard to see what it was, because it was covered with many leaves and grass, and the dryness of the leaves showed that these things had been buried for a long time. What are these? Sang frowned, knocked with a knife, and heard a dull bang. He looked at the people behind him and said, It feels like wood. Everyone stepped forward, tore off the hay and dead branches, and a huge wooden boat appeared in front of them. The boat was big enough to accommodate at least 100 people. There seemed to be no signs of assembly, as if it was dug out of a whole giant tree. There were still many places with the unique texture of wood. Mu Qingshan stepped forward and observed for a while. He whispered, This is the ancient Yuyuan tree, which is said to grow in the forests of West Africa. It is said that its material is waterproof and fireproof. I have only seen it twice. Ancient Yuyuan tree? Duan Yeni was surprised and said, Isn't this the sacred tree worshipped by the tribe? Just like Westerners look forward to Noah's Ark, we believe in the legend of Nuwa creating humans. This ancient tree is their auspicious sacred object, which is extremely well protected. It will not be cut down unless it is absolutely necessary. But why was it cut down? Ran asked curiously. Mu Qingshan said quietly, Perhaps because their homes were not safe, they were forced to leave their homes. Perhaps these are the boats that the tribesmen on Kroa Island took. Duan Yen nodded in agreement. Yes, that's the only explanation. They didn't leave many written records, and some of them can only be speculated. At this time, Sang tried hard to move the boat, but it didn't move at all. He patted the dust on his hands. Such a heavy thing, it's really not easy for them to take it away. There is no doubt that it is indeed difficult. After all, these tribesmen are unwilling to use modern tools. They must have carried it on their shoulders and hands. I don't know how many strong laborers were consumed to move this thing to the seaside. Chapter 183 Finding the End. Several people sighed helplessly, carefully checked around the boat, but did not find any clues, so they had to cover the dead leaves and weeds again, and then retreated to the cliff. During this process, Ran remained silent. It seemed that there was a discovery, but it seemed to be useless. At the most solemn moment, Mu Qingshan suddenly said, Yen Yi, you just mentioned that the starting point and the end point have special meanings for the tribesmen. This is the starting point for them to go to the island. Where is the end point? Ran suddenly had an idea. Yes, since those tribesmen are dead, where are their bodies hidden? The first dead will always have their descendants to collect the bodies. Can we go to the burial site to have a look? Duan Yen was stunned for a moment. Collecting bodies? No, their tribesmen value returning to nature, the unity of man and nature, after death. The descendants will carry the bodies to the highest point nearby, let the vultures and crows peck at them. This is the way home. This is a bit like the sky burial in our country. Ran said. Their views are actually the same. Mu Qingshan said slowly. The highest place. I seem to know. Ran, and I have passed by it. He had previously used drones to conduct reconnaissance. The highest place is the difficult-to-climb Stone Mountain. But he couldn't imagine how those primitive tribesmen carried the dead there. However, thinking of the ship just now, and I feel that everything is possible. Just like the Great Wall of Xiao and the terracotta warriors of Qin Shi Huang, they seem incredible to modern people, but the ancients did it. Duan Yin, he said firmly. Okay, then we will go to the highest place. Sang hesitated. Do you really want to go now? It dark, it more dangerous on Croa Island at night, those black soils and miasma forests. Mu Qingshan also added, for everyone's safety, why not rest here for a night? We will set off again tomorrow. Now that we are familiar with the route, it will take at most 4 hours to get there. Although Ran and Duan Yin were extremely anxious, they also understood the dangers of nighttime operations, and could only follow the advice and temporarily stop to rest. They brought outdoor tents and sleeping bags, and soon set up a row on the side of the stone wall. That place was windproof and clean, and relatively safe. Sang began to set up laser barriers, and sprinkled insect repellent powder, and then told everyone, it's safe now, everyone can rest assured. Ran prepared dinner silently. The food was ready. Just heat it up. After everyone had eaten, Sang said, I will be on duty at night. You go to rest. Mu Qingshan objected. You also need to rest. We will take turns. Duan Yin waved his hand. Qingshan, you don't. Your legs haven't recovered yet. You just drank a dose of medicine. For tomorrow progress, you should go to rest. Sang and I will take turns to keep watch. Finally, Mu Qingshan did not insist. That night, everyone followed the routine. However, the whole night was peaceful, and no accidents happened. Ran was drowsy, and her ears were filled with the whistling sea breeze, which seemed to be intertwined with dreams, and she could not tell the truth from the false. She was worried about Qiu, and her thoughts flew back to many past events. Qiu was a cheerful and generous girl. Once, she fled to her home because her family was chased for debts. She smiled with red eyes and said, It's okay, I'm used to it. These people come every day, but they don't dare to do anything. If they really beat them to death, no one will pay them back. Ran rarely heard her complain. Qiu often laughed and joked about her life, complaining that she didn't know how much she owed her father in her previous life, and that she had such a miserable life in this life. Ran didn't know how long she slept. It felt like 1 or 2 hours at most, and the sky seemed to be slightly brighter. She sat up from the tent, and softly called Mu Qingshan next door. Are you feeling better? Mu Qingshan did not respond. After a while, footsteps were heard outside the tent, and then his voice rang out. It seems to be okay. This medicine is effective. Ran was delighted. Then let's set off early, and go to that mountain as soon as possible. I go call them. They quickly packed up their equipment, drank some hot porridge, and set off again when the sun rose. This time, the 4 of them held on to their last hope, because if there were no clues on that mountain, there would be no other clues, due to the path he had taken yesterday. And Mu Qingshan's leg injury had healed. His speed increased rapidly today, and he arrived at the foot of the mountain before noon. Looking up at this strange mountain, Mu Qingshan introduced, I have climbed it before, but I only reached 1/3 of the way up. There is a platform there, and the cliff is almost 90 degrees above, and I can't find a foothold. Then let go there first, Duan Yin said, and quickly took out his climbing equipment. Tie yourself up, and prepare to be the first to go up. Everyone also started to prepare. Among the 4 people, Ran was the most nervous. She was afraid of holding everyone back, but she didn't want to stay alone in a safe place. Fortunately, everyone worked together, and soon arrived at the first platform smoothly. This place was only a few square meters, just enough to accommodate 4 people, and it was even difficult to put down the bag. As Mu Qingshan said, the mountain wall above was indeed 90 degrees, and it was extremely difficult to climb. But after a careful inspection, they found some subtle depressions on the mountain wall, which were just right for them to hold on to. After a discussion, they decided that Sang and Mu Qingshan, who had the best climbing skills, would go up, and Duan Yin would assist. Ran would stay on the platform to observe the situation. During their climb, Ran was very nervous, because the mountain wall was smooth. They could not fix the safety rope, and their weight could only be supported by the tools inserted into the depression, which was indeed dangerous. Duan Yin set up some protective nets below, But these can only protect a part of the area, and the area ahead cannot be kept safe. The last section of the road. Ran was extremely nervous, watching the two people swaying on the smooth stone wall, fearing that they would fall. Fortunately, the two people had excellent climbing skills, and finally successfully reached the top of the mountain and disappeared from her sight. Ran and Duan Yeni nervously held a walkie-talkie and waited for the result. This process seemed to make time seem extremely long. 5 minutes later, Mu Qingshan's voice suddenly came through the walkie-talkie. There are many wooden signs on the mountain, which should record the names of the dead. And there are also many body parts and bones. This sounds very ordinary. Duan Yeni and Ran looked at each other, and were silent. Chapter 184: The Crazy Old Man Who Suddenly Appeared. Duan Yin thought for a moment, and asked, besides the name, is there any other information? We can't identify the text of the West African tribe. It doesn't matter, I can carve it, and send it down through the rope. Mu Qingshan replied. After about 10 minutes, the rope slowly descended, bringing a ball of paper. When I opened it, there were all kinds of strange symbols inside, which were somewhat similar to those found behind the wooden house before. Duan Yeni squatted down and translated the information in the bracelet. Ran also squatted down to observe. It seemed that they were all difficult to pronounce names. Finally, Duan Yeni looked at the text for a long time, and suddenly said, Ran, look below. Here is the time of death of each person. Why are these 3 years ago? Did everyone on this island die 3 years ago? Then, who was the last person to collect the bodies? Ran whispered to himself. He must not have a wooden sign. Duan Yeni tied the recorded paper ball back to the rope, informed Mu Qingshan, and then dragged the paper ball up. Soon, Mu Qingshan's unbelievable voice came from the intercom. Impossible. How could it be 3 years ago? Several bodies were obviously from half a year ago, and judging from their teeth, they are all middle-aged people. Ah? Duan Yeni was also confused. Just as he was about to ask, he suddenly heard a short collision sound on the intercom. And then, the signal was interrupted. After that, no matter how hard they tried, they could not get in touch with Mu Qingshan and Sang, which made them even more worried. After some thought, Duan Yeni decided to take the risk and climb up to find them. For him, this was already a reluctant choice, but he did not expect Ran to insist on following him. In the end, the two could only climb to the top of the mountain carefully and slowly, and every step was very strenuous. Fortunately, Ran did not hold back, and with her petite figure, she found a suitable fulcrum. Duan Yin was impressed. Finally, they slowly reached the top of the mountain. Ran untied the rope, and found that her legs were shaking constantly. She felt completely out of control. The fear just now made her dare not look down, because there was a bottomless cliff below, and falling down would definitely kill her. The strong wind at high altitude made it impossible to keep her body steady. The top of the mountain was relatively flat, about 100 square meters in area, and there were scattered wooden signs and bones on the ground. Indeed, there were several bodies that had not yet completely decayed. But there was no sign of Mu Qingshan and Sang here at all. They seemed to have disappeared out of thin air. Could they have fallen accidentally? This result was unimaginable, but at this moment, this was the biggest possibility. So the two began to check every edge, while calling their names. Ran to the innermost side unconsciously, where there was a crooked tree. She held onto it, and leaned out her upper body. Mu Qingshan. Answer me. She didn't realize that her voice was filled with tears. To her, Director Mu was like a guardian angel. They had been together through so many difficult times. She didn't want to lose him. No one in the world could understand her inner reliance and trust in Mu Qingshan. What if Mu Qingshan really died? As long as she thought of this possibility, her heart would ache like a knife. Only then did she understand that he was as important to her as Qiuyu. Even more important in some ways. There was thick fog under the cliff. When it occasionally floated, the sharp rocks at the bottom were vaguely visible, as if it had been silent for tens of thousands of years. Mu Qingshan was nowhere to be found. He, like Sha Rulin, had mysteriously disappeared. Ran felt a palpitation, and tears burst out of her eyes, dropping on the rocks under her feet, and soon seeping in. When she was heartbroken, a strange cry suddenly came from behind her, and a hand as hard and hot as iron grabbed her shoulder. The force was so strong that it seemed to lift her up. Ran looked back and was horrified to find a naked, disheveled old man behind her. His skin was dark, smooth and shiny, and there were many jingling ornaments hanging around his neck, some of which looked like the teeth of beasts, some like some kind of stone. And in the middle was a lifelike little skull. The old man screamed. His mouth opened wide, as if he wanted to devour her. And the strength in his hands became tighter and tighter. Ran felt a burning pain in her shoulder. Where did this crazy old man come from? Ran was extremely anxious, and hurriedly looked for Duanyeni, but then she found that two men dressed exactly like the crazy old man were controlling Duanyeni from both sides. Not only that, but also blocked his mouth with a black object. Duanyeni struggled desperately, his face was distorted, and his face was full of disgust and fear, even though he was quite strong, but still couldn't break free from the two weirdos. Ran shouted, "Let us go!" "Where did you take them?" The weird old man mumbled something, and then took out a black sweet potato-like thing, and stuffed it into Ran's mouth. After just a few seconds, Ran understood Duanyeni's feelings. This thing was spicy and smelly, even better than the canned herrings that were famous for their stench. As if it was a smelly sock that had been fermented for hundreds of years, it was covered with mustard. When the smell came, her head became dizzy instantly, and then her consciousness blurred, and she gradually stopped struggling. Like a walking corpse, she was taken away by the old man. When she woke up again, she found herself locked in a cave, and in the darkness. Besides herself, there seemed to be other panting and breathing sounds. Ran was about to test it, but she heard Mu Qishan's voice. Ran, are you here?" Hearing this voice, Ran burst into tears. "Mu Qishan, you are not dead. Great. You are still here. You don't know how sad I am. I am really worried about you. I am so afraid that you will be like Chiou. Ran. It okay. I will be fine. I will keep my life to protect you. And take you back to the institute." Mu Qishan's voice was very gentle. So gentle that it made people intoxicated. At this time, a sudden voice sounded, "Ahem. Can you two keep a low profile? There are two other living people here." This was Duanyeni's voice. Ran was a little embarrassed in the dark. "Are you okay?" Chapter 185, Are there any regrets in life? Not bad. But the smell is really pungent. Could it be the smelly socks of those people? But those people don't even have clothes, how could they have socks? Sang disdainful voice sounded, "Duan, stop talking." Ran felt sick. Those people tied us up here. Did they just disappear? Maybe they are studying how to kill us. Sang analyzed. Duanyeni was silent for a moment. That possible, although there are many tribes in West Africa. They have many things in common. One is conservative. The other is xenophobia. They are unwilling to contact civilization, let alone people from outside, and think that these are terrifying things. Ran felt ironic. The most terrifying one is obviously Kroa Island. They have been lurking here for so long. And they are still wary of people from outside? Mu Qishan, who had been silent all the time, suddenly interrupted, saying, "And I were the first to be brought here." At that time, that group of people said a lot of things in front of us. Yen, can you understand their language? I recorded it with my bracelet. Duanyeni shook his head. I'm not sure either. There is information available on text, but as for language, why don't you play it? I try it. Mu Qishan played the recording with voice control, and instantly a gurgling sound came. The high and low tones were mixed with sharp tail sounds, which sounded like a bird cry. Duanyeni was stunned when he heard all this, and after a long while he said, "What are you talking about? To be honest, I don't understand at all. I don't know what they are saying. Can you play it again?" After playing it again, Duanyeni was still confused. "I really don't understand. I understand West African languages, but this language is really..." Just then Sang spoke. "Mu, can you play it again? I feel a little familiar." This made everyone very confused, because although Sang is an overseas person, he has lived in M country for many years, and can speak fluent M country. It has nothing to do with West Africa. However, Mu Qishan played it again. This time, Sang listened carefully. He knocked his head against the wall again and again. The content of the argument between these two people is about us. One hopes that we will die as soon as possible, and the other thinks that we can still survive. That roughly what he meant. The three were surprised. Ran said, "Really? Are you sure?" Sang nodded. "I forgot to tell you that I am 1/4 West African. My grandmother is from another tribe in West Africa. Although these tribes speak different languages, they are more or less connected and have similarities. Just like the 56 ethnic groups in our country. Although the dialects in each province and city are different, some similarities can be distinguished." Duanyeni understood it in an instant. Sang nodded. so I can hear a little bit. But I dare not be too sure. Did the two discuss the result? Did they let us die? Or would they let us go? Ran frowned and asked. Sang shook his head, not sure. Without a conclusion, the two left. Mu Qingshan leaned against the stone wall. Let them be, they will always come back. We should conserve our energy first, so that we can have the energy to deal with them. Ran thought it made sense. Yes, and I also want to know whether they have any news about Qiuyu. They must know something. After all, these people are the local snakes on Croa Island. Local snakes? Duan said coldly. It another group of miserable people. The kind who wiped out the people in their own tribe. This sentence is correct. Ran did not refute it, and closed her eyes tiredly. She has never been the kind of person who sleeps a lot. But she has too little sleep recently, and her head is always drowsy. The four of them were silent, curled up in a small corner, waiting for the upcoming fate. This wait lasted for a long time, and the bracelet showed that 2 hours had passed. Those people still haven't appeared. Sang gradually lost his patience. We might as well be more active and find a way to untie the rope. The vines that bound their hands, feet and bodies were very tough. They tried to struggle before, but they only felt that the ropes were strong and firm, and they were tied very tightly, and they couldn't move at all. When they came in, they were searched, and not only were their backpacks gone, but their belongings were also taken away. The ground was bare, with only some fine sand. After Sang said this, everyone thought it was not feasible. But soon, Sang found a solution. He moved to Duan Yeni's side, and made a strange pose, and stretched his hand to Duan Yeni's mouth. Try to bite it off. Duan Yeni opened his mouth and bit it, and spat it out after a few bites. This thing is like a steel wire rope, and it the thick kind. My mouth is bleeding and blisters, and I can't bite a hole at all. Your teeth are not good? Sang said disdainfully. Let me try. I'm only in my 20s. This angered Duan Yeni. You are only in your teens. Don't say you have a mouthful of steel teeth, if you don't believe me. Come and try. Sang didn't believe it, because teeth are the hardest part of the human body, and teeth can do a lot of things without tools. No matter how hard the vine is, it is a plant after all. How can it be as strong as a wire rope? He aimed at the vine on Duan Yeni's wrist, and tried his best to bite it, but he didn't succeed. He thought he didn't have enough strength, so he tried harder. And this time there was a click. And there was movement. The tooth fell out. He had a mouthful of blood. And after spitting it out, he sighed. No hope. Wait for those people to come. Everyone was discouraged, and continued to close their eyes and rest. 1 minute. 2 minutes. Time passed by bit. In the darkness, Sang and Duan Yeni snored softly, and they seemed to have fallen asleep. Ran slowly approached Mu Qingshan, trying to seek an indescribable sense of security. Finally, she approached Mu Qingshan, smelled his familiar scent, and immediately closed her eyes with peace of mind, and whispered, "Will we die?" Mu Qingshan touched her gently with his hand, but did not answer. But the warm fingers conveyed an inexplicable sense of security. Ran sighed. Even if I really can't survive, I feel no regrets. Although I haven't achieved anything in this life, I live in the present, and do what I feel is right at the moment. Mu Qingshan, what about you? Will you feel regretful? Mu Qingshan hesitated. Yes, I will. Regret about what? Ran asked. Mu Qingshan, I regret that I couldn't bring you home safely. I have been living in the dark. I want to see you in the sun. Why do you say that? What does it mean to be in the dark all the time? Ran felt a little confused. Mu Qingshan smiled bitterly. There are some things I may have to tell you. Chapter 186 Dark Past. Ran looked at Mu Qingshan with doubt, seemingly not understanding what he meant. Soon Mu Qingshan spoke again. How much do you know about me? Tell me what you know. Ran frowned and said, You are 36 years old this year. You are Professor Chung's student. You are always a decisive person in everyone's eyes. And there are many rumors saying that you are actually a member of the National Special Agent Team, and have participated in many thrilling missions. As for the rest, I don't know. Hee. Mu Qingshan said with a wry smile. So what kind of person do you think I am? Ran was silent for a moment, hesitating whether to say what she was thinking. But she soon realized that if she didn't say it now, maybe there would be no chance in the future. You are cold on the outside but warm on the inside. You have great love in your heart, and a strong sense of purpose and responsibility. Director Mu, I have always respected you very much. Ran whispered. I still Before she could finish her words, Mu Qingshan interrupted her and said, "Okay. Now I will tell you everything I have experienced. Yan Yi mentioned before that when I was 10 years old, I participated in the national competition summer camp. I won the first place in that session, so I was qualified to be admitted to a first-class university. But that time, an accident happened. At that time, Mu Qingshan parents decided to return to their hometown to worship their ancestors. Their child was about to enter a university in the capital, and they were busy with their studies. They didn't know when they would be able to come back. The family drove to their hometown, worshipped their ancestors in the ancestral hall, and held a 3-day banquet. Almost everyone in the village attended. The young Mu Qingshan had some social phobia and was unwilling to talk to unfamiliar elders. So he found an excuse to buy wine, quietly climbed up the back mountain of the village, and sat on the treetops overlooking the entire village. At 7 o'clock that night, when everyone was drunk, an unexpected incident occurred at the banquet. Mu Qingshan's voice became low. A young man ran over from the direction of the ancestral hall the moment he rushed out. It seemed that someone was pulling him back, but he turned around and bit the man, tearing off the man's arm in an instant. I was stunned for a few seconds, and in those few seconds, the young man bit several more people. I hurriedly ran down the mountain, and when I returned to the village, there were corpses everywhere, and the ground was full of broken bodies. That young man, no, a weird person who looked exactly like him was stumbling around, biting. Ran mind buzzed. Director Mu, is your hometown Fengyang village? Ran remembered reading a report when she was a child, which mentioned that more than 10 years ago, a mutation occurred in Fengyang village, hundreds of miles away from City A, and the villagers suddenly turned into ferocious monsters. Overnight, the whole village became zombies. Some villagers, who had not yet mutated, took videos and uploaded them to the internet. This incident quickly spread across the country. The zombie movies and TV became reality. It caused extreme panic in the society. Fortunately, the Ministry of State Security responded quickly, blocked the village road, and used the terrain of Fengyang village surrounded by mountains on 3 sides to implement the blockade. At the same time, special forces, doctors and scientific researchers were quickly dispatched to the scene. However, this matter was handled hastily, and there is still no clear answer as to why the villagers went crazy. It was only said that because of a banquet in the village, everyone accidentally ate hallucinogenic poisonous mushrooms. At that time, Ran chatted with his classmates, discussing this matter. Everyone was imagining freely. Some thought it was a zombie, and some thought the village was suddenly haunted. They tried to search the village again, but strangely, there was no such place in the navigation system. The address of Fengyang village could not be found at all, which was really puzzling. Mu Qingshan nodded heavily. Yes. My hometown is Fengyang village, which is also called the zombie village. People in your village. What happened? Did you escape at that time? Ran asked nervously. Mu Qingshan smiled bitterly. Escape? How can you escape? Hundreds of people in the whole village have turned into monsters. They wandered on the village road. Once they smelled the scent of humans, they would rush over and bite them madly. I ran for my life, but before I ran 100 meters, I was knocked down. At that time, I felt a pain in the back of my shoulder, and then I lost consciousness. Were you bitten by them? Then you. Ran stretched out his hand to touch his right shoulder, but before he could touch it, Mu Qingshan grabbed his hand. In the last moment when I lost consciousness, I thought I was dead. Mu Qingshan took a deep breath. It seemed like a long period of darkness. There was no light in the darkness. I was like an ant groping in the dark, walking for a long time, until one day, a light appeared in front of my eyes. The light became brighter and brighter. When I opened my eyes, I found myself lying in a sterile cabin. Several people in protective clothing looked at me through the glass cover. They said excitedly, "He woke up." Mu Qingshan opened his eyes, looked around, and suddenly saw himself reflected in the glass cabin. The image was very different from the one in his memory. In front of him was a tall young man. He panicked and tried desperately to sit up and rush out of the glass cover. However, a woman in protective clothing stopped him and said gently, "Qingshan, you don't have to be afraid. What you see is yourself 5 years later. You have grown up." 5 years? Ran couldn't believe it. Yes, 5 years. Mu Qingshan nodded. They showed me the surveillance video of Fengyang village. I became a monster for 5 years. My body was fine at that time, but I was infected by the virus, and I moved crazily and twistedly with them, and my consciousness completely disappeared, and I became a real zombie. Mu Qingshan frowned. In 5 years, I grew from a child to a teenager. My body was changing, but my consciousness was always chaotic. Ran was puzzled. Since you have been under surveillance, why didn't they isolate you immediately? They tried to do this, risking their lives to sneak into Fengyang village, taking away several villagers, and controlling them to extract blood and body fluids for research. But before the results were obtained, these villagers died one after another, and the cause of death was a lack of nutrients in their bodies. Mu Qingshan's voice became more and more painful. So do you know what those nutrients are? Death. It's the law of the jungle, and we rely on these flesh and blood to survive. Therefore, they no longer carry out futile rescues, but regularly airdrop the bodies of animals that have just died to the villages within the blockade to maintain the survival of these living dead. Chapter 187, Old and Fading. Ran was shocked. She was speechless for a moment. Just from the literal meaning, she could imagine what a horrible world it was. The reason why people are called people is that they must have a complete sensory system and rich thoughts. Once these become a bubble, the world will only be a bloodthirsty nothingness. Can they still be considered human? Later I learned that in the past 5 years, researchers have made countless attempts and captured countless infected people in Fengyang village. Experimental injections were administered, but none of them were effective, and some even died from the backlash. Only me. I am the only one who survived after the injection. Whether the improved injection worked, or I was infected the latest, it is unknown. Mu Qingshan said weakly. Ran felt a chill on his back. What about the others? They are still in Fengyang village. Mu Qingshan lowered his head, including my parents. After Mu Qingshan woke up, he was isolated in the institute for a whole year. During this year, he was like a lab rat, undergoing various tests and examinations, and was not released until he was sure that there was no physical or mental abnormality. The moment he walked out of the institute, looking at the sunlight shining through the haze above his head, he felt dizzy and at a loss. The 5 years he missed seemed to have made him out of touch with society. After having no way to retreat, he returned to Fengyang village again, but he had no chance to enter. He was directly blocked outside the village. Not long after, the special police on duty sent him back to the capital again. Later, by chance, he met a teacher who had taught him before, and the teacher took him in. At that time, Mu Qingshan gradually realized that passivity and decadence were meaningless, and if he wanted to save the people of Fengyang village, he would have to rely on the progress of medicine in the end. And he determined to become a promoter of medical progress. With this goal, he passed the exam and entered a high school. He began to study hard. Although he missed 5 years, his inner academic gene still existed. He completed all the courses in a short period of time, took the college entrance examination, and was admitted to a well-known university in City A as a graduate student in sociology. Later, he began to minor in biology, hoping to enter the Institute of Biology one day and witness the birth of a new drug to treat the people of Fengyang village. I can't forget this, but I also admit, in terms of biology, I don't have extraordinary talent. Therefore, this goal is indeed difficult for me. Mu Qingshan said frankly, but the opportunity favored me again. Because of the long-term special forces training, I have acquired good skills and completed many difficult tasks in the school's scientific research activities. After gradual promotion, I was appointed as the director of the Institute of Biology a few years ago. Mu Qingshan was silent for a moment. My duty as the director is to escort biomedicine. I will decisively eliminate all external obstacles. By the time I got here today, many years had passed. At this moment, Mu Qingshan realized that, despite the rapid development of medicine, the people of Fengyang village could no longer be saved. The problem was not the medicine, but themselves. When they were infected, they were too old or too seriously injured, and many of them had died one after another. Those who survived, their bodies were completely destroyed. Forced injection was just a dead end, and the strong medicine could only kill them instantly. Mu Qingshan had actually experienced all of this. Can he say that he has been living in darkness? Ran felt a pain in her heart, reached out, and held his hand. Everything is in the past. Those are not choices. This may be their fate. I have obtained video records in Fengyang village through various connections. I met my parents. Now they have completely turned into monsters. The surging white blood cells in their bodies are abnormally active. The bloodthirsty factor is strong. They can no longer extricate themselves. Mu Qingshan was dejected. In the end, I can't save them. But what the reason? Ran Ran was puzzled. Why did the people in the village go crazy? What happened to that young man? Mu Qingshan was silent for a moment. I checked the previous files. This young man came from another village. He was visiting relatives in the village a few days before the incident. Then he went crazy for no reason. When the police were looking for the source of infection, they found him, but he had already jumped off the cliff and died. A lot of data cannot be detected. The only thing that is certain is that he was normal before he came to the village. And he did not leave the village during those days. I searched for a long time afterwards, but still found no clues. I always wanted to go back to Fengyang village again. I will go with you. If you can leave Croa Island smoothly, I will definitely go back to Fengyang village with you. Ran Ran said firmly. Mu Qingshan smiled bitterly. Okay. If we can leave, then, bang, bang bang, bang bang bang. Before he finished speaking, suddenly, there was a violent crash outside the cave. The sleeping people woke up instantly and looked towards the source of the sound. But in the dark cave, they could not see anything. The crash became louder and louder, and there was also a faint gasp. Ran Ran pricked up his ears to listen, and suddenly became alert. It seems to be a woman outside the door? Everyone fell silent in unison, and just as they were about to listen carefully, the crash suddenly disappeared, and the woman gasp also disappeared. Everything returned to calm, as if nothing had happened. The four of them waited for a while, maybe a few minutes, maybe dozens of minutes. In this claustrophobic environment, the concept of time became extremely vague. Just as everyone was having endless imaginations, the stone slab of the cave was slowly pushed open. The light came in. For everyone who had been in the dark for a long time, it was so stimulating that they were at a loss, and they couldn't see anything clearly. They closed their eyes tightly for a long time to adapt, and then slowly opened them. A breeze blew by, and a crisp voice sounded. Several tribesmen dressed strangely, who had been seen before, stood at the door. No. It seemed that there were more of them. 5 in total. Judging from their physical characteristics, they were obviously 3 men and 2 women. The 3 men had been seen before, but it was the first time I saw these 2 women. The women were also naked, with some colorful vines wrapped around their bodies. The 5 tribesmen looked quite old, thin but with loose skin, as if they were in their 70s or 80s. They were obviously the tribesmen living on this island, and Ran Ran felt uneasy. She knew that she couldn't treat them as ordinary old people. After all, not many old people would have such a powerful ability to capture them in an instant. Chapter 188, The Fifth Person. Soon, reality confirmed this again. The old man in the front waved his hand to signal them to come out. Ran Ran hesitated for a moment, and then he felt the ropes that bound him tightened a little. Obviously some mechanism had been set up. Therefore, they could only follow the order and file out, with doubts in their hearts, wanting to know what these crazy tribesmen wanted to do. After walking out of the cave, they stood face to face with the 5 tribesmen. Ran Ran and his group were too embarrassed to look directly at these old people. After all, they were naked. However, the 5 tribesmen looked at them carefully, especially the old woman on the left, who not only stared at Ran Ran, but also walked up to her, touched her arm, patted her back, showed a satisfied expression, and muttered something. As soon as these words came out, Sang, who was beside Ran Ran, changed his face. After the old woman left, he whispered, "Just now she said, this body is still okay." Ran Ran was stunned. What do they want to do? Do they want to treat us as slaves? The whispers of the 2 attracted the attention of the old man, who led the tribe. He roared, and seemed to be scolding them. As the saying goes, when you are under the eaves, you have to bow your head. Ran Ran and Sang immediately fell silent. The old man who led the tribe looked at the people around him, and saw that they all nodded. He nodded his beard with satisfaction, and took a step forward, shouted at them. The voice was sometimes low, sometimes high, sometimes like chanting, sometimes like singing strangely, sounded like the call of a strange bird in the forest. Everyone stared at this strange old man, but Sang's face became even uglier. He opened his mouth slightly. His eyes were dull, his body was tense. After the strange old man finished howling, he knelt down with the other 4 people. After bowing a few times, he leaned over and began to mutter to himself, like chanting. Because they were naked, this scene was unbearable to look at. Ran Ran subconsciously turned his head away, but saw Sang's sweaty head. "What wrong with you?" Ran Ran tried to touch him, and asked with his mouth. Sang turned his head, his face full of despair. Ran Ran had never seen him look like this before. and was shocked. Then he looked at Duan Yeni and Mu Qingshan next to him. They were also stunned and showed doubtful expressions. Sang looked at the 5 tribesmen in front of him with fear. She lip-synced a terrible sentence. They want to take over other people's bodies. And they need our bodies. They finally waited for 5 people. Everyone was stunned. Mu Qingshan asked in a low voice, 5? Sang nodded vigorously. He himself didn't understand why he said 5. There were obviously only 4 people. Where did the 5 come from? Ran trembled all over. And suddenly thought, in addition to the 4 of us, they must have captured other people. It may be. Before he could finish his words, the leader stood up and shouted, signaling them to go to the middle. Even if they didn't want to, they couldn't refuse. After all, the ropes that bound them would become tighter if they touched them. To save their lives, they could only obey temporarily. This vine was indeed a strange plant that they had never seen before. It would tighten or stop according to the old man's instructions. It was really amazing. Before they understood, they decided to wait and see. After they stood still, a woman next to them turned and walked into a hidden place. Soon after, she brought out a woman with disheveled hair and a haggard face. Her hair covered her face like straw. But Ran recognized her at a glance. It was Qiuyu. It was really Qiuyu. Qiuyu. Ran shouted excitedly, her voice so hoarse that it almost didn't sound like her own. Qiuyu heard it and immediately looked up. When she saw everyone, she was so excited that tears came out of her eyes. She wanted to say something, but her mouth was blocked and she could only make a low whimper. Duan Yeni was also very excited. Xiaoyu, are you okay? Duan Yeni's voice was slightly raised. At this time, the old woman who led the group came over and slapped him. A clear 5-finger mark was immediately left on Duan Yeni's face, which became red and swollen. This old man was very strong. Although he looked old, he was unexpectedly strong. Duan Yeni stopped talking tactfully. He looked at Qiuyu with joy in his eyes. It was the greatest happiness of his life to see her. Qiuyu was so excited that tears fell. Brother Yeni on the other side was safe and sound. Ran and Mu Qingshan were also there. And it all seemed like a dream. However, she soon realized her current situation and looked at them with worry, thinking about how to escape. Qiuyu didn't want to recall what happened in the past few days. Since arriving on Croa Island, she seemed to be trapped in a nightmare. Those deadly plants and strange beasts, like the horror scenes in the movies, frightened her. She wandered on the edge of life and death countless times. Maybe it was luck, maybe it was courage and despair. She fled all the way to the west, and later met a horse with a human face in a foggy valley. When her life was about to end, a crazy old woman appeared. She rushed over madly, grabbed her hand and started to run. She saved herself, but the old woman was really weird, staring at her straight, muttering something, then reached out to touch her face, hair, and was so excited that her whole body was shaking. Could it be that I looked too scary? Qiuyu touched her face, and it seemed fine except for a few scars. She tried to communicate with the old woman, but the old woman did not respond to her mother tongue, English, or gestures. After the old woman lost control for a short time, she grabbed her and walked forward. Qiuyu was terrified. After struggling for several times, she finally broke free. But she did not escape. The old woman was like a flexible monkey, slowly following her and grabbing her again. This time, the old woman's expression became ferocious, and she cursed at her, as if threatening her. Then, Qiuyu was taken to the top of the mountain by the old woman and locked in a cave. For the past 2 days, she has been living in darkness. The old woman would come every day, bringing some food, and then stare at her intently, with a complicated look in her eyes, sometimes sad, sometimes excited, and sometimes furious, and then run out of the door. Chapter 189 Communication is ineffective. Last night, Qiuyu curled up at the entrance of the cave, as usual, listening to the noise, unexpectedly heard a series of hurried footsteps, mixed with a man's angry curse. This voice was so familiar. Qiuyu immediately pricked up his ears, and pressed his whole body against the stone door, finally heard a clear shout, "Let me go." It was Brother Yin. It was Brother Yin's voice. Qiuyu's cheeks flushed with excitement, but when he was confirming, the sound disappeared, and only the sound of dragging footsteps remained outside the cave. And then it quickly returned to calm, and could no longer be heard. In the cave, Qiuyu paced back and forth, with a lot of thoughts in his mind. Was that voice really Brother Yin? Was it just an illusion caused by his impatience? Not long ago. The old woman came again. She stared at Chiyo intently, which was creepy, and then said a lot of words viciously. But Chiyo didn't understand a word. A bold idea flashed through Chiyo's mind. She wanted to escape and confirm whether that person was really Brother Yen. She was impulsive and took action immediately. She grabbed a heavy wooden bowl and smashed it hard on the old woman's head. The old woman, who had lived in the primeval forest for many years, had a fighting ability far superior to Chiyo. She did not expect this sudden attack. After shaking, the old woman fell down with a bang. Chiyo rushed out of the door. At this time, there was no one outside the cave. Only then did she see clearly where she was imprisoned. This is a hidden cave, with a stone wall above her head, and light penetrating in, making it look like a natural hiding place. However, there are stone walls all around, and it is impossible to tell whether there are other caves elsewhere. Chiyo decided to try it out, picked up a stone, and began to hit the stone walls. Bang! 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 The sound echoed in the cave, louder than she had imagined. At this moment, she had made up her mind to find the man from last night, and she didn't care about the old woman who had just been knocked unconscious by her. Soon, disappointment came. The sound of the collision did not cause any response. Just as she was trying to find a way to leave, a strange old man suddenly hung down from the vine, grabbed her mouth, and dragged her away. Chiyo recalled all this and felt it was extremely unreal. She looked at the people opposite carefully, and her heart was full of mixed emotions. However, she had no time to feel sad. The old woman who had just been hit rushed out, stood in front of her and cursed loudly, and even raised her hand to hit her. Fortunately, the old man in the lead stopped her, waved his hand, and the two old men retreated. The old man pushed Chiyo in front of everyone, and everyone finally gathered together. Chiyo was so excited that he was incoherent. Are you okay? Ran. How did you and Director Mu find this place? Ran was so angry that he gritted his teeth. What do you think? Duan turned to Chiyo. You are here to find me, right? Chiyo nodded. Brother Yen, I didn't see you when I came to the island. I thought you had already. Duan smiled. Don't worry, I'm lucky. This Croa Island is not my place to collect corpses. Mu Qishan glanced at him. Don't brag, these people are ready to take action. Sang Yu, who was dejected next to him, said, we should immediately perform some kind of ritual. These people know magic, and can take our souls. Ran frowned. Are you sure it's not some kind of superstition? I don't really believe in this kind of thing. Duan mouth twitched. Ran, you can't help but believe it. I've read some records. They can indeed make people lose their minds, which is the legendary possession. Mu Qingshan frowned, although it was strange, but is there really such a thing as possession in the world? Like Ran? He was an atheist, and believed that everything had a scientific explanation. While they were discussing, two old men came back, holding a lot of dry firewood, and the five people acted separately, surrounded them with dry firewood, and sprinkled many small shiny particles. What are those? Ran felt uneasy. Mu Qingshan whispered, this is the oil secreted by the tree. These people want to start a fire. Chiyo asked nervously, what should we do? Can we still escape? Duan said carelessly, don't worry, Sang and Qingshan will definitely find a way. Sang cleared his throat. Duan, where to escape? This cave is very strange. I don't know where to get out. While speaking, the crazy old man who led the group had already lit the fire. The flames spread quickly, like a fire dragon, surrounding them. It was unlikely that they would be burned to death, because the firewood was limited, and there was a distance from them. Rather than burning them, it was more like a kind of imprisonment ritual. A few seconds later, the five tribesmen slowly walked into the center of the fire, lined up and chanted. And after a while they spun rapidly, making a creaking sound like a bird singing. After a while, they took out the herbs in their pockets, put their hands together in front of their chests, and worshipped the sky. What are they talking about? Duan got a headache when he heard it. Sang face turned pale. They are asking the mountain god for permission, hoping to use our 5 bodies to continue their life. Haha. Ridiculous. Duan cursed. We are not so easy to be possessed by you crazy people. I don't believe in possession, but I suspect they may use something to make us stupid, such as the herbs in their hands. Mu Qingshan lowered his voice and said, so we must be vigilant. I have observed that there are stone walls all around, and climbing is extremely difficult. Sang since you know some of the tribal language. Maybe you can talk to them and tell them that this trick won't work. Sang hesitated and said, I know a little, but I can't speak. How about I try to use our hometown dialect? Sang cleared his throat and began to speak in dialect, his voice drowning out the crackling of the flames and the tribesmen's spells. No one could understand what Sang said, but based on the tone and voice, it seemed to be somewhat similar to the tribesmen. Everyone's eyes flashed with expectation, hoping that the communication would be smooth this time. It seemed to work. After Sang shouted loudly, the tribesmen were stunned. After a moment, the crazy old man who led the group raised his hand to signal a pause and walked towards Sang. Everyone thought they were going to have a conversation, but the old man took out a black thing from his pocket and stuffed it into Sang's mouth. The smell was extremely bad and could paralyze the nerves. Sang soon became speechless. Chapter 190 God Will. Sang's voice obviously angered them. After the old man returned to the team, he said something viciously. The old man on the left nodded and walked towards Ran and the others. When everyone saw him coming aggressively, they immediately felt something was wrong and instinctively wanted to move away. Although the vines bound their hands and feet, they could still move a little. However, just as they tried to move, they realized that the situation was not good. The vines were not so tight before, but this time they tightened like rubber bands, firmly fixing their limbs and completely losing their ability to move. This made them feel extremely frustrated. They thought they were the best in the civilized era, and Sang and Mu Qishan had received many special forces trainings, but they were powerless in front of these primitives. Was it because they underestimated the enemy? Or was it a confrontation of different levels? Civilization was eventually destroyed by primitive brutality. Perhaps this is the final result of human development. The old man gradually approached, and with a whoosh, he took out a blood-shining stone knife from his pocket. This stone knife seemed to be made of stone flakes, but it was extremely old, and the blade was smooth and sharp. He looked around at everyone, and with exclamations, he pulled out Qiuyu. Qiuyu closed his eyes in fear, his eyelashes trembled slightly, and he felt the approaching murderous aura. Everyone was terrified, staring at the old man, but they were powerless. The old man paused for 2 or 3 seconds at most, then wiped the blood off the blade with his fingertips. Then grabbed Qiuyu's wrist and slashed it. The moment the blade slashed, Qiuyu's wrist had an almost invisible wound. Qiuyu stared at her wrist blankly, and seemed to have no reaction. After a while, blood gushed out from the tiny wound and dripped into the mud along with her fingers. She opened her mouth in horror and looked at her companions for help. Help! Save me! Duan Yin was stunned, and soon cursed, You bastards! Come at me if you dare! He said as he rushed forward. But because the rope was too tight, he fell to the ground after a few steps, and almost had a close contact with the fire. Ran's heart was pounding, and she hurriedly said to Qiuyu, Can you still move your hand? Bend it as much as possible, and see if you can press the wound? She knew some medical knowledge, and knew that after the wrist was cut, blood would continue to flow out. If the bleeding is not stopped in time, the person will faint or even die. At this time, bending the wrist is the only way to save himself. Qiuyu did it immediately after hearing it, but his hands had been tied for a long time and were numb. Despite his efforts, the blood was still gushing out like a spring, with no sign of slowing down. What should I do? Ran was so anxious that tears came out, and turned to Mu Qishan. Have you come up with a solution? Mu Qishan felt a chill in his heart. He also hoped to come up with a solution, but it was too difficult. If the angle is right, he and Sang can knock down 2 or 3 tribesmen with their maximum strength, but what can they do after knocking them down? This vine seems to have no way to be untied. If they can't break free, they can't fight at all. He has a dagger hidden in his arm, but he can't take it out at this moment, then everything is equal to 0. How to rescue? Qiuyu stared blankly at the blood gushing out, and said in panic, I will die, right? I don't want to die here. My family debt has not been paid off. I have to go back. These words made Ran feel sad. Xiaoyu, no, we won't die. We will survive. We will definitely go back safely. Her words were not confident at all. How to survive? How to go back? These tribesmen obviously wanted to kill them. Duan Yeni, who struggled for a long time but couldn't get up, angrily shouted at the tribesmen, You ignorant primitive people, don't you know the reason for your extinction? It not the anger of the mountain god, nor is it fate. It just your ignorance. Stupidity, he yelled. But the tribesmen didn't react. Facing Qiuyu blood, They seemed to feel something. And without exception, they showed fanaticism. Several people gathered in a circle, jumping and shouting happily, muttering something, as if the ceremony had entered the most tense moment. Ran Ran looked at Mu Qingshan desperately, and whispered, "We will all die." "Right? Will we really die?" Mu Qingshan was silent. He wanted to answer no in his heart, but he couldn't make any promises. He could only look at Ran Ran, and then at Xiaoyu, who looked as pale as death, and whispered to Duanyeni, "Do you understand the customs of the West African tribes? The so-called possession of bodies. What can we do to stop them?" Duanyeni said slowly, "No. Once it starts, it must be carried out to the end, otherwise it will be teasing the mountain god." Unless what? Ran Ran asked nervously. "Tell me quickly. It already this critical moment. Don't hide it. Unless the mountain god gives them instructions. They will stop only if the mountain god doesn't want our lives," Duanyen said, full of despair. "But where's the mountain god? If there is, he would have appeared long ago. What instructions can he give us?" Mu Qingshan thought for a long time, then cast his eyes on the stone wall above his head. The stone wall seemed closed, but there was still sunlight and wind flowing out through the gaps. If I saw correctly, the sunlight had become much weaker, and the wind had increased. The flames on the ground were blown unsteadily, and were obviously affected. I don't know if it was a psychological effect, but the light around me seemed to suddenly dim, and the fire became more dazzling in the dimness. Especially for Duanyeni, who was closest to the fire. The flames were reflected in his pupils, as if they were about to burn his eyes, as if they were going to devour him. Mu Qingshan raised his head and stared at the stone wall again. After some thought, he said firmly, "Xiaoyu will be fine, we will be saved. Because the mountain god will give instructions soon." "Why? Really?" Ran Ran and Duanyeni asked almost in unison, but Mu Qingshan did not answer again. He kept staring at the stone wall, and the two of them also shifted their gazes, until they felt the light change again. Yes, the sky darkened very quickly, the wind blew, and through the cracks came a shrill scream, sharp and shrill. Then drip, drip, raindrops began to fall from the cracks, soaking the dry soil. "Rain, it's starting to rain." Xiaoyu raised his head in a daze, staring at the rain line above his head. Is it really raining? Chapter 191. The Coming of Divine Punishment. At this moment, the rain finally began to fall, gradually evolving from tiny raindrops to rapid rain lines, pouring down from the cracks in the stone wall. At this moment, they discovered that the stone wall exit, which they had not noticed before, was actually located on the far right. There were withered vines, covering the gap that could only accommodate one person. It was not conspicuous at ordinary times, but under the scouring of this heavy rain, the rain poured down, making this exit more and more clearly visible. A gleam of light flashed in Mu Qingshan's eyes. They found this place, which was the key to everyone's escape. The scene in front of them looked extremely strange. The rain and Xiaoyu blood intertwined, and after dilution, formed of vicissitudes of life. Xiaoyu looked up at the rain without noticing, and the whole person seemed a little dazed. Ran Ran stared at her closely, and was secretly alert in her heart, thinking that Xiaoyu was in a very dangerous state at the moment. Although she sensed the changes around her, but his eyes looked empty, and his face was extremely pale, which was obviously due to excessive blood loss. Duanyeni was nervously watching Xiaoyu, and suddenly heard strange noises around him. He turned his head, and was surprised to find that the tribesmen were standing in the rain with their eyes fixed on them. The stone in the hand of the old woman at the back fell to the ground with a bang. He realized that when praying or performing other rituals, the tokens of the tribesmen were not allowed to fall to the ground. The blazing fire before, it was extinguished at this time. Only the left side, which was better sealed, had a weak spark still struggling tenaciously, which seemed to be unable to last too long. Soon, the flame also went out, and the green smoke rose and disappeared in a flash. During this process, the astonishment of the tribesmen became more and more obvious, as if they were thinking about the current situation. Should they give up? Just as this thought flashed through their minds, 5 tribesmen suddenly knelt on the ground, put their hands together, and began to pray. The voice of the leading old man was as shrill as tearing the sky, as if he wanted to vent his despair. The other 4 tribesmen knelt down, muttering something, with pain and despair on their faces. What are they talking about? Ran Ran was confused. It looks very painful. Duanyen shook his head. I don't know. But it raining heavily at this time. The holy object fell to the ground, and the flames went out. It has violated their taboos. This act of taking over the body may have failed. This is a punishment from heaven. Sang's eyes were full of shock. They are saying that this is the punishment from the mountain god. If you choose the wrong person, you will never be reborn. Mu Qingshan frowned, saying, "Can you try to communicate with them and ask them to untie the vines?" "Indeed. Whether they will be reborn is their own business. The most important thing now is to get out of trouble. Especially since Chiao Yu's wrist has been bleeding. He may not be able to hold on for long." Sang nodded vigorously. Cleared his throat, he began to dissuade the tribesmen, hoping that they would wake up soon and let them go. However, the tribesmen stared at him blankly, as if they did not understand him. And they did not react except kneeling on the ground. Sang could not help but begin to doubt whether what he said could be conveyed to them. Ran and others became more and more nervous. The moment of life and death was approaching, and everything depended on their reaction. Finally, the old man in the lead moved. He stood up tremblingly and walked slowly towards them. The muscles on his face twitched, twisted as if he was sick, but his steps were firm, without a trace of hesitation. Finally, he stopped 1 meter away from them, and quickly took out the sharp stone knife from his arms. Amid everyone's exclamations, he rushed towards Duan Yini. His movements were as fast as lightning, and before Duan Yini could react, he was crushed to the ground. Damn! He was going to kill someone. Chiao Yu, who was in a daze in the distance, suddenly became alert and shouted, "Brother Yini, let him go." Ran was also anxious. Mu Qingshan and Sang were in great pain. They struggled to break free, trying to save Duan Yini, but the vines tightened, leaving bloody marks on their wrists and ankles, still to no avail. At this time, the old man stabbed Duan Yini with a knife, then quickly pulled it back, standing there expressionlessly, without any other movements. However, everyone stared at his knife in a daze. There was no blood on it, and there was no sign of bleeding on Duan Yini's body. After a moment, Duan Yini stretched out his hands from his back, staring blankly at his freed hands. This old man? He just cut the vines. But he had to do such a scary move. I thought he was going to kill someone. With a bang, the old man's hands loosened weakly, and the stone knife fell to the ground, making a crisp sound. Everyone understood that this stone knife was the key to cutting the vines. Only by obtaining it, there was hope of escape. Duan Yini lay down, he picked up the stone knife and quickly cut off the vines tied to his feet. Then he stood up and hurried to help others. When Sang rope was cut, Duan Yini threw down the stone knife, rushed to Chiao Yu, and hurriedly tore off his clothes, bandaging her wounds. "It okay, Xiao Yu? It will be fine soon." Chiao Yu looked at him weakly, and said weakly, "Brother Yini, I won't die." Duan Yini picked her up firmly. "No." At the same time, Ran and the others also regained their freedom. She quickly took out a few emergency wound patches from her backpack, ran to Chiao Yu, and treated her wounds again. Mu Qingshan and Sang also found vines that could be climbed, and directed everyone to climb up one by one. Sang focused on monitoring the tribesmen. Fortunately, they were still immersed in despair, and did not react. When everyone finally climbed up the stone wall, the tribesmen were still standing in the cave in a daze. Her face was filled with despair, and she seemed to have no reaction to their departure. Chiao Yu, who was tightly hugged by Duan Yini, suddenly whispered, "Wait, wait." She held on to her body, and tried to look outside the cave. The old woman on the left was looking up at her. Her eyes were miserable and desperate, and her face was full of tears, which reflected on the crisscrossing wrinkles, making people feel pity. This scene seemed to remind her of the old woman's appearance when she came to her before. Chapter 192, Crying Conspiracy. Thinking carefully, she actually didn't suffer any substantial harm. Someone would bring her food every day. On the contrary, I had heard her before. Chiao Yu felt an impulse in his heart. Should we save them? Everyone was silent for a moment. Just now, they were almost killed by this group of people. How could they save them again? Chiao Yu said weakly, "They are the only ones left on Crow Island. They are old, they won't live long. If they stay, there won't even be anyone to collect their bodies." Chiao Yu is simple and kind. Although she almost died, she still thought about the old woman's care, and decided to speak. Duan Yini hesitated for a moment. For them, this is their home, the end of their lives. "Xiao Yu, you don't have to worry too much." "But..." Chiao Yu looked down at the old woman again. The way she looked at me, she didn't look like a stranger. Ran remained silent. Duan Yini and Sang also remained silent. When everyone was thinking about how to comfort her, Mu Qingshan said, "Don't worry. These people will be fine. At least until we find out what happened on Croa Island. I have written down the coordinates here. And experts, who understand the tribal language, will come later." Xiaoyu nodded gratefully. "Thank you." She closed her eyes weakly. Her head felt dizzy, as if a 1,000-pound stone was pressing down on her. Her consciousness was becoming increasingly blurred. The lack of blood in her body took away her energy. She was now completely powerless, like cotton, relying on her last conscious effort, and could no longer hold on. The group quickly descended the mountain with Xiaoyu, leaving along the original route. They planned to return to the camp, meet up with Oda, who was guarding there, and then find a way to find a plane to leave Croa Island. The return journey was equally difficult. Everyone felt exhausted, and the weather was very bad at the time. The wind and rain, and the constant lightning, made it an extremely dangerous environment to walk in. Lightning could strike at any time, and the occasional charred tree trunks in the forest were the best proof. Everyone tried to speed up, but there were always various obstacles, such as suddenly fallen trees, sudden animals, and suddenly interrupted roads. Fortunately, although the road was tortuous and dangerous, everyone finally made it through after stumbling. When the rain gradually stopped, they also found the exit. They hurried to the camp. It was already dark, and everyone did not dare to stop, and carefully bypassed the dangerous areas they had passed before. Finally, at about 3 o'clock in the morning, they arrived at the outskirts of the camp. Everyone was excited at this moment. Returning here meant safety, and it also meant a greater chance of returning to West Africa. But when they excitedly opened the door of the tent, they found that Oda was not inside at all. Not only was he not there, even his luggage was not there. After checking, they found that he took away the suitcase and some materials he had left in the camp. Medicines, tools, and weapons were not missing, so it was less likely that he would enter the hinterland, but more likely to escape. While everyone was searching, Mu Qingshan suddenly said in front of the instrument, 8 hours ago, there was a short satellite signal here, but no useful information was seen, and even the information that had been contacted before was cleared. Signal. Ran frowned. Is Professor Crine up to something? Mu Qingshan was silent for a moment, looking at the direction of the beach outside the tent. If he hasn't left, Oda should be in that direction. Everyone was suspicious, but immediately decided to go to the beach to check. Mu Qingshan said, Ran, you stay and take care of Xiaoyu. There are all the medicines you need here. Ran nodded. Okay, you guys be careful. What if there is an ambush over there? This concern is definitely not Ran petty mind, from Professor Crine's point of view. If the secrets and events of Croa Island were exposed, he would be severely punished, and imprisonment would be inevitable, and his career and reputation would be ruined. Mu Qingshan nodded, and Sang and Duan Yin took their weapons and set off. Ran helped Xiaoyu lie down. He had only treated the wound briefly before, but after a long journey, the wound started bleeding again. So Ran opened the wound again, sprayed it with special medicine, bandaged again with gauze, and injected Xiaoyu with tetanus and nutrition injections. These are necessary measures. After all, there are strange things everywhere on Croa Island. Who knows if there is anything infectious on the stone knife? We must be careful. While treating the wound, the sleepy Xiaoyu opened his eyes slightly, and saw the camp in a daze. He was stunned. Ran. What wrong? Ran comforted. Don't worry, we are safe now, just waiting to find a plane to return to West Africa. Where are they? Xiaoyu looked around again, and asked nervously. Oh, you mean Duan Yini and the others? Ran smiled. They went to the beach. An old man named Oda disappeared before, and he should have gone there. While the two were talking, Duan Yini walked in with a pale face. He kept wiping his right hand, and his hand was covered with blood. Ran approached worriedly. Why are you the only one? Where are the others? Are you injured? Duan Yin shook his head. No, but we found Mr. Oda's body on the beach, and they are dealing with it. He died about an hour after the signal was restored, and the data was taken away. Ran's heart sank, and the worrying thing really happened. If I guessed correctly, Professor Crine was afraid that the ineffective rescue on Croa Island would be exposed. After the camp signal was restored briefly, he learned about the situation on the island from Mr. Oda. Then, under the pretext of taking him away, they stole the information and killed him. Not long after, Mu Qingshan and Sang came in, their faces looking heavy. They buried Mr. Oda's body themselves. He died in a very tragic way. with countless bullets piercing his body. Without a single weapon on his body, he became a target and was shot into a sieve. When they arrived, blood was all over the floor, and Mr. Oda's body collapsed on the floor like a rag. Duan Yeni and Sang collapsed at that time. Mr. Oda was their teammate. Although he was timid, he was a very good person. Now he died so tragically. Crying was extremely bad. Chapter 193 Suspicious Signal. In order to avoid him being exposed in the wilderness, everyone immediately buried him after taking photos and collecting evidence, and recorded the coordinates, so that they can look for him later. Duan Yeni angrily slammed the table. I'm afraid that Crying wants us all to die on this island. Everyone looked gloomy, and everyone understood how sinister Professor Crying mind was. In order to explore the secrets of Croa Island, he insisted on his own way, and sent a scientific research team to the island without paying any attention to safety issues. When the team members were killed one after another, and the situation on the island became confusing, only a few search and rescue team members were sent. On the one hand, he wanted to obtain first-hand information about Croa Island, and on the other hand, he tried to cover up the fact that the rescue was ineffective. He had ulterior motives, and even wanted to kill the surviving team members. This island may hide a secret that Crying wanted to know, but didn't want others to know. Mu Qingshan analyzed. Sang's lips trembled slightly. Since Oda has been killed, then we... Before he finished speaking, the satellite communicator suddenly beeped. Everyone looked at each other, staring at the green flashing light, with a heavy expression, which means the satellite signal has been connected. If it was before, everyone would be extremely excited when they saw the signal connected, but at this moment, everyone stared at the communicator silently. Yes, this is undoubtedly a test by Crying. If the signal is connected, he will definitely know that there are survivors on the island besides Oda. Then everyone will face the danger of being silenced. So, the signal light flashed more than 10 times. Everyone stared at it closely. No one dared to switch it on. Soon, the light went out again, and the surroundings returned to being isolated from the outside world. This situation may continue. Crying used this method to test whether there are any survivors. We must not let him know, Duan Yin said with gritted teeth. Sang frowned and looked outside. Then how do we go back? We can't row a boat. Rowing. Although the tribesmen left a boat, it was too primitive. It couldn't drift in the sea for long. And we couldn't go back. There was no satellite signal either. Could we just wait to die here? Mu Qingshan walked out of the tent and looked at a certain place in the sky. Don't worry. Maybe there will be a plane passing by. After hearing this, Duan Yeni couldn't help laughing. Qingshan, I usually believe everything you say. But will a plane find us? Sang whispered. We can make a sign and send out a flare. Absolutely not. What if that plane is sent by Crying for inspection? Wouldn't that expose us? Duan Yeni immediately retorted. Sang sighed and paced back and forth anxiously. Yes. Then what should we do? Ran looked at Chiu Yu, who was sleeping with his eyes closed, and suddenly an idea came to her. She looked up at Mu Qingshan, and her heart calmed down. Since he said there was, then there must be. After all, his words never fell through. Then everyone began to rest peacefully. Ran was responsible for taking care of Chiu Yu. Sang patrolled around to ensure safety. Mu Qingshan tested the previous bones and samples, and Duan Yeni focused on translating the rock marks of the island tribesmen. Everyone was busy, and spent 2 days of relatively peaceful time. Some minor episodes occurred in the middle, such as the camp being broken into by unknown animals. Unknown miasma emerged again, and Chiu Yu fainted for a time. Everyone tried their best to overcome and solve the crisis. They were worried, facing the increasingly scarce food reserves and the motionless sky on the screen. They were all wondering, when can they wait for the plane? The next night, Chiu Yu woke up from a dream in the middle of the night and sat up suddenly. Ran next to him noticed the movement and immediately turned on the light to check. What wrong? Where do you feel uncomfortable? Your forehead is full of sweat. Chiu Yu's face was pale. Ran. I just had a nightmare. I feel very nervous now. Ran poured a glass of water and handed it to her, whispering, It's just a dream. If you don't think about it, it will be fine. But that dream was too real. Chiu Yu lowered her head and took a sip of warm water. I dreamed that we all grew old, really old like those old people on the island, living in caves, surviving on mutated plants and animals. The plane didn't come, not once. Chiu Yu was sweating all over. Her heart was still beating wildly. The despair and desolation in the dream were too real. That atmosphere still lingers around. Ran was silent. What Chiu Yu said was not impossible. If the plane never came, wouldn't they have to live like this? She whispered, if this is true, at least we still have each other. If it is unfortunate, it is also a blessing in disguise. Chiyoyu nodded, you are right. But I am very worried about my parents. Although I hate them very much on weekdays. But in my dream last night, I thought of their death. I can't see them off. I'm crying so hard that my insides hurt. Chiyoyu has never missed them so much. She kept thinking. Did my father go to sea smoothly as a crew member? Would he encounter such a bizarre thing? Did my mother have no one to talk to at home? Was she not happy? If I really can't go back, and I don't even have the chance to tell them, can they let go of all this and live a good life? Every time I think of this, Chiyoyu's heart is pulled together. Ran reached out and stroked her back, although everything is possible. I still believe. I believe Qingshan words. We will definitely be able to go back. The plane, he mentioned, will definitely come. At this time, she was unwilling to have negative emotions. The more difficult and desperate it was, the more she had to strengthen her will. Otherwise she would not be able to hold on. This was Ran belief. Chiyoyu nodded hesitantly. And after calming down, she wiped away her tears and lay down on her side. Ran waited until she fell asleep again. Then he looked at Sang, who was sleeping soundly in the tent. Sang, who had been guarding the first half of the night, was already snoring with exhaustion. But Duan Yeni and Mu Qingshan were not in the tent. Ran was not sleepy. He put on a coat and walked out of the tent. Not far away, he heard the voices of Mu Qingshan and others talking in low voices. After following the sound closer, he just heard Duan Yeni say, should we tell them about this? Ahem, of course. Is there any news that you can't bear now? Ran said crisply. Mu Qingshan turned around. Ran, it's so late. Why did you come out? Ran shook his head. I can't sleep. Did something happen? Yes. Mu Qingshan spread his hands. We found the cloth left by Mr. Oda before he died. Chapter 194 Dilemma. The strip of cloth was nailed to a tree outside the tent. It was hidden and only discovered during patrols at night. The content on the strip of cloth was shocking. It read, run away quickly after seeing the letter. If there are still people alive, they will launch a bomb on Croa Island in 4 days. The signature was Oda. The handwriting was twisted and sloppy. It was obviously written in a hurry by Mr. Oda while escaping. Both Duan Yeni and Mu Qingshan knew Japanese. After seeing the note, despair instantly surged in my heart. 4 days later. That is tomorrow. If the bomb is really dropped, neither they, nor those tribesmen and mutant plants and animals, will be able to survive on Croa Island. After hearing this, Ran took the cloth and looked at it carefully. His face became heavy. Tomorrow? It is almost impossible for us to escape before then. Unless there is really a plane coming. Duan Yin shook his head, but where is the plane coming from? We have no way to send out a distress signal. And the outside world has no way of knowing it. Even if there are planes, they are just bomb-dropping planes. Ran said in despair, those people can't come to rescue us. They have the air advantage. And we can't fight for control of the planes at all. I'm afraid we will be blown up as soon as we find them. Mu Qingshan's face was solemn. He had a vague guess in his heart. Although this possibility might not be realized, he could only wait patiently. The three stood outside in the cold for a while, until Duan Yin sneezed. Ran quickly said, no matter what, we have to hold on until tomorrow. Maybe there will be hope. Isn't it? After that, she quickly returned to the tent without waiting for others to answer, and lay on the bed with her eyes closed. If this is the last day of her life, she will spend it seriously. Thinking of this, a tear slipped from the corner of her eye and soon soaked into the sleeping bag. The next day, the weather was very clear, and the oppressive dark clouds in the sky dissipated a lot. The fog covering Croa Island also lightened significantly. The high-altitude visibility on this day was the best since they arrived on the island. However, the smiles on everyone's faces were gone. Since learning the message on the banner, they were in low spirits. After a simple breakfast, Sang said hurriedly, I go out for inspection, in case there any movement. Before he finished speaking, he rushed out. Duan Yeni was silent for a moment. I go too. Ran, who stayed in the tent, lowered his head to change the gauze for Chiyoyu. The wound on the wrist is almost healed, as long as enough blood and nutrition are added. Chiyo, you will be able to recover soon. She gently reminded, don't let the wound get wet. And don't use too much force. I can't sew it up for you. but it shouldn't leave obvious scars. Xiaoyu learned about the cloth strip early in the morning. He looked a little dazed and replied perfunctorily, I know. At this time, Mu Qingshan had obtained all the biochemical test results. There is no doubt that all the bones found correspond to the team members who went to the island. In addition, there are 2 or 3 bodies that are probably recent victims of the tribe. The air and soil indicators of Croa Island have been clearly defined. Even after 100 years, the nuclear ion content is still dozens of times the normal standard. As for the specific situation of gene sequencing, the island is short of instruments and needs to be sent to the laboratory for testing, if they still have a chance to get off the island. Mu Qingshan thought silently. Just then, Duan Yin opened the tent curtain with a heavy face. Qingshan, come out for a moment, I found something. Mu Qingshan responded. Xiaoyu became nervous, grabbed Ranran's hand. Did you find the plane that dropped the bomb? Ranran shook his head. I don't know, let's wait and see. Xiaoyu nodded dejectedly. Ranran, help me up, even if I die, I want to be with everyone. Ranran understood her feelings, so he helped Xiaoyu up. The two slowly walked out of the tent, staring at Mu Qingshan and others who were gathered together to discuss not far away mixed emotions. But after watching for a while, Ranran felt that their expressions were a little strange, not desperate nor nervous, but seemed to have a kind of nervous expectation. The two slowly approached, and Ranran asked, what the situation? Duan Yin turned around, with a complicated expression. We received the high-altitude code, which was sent just 2 minutes ago. The high-altitude code is a special high-altitude rescue signal, similar to Morse code, transmitted through sound waves, and requires professional instruments to detect. Usually when an airplane is searching for rescue, it will send out this signal in advance to alert the people below and guide them to a conspicuous open area to wait for rescue. Just now, when Duan Yin was patrolling, he happened to catch this signal. He was worried and immediately called Mu Qingshan. He was wondering, is this a rescue plane or a deadly plane? Sang shook his head firmly. This is absolutely not possible. It must be a conspiracy of Cryan. He is luring us into the trap. But what if it is a real rescue? Duan Yin disagreed. If it was Korean, just blow it up directly. Why bother sending out a rescue signal? Sang said again. Think about the previous satellite communication signal. It was also displayed many times that time. Xiaoyu thought for a moment. I trust Brother Yin, but Sang also makes sense that Korean is thoughtful. Maybe he would act this way. After a moment of silence, Mu Qingshan suddenly said, I believe this is a real rescue. Ranran, do you remember when we came here by plane? I remember. Ranran nodded, before getting off the plane. You had a brief conversation with the pilot. Yes. I gave him enough money to ensure that he would fly to Croa Island every 3 days. Mu Qingshan continued, from the beginning. I thought that this might be our last escape route. If we count the time, today is exactly 6 days. So, I plan to fire a flare. What do you think? Duan Yin agreed. Sang shook his head and refused. Xiaoyu hesitated, and couldn't speak for a long time. Ranran had made up his mind, and said firmly, I support Mu Qingshan. After thinking about it carefully, I will be killed sooner or later if I stay here. There is a glimmer of hope if I go out. What if it is really a rescue? We must not miss it. These words aroused the thoughts of Xiaoyu and Sang. And they nodded, okay. We also agree with this decision. Chapter 195 The so-called rescue. Sang began to prepare, and everyone quickly returned to the camp and sorted out the necessary items. They didn't need much, mainly information and samples. In order to prevent these things from falling into the hands of Cryan, they deliberately placed them in a special box with a small detonator, which would explode quickly if the situation was bad. It was really disgusting if the information they exchanged their lives for was taken away by people like Cryan. No one wanted to be such a victim. After unanimous discussion, they decided to reduce the information and Croa Island to ashes at the critical moment. At this time, everyone was full of determination, knowing that they had to go on, whether to live or die. The choice between the two depends not only on the arrangement of fate, but also on the right or wrong of their decision. They have heard the roar of airplanes in the distance. Due to the times, the noise of a private helicopter and a small bomber is almost the same, and it is difficult to distinguish. The sound of the plane is approaching, but it is covered by thick fog and the position cannot be determined. Soon, another high-altitude code was received. After decoding, it was found that the content was exactly the same as yesterday, and it was still asking them to quickly go to a conspicuous high-altitude area to wait for rescue. Let go. Mu Qingshan looked at everyone. We must get to the beach within 5 minutes. Otherwise we will miss the opportunity. Ran glanced at the pale Chiou, nodding firmly. Let go. Yes, let go. Sang finally arranged his weapons. The Bible says, don't look back. If you look back, you will turn into stone. In the Bible, Jesus will send 2 angels to destroy the city. Lot was warned to lead before dawn, and not to look back on the way. The city has been burned by sulfur and fire, and the smoke is full, like a furnace. Lot's wife was running away, ignoring the angel warning, looking back. They instantly turned into pillars of salt. Sang knew that. In his opinion, Kroa Island was the city that was destined to be destroyed, and they were the survivors who were guided to leave. If they wavered and hesitated, the consequences would be like the pillar of salt. Now that they had made a decision, they would move forward decisively. He walked at the end of the team, firmly protecting everyone, and silently prayed in his heart that he would never let anyone have the idea of turning back. The group headed towards the beach, passing by the small mound where Oda was temporarily buried. Duan Yini and his team marked Oda's name with a wooden sign. The small grave was revealed in the morning light and mist, like a signboard and a warning monument, making their eyes focus there involuntarily. Duan Yini looked there, and remembered the tragic death of Oda, lowered his head and said, as long as we go back smoothly, I will report to the Ministry of Health truthfully, and someone will definitely be punished. Mu Qingshan looked forward. The beach is coming soon, hurry up. At this time is very tight. 3 minutes had passed since the last signal. If it dragged on any longer, the plane would not be able to wait any longer. The only way was to quickly reach the open space and fire the flare. Mu Qingshan grabbed Ran's hand. Duan Yini squatted down and carried Chiou on his back. Everyone ran to the beach together. Sang ran first and pulled out the flare from his backpack with great force. He lit it. The fuse of the flare quickly sparked, and the small pieces of paper turned into ashes and fell down one after another. But just as it was about to burn inside, it suddenly went out. Sang showed an expression of disbelief. He lit another one, and the result was still the same. Why is this happening? Why? Sang took off his backpack, poured out the 2 spare flares, and lit them. But there was no effect. One of them was lit, but it flew less than 2 meters before falling back to the ground. Duan Yini was shocked. How could this happen? Why is this flare broken? Where did these flares come from? Mu Qingshan asked. Duan Yini and Sang looked at each other, and cursed in a low voice. It was prepared by the logistics department of Cryan. This old man is too cruel. The sound of the plane gradually faded away, and it seemed that they were unwilling to wait any longer. Ran said anxiously, what should we do? Is there any other way to summon them? Mu Qingshan took a deep breath, squatted down, and lit a few woods. We can only rely on ourselves. Let's spread out a little, and try to get their attention. So the 5 people began to shout, and took off their coats while shouting, shaking. Duan Yini also found a whistle, and began to blow it hard. Everyone ran desperately, hoping that the plane could see them in the fog. However, it had no effect for the time being. The plane retreated slowly as always, with no sign of returning. Everyone was desperate, but they were unwilling to give up. Except shouting and waving, they had no other choice. They shouted loudly while running, not caring whether the plane could hear them. It had become a psychological effect. I don't know how long it took, maybe 1 or 2 minutes. Or 3 or 5 minutes. They tried their best. They had no concept of time. Their throats were about to break. Their arms were also sore. And the sound of the plane suddenly became louder. And it flew back again. It back. It back. Chiou waved excitedly, his voice trembling. The plane that saved us is back. Ran also jumped up happily. It back. It really back. I can already see the outline of the plane. That right, the plane really came back. Its silhouette penetrated the clouds and fog, and gradually circled above their heads. Everyone was extremely excited. But Mu Qingshan's expression was a little different. He picked up the telescope, squinted slightly to observe the plane, and the more he looked, the more he felt that it was different from the previous ones. The plane flew closer and closer, and finally Mu Qingshan saw the logo on the fuselage clearly. He whispered, "Oh no. This is the Ministry of Health plane." Ministry of Health? Everyone looked at each other, realizing that Cryan was doing this privately in the name of the Ministry of Health. Given his insidiousness, it seemed possible that he would use the Ministry of Health plane to drop bombs. Stepping back, even if he didn't drop the bomb, but took the 5 people to the plane and dealt with them, that is also very possible. Mu Qingshan shouted loudly, Run, everyone run. Chapter 196 Sleeping on an Island. In the tense atmosphere, everyone started running. Not long after, Chiyoyu fell down. Because she was in too much of a hurry, she had not recovered from the blood loss, and suddenly her eyes went dark, and her legs were weak and she fell down. Duanyeni hurried over to help her up, but it was too late. The plane had already dived very close. They looked back and saw that the sand next to them was flying in the wind, and it was slowly descending. Ran stopped in the distance. She looked at Chiyoyu and Duanyeni in the storm, and decided to stop. After a few seconds, she said to Muchi-shan, "Let go back. If there is danger, let's face it together. Otherwise we will just live a miserable life if we stay." Muchi-shan looked at her, glanced at the two people in the storm, and sighed heavily. "Okay. Let go back." So the two of them slowly walked towards the plane. And Sang was so anxious that he jumped in the woods. "Don't go back. Aren't you afraid of turning into stone?" That right, the two of them are no longer afraid. If they want to escape, they will escape together. As long as one of them is left alone, they can't escape alone. At this moment, the door of the plane slowly opened, and before anyone jumped off, a familiar male voice sounded, "Moo! Is that you? Moo!" This voice, everyone was extremely shocked. It turned out to be an old acquaintance of Muchi-shan, the logistics staff of the Ministry of Health, who was the bearded man who had repeatedly reminded them. "Why is he here? Are you here to help the evil or lend a helping hand?" The man has jumped off the plane, walking towards Muchi-shan excitedly, with his hands raised high, as if he was going to give him a warm hug, which was completely different from his previous evasion. Muchi-shan stood there, staring at him expressionlessly. "Who are you representing?" The bearded man opened his mouth and pointed at the plane behind him. "I am from the Ministry of Health. Of course, I represent the Ministry of Health. Moo, your affairs are already known to the higher-ups. Now West Africa has also cancelled Professor Cryan's temporary air supremacy over Kroa Island. He won't appear again." Everyone was surprised. Duanyeni was a little bit unbelievable. "Confirmed again. Is this true? Can you guarantee it?" The bearded man became serious. He made a swearing gesture. "I swear on my mother life. If what I said is false, my mother will—" "No need. No need." Muchi-shan waved his hand to interrupt. He had known the bearded man for a long time. He knew that his mother depended on him for life. Swearing was particularly serious. Everyone walked slowly towards the plane, including Sang in the woods, whose mood became increasingly complicated. In this process, from doubt to loss, to hope for revival, and then to despair again, countless twists and turns made their emotions extremely complicated. On the plane, in addition to the pilot, a health official familiar to Duanyeni and Sang was also present. He had been working at the headquarters, and had previously rejected Cryan's proposal. At this time, he looked at them with concern. "I'm glad you're all right. What about the others?" Duanyeni lowered his head and looked at Kroa Island. "They can't come back." "Alas." The official sighed. "Then let go back first. We talk about it when we get back." Chiyoyu suddenly thought of something, and stopped in front of the cabin door. "Those people, tribes on the mountain, what should we do with them?" Ran was speechless. After a long while, he said, "Those people, will they be willing to get on the plane with us? I'm afraid it will be difficult to let them leave." "Will they be killed in the explosion?" Chiyoyu asked desperately. "The last 5 tribesmen left will die." "Right." Chiyoyu knew that death was something everyone had to face. However, the old woman's eyes lingered in her heart. Chiyoyu believed in her heart that there must be unsolved stories, so she wanted to persist a little longer. Muchi-shan remembered what he said before, and hurriedly mentioned the issue of the tribesmen to the official. The official smiled brightly. "Don't worry, Moo, there will be no more bombings. No one dares to drop bombs on Kroa Island. I will report the matter to the United Nations. Since there are still survivors, the United Nations will definitely provide assistance. This is also international humanitarianism." After hearing this, everyone finally felt relieved. Even from the perspective of scientific and humanistic research, the 5 tribesmen have considerable value. Although Kroa Island is mysterious, it also has great scientific research value, and it must not be just because the bombing ended. However, this kind of scientific research needs to be carried out under reliable prevention and control and professional deployment. Blind behavior like Cryan is obviously not advisable. Muchi-shan, Duanyeni and the official were whispering at the head of the cabin. Ran sat with Chiyoyu at the tail of the cabin. When the plane took off, the two of them looked out the window at the same time at Croa Island. The propeller spun wildly, dispersing the gloomy mist. The quiet beach was vaguely visible, but only the image within 50 meters could be identified. As the plane slowly ascended, the beach gradually became blurred, and only layers of mist and treetops could be seen in the distance. The two stared blankly, without saying a word, with indescribable complex emotions in their eyes. There was a feeling of surviving a disaster, and also a regret that was hard to let go. The strange and bizarre scene on Croa Island would probably be like a brand, forever engraved in the hearts of the two. Xiaoyu turned around and found that Duanyani was also staring out the window. His eyes were full of pain. His fingers were deep in his pockets, and he was always holding something tightly. Xiaoyu understood that what he was holding in his hand was the group photo of the exploration team when they first came to Croa Island. When they came, the 5 of them were full of confidence. But when they left, only he and Sang were left. The others had turned into remains, and would sleep forever on this lonely and deserted island. The plane flew towards West Africa, and did not stop at the seaside where they departed. According to the official, Professor Kurian and his team have been controlled. The reason for this is that the bearded man has a change of heart. He has been following Professor Kurian. Although he has doubts in his heart, he has never expressed them. However, when he saw Qiuyu, Mu Qingshan and others resolutely rush into the restricted area, he was deeply moved. Everyone is afraid of death, but those seemingly ordinary Xia people, in order to save their friends, took risks fearlessly. This courage is admirable. Especially Mu Qingshan, who has known him for a long time, and is a very affectionate and trustworthy person. Thinking of him, he is about to lose him, and a feeling of uneasiness arises. Chapter 197: The Lingering Shadow. This is what he said when he explained the original intention of Croa Island to others at the risk of leaking secrets. But at that time, he did not want to betray Professor Kurian. However, things got out of control. After briefly connecting to the satellite signal, Kurian got information about the island from Oda, and then had the intention to kill. He killed Oda with cruel means, and seized his information, and planned to use violence against Mu Qingshan and others. The bearded man was shocked to learn all this. Professor Kurian in front of him was no longer the person he had known before, and his respect and awe for him had become a joke. Not only did he treat human life as worthless, but he was also obsessed with stepping on the corpses of others to move forward. Such people would eventually attack them, using various means. So, he sent the message to a friend by cracking the local area network. Through that friend, the message was reported to the International Environmental Health Department. The waiting process was long and painful. The bearded man was uneasy. He was worried that the International Environmental Health Department would not believe his words, and he was afraid that he would be discovered by Krian before they arrived. If that were the case, he would fall without warning like those people. However, the more he worried, the more it happened. Krian suddenly blocked all areas and network signals, claiming that something abnormal had happened inside. The atmosphere around him suddenly became panic-stricken. Everyone was strictly checked. The bearded man had a poor psychological quality, and was picked out in the first round of the review. Krian then questioned him. Why did he appear in the computer room during non-working hours? The bearded man stammered, unable to refute, and finally said nervously that he had lost something. Krian sneered, and immediately ordered him to be controlled. In a hurry, the bearded man said something stupid again, claiming that he did not leak the secret. Krian walked up and stared at him. How do you know it was a leak? And you don't work in a computer room. Where did the stuff fall from? The bearded man was speechless. He opened his mouth to defend himself, but felt that the more he explained, the more he made things worse. So he dared not say anything more. Just as Krian ordered him to be arrested, one of his men rushed in and whispered a few words. Krian was shocked and left the bearded man in a hurry. Later, the bearded man learned that the people from the International Environmental Health Department had arrived, and they wanted to thoroughly investigate the matter on Croa Island. They received the message sent by the bearded man. At this moment, the bearded man was worried about whether Mu Qingshan and others were safe and sound. Based on past judgments, he thought it was unlikely that they would survive. Guilt and uneasiness intertwined. He boarded the rescue plane with the hope that Mu was safe and sound. When he saw several survivors, he was very excited. But he also secretly regretted that if he had realized it earlier, could he have saved more lives? After careful consideration, the bearded man said to Mu Qingshan, Mu, I'm sorry about what happened before. It okay. We Xiao people often say that good things are worth waiting for. It a progress that you can understand. Mu Qingshan nodded affirmatively. Duan Yinyi agreed, yes. You came to save us in person at the critical moment. So don't blame yourself. The bearded man scratched his head embarrassedly. In fact, if we didn't come, there would be a plane coming. By the way, we intercepted a private plane that was coming to Croa Island before. The pilot refused to give in and was detained. Everyone was stunned. Mu Qingshan coughed and said, that was the plane we had arranged before. Please release the man when you return. It turned out that the pilot did not break his promise. He still came as scheduled. He did not expect these changes to happen. The plane landed at an airport on the north side of West Africa. They were settled in a quiet place to rest. The West African side also sent doctors to give them physical examinations, especially in the immune and genetic aspects. The examination was very detailed. The results showed that their bodies had some damage to a certain extent, especially Qiuyu, who had been on Croa Island for a long time without protective equipment. The situation was more serious. Qiuyu asked, what does this mean? Will it make me get many strange diseases in the future, or will it make me unable to have children normally? Ran shook his head. No, it is short-term injury, the body can repair itself. Yes, during this period you may feel low immunity and physical discomfort, but as long as you take anti-radiation drugs for a long time, you can recover. Mu Qingshan also came to comfort her. Duan Yinyi felt very guilty and walked up to her and held her shoulders. Xiaoyu, I will be responsible. Don't worry. This sentence made Qiuyu couldn't help laughing. Brother Yinyi, can you not use the old romance drama? It was my own choice to come to Croa Island to find you. You don't need to be responsible. Qiuyu often had wild thoughts and occasionally seemed timid. But she is an upright girl, and she has never thought of blaming others for her pain. Duan Yinyi shook his head. Qiuyu, I'm really surprised and touched, because no one has ever risked their life for me. His words stopped abruptly. Mu Qingshan and Ran looked at each other and walked out tacitly, leaving them a private space. Ran felt happy, but also a little worried. She was happy because she knew Qiuyu had always admired Duan Yinyi. This admiration also hides feelings that she herself has not noticed. This feeling has been responded to, which is really a wonderful thing. But the worries are complicated. On the one hand, because Qiuyu is her best friend, this cabbage has been taken away by someone, it is inevitable that she feels complicated. On the other hand, Duan Yinyi travels around for work, the risk factor is extremely high. Qiuyu will probably always live in worry. Are you worried about them? Mu Qingshan suddenly asked. Ran nodded, a little bit. What about you? Are you worried? I'm not worried about this. Mu Qingshan looked at the barren mountain. I'm thinking about the tribal residents of Croa Island. Any news? Ran asked. Will they send people who understand the tribal language? Mu Qingshan shook his head. The International Environmental Health Department has not yet received definite news. According to past practice, Croa Island will be closed again. The work before the closure should be finalized in the next few days. Ran responded, turned his head, and looked in the direction where Mu Qingshan was looking. That was the direction of Croa Island. Although it was far away from here, but if you close your eyes, you can seem to see the thick fog that lingered. The weirdness and bloodiness on the island will reappear in front of you, and it will take a long time to dissipate. Chapter 198 New Email. On the third day, the latest news came from the International Environmental Health Department. A team led by Major General Albert was organized to enter Croa Island again. This team consists of more than 100 members, 50 of whom are special forces, and the rest are top experts and scholars, including an expert who is proficient in tribal languages. They are based on the maps and a series of valuable information left by Mu Qingshan, Duan Yinyi and others. Thoroughly investigate the relevant situation of Croa Island, including properly taking out and settling the 5 tribesmen on the island. Mu Qingshan and his team breathed a sigh of relief when they heard the news, knowing that things had been settled and they didn't have to worry about the next few days. After discussion, they decided to rest for a few more days and return home after Qiuyu injury improved. However, not long after, the team that had set out received news. They found the high mountain where the tribesmen lived according to the route map, but found that there were no living people at the scene. There are 5 more bodies on the top of the mountain. These bodies died 2 or 3 days ago, and the cause of death was taking some kind of highly toxic herbs. There are many symbols carved on the tree trunks at the scene, and it is not clear whether they are suicide notes or special hints. In order to verify, They copied the symbols and sent them to Duanyeni, asking him to translate them. Duanyeni walked into the studio with a solemn face and came out 2 hours later. Those are indeed the contents of the suicide note, which wrote many unknown things. One of them is related to Xiaoyu. Everyone present was stunned and asked for details. Duanyeni explained slowly, "It turns out that the symbol means, all our descendants died inexplicably, we are barely alive, waiting for the right person to take over our bodies and prolong our lives. But the mountain god cursed us, this is already a doomed fate. They will not leave Kroa Island, nor will they abandon their own people, and are willing to enter the next life cycle with their people. Therefore, if someone comes here again, please do not move their bodies. Otherwise you will be cursed by the mountain god." At the same time, they also mentioned a strange thing. The first woman who came to the tribe looked exactly like Ma Su, deceased granddaughter. Ran Ran and Mu Qingshan were confused after hearing this. Ran Ran said, "How can they be exactly the same? They are West Africans. Xiao Yu is Asian. They are of different races, and their appearance features are very different." "Yes. Yan Yi, did you translate it wrong?" Mu Qingshan also asked, "Do you want to confirm again?" Xiao Yu shook his head after a moment of trance. "No. I believe in Brother Yan's result. Don't you know? When I was in the cave, the old woman often came, with a melancholy look in her eyes, and sometimes she would comb my hair with a stone comb. But every time she combed her hair, she would cry and finally become angry. I thought at the time that she must have thought of someone in the past through me." Duanyeni was silent for a moment. The suicide note actually said a polysemous word in the tribal language. There are similar expressions about souls. They believe in past lives and present lives, and believe that the soul is eternal. So I guess they may think that the soul of Masu, deceased granddaughter, is still there, but is placed in Xiaoyu body. It sounds weird. Renren felt a chill, but it seems to make sense. Xiaoyu sighed, looking out the window. Maybe what they said may make sense, but in the end, they still let us go, isn't it? These tribesmen are not complete villains. Everyone fell silent. Indeed, anyway, everyone is safe and sound at the moment. Although they have experienced a lot, they can still talk and laugh about everything. This is a blessing in disguise. A few days later, they boarded a flight out of West Africa. On the plane, Xiaoyu finally mentioned her conversation with Duanyeni that day. Her expression was very calm. "Ran, I do like Brother Yeni, but my family is a burden to him at the moment. So I refused. I hope to stand on an equal footing with him through my own efforts, so that I am qualified to be together. Isn't it?" Ran looked at her. "Xiaoyu, you are also very good, but I think he is not worthy of you. His family is so complicated, and he has no fixed place to live." Xiaoyu was stunned. "You actually think so?" No wonder others say that when they look at their own family, they always think they are good. Ran, look at my situation, it's the same as before." Ran grabbed her arm. "Of course, Xiaoyu is such an excellent girl at home, how can she not be worthy of anyone?" The two girls smiled at each other. The sun shone through the glass window, and shone on their hair, seemingly transparent and almost unreal. After returning to City A, I experienced a period of peace, the so-called peace, compared to the previous thrilling. Everyone seemed to have returned to normal life, work and life. Those gloomy days seemed to have vanished. However, had they really passed? Ran often looked out the window at the sky, thinking of the thick fog on Kroa Island, feeling that it was everywhere, still surrounding her. On this day, Ran had just come out of the laboratory, and received a call from Xiaoyu. She asked on the phone, "Has Director Mu been on a business trip recently?" "Yes, I went to Hainan the day after returning from West Africa. I heard that there was a seminar there." "What wrong?" Ran felt strange. Why did Xiaoyu suddenly ask him? Xiaoyu paused for a moment, and suddenly said, "Hainan?" Ran, isn't it a coincidence that Brother Yan Yi is also in Hainan?" Ran was stunned for a moment. "No, didn't he say before that he was going to the space station for a routine interview?" "Yes, he called me in the morning, the content was very strange, and asked me to find you. I wanted to ask him something, but he hung up. Later I checked the location, it was in Hainan." Xiaoyu's voice was tense. Ran, did something happen to them?" Ran head buzzed. She suddenly remembered that when she was in the laboratory last night, the bracelet prompted that there was a new email in the mailbox, but she had no time to check it because she was busy. She immediately lowered her head to open the mailbox. Sure enough, there was an email from an unfamiliar address at the front, with only 2 words in the title, "Map." If it were normal, she would treat this kind of email as spam and ignore it, But when she heard Chiyo Yu's words at this time, she felt that there might be some secrets hidden in it. Chapter 199 Escape Route. Ren opened the file and saw that it was indeed a map of City C, especially a detailed map of the old city. City C is adjacent to City A and is a coastal city, but it lacks resources and has been tepid in development. The houses on the map still look like they did in City A decades ago, and they look quite old, although the map is not specially marked. Ren felt that the information was a bit unusual, so he asked Chiyo Yu again, "Did Duanyeni mention any numbers or symbols?" Chiyo Yu shook her head, and suddenly remembered something after a moment. "Oh, he asked me to come to you at 3:05 in the afternoon, but it was already past 5 at that time." Ren looked at the map again in silence. 3:05. If you mark it on the alarm clock, it will form a small triangle. She gestured on the map with her hand, and suddenly froze, because the triangle marked a villa area in City C, called Jianzhou Garden. She had heard of this place before. It seems that she learned it from Director Luo. She immediately said to Chiyo Yu, "Go to my dormitory immediately. We will meet in the dormitory parking lot in half an hour." After hanging up the phone, Ren walked into the office and said to Director Luo expressionlessly, "Director Luo, when you went to eat at noon, an unfamiliar number called you and said they were from Jianzhou Garden." Director Luo frowned when he heard it. "Jianzhou Garden? Are they crazy?" She rang her bracelet. He asked angrily, "Why are you calling again? I just paid the property fee last month." I don't know what was said on the other end. Director Luo muttered a few curses and hung up the phone. Then he said to Ren, "They are pretending to be stupid and said they didn't call. Maybe they are stupid at work and want to collect money again." "Property fee? Director Luo, is that your house?" Ren asked. Director Luo immediately shook his head. "How is it possible? That is Director Mu's house in City C. Let me help him pay the property fees. I even hired someone to clean the place at the beginning of the year." Ren's heart beat faster. She didn't believe there would be so many coincidences. The map and Duanyeni words were clearly sending a signal. The situation was dangerous, and they were asked to flee to City C. She nodded and said, "Director Luo, I'm glad you're okay. I'm going to get off work first." Ren walked out of the office slowly, and walked faster and faster, almost like she was going to fly. She turned a small path from the side of the office building, go straight to the parking lot, and drive to the dormitory building. Chiyo Yu was already waiting there anxiously. Seeing her, she quickly opened the car door and got in. Ren. "What did you find?" "They had an accident in Hainan." Ren started the car. "An accident?" Chiyo Yu was shocked. Ren took a deep breath. "Don't worry too much. It may just be a loss of personal freedom or being monitored. They mean for us to go to City C as soon as possible." She pulled out the marked map. "This is Mu Qingshan Villa in City C, coincidentally. It is not far from his hometown Fengyang village." Okay. Chiyo Yu looked at the map. "It's a 3-hour drive. I hope we can make it in time." Ren stared at the front, controlled the car display, set the fastest speed, and tried to take a remote route, fearing that she would be intercepted. But she also felt that the matter might not be as serious as she imagined. At this time, her mind was in chaos, and she couldn't be sure what happened. All actions seemed like subconscious reactions. Chiyo Yu also felt this tension. Although the two were running away, they couldn't figure out why they were running away. During the 3-hour drive, they were always alert to the movements behind them, but everything seemed calm, and there were no pursuers as imagined. On the way, Ren also analyzed possible enemies, such as Cryan. But these people were controlled, and they probably didn't have the energy to chase them. Chiyo Yu couldn't help but call Duanyeni, but the connection was not available. At around 9 o'clock in the evening, they finally arrived at City C. The sound of waves could be heard in the distance, and the air was filled with a strong smell of seawater. Chiyo Yu took a deep breath. Ren, are we going directly to Director Mu's villa?" "Yes, although I don't know how to get in." Ren continued to move forward according to the navigation. "But we take it one step at a time. There will always be a way." 5 minutes later, they were already driving on the coastal highway. The wide sea surface beside was rippling in the night sky, waves hitting the coast one after another, making a sound as loud as a drum. "Chiyo Yu, did you tell your mother about leaving?" Ren suddenly asked. Chiyo Yu nodded yes. "I sent a message saying that my high school classmate is getting married, and I have to rush over immediately. I won't be home for a few days." "That good?" Ren said softly. She remembered the last time Chiou went to Luoli Mountain secretly without telling anyone at that time. Chiou's mother was very anxious. Not only did she make a scene at work, she also went to the police station to report her missing. In fact, Chiou was helpless. If she told the truth, her mother would definitely be furious. She had a strong desire to control and always thought that children were flowers in a greenhouse and would never be allowed to leave her side. This time, Chiou just sent a message and turned off her phone, not giving her mother a chance to contact her. So I have made progress now. Right? Chiou said with a wry smile. At least I told her. Every parent-child relationship is unique. You are a daughter for the first time. And she is a mother for the first time. Ran said slowly. After a long time, you may understand each other better. Chiou looked out the window, full of worry. But people are always like this. The more they are controlled, the more rebellious they are. I want to escape at any time. So when you asked me to come, in addition to being nervous and afraid, I was more excited and stimulated. The two talked in a low voice. The car moved forward along the navigation. Finally, we arrived at Jianzhou Garden at 9:30 p.m. It was a private villa area. The villas were scattered in an orderly manner. The scenery was pleasant, and the distance between them was considerable, and it was obviously worth a lot of money. Ran opened the electronic payment slip and read the number on it. C23, Zone C should be on the left. Right. Chapter 200 Crisis Moment. Well, let go to the side near the sea and look for it. Chiou wrapped his clothes tightly inside. The wind at the seaside is so strong, I suddenly feel a little cold. The outer wall of Jianzhou Garden is high, covered with a laser defense system. The garden is densely covered with trees. Some branches extend from the wall, looking full of vitality, making people feel happy. Chiou asked curiously, what kind of tree is this growing so well? Ran pulled off a few leaves and said helplessly, where can you find such a good tree? Most of the branches on this tree are simulated. You will know it by touching it. This era is really too fake. The trees are fake. The flowers are fake. And even people are often fake. Chiou frowned. Yesterday a customer came to borrow a book from me. He looked no different from a normal person. But I found out that he was an artificial intelligence. Ran pondered for a moment. Like XT009? Chiou was silent for a long time. And whispered, I don't know how Shaolin is now. Is she alive? Or dead? Ran bit her lower lip. I still believe that she went to another time and space. The past. The future. Or a parallel time and space. She is such a tough person. It's not easy to die. This is not only about Shaolin, but also more like encouraging herself. If living is a difficult thing, then you need to live well. The two continued to move forward. Chiou pointed to the sign in front. Look. The building in front should be C23. There a light on there. Ran followed her gaze, and saw a villa near the sea. It looked similar to other villas. The 3-story building was hidden in the trees. A window on the second floor emitted a faint light, and it seemed that someone lived inside. Just as Ran was staring at the window, a black shadow suddenly flashed by. She opened her eyes and looked again, but it disappeared without a trace. She rubbed her eyes. Chiou, did you see a figure? Chiou shook her head. I didn't notice it. Is there anyone inside? The front door of the villa is locked. Just as the two were talking, the black shadow appeared in front of the villa door again, standing quietly in the dark, staring at them, motionless, as if it were a stone. Chiou was uneasy. Ran, is that a person? Ran also felt that the situation was strange, but she was much braver. He took a step forward and asked, Excuse me, is this Mu Qishan home? After hearing this, the black shadow trembled slightly, and after a moment, he actually walked out of the shadows and walked to the front door. Under the light of the street lamp, an elderly man with white hair appeared. He looked at them and said in a hoarse voice, Are your surnames Gu and Chiou? Ran eyes lit up. Yes, do you know us? The old man sighed and opened the gate. Come in, I've been waiting for you for a long time. The lights in the yard were dim, but after entering the living room on the first floor, it suddenly became bright. This is a living room with a unique decoration, and the bookshelves are full of a wide variety of books, which made Chiou stare at it. In this era, paper books are already very rare. Out of professional habit, she ran forward to browse carefully. Then she said excitedly, Ran, there are many out-of-print books here, such as this one, which is a science fiction book from more than 100 years ago, when I was in the library. Many people came to ask, wanting to collect. The old man stepped forward and said helplessly, Little girl, these are not important. Ran immediately reminded Chiou. Don't read those books. Don't forget the important things we have to do. While talking, Ran kept paying attention to the old man. In fact, he might not be that old. Although he moved slowly, he didn't have many wrinkles on his face. And his eyes were not cloudy. She guessed he is only 70 years old at most. At this time, the old man was also looking at her, and after a moment he stretched out his hand. You are Xiao Ge. Right? The girl that Qin Shan cares about. Ran hesitated for a moment, and stretched out his hand to respond. If I am not mistaken, you should be the teacher that Mu Qin Shan mentioned, who took him in when he was in the most difficult time. The old man said happily, Do you know me? It seems that Qin Shan really has no reservations for you. My name is Wu Chengyun, and you can call me Teacher Wu. Chiou looked at them in amazement, full of questions. After all, she didn't know Mu Qin Shan past. However, she heard Teacher Wu words clearly, and Mu Qin Shan's concern for Ran was indeed too obvious. Wu Chengyun explained, Qin Shan bought this house 5 years ago. At that time, I was in poor health, and he let me spend my old age here. And he also hired a special nurse. Thanks to him, I can live to this day. Ran said frankly, Teacher Wu, you have taken care of him like his parents. Without him, there would be no him today. So all this is what he should do. Wu Chengyun waved his hand, looking relieved. Your child is the same as Qin Shan. As expected, you two are destined to be together. Chiou, who was watching the fun with a smile, had a bit of teasing in her heart. She felt that Ran looked like she was meeting her parents. Teacher Wu, are Mu Qin Shan and Duan Yin in danger now? Ran asked directly, concerned about the most important issue. Wu Chengyun nodded, It's urgent. I don't intend to hide it from you. They have lost their freedom and are under investigation. Ran asked in surprise, Investigation? Is it about Croa Island in West Africa? Wasn't that matter clarified long ago? Yes, but not only that. I suspect it is related to other matters. He felt this way before he went to Hainan. And he called me. Let me provide you with shelter at a critical moment. That's why I sent you that map. Wu Chengyun explained. Ran seemed to understand something, suddenly realized this is not only about the incident on Croa Island in West Africa, but also about Shaolin, Spiral Mountain, and even the wormhole incident in the past. Who will investigate them? Chiou bit her lower lip and asked, Will those people hurt them? Wu Chengyun sighed. I don't know about this either, but I guess it must be very dangerous. If there is not enough evidence, the consequences will be very troublesome. This is why Qin Shan and others want to protect you. What he least wants to see is to put you in danger.